Chapter 1. Boyfriend. Let's break up. Junyue. Let's part ways. Shu Junyue displayed no hint of surprise in her eyes, as if she had anticipated Gu Chun's decision long ago. With a composed gaze, she turned to the woman beside her, who bore a striking resemblance to herself to Gu Chunin. Are you abandoning me for this woman? What do you take me for? A mere substitute? She knows the score. She should just step aside and not interfere with my beloved and her suitor's romance. What suitor? Gu Chun is a scoundrel, seeking a replacement that I must say, this supporting character is quite pitiful who willingly becomes a stand-in. Have you not read the original story? The supporting character later schemes to seize the protagonist's opportunities. Her malicious actions are utterly repulsive. Indeed, she harbors ill intentions, wishing for my beloved to be harmed. It's astonishing that anyone would defend such trash. Shu Junyue chose to disregard the colorful subtitles swirling before her. She had grown accustomed to them over the past few days and discovered that no one but her could see them, a fact she skillfully concealed. Moreover, these subtitles seemed to possess foreknowledge of future events, aiding her in evading zombie attacks and treacherous plots by others of her kind. They also alerted her to the impending betrayal by Gu Chun and to claim she felt no sorrow would be disingenuous after all. It was this very man who had saved her when her friend had pushed her into a horde of zombies. She had hoped to find genuine affection in this heartless apocalypse, only to realize it was all a facade. This man was nothing more than a pretentious hypocrite. Gu Chun gazed at Shu Junyue with an expression of remorse, yet his right hand remained firmly grasped around Lin Wanwan's. His choice was indisputable. I'm sorry, Junyue. The one I have always loved is Wanwan. I thought she was dead, which is why I chose to be with you. I know I owe you a great deal, but Wanwan cannot be without me now. Lin Wanwan clung tightly to Gu Chun's arm, as if terrified of losing him again. Gu Chun, do you even care for my beloved? It's infuriating. Wanwan has been struggling alone in this apocalypse for 3 months, yet you find time to be with another woman. Oh, hurry and break up, then take my beloved to find a space bracelet, then focus on rebuilding and saving humanity, creating a new arc for mankind. A space bracelet? With resources at hand, one could secure survival in this desolate world. Shu Junyue's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly lowered her head, her voice quavering. Do you find me bothersome? Do you think my presence displeases Sister Wanwan? Gu Chunin, I am not a clingy woman, but I am not an aberrant either. If you abandon me to fend for myself in this apocalypse, how will I survive? Goodness, just let her die, Gu Chun. Don't you dare show any weakness. Dispose of her quickly. If this woman remains in front of the leads, I will be utterly disgusted. I recall the train will reach the broken bridge. Perhaps it would be best if this woman perished there. The broken bridge scenario is still a ways off. We should first obtain the space bracelet. I could truly anticipate the broken bridge scene. It's a classic moment for the leads. Just imagine the thrill of their wild encounter. Shu Junyue's words caused Gu Chun to waver as he looked at the frail woman before him, her pale face tugging at his heartstrings. Lin Wanwan seemed to sense Gu Chun's change in demeanor and tightened her grip on his sleeve. Chun, you promised me. Exactly, you scoundrel. You promised my beloved you would cast aside the other. How can you wish to have your cake and eat it too? My beloved is truly pitiful. She became blind in this apocalypse, finally reuniting with her boyfriend only to discover he has another. Gu Chun, witnessing Lin Wanwan's insecurity, felt a pang of guilt. He could not bear to imagine how she had survived without him for 3 months in this unforgiving world. He enveloped Lin Wanwan in a tight embrace, just as he was about to reject Shu Junyue, when a towering figure interjected. It's just one woman, bringing her along won't be much trouble. Besides, the train is still moving. Once we reach the southern base, we'll part ways, and you must not pursue these two any further. Shu Junyue, suddenly brightening, turned to the tall man. Thank you, Brother Zhou. As long as we reach the base safely, I promise not to interfere with Gu Chun and Sister Wanwan. Lin Wanwan's expression stiffened, clearly displeased, her lost look evoking sympathy from those around them, which directed their ire toward Shu Junyue. Ah, how maddening! Why did Zhou Su have to speak at this moment? This plot is off in the original. Shu Junyue was caustic, ultimately retreating to the back of the train. Why are they together now? I simply cannot comprehend. What a pity there is a survivor in the back car who becomes infected. I truly wish to see Shu Junyue scream in terror. Not a pity at all. Shu Junyue thought to herself, quietly moving forward, leaning toward Zhou Su. Zhou Su was a power aberrant, his physique robust and immensely strong. The large iron blade in his hand had dispatched countless zombies. Walking beside him offered a sense of security far superior to that of the scoundrel Gu Chunin. As the train continued forward amidst a brief calm, many lowered their guards, some even closing their eyes to sleep. Shu Junyue dared not sleep. She recalled the subtitles warning that a zombie would soon appear in the rear car. The setting sun streamed through the windows, casting a serene glow that momentarily made one forget the dire circumstances of the apocalypse. Yet, the next moment, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, snapping everyone to attention. What happened? What's going on in the back car? It sounds like someone is screaming? Shu Junyue was exasperated by the obliviousness of her fellow passengers, who lacked any sense of impending danger. Since it was impossible for her to close the door, she prepared to shout for those nearby to secure it. When Zhou Su, swift as lightning, reached the door and locked it tightly. "What are you doing?" Those preparing to rush into the next car were left dumbfounded, frantically pounding on the glass door. "Have you no conscience? Open the door. Please, open the door. I don't want to die, I beg you. Let us in." Behind them, more and more infected were closing in, while before them lay the hope of survival behind a locked door. The passengers in the 5 cars looked upon one another with despair, yet they still attempted to pry the door open. Is this plot even right? I recall in the original that the zombie was quickly discovered and dealt with by the survivors, yet I cannot fathom why the situation has unfolded this way. Chapter 2. The golden finger locked with a password. Do you people even read the original text? Forgetting that it was Shu Junyue who discovered the zombie beforehand? Exactly. Now that Shu Junyue hasn't gone over, the people in the back car haven't noticed the zombie, leading to one bite, then another. It's all going to chaos. Shu Junyue had not anticipated this reason, and the thought of standing alongside a potential zombie sent chills down her spine. Ultimately, this disaster is still Shu Junyue's fault. If she had simply gone over, would so many have perished in the 5 cars? Indeed, all to linger by the side of the scoundrel Gu Chunin. Her rambling has cost the lives of an entire car's worth of people. Shu Junyue rolled her eyes at the screen, finding the commentary more ridiculous than her own thoughts. How could they blame her? Were they out of their minds? The truth was, there were still rational individuals in the world. Hey, those fans of the protagonist, don't you find her logic quite peculiar? How can you place blame on the supporting character? What absurd reasoning. Exactly. Shu Junyue nodded in agreement, when suddenly a deep voice pierced through her thoughts. "Junyue, you also support Wanwan's approach, don't you?" What? Shu Junyue looked bewildered at Gu Chunin, who had previously threatened to sever ties with her. How benevolent this girl is, still thinking of saving others at such a time. That Gu dog actually went to consult this malicious woman. It infuriates me. Someone spoil it for me. When will this vile woman meet her end? Rest assured, after the bridge scene, this wicked supporting character will have a rough time, having climbed into the bed of a base captain. Save someone. After the bridge scene, she would betray herself? How absurd. Moreover, this Gu dog is truly despicable. Fearing Lin Wanwan becoming the target of scorn, he wishes to drag her down with him. Shu Junyue rolled her eyes and pinched her thigh hard, forcing tears to well up in her eyes. What approach? I didn't hear anything. Do you think a discarded person has the heart to listen to anything else? Gu Chunin swallowed hard. Usually, no matter what he did, Shu Junyue's gaze remained fixed on him. Brother Gu Chunin snapped back to reality, gazing tenderly at his beloved, gently caressing her cheek, declaring with deep affection, "I promise you that whatever you choose to do, I will unconditionally support you." Zhou Su frowned disapprovingly, blocking the door of the carriage. This is the apocalypse. Lin Wanwan tightly clutched Gu Chunin's arm, her vacant gaze fixed on the ground, her voice slow and gentle. "Brother Gu, precisely because this is the apocalypse, we must unite as humanity. That door behind you shuts out the hope of our fellow beings. Though I cannot see them, I can hear their cries. They are frightened. They may not yet be infected. Why can't we save those who are uninfected? This girl speaks the truth. We are compatriots. If we are infected, you will merely face more zombies." This statement stirred the emotions of those within the carriage. While they feared infection, they also worried that an increase in infected individuals would make their situation increasingly dire. Why did no one inform me earlier that the female lead is a saint? What saint? Can't you think more broadly? In the face of disaster, humanity must unite. The female lead truly understands what choices benefit humanity the most. Shu Junyue felt that the people in this carriage were likely mad, actually believing this woman's nonsense. She slowly approached the door of the third carriage when suddenly, an infected person lunged against the blood-stained glass, its eye popping out from the force of the impact. Shu Junyue gasped, quickly covering her mouth and holding her breath as she glanced at the situation in the third carriage. Good, just an old infected man, she could handle that. What does this supporting character intend to do? Oh no, this wicked woman is going to snatch the heroine's opportunity early. That zombie seems to be a researcher with a spatial ring, right? I read the original a long time ago, so I can't recall clearly. In the original, the female lead discovers this researcher zombie first, and later this supporting character, seeing how much the female lead likes the spatial ring, harbors the intention to seize it.I in short. This supporting character is truly malicious. Her life afterward is quite miserable. Watching our heroine thrive in the apocalypse makes her increasingly envious and ruthless. If this shameless person snatches the heroine's opportunity, I swear to send the director a blade. Wasn't it promised to faithfully adapt the original? The plot has barely begun, and it's already falling apart. If it weren't for the fact that this is an AI adaptation, I wouldn't even bother. Shu Junyue filtered out the irrelevant noise, her mind fixated on one thought. This old man has something invaluable for the apocalypse, as everyone decided to venture into the fifth carriage to rescue other survivors. Shu Junyue, without hesitation, took her dagger and headed for the third carriage. Though she knew the main characters had the protagonist's halo and wouldn't easily meet their end, she did not wish to be implicated. Locking the door to the third carriage, the suited old man zombie seemed to catch the scent of delectable prey and lunged eagerly toward Shu Junyue. Shu Junyue, not particularly agile, sidestepped and tripped the old infected man, viciously plunging her dagger deep into the creature's chest. That area was the zombie's weak point. If struck elsewhere, the infected would continue to rise and pursue their prey. The lower the level of the infected, the more susceptible they were to ordinary weapons piercing their chest. The old man zombie struggled briefly before falling silent. Shu Junyue carefully examined the old man's wrists. Finding them clean, where was the spatial ring? Thus, she subtly glanced at the colorful barrage of comments floating above her. Oh no, please don't look at the iron box in the corner. Shu Junyue subtly smirked, silently thanking the message that had just appeared. Feigning exhaustion, she sat down, frantically scanning her surroundings until her gaze landed on a corner, where she curiously crawled over to retrieve the iron box. What the hell? I'm about to kill someone. This is my heroine's opportunity. This shameless person. What on earth? How did the plot veer so far off course? Who is the true female lead? Don't worry, sisters, this iron box has a password. The brainless substitute definitely won't crack it. Shu Junyue, who said she couldn't do it? Looking down, she saw a 6-digit password that almost made her faint. She truly was at a loss. Leaning against the seat, she appeared to gaze vacantly at the ceiling, while in reality, she was observing the vibrant barrage of comments, hoping for a benevolent soul to reveal the code to her. That moment, a voice emerged from the carriage door. Miss Shu, what are you doing? Shu Junyue's heart skipped a beat. It was Lin Wanwan. Chapter 3. Male 3 infected. Heroine, your opportunity has been stolen by this green tea. Hurry up and eliminate her. Shu Junyue silently shoved the iron box into her backpack, which had a broken zipper, so she had to hold it in her hand. Passing by the fallen zombie, she kicked it aside. She then approached the carriage door, but Shu Junyue showed no intention of opening it. Sister Wanwan, didn't you say you couldn't see? How do you know it's me in here? Shu Junyue scrutinized Lin Wanwan, quickly catching a fleeting look of discomfort on her face. At that moment, a short girl about 1.5 meters tall jumped out and, hands on her hips, angrily confronted Shu Junyue. I told Sister Wanwan I saw you sneaking around in the third carriage. You must be up to no good. Shu Junyue immediately donned a sorrowful expression, lifting the now motionless zombie from the ground and pressing it against the glass window. Shu Junyue wore a mischievous smile, but her tone feigned innocence. I saw a wandering zombie here and thought I should deal with it to prevent it from harming anyone. It seems you've already rescued everyone over there. The short girl was startled by Shu Junyue and began to mock her with a poor tone. Do you think everyone is as cold-hearted and selfish as you? Preventing harm? You're clearly just hiding in the third carriage out of fear for your own life. Yeah. Ding Xinya remembered that it was this woman's words that allowed her family to survive in the fifth carriage, so she was quite compliant with Lin Wanwan's wishes, but her gaze towards Shu Junyue was filled with disdain. Yaya, my dear, hurry up and take down this green tea. Yaya is truly an angel in the original. She died to save the heroine. So heartbreaking. I wish they could change this part of the plot. Shu Junyue discreetly glanced towards Ding Xinya, contemplating the grim reality that among the protagonist group, at least 5 or 6 out of 10 would meet their demise. The loss of one life was of little concern to her. Lin Wanwan, her eyes vacant, seemed to unintentionally fixate on the backpack resting in Shu Junyue's palm, sensing that it contained something of great significance to her. Have you been infected? I'm asking you. A sharp voice abruptly shattered the fragile silence within the carriage, instantly revitalizing the weary passengers. No. He hasn't. A pale explanation was swiftly drowned out by the chorus of accusations. Ding Xinya recognized her mother's voice and immediately turned to run back. What on earth? Did Ding get bitten? This plot is utterly falling apart. The third male lead has been infected. Upon returning, Ding Xinya found her brother frail and lying in their mother's arms, surrounded by a circle of onlookers. Someone proposed, since he's been bitten, he will surely turn into a zombie. Why not eliminate him now? Ding Xinya, furious, grasped the speaker by the collar. How can you say that? If it weren't for my brother urging you to come forward, would he have been bitten by a zombie? I don't wish for him to be bitten either, but this is the situation we face. You must consider everyone in this carriage, right? Do you want the earlier tragedy to repeat itself? Over a dozen lives have already been lost. Indeed, young lady, one must not be selfish. Having narrowly escaped death, no one desired to relive the horrors of the past. Shu Junyue revealed a hint of cold sarcasm, turning to squat beside the researcher turned zombie, searching for a code to unlock the iron box. The 4 carriages buzzed with animated discussion, while Lin Wanwan advanced cautiously, with Gu Qianin striding nervously beside her, firmly holding her hand and frowning. Disapprovingly that, if you can't see, then don't wander around. Lin Wanwan shook her head, resolutely standing beside Ding Xinya. As she spoke, the agitated crowd fell into a sudden hush. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you're all aware that the aberrants, when bitten by zombies, do not necessarily become infected. Rather, their physical abilities may enhance. Some, like Brother Zhou, gain immense strength, while others become exceedingly swift. Hence, being bitten does not guarantee a transformation into a zombie. We could observe this gentleman a while longer. If he survives, we gain an additional ally against the zombies. Why not embrace this opportunity? Miss Lin, what do you suggest we do then? Lin Wanwan smiled gently, gesturing toward the 3 carriages behind her. What a remarkable daughter. No wonder Ding Ying is so devoted to her. Alas, the affection is unreciprocated, as her heart belongs solely to Gu. Wait, this seems far too risky. If he turns into a zombie, it is utterly irresponsible towards everyone in this carriage. Amused by the unfolding drama, Shu Junyue suddenly rose, kicking the researcher zombie beneath the seat. The force of her kick caused the decayed arm to snap off, landing outside. After completing her task, she noticed a crowd gathering at the rear carriage doors. Why is this door locked? Is someone inside? Hey, young lady, what are you doing hiding in there? Hurry out, we need you in these 3 carriages. Shu Junyue lowered her head, cursing silently. The daughter is indeed impressive. This is delightful. Let that green tea try to hide. This territory now belongs to Ding Ying. Miss Shu, is there something troubling you? Lin Wanwan inquired with genuine concern. Ding Xinya scoffed. What could she possibly be troubled by? There are still plenty of zombies in the 5th carriage. She can't stay here long. She locks the doors to these 3 or 4 carriages tight. I see this as sheer selfishness. She pales in comparison to Wanwan. No wonder Gu chose to abandon her. It was a wise decision. Shu Junyue rolled her eyes, her hand digging painfully in her thigh, unexpectedly hitting the same spot as before, causing tears to stream down her face. Turning around, with tears glistening in her eyes, she presented a pitiful visage. I have no idea what you 2 intend to do. The moment you arrived, one played the villain and the other the hero, leaving me utterly bewildered. Lin Wanwan's expression shifted slightly, her smile becoming somewhat forced, as Gu Chen protectively pulled her behind him. Shu Junyue, do not overstep. Gu finally shows a semblance of masculinity. He should protect her fiercely and deal with that green tea. If Gu wishes to redeem himself, he should retrieve the spatial ring for her. Forget the spatial ring, it seems. We are approaching Wu City. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, causing the rear compartment to topple over. Shu Junyue tumbled several times, and the iron box rolled out of her unzipped backpack. As her hand grazed a sharp edge, bright blood flowed from her skin, yet curiously, it was all absorbed by the iron box. Chapter 4. The early appearance of the great villain, the train, traversing along its tracks, came to an abrupt halt, thwarted by layers of obstacles. Shu Junyue shook her dizzy head, steadied herself, and promptly stuffed the iron box that had rolled out into her backpack. This was her lifeline for survival in the apocalyptic world. She could afford to lose anything but this. Just as her heart began to settle, a cacophony of deafening roars assailed her ears, sending chills down her spine and causing her heart to leap in her throat once more. Shu Junyue swallowed hard, slowly rising from the ground. Peering through the window, she beheld a relentless surge of zombies. A tide of grotesque flesh, interspersed with a gruesome array of entrails, trampled mercilessly by the advancing horde, a sight that churned her stomach. Even with her experience, Shu Junyue found it hard to maintain her composure. Her delicate face turned ashen. There were too many zombies. She could not remain here alone. She flung open the carriage door, only to find a man at her feet, his complexion a ghastly shade of blue. Nails blackened, mouth ravaged by sores, and signs of infection subtly emanating from him. How could he possibly still be alive, let alone transformed into an aberrant? It was sheer folly. There were only two aberrants in the entire carriage, Gu Chen and Zhou Su, highlighting the rarity of such beings. Without a moment's hesitation, Shu Junyue dragged the man into the third carriage and slammed the door shut, her resolve unwavering. Truly worthy of a malicious female antagonist, she acted decisively while everyone else was still reeling. As a mere bystander, I must say her actions were quite justified. That man was clearly on the brink of becoming a zombie. Keeping him among the others would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. From the very first episode, it struck me that the so-called heroine was excessively naive, attempting to save everyone despite her own lack of capability. Do those who call the heroine naive truly understand the story? Ding Ying had not yet turned into a zombie. Killing him preemptively is tantamount to slaying one of her own kind. Moreover, Ding Ying is merely the third male lead. How could he possibly turn into a zombie? This is off topic. In the original text, Ding Ying was just an ordinary person, able to stay within the heroine's group solely due to his intelligence. The comments fell silent as the plot veered into territory that left everyone uncertain. Shu Junyue had no time to concern herself with the barrage of comments. The zombies were drawing near, and this forsaken train was no longer a viable option. She maneuvered through the crowd to find Zhou Su and stood quietly beside him. Zhou Su glanced at Shu Junyue before turning to Gu Chen. We need to leave immediately. Where is my brother? Where is he? Ding Xinya, noticing Shu Junyue, stormed over angrily. Did you throw my brother out? Did you? Lin Wanwan interjected with concern. Ya, calm down. Miss Shu Jun. If you have hidden Yaya's brother, please tell her where he is. Shu Junyue scoffed. Did you not just attempt to force me out of the third carriage to isolate that man? Now you got your wish, yet you're still not pleased? Zhou Su frowned, clearly exasperated. In times like these, you still have the energy to argue. It seems you're not very afraid of zombies. Perhaps you should conserve your strength and focus on eliminating a few instead. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the fifth carriage crashed down, and a horde of zombies surged in. A formidable wave. Shu Junyue stumbled back a step, only to feel a force pushing her toward the throng of zombies. Having survived this apocalypse for so long, she was accustomed to such underhanded tactics, having executed similar maneuvers herself, in a swift motion. Her right hand shot back, and, with a forceful push, she sent the person behind her hurtling into the fray. Shu Junyue disregarded Ding Xinya, who was now surrounded by zombies, and instead turned to grab an emergency window-breaking hammer, shattering the train window before leaping out. Yes, her right hand met the ground. It landed on a pile of slimy entrails. There was no time to feel nauseated. The screams behind her indicated that many had already been bitten. Just as she steadied herself, she spotted a figure dashing past. Josu. Shu Junyue immediately followed his lead. Although he was not an aberrant, his speed was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. Never had she resented her lack of aberrant abilities more as she fell further behind. Guchinen swept past her, carrying Lin Wanwan on his back. Why do I feel like laughing at such a tense and thrilling scene? This serves as a reminder to accumulate virtue. She truly deserves to slow down and be devoured by the horde that Akati is utterly malicious to have pushed Ding Xinya out. It infuriates me. What did the sweet Yaya do to deserve this? Surely she hasn't really died. In the original text, the sweet angel Yaya survived until later when she died saving the heroine. Dying at the train station in Wushi would be far too soon. Enough. The plot has already crumbled beyond recognition. Ding Xinya and Ding Ying are likely done for. I'm just curious, how is this malicious female antagonist still unscathed? Perhaps she too will meet her end in the next moment. As the zombies are closing in fast, Shu Junyue's eyes flashed with defiance. The more they wished for her demise, the more determined she became to survive. I suspect this female antagonist is headed for a grim fate. I actually like her, but behind her, to the left, are swarms of zombies. Behind, to the left, that indicated the right side was clear, or at least less crowded. Shu Junyue pivoted on her heels, sprinting to the right, consciously separating herself from the main group. Though the zombies lacked intelligence, they could discern substantial prey from mere scraps. Most of them lumbered straight ahead, with only a few veering toward Shu Junyue. Her legs propelled her forward as if propelled by fire, while the zombies behind her were gaining speed, their outstretched claws almost grazing her braid. Shu Junyue felt her heart in her throat when suddenly a powerful grip lifted her off the ground, and before she could react, she was thrust into a seat. The sharp crack of gunfire rang out, swiftly dispatching the zombies. Coughing, Shu Junyue leaned over in her seat, tasting the faint metallic tang of blood in her throat. Before she could fully recover, she surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in the front of the train. Could it be that someone had come to her rescue? Turning her head, she collided with a pair of dark, indifferent eyes, framed by gold-rimmed glasses, and upon closer inspection, she noticed a teardrop-shaped mole at the corner of his right eye. The man before her was impeccably dressed in a sleek black suit, a watch adorning his wrist, and Shu Junyue's gaze dropped, revealing an expression of incredulity. He was wearing sneakers with his suit. What a peculiar fashion choice. Damn, the great villain appears so soon. What a bizarre plot twist. The malicious female antagonist and the great villain are meeting at last, two poisons colliding, a true recipe for disaster. The great villain? Shu Junyue composed her expression, silently acknowledging that a true great villain must possess a distinctive flair, as an overly conventional villain would hardly qualify. Chapter 5. The bite miss. May I inquire if you have sustained any injuries? The great villain's voice was melodious, almost unnaturally gentle. Shu Junyue regarded him with suspicion. Casting another glance at the floating comments overhead, it was evident that the villain being referred to was none other than the man before her, yet he appeared remarkably amiable, not at all like a nefarious figure. Miss? Ah! Shu Junyue realized she had been staring at his face for quite some time and hastily rolled up her sleeve, eager to reassure him. I haven't been bitten. You needn't worry, and thank you for saving me. No need for thanks. The great villain adjusted his glasses, narrowing his eyes with a smile. May I ask if you are alone? Instinctively, Shu Junyue shook her head, but soon a ludicrous thought crossed her mind, prompting her to ask, are you perhaps looking to rescue others? The great villain chuckled lightly as he settled into the seat beside her, his long legs, clad in tailored trousers, crossed casually, exuding an air of relaxation as if he were lounging in his own living room. With a smile gracing his features, he turned to Shu Junyue. Then what do you propose? Is it that this young lady does not wish to save anyone? Of course, Shu Junyue did not wish to. After all, the space ring was already in her possession. No, wait, she didn't know the password. The comments flooded the screen, yet none mentioned what the password was, only that it had been deciphered by Guchinen. It seemed she would have to approach him for the code, considering it a parting gift. After pondering for a moment, Shu Junyue nodded in agreement with the great villain. To save a life is to build a pagoda of merit. In this apocalyptic world, it was indeed necessary for kindred spirits to lend each other a hand, thus preserving a glimmer of hope for humanity. I can't help but laugh. The jaded great villain and the scheming female antagonist are actually contemplating a rescue. The malicious female antagonist may still harbor feelings for the male lead. I could assert that the great villain's intentions are anything but altruistic, that he likely aims to eliminate everyone instead. In the original text, this great villain was utterly deranged. The apocalypse was his doing, and later on, he nearly wiped out the protagonist group. That it is said that he suddenly laughed 3 times before taking his own life. Had it not been for the villain's sudden bout of madness leading to suicide, the world would have indeed come to an end, leaving no opportunity for the protagonist group to forge a new human base and advance civilization. Shu Junyue's breath caught in her throat as she subtly shifted her position. The great villain noticed her movement and inquired with concern. "Is something the matter? Are you uncomfortable in your seat?" "No, I merely wish to know how you plan to rescue others." "Rescue others? Quite simple." The more gently the arch-villain smiled, the more a shiver ran down Shu Junyue's spine. It felt as though she had just escaped the jaws of a tiger, only to plunge into a den of wolves. Just as she feared for her life, a resounding blast from a horn reverberated through the air, jolting her senses and invigorating her spirit. Terrified, Shu Junyue glanced at the arch-villain beside her, her voice faltering in her panic. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" She lunged forward to stop him from pressing the horn, but as her hand made contact, she felt a chilling sensation, akin to touching exquisite cold jade, delicate yet cool, an oddly pleasant sensation. However, Shu Junyue had no time to dwell on such feelings. Her greater fear was that this madman would attract the entire horde of zombies at the station. "Aren't we supposed to be saving lives?" The arch-villain released his grip and looked at her with feigned innocence, causing Shu Junyue to feel a surge of frustration that nearly suffocated her. Her small face turning crimson with indignation. "Is it really necessary to gamble with your life to save others? Your actions will draw every zombie at the station. There are only the 2 of us here, and I am not even an evolved being. Are you completely out of your mind?" The arch-villain stared at her in surprise, momentarily taken aback, before a glint of excitement danced in his eyes. As soon as Shu Junyue's words left her mouth, regret washed over her like a torrential flood. She had actually dared to call the arch-villain brain-dead while pointing a finger at him. "I won't come out," she stammered, retracting her hand in fear. Before she could gather her thoughts, she looked up to see a swarm of zombies approaching in the distance. "We need to go." The arch-villain grasped Shu Junyue's wrist and leaped down from the front of the train. The tracks at Wushi train station were cluttered with numerous trains, all having come to an unnatural halt due to collisions. Each train was infested with zombies, almost as if they were being delivered to this location, resulting in an unusually high concentration of the undead at the station. Yet, inexplicably, there seemed to be no zombies in close proximity to the arch-villain. Shu Junyue scrutinized the man before her, attempting to discern any traits or tools that might allow them to evade detection by the zombies. If there were indeed such means, she would need to find a way to obtain them. Just as Shu Junyue was plotting her devious scheme, a tremendous explosion erupted behind her, and an unidentified object struck her back, causing her to lose her balance and tumble against the arch-villain's back. Instinctively, her hands sought support, and rather awkwardly, they landed on the arch-villain's narrow waist, causing him to tense momentarily. Shu Junyue quickly withdrew her hands, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Sorry." Turning around, she found the ground littered with chunks of zombie remains. The arm that had struck her back belonged to one of the undead. A helpless expression crossed her face. Why was it always her misfortune? She had no desire to be in close proximity to such repugnant creatures. "Did you plant a bomb on that train? With so many zombies, what did you expect to do? Shoot them one by one?" "Well, that does make sense," she conceded, her demeanor shifting to one of increased wariness towards the man before her. Indeed, the madness was merely a fade. His meticulous mind was the real threat. Being in the company of such a person was akin to residing with a tiger. One could easily meet their demise in the next heartbeat. "Help! Help!" a voice cried out in distress, before Shu Junyue could react. The pressure on her wrist disappeared as the arch-villain dashed off to confront the zombies, embodying the role of an apocalyptic savior A few gunshots rang out, swiftly dispatching the undead, yet a woman on the ground groaned in agony. Shu Junyue looked down at the mangled leg, exposed to the bone, and turned to the arch-villain. She's been infected. Saying this, Shu Junyue drew a dagger from her waist, poised to end the woman's suffering. Wait! The arch-villain snatched the dagger from her, descending to sever the woman's leg instead. Ah! As the woman opened her mouth to scream, Shu Junyue quickly covered her lips, terrified that the sound would attract more zombies. Once the woman settled down, Shu Junyue released her grip, only to feel a sharp pain in her hand. Damn it! She bit me. Let go! The woman bit down harder in response to those words, prompting Shu Junyue to kick her soft belly in frustration. Are you insane? I saved you out of kindness, and you repay me by biting. Chapter 6. A dilemma. Moreover, the woman had already been bitten by a zombie, and Shu Junyue anxiously glanced at her bleeding hand, her mind racing with dread. Would she also succumb to becoming one of those dreadful creatures? Haha. Are you scared? Are you worried that you might turn into a zombie? You are the one responsible for my 2 children becoming monsters. This is your just dessert. Shu Junyue looked at the woman in confusion. I don't even know you. How would I know who your children are? This malicious antagonist has quite the audacity, forgetting she locked Ding Ying alone in the 3rd carriage and tossed the little angel Yaya into a horde of zombies. It's infuriating. Shu Junyue feigned a look of realization. So, she was the mother of those 2. Irritated, she snatched the dagger from the arch-villain's hand and asked, Tell me, if I chop off this hand, will I avoid becoming a zombie? Given the information circulating in the comments. The arch-villain was the primary culprit behind the apocalypse, so he must be well acquainted with the nature of these zombies. The arch-villain discerned Shu Junyue's intentions and, with a smile tinged with regret, pointed at the woman on the ground. The zombie virus spreads rapidly within the human body, almost instantaneously. Cutting off the infected area only slows the transformation. Look, this woman's resistance is already failing. Signs of infection are evident. Ding Mu's pupils began to dilate, and her face showed signs of decay, causing Shu Junyue to worry for her own fate. Hey, if I turn into a zombie, can you stitch up my flesh and sew my eyes shut to prevent my eyeballs from rolling out? Especially my stomach. I really don't want to lose consciousness only to have my intestines trampled by other zombies. The arch-villain was taken aback by her reasoning, shaking with laughter as he listened. Don't laugh. I'm serious. Rest assured, you won't become a zombie. The arch-villain stifled his laughter, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he half-squatted, gazing at the woman on the ground. You shouldn't be alone, right? Where are the others? I won't tell you. The others must be trying to escape the station, for the zombies outside were far more numerous than those within. Wushi train station, being one of the oldest, was situated in the city center, where the entrance was densely populated with zombies, leaving no room for escape. The only way to leave Wushi was via the trains here. On the verge of mutation, Ding Mu hesitated, recalling the blind Miss Lin's kindness towards her, and finally spoke. They should be at platform 2. Bang. As soon as Ding Mu finished speaking, a bullet struck her chest, leaving her motionless on the ground, her gaze fixed on the direction from which she had come, where her children were. How heartbreaking. Those who could have lived longer met their end here. What a bizarre plot twist. The Ding family of 3 has all perished, leaving the protagonist team without a beloved male character, a cheerful little angel, and a talented cook. All of this is the fault of this wicked female antagonist. A triple kill. There's no need to blame the antagonist. Wait, did you not notice that Ding Xinya attempted to push Shu Junyue first, and it was Shu Junyue who retaliated? So what? If that deceitful green tea hadn't locked Ding Ying in the 3rd carriage, Yaya wouldn't have acted out of desperation. Damn, I finally understand. You original novel fans have a problem with Shu Junyue. I haven't read the original. I've only watched the drama, and I quite like this girl. She's decisive, self-serving when needed, and fierce when required. All qualities that are advantageous in an apocalyptic world from now on. I shall be a fan of this wicked female antagonist. Anyone who disapproves of her will have to contend with me. Shu Junyue wished she could highlight this heartwarming comment in red and keep it prominently displayed above her head. But alas, her time was short. She too might soon meet her end. Ever since being bitten by Ding Mu, she began to observe the zombies at the station, noting that they were all grotesque, with few appearing complete. some missing limbs, others limping, and those with intact bodies dragging bizarrely exposed entrails that could make one wretch. She hadn't eaten for a day, so there was nothing to vomit. Shu Junyue almost engaged in self-deprecating humor, but soon realized something was amiss and quickly grabbed the arch-villain's arm. Hey, something is off about these zombies. Pray tell, what seems to be the issue? The two were standing on the overpass, and Shu Junyue pointed at the zombies below. I have experienced several small-scale zombie surges. No matter how many zombies attack in one direction, there will always be some that stray from the main group. But here, the zombies seem to be under some form of control. I remember them acting independently before, yet now they seem intent on driving something towards the exit. These zombies are strange. Chinen wore a grim expression, cautiously holding Lin Wanwan closer. Zhou Su, filled with strength but lacking understanding, questioned, "What's not right? Aren't we trying to leave? There are fewer zombies over there. We should make our move while we can. Indeed, I yearn not to linger even a moment longer in this accursed place. Had it not been for someone diverting the majority of the zombies, we would not have made it here at all. The train station is now teeming with the undead, leaving us devoid of sustenance. It is utterly insufferable for us to remain here." Lin Wanwan grasped Gu Chenin's hand, her gentle voice resonating among the crowd. Brother Gu would never speak frivolously. He must have uncovered something significant. Gu Chenin's eyes brimmed with affection as he tenderly squeezed Lin Wanwan's palm, articulating his conjecture. Earlier, he had observed that this locale was Wushi. The train station is centrally located, and being a third-tier city, its population in the heart of the city is unlikely to be sparse. The second platform was swarming with zombies, which prompted our descent, yet astonishingly, this area appears to harbor few undead. From a distance, I gazed toward the exit, and it too seemed devoid of zombies. This is decidedly unnatural. What is so unnatural about it? Those zombies lack intellect. Perhaps they have simply not wandered this way, that we must hasten. We need to find shelter and some food. After running this far, I am positively famished. Zhou Su, who had always trusted Gu Chenin's words, silently positioned himself beside him, crossing his arms and stating, "If anyone wishes to exit now, your feet are your own. You may proceed whenever you choose." Upon hearing this, many exhibited hesitation, while others secretly leaned toward leaving. The reluctance of the two formidable fighters to depart left the group in a quandary. To leave is to gamble with life and death. To stay guarantees demise. "I will go," a man with a square jaw declared, raising his hand. "Venturing out offers a sliver of hope, even if death awaits." Does staying in this train station not also spell death? Since we are fated to perish, we might as well take the risk. Who knows, fortune may favor us, and we might just escape alive. Zombies are surging at the stairway. A throng of the undead cascaded down, as if in pursuit of delectable prey, their excitement palpable. Some even tumbled down the stairs, landing at the feet of the crowd. "Be cautious." Zhou Su stepped forward, delivering a decisive punch to the chest of zombie that had just risen, resulting in blood and entrails splattering onto him. Contact with the zombie virus on the skin surface does not cause infection. However, should any wounds come into contact, infection is instantaneous. Thus, in this post-apocalyptic world, everyone wears long sleeves and trousers, and even on the hottest days, gloves adorn their hands. After dispatching one zombie, the group swiftly advanced. Gu Chen raised a hand, hoisting Lin Wanwan onto his back. As they neared the exit, still no zombies appeared, and a flicker of hope ignited within each heart, wishing against all odds that this was indeed the case. Several individuals trickled out of the exit, but Zhou Su abruptly halted, his usually composed face contorted with distress. The aberrant could level up, and so too could the zombies. For instance, Zhou Su is a level 2 power aberrant, while Gu Chenin is a level 2 comprehensive aberrant. The majority of zombies they currently face are primarily level 1 infected, yet before them stood rows upon rows of level 2 zombies. Although still decomposed, their decay was noticeably less severe than that of their level 1 counterparts. Gudog truly lives up to his title as the protagonist. He is clever, yet he has discovered this too late. Surrounded by zombies on all sides, including the level 2 ones. How has this protagonist group found themselves encircled by zombies? How did they survive in the original story? These zombies are controlled by higher-tier zombies. By eliminating those higher-tier zombies, we can escape effectively. Moreover, the Wushi train station boasts a functioning train that can take us away. As Shu Junyue observed this scene, she harbored doubts that the only intact train had already been obliterated by the nefarious antagonist before her. However, she held no concern for the fates of that scoundrel and his first love. She was far more eager to ascertain when she would experience any reaction. Having been dragged by the antagonist to the overpass for quite some time, she noticed that the bite mark on her was devoid of any putrid odor. A wave of euphoria surged within Shu Junyue. Might she not transform into a zombie? Logically, being bitten by a zombie would either lead to becoming a zombie or an aberrant. How could she be untouched by either fate? As she pondered her hand in distress, a diminutive figure clad in red silently appeared before her, with a doll-like visage, dressed in a crimson dress and black boots. Entirely bundled up, clutching a Stitch plush toy. "Sister, what are you looking at? Is there something fun in your hand? The doll wants to see too." The girl spoke each word deliberately, as if she had only recently learned to articulate. A strange sensation washed over Shu Junyue as she looked down. The child's pupils were clouded white, her fair face marred with bruises, resembling anything but a normal child. The malicious female counterpart has encountered Wushi's big boss. How delightful! Do not underestimate the doll. This child is on the verge of breaking through to level 4 as a zombie and nearly defeated the protagonist. If I could resurrect any boss from the original work, it would be the doll. She only seeks a friend to play with, for she is profoundly lonely, with only a Stitch plush for company. Shu Junyue bit her lip, realizing the zombies were not outright killing the living here. It seemed they were merely playing. She abruptly pulled the antagonist closer, her expression devoid of emotion, stating, "Find the big brother. He is kind-hearted, gentle, and benevolent, and he would surely delight in playing with you." Upon seeing the antagonist, the doll's rigid face visibly froze, her pale pupils reflecting a hint of fear. Dolls prefer to play with their kind. Shu Junyue patted the antagonist's shoulder, affirming, "You are indeed of the same kind." The antagonist chuckled softly, cruelly revealing a truth. "I have not been bitten by a zombie." Looking down coldly at the small child who barely reached his thigh, he added, "You ought to find someone else to play with." The doll shuddered, clutching Stitch, and leaped from the overpass. The descent was less graceful than anticipated, crashing onto the gravel of the tracks before slowly rising, a sight that made onlookers wince in pain. This little boss appears somewhat foolish. You mock the little boss's folly. She is now preparing to torment the protagonist group. Shu Junyue watched the little boss's retreating figure with a tinge of regret. She genuinely wished to witness how Guchen, that scoundrel, would be beaten, yet she had no desire to meet her own demise. Merely contemplating it sufficed. "Shall we go?" "Ah. Where to?" "To save people." Shu Junyue thought, is this truly the antagonist? Does he possess all his faculties? He genuinely intends to save people. The antagonist indeed kept his word, and when he said he would save people, he meant it. Together, they discovered another intact train, and as they sat in their seats, the antagonist produced a platter of fruit from somewhere. "You must be hungry. After running for so long, it is time to eat." Shu Junyue gazed at the fresh apples and pears, shamefully swallowing her saliva. But fortunately, her reason prevailed. She handed an apple to the antagonist. "You have been busy saving people. You ought to replenish your strength." Apples are indeed a good source of nutrition. Their unique aroma can alleviate stress-induced negative emotions and invigorate the mind, making them particularly beneficial for you to consume. As they engaged in a courteous exchange over a single apple. The protagonist group was desperately fleeing, the stark contrast causing the male and female leads fans to erupt in outrage. What a dreadful drama. It ought to be renamed the leisurely apocalypse life of the malicious female counterpart and the antagonist. I am genuinely furious. I shall send knives to the production team. This is a severe misrepresentation of the promotional material. It's a scam. Alas, Gu Dog and the female lead are left with scarcely a handful of survivors. Lin Wanwan let out a piercing scream as she felt someone beside her suddenly being dragged away by a zombie. The chilling sound of their cries echoing amidst the chaos, coupled with the unmistakable sound of gnashing teeth, sent shivers down spines. Zhou Su glanced at Lin Wanwan's hand, which she had just retracted. He could not be mistaken. The individual had been pushed out instinctively by Lin Wanwan. Human nature is inherently selfish. It is instinctual, and thus quite normal, though it was rather uncharacteristic of Lin Wanwan, prompting Zhou Su to observe her more intently. Chapter 8. The male version of Lin Wanwan remained oblivious to Zhou Su's discovery of her subtle actions as she clung to the man before her, choking back tears. Pleading, "Brother Gu, someone else has died. What shall we do?" Gu Qin surveyed the remaining 10 individuals, realizing that from the dozens who had escaped together, only a scant few now remained. We must search for a train that is still capable of departing Wushi. As the zombies surged toward them once more, an irate sentiment welled up within Gu Qin. He felt as though they were being toyed with, meandering aimlessly until a familiar voice resonated from nearby. Over here, it was Shu Junyue. The thunderous sound of the train in motion reverberated throughout the station, igniting a frenzy among the surrounding zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chanin led the group toward Shu Junyue's direction. Startled by the sudden commotion, Shu Junyue turned to the approaching figures and inquired, "Did you not intend to save people? Why not wait until everyone is gathered before departing?" The scene of racing toward the train, a beacon of hope for survival, was indeed a captivating spectacle. Shu Junyue secretly cursed the other party as a lunatic, yet her gaze couldn't help but wander backward, observing the individuals desperately sprinting. With a tide of despairing zombies behind them and the flicker of hope represented by the train ahead. Shu Junyue, had been on this train of hope from the very beginning, while others were still struggling along the way. She seemed to grasp the villain's wicked sense of amusement to some extent. When her gaze fell upon Gu Qin, Shu Junyue felt an itch in her feet. How she longed to kick him off the train at the very moment when others were clambering on. Just as that scoundrel Gu Qin had callously abandoned her, Shu Junyue's pupils darkened, and a searing pain shot through her palm. Instinctively, the life-preserving Shu Junyue looked down to find the wound, previously bitten, healing at a visibly rapid pace. Just as she was preoccupied with her hand, she glanced up to see Zhou Su had somehow boarded the train, pulling Lin Wanwan inside. The moment Gu Qin confirmed Lin Wanwan was unharmed, he leapt at himself, as the train speed gradually increased. Only one woman remained outside among the 10. She displayed a pleading gaze, extending her hand. "Pull me in, please." After assessing the distance, Shu Junyue realized it was beyond her capability and turned away without a backward glance. At that moment, Lin Wanwan anxiously grasped Gu Qinin's sleeve, her tone tense. "Brother Gu, please save her." Gu Qinin pressed his lips together, reluctant to disappoint Lin Wanwan. Yet the woman was indeed too far away. Even with his long limbs, he couldn't reach her. What a kind-hearted girl, unlike some, who is utterly cold-blooded. The contrast between the female lead and the supporting character is striking. One is an extreme saint, and the other is exceedingly selfish. Lin Wanwan sensed Gu Qinin's silence and, feeling disheartened, asked, "Brother Gu, do you not wish to save her?" "No, Wanwan. Let me explain." The selfish Shu Junyue couldn't help but chuckle at the barrage of comments above her, thinking that in a world teetering on the brink of collapse, one must be somewhat selfish to survive. Upon hearing laughter, Lin Wanwan turned in that direction, her anger palpable. You all stand by and do nothing. And yet someone dares to laugh. The human population dwindles. Saving one more life means one more person to fight off zombies. Shu Junyue smirked sarcastically, yet agreed. Sister Wanwan speaks the truth. But perhaps you should refrain from merely talking. Whoever speaks of saving someone should take action themselves. It's rather inappropriate for you to keep directing others without participating. Don't you think? Shu Junyue glanced at Gu Qinin, nodding. Forget it. You two are like Zhou Yu and Huang Gai. One willing to fight, the other willing to be beaten to Gu Qinin. Your first love is crying so heartbrokenly. Shouldn't you hurry to save her? Shu Junyue, Gu Qinin's eyes were not blind. He had clearly perceived the mockery in Shu Junyue's gaze. The flicker of gratitude he had felt moments ago for her voice of encouragement vanished in an instant under her scrutiny. "Ah, save me." Zhou Su glanced over, coldly stating, "The person has already been dragged away by the zombies." Closed the door immediately a survivor had been consumed by the horde, yet others continued to surge forward atop their fallen comrades. The remaining few struggled to shut the door as the train accelerated further. It seemed they had escaped from this hellish train station. Out of dozens, only this small group remained. Everyone sat on the ground, thankful to have survived another day, except for Lin Wanwan, who quietly sobbed. It's my fault I caused her demise. If I had reached out sooner, perhaps she wouldn't have died. Jiu Chin tenderly embraced her, his right hand soothing her back, murmuring, "It's not your fault, not your fault. It's all my doing. Wanwan, please stop crying. When you cry, my heart aches in sympathy." Shu Junyue felt a twinge of discomfort. The man had seemed relatively normal before meeting Lin Wanwan, yet now he appeared utterly daft in her presence. Zhou Su surveyed the surroundings, quickly realizing that Shu Junyue was the only one aboard. He turned to her and inquired, "Who is that?" Shu Junyue was willing to respond to Zhou Su, yet she truly didn't know the name of the villain. The comments above hadn't mentioned it either. The words forming on her lips morphed into, "He has called Big. Yes, just Big. Big?" Zhou Su frowned, sensing something amiss with the name, yet Shu Junyue's expression was earnest. The villain strode over with long strides, a smile gracing his lips, appearing harmless and docile. "I didn't even know I had this name." The villain extended his hand toward Zhou Su, revealing a pair of white gloves he had donned at some point. "Hello, my surname is Shun." Noting that the other party had no intention of providing a full name, Zhou Su merely acknowledged his surname. Meanwhile, Shu Junyue finally uncovered the villain's name amidst the barrage of comments. Shun Ishin. Shun Ishin, stretch out. Stretch what? A lazy stretch. This prompted Shu Junyue to recall when she had grasped the villain's waist. Even through thin fabric, she could feel the firmness beneath her touch, which was quite pleasant. As the conversation unfolded, everyone learned that it was Shun Ishin who had discovered this life-saving train, and they cast grateful glances his way. Surely everyone must be famished. Conveniently, I still have some food in my backpack. A black mountaineering backpack, half filled with provisions, elicited expressions of longing from those who had gone a day without nourishment and expended their strength. They were utterly starved, their limbs feeling weak. In contrast, Lin Wanwan, who had barely set foot outside, was currently being fed a piece of torn bread by Gu Chinen. Many felt envious, yet they were astonished that the man in a suit, who had saved their lives, was willing to share his food. Food had become one of the most critical resources in this apocalyptic world. No one would easily part with their provisions, as it was a matter of survival. Had Shu Junyue not recognized the person before her as the villain, she might have mistaken him for a male version of Lin Wanwan. Chapter 9. Has she awakened? Zhou Su declined Shin Ishin's kind offer, removing his blood-stained gloves and cautiously retrieving a small bag of bread from his pocket. "Brother Zhou, what are you doing? Leaving behind the larger bread to nibble on this. You exerted so much energy. You ought to eat more. Here, Brother Zhou, have this big loaf. There's even chocolate. That's excellent for replenishing energy." Zhou Su steadfastly shook his head, skeptical of this sudden kind stranger. Shin Ishin smiled gently. "Are you worried I might have tampered with it?" "Oh, how direct." Shu Junyue cast a glance filled with anticipation, thinking who would dare consume anything offered by the villain. "Miss Shu, why not give it a try?" Shu Junyue's amused expression froze on her face as she stared back. Pointing to herself, "Me. Aren't you hungry? It's the perfect time to eat something and replenish your strength. You expect me to just eat because you say so? That would be quite embarrassing for me." Naturally, Shu Junyue intended to refuse, but before she could open her mouth, a large piece of bread was forcibly shoved in, Shin Ishin's cold smile accompanying his long fingers as he pushed the bread entirely into her mouth, filling it to the brim. Cough, cough. "Here, have some water as well." Shu Junyue snatched the water and gulped it down, coughing a few times before finally feeling revived. This is oddly satisfying. Suddenly, the villain appears rather appealing. This way, it's as if she's dealing with him on her behalf. If he doesn't choke, then he shouldn't be given water. You fans of the female lead should stop being so delusional. I see this villain quite doting on the supporting character that I ship this couple. Shipping anything will only lead to disappointment. How could anyone ship such a villainous pairing? Doting on what? They must be blind. Shu Junyue fumed silently, casting a sharp glare at him. Thanks to Shin Ishin's actions, the previously awkward atmosphere began to ease. Mr. Shin certainly knows how to jest. Brother Zhou is just a bit cautious. He wouldn't eat anything we offer, certainly not suspecting you of foul play. With that, the man stuffed food into his mouth, feeling the long simmering pangs of hunger subside as something finally filled his empty stomach. Feeling relieved, he turned his focus to others, handing several pieces of bread to a person sitting in the corner, their back turned to the group, resting against the wall. Old Zhang, hurry and eat something. Once you're full, get some sleep. Perhaps by dawn, we'll reach the southern base. The mention of the southern base. Everyone's eyes shimmered with longing. It was said that the southern base boasted the highest walls in this apocalypse and housed numerous mutated beings. Even ordinary people could acquire resources through their own efforts, free from the fear of being bitten by zombies, without worrying about food or shelter. It was a veritable ark for humanity. Old Zhang shook his head, remaining silent. The slender man urged him again. If you don't eat quickly, who knows if there will be anything left afterwards? No, I'm not hungry this moment. How could one still claim to lack appetite? Stop fooling around. I know you're kind-hearted and want to give me your food, but I'm already full. All of this is yours at O. And here is some chocolate, your favorite. Upon seeing the chocolate, old Zhang slightly tilted his head, as if a memory of a small child holding a chocolate bar and smiling had surfaced, only for that warmth to gradually fade into coldness, eventually rotting away, leaving behind a motionless, decaying figure. Seeing old Zhang take the chocolate, the slender man finally smiled in relief. Is that old Zhang in the corner? Zhang Zhurong. I just recalled why the female protagonist found that zombie king so familiar. It turns out they had once shared a train together. Bang. Shu Junyue accidentally knocked over a cup of water, and upon realizing it, quickly set it upright. Miss Shu, you ought to be more careful. Water is a precious resource now, Lin Wanwan kindly reminded her. After the apocalypse, water sources in various places had been contaminated by the zombie virus, and until experts discovered a remedy, humanity had only bottled water at their disposal. Shu Junyue's earlier action was tantamount to squandering life itself. She shot a glance at Lin Wanwan without responding, provoking the ire of the live comments. How rude. My girl was just being considerate. She might as well die of thirst. Ironically, this female antagonist met her demise by being exposed to the sun without food or water, perishing right there. Shu Junyue's brow twitched as she carefully shielded her cup. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the corner where old Zhang leaned. She unsheathed the dagger concealed at her sleeve and approached him, directly patting his shoulder. He did not look up. Mr. Zhang, is your cup of water still sealed? May I pour a little out? Shu Junyue crouched slightly, her eyes scrutinizing the exposed skin of the man before her. Old Zhang instinctively tugged at his sleeve, avoiding her gaze, swallowing hard, his throat parched. Zhang Zhurong nodded. It's unopened. Take it. Thank you. The moment she received the bottle, Shu Junyue deliberately pulled his sleeve up, revealing smooth skin devoid of any wounds. What are you doing? He panicked, pushing Shu Junyue away, as if she had committed an egregious act, retreating several steps while cradling his arms. Shu Junyue regarded him with suspicion. There were no wounds at all, so what were those comments blabbering about? Anger flared within her as she tilted her head back, catching sight of the floating comments above her. This vicious female antagonist is truly a shameless woman. She doesn't even spare a man in his 40s. A filthy person perceives everything as dirty. I sense the female antagonist has realized something is off and intends to investigate. Oh, please, this selfish female antagonist would never check herself. She'd incite others to do so. Clearly, she won't spare even an older man. Frankly, if that female antagonist had relied on selling her body, she wouldn't have survived to the end. Shu Junyue grimaced in disdain. She felt as if the comments being made had no relation to her at all. Wait a moment, she glanced at Guqin, who was warmly engaging with Lin Wanwan, seemingly understanding something. She was the female antagonist in the drama, naturally bound to her character design, but the fact that she could see those floating comments indicated that she had awakened, no longer confined by her character. What would happen if she were discovered? Shu Junyue concealed her hands behind her back, exposing her unabashed scorn amidst the peculiar and accusatory gazes surrounding her. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? You really think anyone would be interested in you? She bent down and snatched the mineral water from him. After all, it had been taken from the main antagonist, so it didn't truly belong to him. Once Shu Junyue departed, Zhang Zhirong let out a silent sigh of relief, retreating back to the corner, rolling up his sleeves in silence. The wound he had sustained from the zombie seemed to have vanished, leaving his skin smooth, as if what he had seen earlier had merely been an illusion. No, the wound had definitely been there. How could it suddenly disappear? Zhang Zhirong racked his brain, but could not fathom it. Perhaps this meant he wouldn't have to turn into a zombie? Yes, he could not become one. He still needed to bring Chi-Chi's chocolate to the southern base. Chi-Chi missed her mother. He had to return to Nan City with the chocolate for her. Nan City was home. He must return with his daughter, as chocolate, as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Everyone fell into a deep slumber. Although Shu Junyue felt extremely fatigued, she kept her eyes wide open. Shrinking away from the crowd, her bright eyes flickered between Shun Yishan and Zhang Zhirong, the dagger hidden in her right sleeve never leaving her side. Perhaps an hour passed, and seeing that neither Shun Yishan nor Zhang Zhirong made any moves, Shu Junyue cautiously retrieved the iron box from her backpack. Moving to the window, she discovered that the lock on the iron box had somehow broken. It appeared corroded, as if by sulfuric acid. The lock's surface pitted and easy to remove. The conundrum that had plagued her for so long seemed to unravel effortlessly. Almost impatiently, she opened the box, and as soon as there was a crack, a black mass surged forth, directly entering Shu Junyue's mouth. That it was soft and cool, reminiscent of turtle jelly, sliding down her throat. Coughing, she gagged. Shu Junyue discarded the iron box and thrust her hand deep in her throat, attempting to expel whatever she had swallowed. Damn it, the comments NT warned her that the box contained anything besides the space bracelet. What is going on? Oh my gosh, I don't know what's happening. This female antagonist suddenly started gagging. Could she be pregnant? What nonsense are you spouting? The original text clearly states it's a 1v1 and both are virgins. I'm utterly baffled by you people. Shouldn't we be focusing on how this individual managed to unlock the iron box? Does the female antagonist possess such intelligence? She unlocked that password faster than the male lead did, who spent quite a while on it. Coincidentally, Shu Junyue also had no idea how the lock had broken on its own. She had been careless. Thinking the box contained a space bracelet, she had let her guard down. Rushing in, now it turned out she had swallowed who knows what. After gagging for a while, Shu Junyue expelled some bile, feeling a chilling sensation spreading throughout her body, as if a liquid significantly cooler than her body temperature was coursing through her. The previously warm night suddenly felt refreshingly cool. She sensed her body temperature plummeting, her heartbeat slowing to the point where it was barely perceptible unless one concentrated. Was she suffering from food poisoning? The commotion she caused awakened those in slumber. Some expressed concern, yet no one dared approach, uncertain whether it was a case of food poisoning or a zombie bite. Shu Junyue wiped the moisture from her lips and, upon looking up, encountered Lin Wanwan, who had just awoken. Instinctively, she cradled the fallen iron box in her arms, glancing down to find a silver, cool-to-the-touch bracelet that appeared to be made of metal, lighter than paper. The moment the bracelet emerged, Lin Wanwan instinctively turned her head, feeling that there was something of great importance to her in that area. Biting her lip, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but ask, "Miss Shu, I think I heard the sound of metal clashing. Did something hit you?" Shu Junyue stuffed the box in her backpack and stood up, saying, "My stomach hurts. I dropped something. I'm sorry for waking you all." "Shameless, shameless, shameless, shameless. My dear, that was your space. It was taken away. I can sense it. You must feel something is off. Of course it's off. Your belongings have been taken." Shu Junyue mused that this was clearly the old man's zombie belongings. It had nothing to do with the female protagonist. Since she had taken it first, it rightfully belonged to her. Have any of you seen Old Zhang? Just as the lean man finished speaking, the train entered a tunnel, plunging the carriage into darkness. Shu Junyue clenched her backpack tightly. Though she was extremely anxious, her heartbeat remained slowed in the dark carriage. Everyone could distinctly hear the low, hoarse growls, laden with oppression and violence, as if they were about to tear everything apart. Every person in the carriage understood that there were zombies among them. Shu Junyue donned the space bracelet from the iron box, which miraculously shrank to fit snugly around her wrist. A voice that had just emerged was instantly drowned out, followed by a weeping female voice. I can't find the person next to me. Gu Qinan furrowed his brow, shielding Lin Wanwan in his embrace, and spoke in a low voice. Everyone, gather together. Do not stand apart. Move towards the center. Shu Junyue hesitated for a moment before choosing to comply. In the overwhelming darkness, she accidentally bumped into a broad back, and a pleasant voice overhead cautioned, "Miss Shu, be careful." It was the main antagonist. How strange. She hadn't spoken, yet he somehow knew it was her who had collided with him. Once everyone had gathered, Gu Qinan took the lead, stating, "Let us count heads and see who has turned into a zombie." Was it even necessary to count? It was obviously that old Zhang. Shu Junyue scoffed, her tone laced with indifference and mockery. Zhou Su quickly recalled Shu Junyue's peculiar actions earlier in the day and inquired, "Why didn't you directly mention that something was off with him when you noticed? Didn't you see any wounds? If I had spoken up, wouldn't you have accused me of taking advantage of him? It's laughable, as if I would ever be interested in a man over 40. That's a thought only a fool would entertain. Why do I feel like this female antagonist is subtly mocking certain individuals? I'm dying of laughter." The slap to the face came too swiftly, like a tornado. Where did those who claimed the female antagonist was taking advantage of him go? She was merely confirming whether Zhang Zhirong had been bitten. Truly, some people have foul mouths. The malicious female antagonist. What do you truly believe she is saying? Why did she not speak up at that moment? How could there possibly be no wounds when one has turned into a zombie? Such a glaring logical fallacy. Are you all thinking with your feet? Chapter 11. The unstoppable train. The barrage of comments was tumultuous. Yet Shu Junyue found herself in a daze, realizing that these glowing red and green messages could only manifest the words, failing to illuminate the surrounding scene. She had hoped to utilize these comments to gauge the current situation, at the very least to ascertain the location of a zombie and evade it. Shu Junyue's ears perked up, sensing a subtle movement of air to her left. She inquired of the man beside her, "Zhou Su, brother Zhou, did you hear the sound of a zombie approaching?" Zhou Su's expression grew grave as he replied, "No." The space fell silent, as tranquil as a still pond. Zhou Su steeled himself, attentively observing the surroundings. Doubting her own senses upon seeing Zhou Su's lack of awareness, Shu Junyue was taken aback when a sudden scream shattered the stillness, marking the loss of yet another person among them. The sound had emanated from the very direction where she had sensed the air's movement. Shu Junyue couldn't help but pinch her own ear. Had she been altered after being bitten by that zombie? But what good would that do her? Would an altered ear assist her in combating zombies or humans? Such a trivial bodily transformation. Her previously cheerful demeanor faded instantly, as if a flickering flame had been doused by a torrential downpour. Damn it, Gu Qinan, witnessing yet another loss, felt as if their group was being toyed with by the zombie. He cursed vehemently and began assigning roles. "Brother Zhou, ensure Wanwan's safety. I will search for that creature. There's no way it can hide in such a confined space." Though the current plot deviates slightly from the original narrative, it remains largely similar. It was just as they were nearing the broken bridge that someone in the carriage became infected, resulting in numerous fatalities. No wonder it will evolve into a zombie king in the future. It seems that once infected, its level skyrockets. However, I don't recall such a bizarre scene in the book. How could neither the male lead nor Zhou Su notice each other's presence? There must be a significant disparity in their levels. Let us not forget, the zombie king is a minion of the main antagonist, and the current plot twist indicates that the villain is also aboard this train. I refuse to believe he did nothing during the day. Shu Junyue wholeheartedly agreed with this comment. She rapidly sifted through the day's information in her mind, ultimately fixating on the chocolate. The only food Zhang Zhirong consumed after boarding the train was that chocolate, but others in the carriage had also tasted it. It appeared to only affect those who had been bitten by zombies. Realizing this, Shu Junyue felt fortunate to have refrained from eating the chocolate. Otherwise, she might have met the same fate as Zhang Zhirong. Hiss, Shu Junyue quietly shifted to the left, distancing herself from the main antagonist. Shen Yixin took notice, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stated, "I will stop the train." Truly a cunning villain, a high IQ madman, who knows to halt the train first. Yet in the original narrative, this train inexplicably could not stop. The original work is merely a thrill ride. Its logic cannot be scrutinized. However, I suspect the Zombie King is behind this. In this apocalyptic world devoid of supernatural abilities, how could Zhang Zhiro, freshly turned into a zombie, exert control? It is impossible. Shu Junyue found herself engrossed in the unfolding events, while also keeping a vigilant eye on her surroundings. It soon became apparent that Guchen was utterly unable to locate Zhang Zhiro. Yet she herself could keenly sense his presence. Several times, Zhang Zhiro nearly lunged at her from behind, but refrained, instead targeting a plump man nearby. Shu Junyue recalled a child she encountered at Wushi train station who claimed they were of the same kind. So, had she become a zombie or an aberrant? Just as Shu Junyue grappled with her identity, a piercing scream reached her ears. "Brother Gu! Wanwan!" Guchen rushed over in a panic, inadvertently stepping on Lin Wanwan's calf. Just then, the train exited a tunnel, and the moonlight streamed through the windows. Lin Wanwan clutched her leg, tearfully gasping for breath. "Wanwan, I'm so sorry. It was unintentional." "Wah?" Lin Wanwan flung herself into Guchen's embrace. Sobbing, "Brother Gu, it felt like someone pushed me towards the zombies. It terrified me." Upon hearing this, Shu Junyue's forehead was adorned with question marks. Although Lin Wanwan did not name names, it was clear that she was the only one present who could have caused such a fall. Shu Junyue. After assisting Lin Wanwan, Guchen charged toward Shu Junyue, raising his hand to strike. Shu Junyue's eyes turned icy. The speed of her opponent was too swift for her to evade, and she could not withstand the force of a level 2 aberrant. However, it was not her style to simply stand there and let him strike. Slap. The simultaneous sound of 2 crisp slaps echoed throughout the carriage. Shu Junyue's left cheek swelled, while the opposite side of Guchen's face bore the same fate, transforming his handsome visage into a comical sight. His peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief as they met Shu Junyue's gaze, which held a hint of provocation. "What? Is it acceptable for you to strike while I cannot?" The atmosphere in the carriage fell abruptly silent. Even Zhou Su cast a bewildered glance. They had never witnessed such mutual slapping before, yet it was evident that Guchen had not struck with full force. Shu Junyue's face merely bore a light flush, while Guchen had received a resounding slap. You are quite something. How did I not see your true colors before? I was foolishly planning to escort you safely to the southern base." Shu Junyue smirked derisively. "Spare me your act. Look at how moved you are. You truly believe your own facade." Guchen fumed for a moment, but then his expression shifted as he found the person before him suddenly unfamiliar. The gentleness and attentiveness he had previously perceived had transformed into a rose with thorns. Gazing at her face, which bore a slight resemblance to Lin Wanwan's, Guchen felt a flicker of disdain. A substitute could never compare to the delicate kindness of Wanwan. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, a suppressed chuckle emanated from the front of the train. Shen Yishan adjusted his glasses, and upon noticing the attention, directed his way. He feigned apology, though his eyes betrayed no hint of remorse. "I apologize. I couldn't help myself. It is my first time witnessing such mutual slapping. It seems Miss Shu is indeed more adept." Guchen squinted his eyes, feeling a pang of lost masculinity, that I was merely accommodating a woman. "However, Mr. Shun, may I inquire why the train continues to move while you claim you are stopping it?" Upon sensing Guchen's attempt to divert the topic, Shen Yishan regretfully waved his hand. "I have some unfortunate news. The train cannot be stopped, and for reasons unknown." Chapter 12. The end of the show, these words sent the remaining survivors in the carriage into a frenzy. The train cannot be stopped, and the zombie could be lurking anywhere. With the numerous tunnels in the south, darkness would soon descend, and more among them would perish. I do not wish to die. Let the train slow down, and we can jump out through the windows. Shen Yishan expressed his regret. The controls are unresponsive, and the train speed is accelerating. However, I do have some good news. We may not need to search for that zombie anymore, as we are about to enter a tunnel. Instantly, the carriage was engulfed in darkness once more. This time, without Guchen's prompting, everyone instinctively clustered together. Yet they all subtly distanced themselves from Shu Junyue. It seemed they were all convinced that Shu Junyue had indeed pushed Lin Wanwan, as she was known to have a questionable past. Observing their wariness, Shu Junyue scoffed quietly, choosing to remain where she was. That moment, the main antagonist sauntered over, his tone dripping with mockery. "Oh dear. What a little pitiful creature you are, standing here all alone in such a perilous situation. Are you even human? He chuckled softly, leaning closer, his warm breath brushing against Shu Junyue's ear. If she moved even slightly, his lips would graze her ear. You feel quite cool to the touch, and your heartbeat is faint. Had I not listened closely, I would not have noticed. Between us, I seem more human. Ha ha ha. You, fueled by a mix of anger and embarrassment, Shu Junyue lifted her foot, intent on teaching him a lesson. Expecting him to dodge, she was taken aback when Shun Ishin seized her leg, squeezing it lightly as he murmured, "Not bad. The muscle in your calf has significantly strengthened since our first meeting." Shu Junyue, embarrassed and furious, struggled to reclaim her leg, silently shifting away in an attempt to distance herself from this madman. However, just a few steps away, she collided with something even colder than herself. The low growl that followed caused Shu Junyue's body to stiffen. Truly, when misfortune strikes, one can inadvertently find themselves face to face with a zombie. Holding her breath and feeling the icy temperature and slow heartbeat, she stood side by side with the creature, indeed resembling one of its kind. The zombie turned its head slowly, completely disregarding Shu Junyue as it lunged forward. Rather than cowering, Shu Junyue, emboldened, reached out and pointed to the right ahead of her through the fabric of its clothing. The zombie emitted a low growl, seemingly responding to Shu Junyue, before charging in the direction she indicated. "Brother Gu!" Lin Wanwan had yet to register what was happening when Gu Chinin shielded her behind him. Given the previous incident, Gu Chinin remained close to Lin Wanwan, and upon hearing her voice, he collided with an adversary like two fists meeting, the force so great that it sent him crashing to the ground. Gu Chin rolled a few times before regaining his stance, his right hand trembling slightly. Clearly shaken, the zombie was incredibly formidable, its level far surpassing his own. Upon hearing Lin Wanwan's voice, Gu Chinin felt a surge of panic and rushed forward. Wanwan. Before Lin Wanwan could utter another cry of despair, a cracking sound emanated from her body. It felt as though the bone in her jaw had been crushed, causing her immense pain. Tears streamed down Lin Wanwan's face as the train emerged from the tunnel. And Gu Chinin caught sight of the zombie, immediately delivering a swift kick. The zombie instinctively released its grip on the person it had been holding and took a step back. Gu Chinin refrained from pursuing further and turned to check on Lin Wanwan, who, despite her agony, pointed a trembling finger at Shu Junyue. Yes, it was her. She led the zombie to me. "Brother Gu, you must believe me. My eyesight has mutated. I can see in the dark. I clearly saw Shu Junyue bring the zombie to me. She intends to kill me. Brother Gu." Watching Lin Wanwan's breathing grow increasingly shallow, tears streamed from Gu Chinin's eyes. "No, I won't allow anything to happen to you. You cannot leave me again, Wanwan." Coughing, Lin Wanwan spat out a mouthful of blood. And amidst the astonished gazes of those around, her hand slipped from Gu Chinin's grip, lifeless. "What is happening? Am I seeing things?" "No, you're not. We might as well prepare for the end. The heroine has already perished." Is this absurd AI drama meant to be a joke? Not only did it fail to faithfully adapt the original work, but the heroine has also met her demise so early. Is this even reasonable? Could the female lead in this drama actually be the wicked supporting character? I thought she would be the one to perish, yet here we are, and she is still alive. This drama is a scam. How can anyone tolerate this? I certainly can't. Is there a group forming to send threatening letters to the production team? My girl is the heroine. How could she possibly die here? Shu Junyue was taken aback as well. She hadn't anticipated that Lin Wanwan would lack the so-called protagonist halo and be easily slaughtered by Zhang Zero. Although somewhat unexpected, her fleeting surprise dissipated quickly as Gu Chinin had entirely forsaken the lurking zombie and charged toward her. What incredible speed! Shu Junyue was unable to evade in time and found herself staring into a pair of blood-red eyes filled with rage, resentment, and anguish. He truly loved her deeply. Amused, Shu Junyue raised her right arm to block his attack. But the force was so overwhelming that her back slammed against the wall of the carriage. Surprisingly, she did not feel the anticipated pain. Instead, she stood up as if nothing had happened, though a nearby box had shattered, revealing a device displaying a countdown on its screen. Wait a moment. Zhou Su stepped forward to intercept the frenzied Gu Qin, shouting, "Wait! How come Josu never appeared so annoying before? Don't stop, Gu. Let him eliminate this vile woman that I feel like I'm going to lose my mind, just like him. What a ridiculous turn of events. Josu was unable to restrain the enraged Gu Qin. And had the train not suddenly begun to shake violently, he might have actually been killed. The relentless tremors alerted everyone to the danger, and someone glanced towards the cockpit, returning in panic. No, this is bad. We have reached the river crossing bridge, but the bridge is broken. Shu Junyue was not surprised by this revelation. She touched her undoubtedly bruised arm and gasped, I have some bad news as well. I seem to have just set off a bomb. As she spoke, Shu Junyue's gaze intentionally fell upon the main antagonist, who unexpectedly returned her look with a smile that sent chills down her spine. He was a complete madman, utterly deranged. Chapter 13. The antagonist's strength, a cloud of despair, seemed to envelop everyone present. Ahead lay an imminent broken bridge, while behind them was a bomb on the verge of explosion, along with the ever-elusive zombies. No, I don't want to die. Brother Gu, Brother Zhou, you are so capable. You must find a way to save us. Zhou Su parted his lips, preparing to speak when a figure suddenly descended from above. He narrowly avoided the attack, leaving him unable to consider anyone else. Chen glanced at Zhou Su, then at Shu Junyue, before closing his eyes and turning to assist Zhou Su in combating the zombies. Shu Junyue let out a sigh of relief as she observed a cluster of individuals huddled together in the corner, unsure of what to do. Unable to restrain herself, she rolled her eyes and exclaimed, What are you staring at? Hurry and find a hammer. If we don't break the glass, we'll just wait to die. Remaining in the same space as Gu Qin made Shu Junyue feel as though her own demise was imminent. This man was utterly infatuated. Even if Lin Wanwan were not indirectly responsible for her death, she was certain that Gu Qin would believe anything Lin Wanwan said. Zhou Su and Gu Qin engaged in battle with the zombies. The rest searched frantically for an emergency hammer to shatter the windows. The countdown of the bomb echoed increasingly loudly, almost as if it were whispering reminders to everyone that they could soon meet their doom here. Shu Junyue furrowed her brows in irritation. When she was in a foul mood, her courage was often amplified. Rolling up her sleeves, she seized the antagonist's collar without hesitation and pushed him into the cockpit, forcing him against the chair. You can't possibly leave yourself without an escape route. Where is the hammer? Shin did not answer directly, but instead posed a different question, affirming. Do you know me? Shu Junyue's eyes flickered momentarily, but she concealed her surprise well, exerting more force to press him down, causing a thud against the backrest. Wow. What a diversion. The antagonist is surprisingly strong. It's evident he possesses considerable strength. I hope the supporting character can demonstrate just how formidable the antagonist truly is. The comments are turning absurd. I hope you are merely referring to strength. As Shu Junyue observed the bewildered and confused expression on the antagonist's face, her ears flushed slightly red. Feeling both embarrassed and furious, she tightened her grip and retorted, Stop being so self-absorbed. Who knows you? You found this train, and it's filled with food and bombs, if it's not your handiwork. Then whose could it be? Ah, you're quite clever. While others may panic, once they calm down, they will easily deduce it was you. I advise you to tell me where the hammer is. Shin narrowed his eyes. Smiling, T.S. gone. How could such a thing be left on the train? Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun. You, scrutinizing the antagonist's expression, Shu Junyue was certain he was not jesting. There truly was no emergency hammer on the train. The glass in Z Country's windows was of exceptionally high quality, and she wondered if even a second-level power mutant could shatter it. If Zhou Su couldn't break it, they would either drown or be blown up by the bomb. Releasing her grip, Shu Junyue resolutely chose to stay close to the antagonist. She did not believe he would leave himself without any escape route. Shin recognized her intentions, but merely smiled in response. Meanwhile, Zhou Su and Gu Qin were being thoroughly overwhelmed by the zombies. Yet it seemed the zombies were toying with them. They could have quickly dispatched the two, but chose to maintain a state of suppression instead. Brother Gu, Brother Zhou, what should we do? It feels like the original work wasn't this difficult. My goodness, how do we survive? Can someone please tell me? Is the bomb real or fake? The antagonist is right here in the carriage. It shouldn't be a genuine threat, right? As a loyal fan of Shun Ishin who has read the original work, I must say that guy is a lunatic. How could he possibly place a fake bomb in the carriage? It has to be as real as it gets. So how do we proceed? Is the plan to conclude the story prematurely? The male third and his family have perished. Now, even the heroine has met her end. I fear the male lead, and Su will also meet the same fate. Shu Junyue observed the barrage of comments on the screen, realizing they were utterly unhelpful. Not a single person had offered a solution. One mind is limited, but a multitude of minds can surely contribute something useful. A second-level power mutant cannot shatter this glass, as explicitly mentioned in the original work to showcase Z country's superior manufacturing. Although I find this setting unreasonable, it's a feel-good story. Overthinking logic detracts from the enjoyment. Furthermore, there is a setting indicating that the transition from level 3 to level 4 marks a significant threshold. Surpassing level 3 to reach level 4 means breaking this train's glass would pose no challenge. You mentioned level 4, but currently the highest levels belong to the male lead and Su, both of whom are still at level 2. The male lead, being enhanced all over, levels up slowly but can challenge beyond his rank, albeit not to level 4. Shu Junyue's eyes brightened. While the scoundrel and Su were not at that level. The zombie clearly was. She was nearly certain the zombie was under the antagonist's control. Otherwise, by instinct, it would have slaughtered everyone in one fell swoop instead of playfully toying with them. Shu Junyue rushed forward, calling out to Su, "Brother Zhou, lure the zombie to smash the train window." Although Su possessed the greatest strength among them, he was not particularly dim-witted. Quickly grasping that the others had not found Hammer, he immediately set about executing Shu Junyue's plan. Beside her, Shun Yishin adjusted his glasses, the mirth in his eyes failing to reach their depths. Having ventured out, the only intriguing presence he encountered warranted thorough examination. Unbeknownst to her, Shu Junyue was under the scrutiny of the grand antagonist, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of breaking the train window to escape before it plunged into the river. She had no desire to linger in this cursed place for even a moment longer. The sounds of the train's movement intertwined with the ominous ticking of a countdown bomb, and all eyes were fixated on Gu, Chen, and Su. Each breath held in trepidation, as every life in that instant seemed inexorably linked to a single zombie. Shu Junyue glanced at the bomb she had dislodged, the timer showing a mere 50 seconds. Observing the oblivious zombie, a look of anxiety crossed her face, with a determined grit of her teeth. She surged forward, having already been bitten, her species now an ambiguous notion. As she rushed forward, the train car emitted a shrill sound, and the terrified onlookers realized they appeared to be airborne. The train had derailed. Time seemed to decelerate, leaving everyone's minds blank, and by the time they regained their senses, they were submerged along with the train in the flowing river, torrents of water rushing in through the gaps in the carriage at a visible pace. Chapter 14. The disappearing barrage. As the water reached thigh level, a petite girl could only stand atop a seat to elevate her stature, helplessly gazing at the rising water level, in such a confined space. The encroaching water posed the greatest threat to those of shorter stature. Normally, one might encounter a kind soul willing to assist, but now, everyone was solely concerned with their own survival. Shu Junyue felt she could no longer remain idle. She did not wish to perish. She had yet to experience enough of life, even in this uncertain apocalypse. Lowering her gaze to the bomb, ticking down to 25 seconds, an overwhelming instinct for survival propelled her to confront the zombie. Naturally, she was no match for it. In mere moments, she was slammed against the train window, now inverted, and as she shook her head to clear her thoughts, she raised her right hand, wielding a spatial ring, and struck forcefully at the corners of the window. The barrage indicated that, per the original story, only a level 4 mutator could shatter the glass, yet it made no mention of other tools being ineffective. Ignoring the pain in her hand, she struck repeatedly until, to her astonishment, she created a breach. Quickly, she moved to another corner and continued her assault. Cracks began to spiderweb across the glass, and with a powerful kick, she shattered it completely. Su, noticing the commotion, looked at Shu Junyue in disbelief. He had tried to break it himself, yet the glass had remained unyielding. Why could she succeed? With urgency in the air, he had no time to ponder. As the window shattered, the river water surged in, instantly converting the carriage into a waterlogged tomb, merging entirely with the great river. I can't swim. Help! Help! Shu Junyue ignored those behind her, including the well-meaning Zhou Su, for the bomb was about to explode, leaving no room for hesitation. Jiu Qin embraced Lin Wanwan and immediately bolted for safety. Shu Junyue had no idea how many managed to escape. She had not swum far when a tremendous explosion reverberated behind her. The train, once a symbol of hope, had become another avenue of death, entombing most within it. In the apocalypse, death was an all-too-common occurrence. Shu Junyue felt no emotional upheaval. She needed to flee before Gu Chinin discovered her presence. Desperately, she swam towards the shore, hoping that the river here was in the wilderness, devoid of zombies in the city. Countless undead lurked beneath the waters, enough to send chills down one's spine. Just as she allowed herself a moment of relief, a searing pain shot through her neck, and her vision faded to black. I can no longer predict the ensuing plot. It seems the grand antagonist has been interested in the female supporting character from the outset, and has even taken her away. At this point, I am not concerned about that supporting character. I only wish to know if my heroine is truly dead. I refuse to believe it. Today is not April Fool's Day. Do not toy with me like this. She is certainly dead. Just look at how the male lead is crying. Gu Qin emerged from the water, cradling the lifeless Lin Wanwan, his eyes bloodshot, filled with disbelief, murmuring, "This is impossible. How could this happen?" "Wanwan, please respond to me." Zhou Su squeezed Gu Qinin's shoulder, sighing, "My condolences." "Condolences? I finally regained the one I lost only to fail in protecting her. I will not spare the one who caused her death. Nor Shu Junyue. Regardless of where they hide, I will hunt them down and sever their heads as an offering to Wanwan." Zhou Su shook his head, uncertain if Gu Qinin would still possess the resolve to act against a face resembling Lin Wanwan's when the time came. It was evident that he was not the only one sharing this sentiment. "Gu dog, you better be able to follow through. Don't falter when you see that green tea's face. Forget it. Relying on a scoundrel seeking a substitute is futile. We might as well pressure the production team to reconsider the script. Perhaps we can salvage the narrative and prevent it from collapsing further." I actually think this chaos is rather enjoyable. I can't predict where the plot is headed, making it quite thrilling. Enjoyable. This is nothing short of a scam. Is anyone gathering a group to pressure the production team? I am. "Boss, what should we do?" Many people are demanding an explanation for the direction of the plot. The middle-aged man with a round face scowled, slamming his fists angrily on the table. "Explanation? What can I do? This project was fine during testing, yet upon release, it spiraled out of control. Boss, when we promoted it, we claimed it was a 100 faithful adaptation of the original. The reality is that it has diverged drastically." The boss smacked an employee on the head in frustration. "Do you think I'm blind? We cannot admit it's our fault. Release a statement claiming we're fully adhering to the original character designs. After all, the only thing that remains intact is the character design. Detail our technology, explaining that we set the characters' personalities, while the specific plot direction depends entirely on the characters themselves, that we cannot control that. This way, we can also commend the high degree of freedom in our technology." The employees were left dumbfounded, marveling at how someone could fabricate such an excuse. Seeing their stunned expressions, the boss bellowed, "What are you staring at? Do you expect me to write the announcement myself?" "And no, I'll take care of it right away." The boss, his hefty body trembling with anger, paused to catch his breath, his beady eyes darting as he cradled his belly. "No, I need to go see for myself. The plot has gone awry. Something must have gone wrong." Shu Junyue slept deeply, yet felt an acute sense of awareness, as if a stranger was pacing beside her, muttering indistinctly. It was an unsettling state of vulnerability, and she struggled to open her eyes, her head pounding. The moment she did, panic surged through her. Where were the barges? The messages that had once floated above her head had vanished entirely, leaving her disoriented. "Easy now. You should continue to rest," a deep, melodious voice whispered in her ear. It was the grand antagonist, holding a syringe, slowly injecting its contents into her body. Shu Junyue's eyelids grew heavier, and against her will, she succumbed once more to darkness. Chapter 15. Captivity. What is the grand antagonist doing to this supporting character? They even cut open her wrist. Cutting what wrist? Why not go higher and slice this wretched woman's throat instead? If you're a fan of the female lead and don't want to watch, then don't. It's just a show. Besides, it was clearly that zombie who killed her. How can you blame the supporting character? Did you even watch the show? The female lead stated that the supporting character led the zombie to her. Oh, come on. The supporting character is so impressive. She was a distance away from the female lead that it's not like she is commanding the future zombie king or the zombies that even the male lead and Su struggle against. Does that logic even hold up? Everyone says the supporting character is a green tea type. I feel the female lead fits that description better. She clearly sees everything yet pretends to be blind. How could a blind person survive in the apocalypse? It must have all been an act. This was a point the female lead fans could not refute, especially since Lin Wanwan had spoken those words before her demise. However, crafting arguments in defense of the female lead was not a daunting task. Thus, when Shu Junyue awoke from her stupor and saw the lively barrage above her, she was nearly moved to tears. Without those messages, her life in the apocalypse felt devoid of purpose. She vowed never to disdain those distractions again. The supporting character has awakened. Indeed. Quickly tell her where she currently is. Will the supporting character be terrified to learn that she has become an experiment for the grand antagonist? Though I am equally clueless about what experiments the antagonist is conducting on her. Shu Junyue immediately raised her hand, relieved to find that the spatial bracelet she had picked up was still there. This was crucial for her future survival in the apocalypse, leaving no room for even the slightest loss. The zombie holding the spatial bracelet was a researcher clad in a white lab coat. The arch-villain, having gleaned information from her comments, learned that this individual had worked at a highly classified research facility before the apocalypse, seemingly involved in a project related to the zombie virus. She was uncertain whether the researcher with the spatial bracelet was a colleague of the arch-villain. Shu Junyue always entertained the worst possibilities, leaning towards the notion that the villain had come to Wu City specifically for this spatial bracelet. However, it seemed that the opponent was unafraid of zombies and could procure resources effortlessly, rendering the bracelet unnecessary. What could it be? After pondering for a while, she recalled that strange substance resembling turtle jelly. Could that be it? What on earth was it? The comments flashing by offered no clarity. Having just regained consciousness, Shu Junyue felt overwhelmed by thoughts, leading to dizziness and a grumbling stomach. Hunger often brought about lightheadedness and stomachaches. Dragging her heavy body off the bed, she surveyed her surroundings. It was an exceedingly cold room, devoid of windows, with cold-toned lighting, resembling a morgue. After scanning the area, she found no apparent door, making her feel as though she were trapped in an oversized iron box. What kind of place is this, with no doors? Shu Junyue found it hard to believe, and upon looking up, she spotted a white surveillance camera, prompting her to wave at it. Where is everyone? Is anyone there? I am starving. I feel like I might die of hunger. Shin Ishin donned a white lab coat, his golden-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His long, slender fingers adjusted the glasses with a casual smile. He sat leisurely in a chair, observing the monitor that displayed Shu Junyue waving her hands. After a moment, his thin lips parted to utter two words. So foolish. Ha, Shu Junyue, the arch-villain just called you foolish. With such a regal and beautiful face, how can the arch-villain dare to call her foolish? What a tasteless remark. Indeed, what a tasteless remark. Shu Junyue exhaled, scanning her surroundings for something to throw at the camera, deliberately avoiding hitting the lens, merely intending to intimidate. After a while of throwing, she realized her strength had seemingly increased significantly. The iron object she had picked up felt surprisingly light in her hand. She stood on her toes, sensing a newfound lightness in her body, as if she could sprint 800 meters in one breath. It appeared that her bodily functions had been enhanced, though she was unsure whether it was due to being bitten by a zombie or that jelly-like substance. Regardless, one thing was clear. She was famished, feeling as though her stomach were completely empty, and she desperately needed food. Since the arch-villain ignored her, Shu Junyue resolved to find a way out herself. Fortunately, with the comments providing guidance, she needed not rely solely on her own wits. The door was a hidden one, seamlessly blending with the wall and requiring a password for access. Observing the wall, she spotted a section that could be opened. Pushing it revealed a keypad. Shu Junyue's face darkened. Not another password. With a decisive slap, she closed the cover and, hands on her hips, shouted at the camera. If you don't open the door, I'll smash all your precious equipment. Surely, the researcher must care deeply about their experimental apparatus. She was confident that the arch-villain would comply, but to her surprise, the arch-villain's mocking voice resonated from the camera. Feel free to smash away. I have plenty of such equipment here. If you break one, there's always another, and another after that. Fuming, Shu Junyue retorted, Are you insane? Why are you keeping me here? I don't know you, and you don't know me. What is the point of this? The arch-villain did not respond, silencing the microphone and pushing his chair away. Shu Junyue thought he would only keep her for a short while, but that short while extended into several days. Without water or food, she eventually succumbed to exhaustion, her breathing shallow, her body slumped in a corner like a corpse. The comments reflected that many genuinely believed she had perished, with some popping champagne, while others expressed concern. Shutting her eyes, Shu Junyue discovered that even with her eyes closed, she could still see the comments since waking up. She longed to tell those who cared about her that she was still alive, but her body was utterly drained of strength, her mouth parched, and her stomach hollow. She had lost track of how many days it had been since she last ate. In this cold room, aside from the frigid bed and instruments, there was nothing else. She didn't even have the luxury of gnawing on tree bark. She had attempted to unlock the door, only to find it also required a fingerprint, which extinguished any hope of escaping. Logically, after so many days, one would have starved to death, yet her body seemed to have activated some form of self-preservation. Akin to a corpse, if placed among the dead, one might not even notice she was still alive, starving, so very hungry. Internally, Shu Junyue cursed the arch-villain countless times when suddenly, Shun Ishin, leisurely opening the door, sneezed violently. Chapter 16. Vegetable and lean meat porridge. For the past few days, his sneezing had been incessant. He initially thought it was due to the air conditioning in the lab being too cold, but upon checking, it was set to a reasonable 26 degrees, suitable for human comfort. If it wasn't the air conditioning, then it must be that woman cursing him in her mind. Shun Ishin opened the door, gazing at the pitiful figure in the corner, much like the green plants in the lab that languished without sunlight, gradually wilting and devoid of vitality. Shu Junyue, caught in a semi-conscious state, heard footsteps approaching and recognized it was the arch-villain entering. She sensed him squatting down near her, warm fingers pressing against her pulse, seemingly confirming whether she was alive. Miss Shu, how long do you think you can last without food and water? Shun Ishin retrieved a steel pen from his lab coat pocket, deftly twisting it in his elegant fingers before uncapping it. With his left hand, he held a clipboard, upon which rested a sheet of paper, the scratching sound of the pen against the paper echoing in her ears, almost lulling her into unconsciousness. Her heartbeat, pulse, breathing, and blood pressure were all exceedingly weak, far below normal levels. Yet, she was still alive. After completing his notes, Shun Ishin noted that Shu Junyue still offered no response. He concluded that she was nearing the limits of her bodily functions. Without sustenance, it would soon transition from a state of feigned death to actual death. He set down his items, returned the pen to his pocket, and picked up the seemingly lifeless Shu Junyue, cradling her in his arms. Her lightweight body resembled a leaf floating on a pond. Shun Ishin instinctively jostled her slightly, causing the weak Shu Junyue to feel the acidic contents of her stomach churn. The girl instinctively murmured a few sounds, seemingly displeased with Shun Ishin's movements, that he chuckled softly, striding out of the small room. The entire laboratory, aside from Shun Ishin and Shu Junyue, was devoid of life. The cooking was handled by a robot, short in stature, about 1.30 meters or 40, with a large, round head. Upon seeing Shun Ishin approach, its screen transformed into a smiling face. Mr. Shun, the vegetable and lean meat porridge you requested is ready. I made sure to cook it thoroughly, just as you asked. The robot's voice resembled that of a child, leaving one to wonder if it was the arch-villain's twisted sense of humor, akin to exploiting child labor. Shun Ishin glanced at the bowl of porridge placed on the dining table with satisfaction, patting the robot's rounded head, expressing a faint smile. Thank you. S06. Though Shu Junyue remained in a state of feigned death, her spirit was still alert. She sensed the man holding her, not gently placing her on a hard chair. Soon after, a steaming iron spoon was poised at her lips, after 7 days of hunger. Shu Junyue's response was somewhat delayed. She did not immediately open her mouth, The arch-villain's teasing voice broke the silence. If you don't eat, I wouldn't mind testing how long you can survive without food and water. Startled, Shu Junyue instinctively shuddered, her mouth opening to slurp in a mouthful of porridge. The porridge was thick, the meat tenderly stewed, slipping down her throat almost effortlessly, the long-lost food rekindling a warm sensation in her stomach, making her feel alive once more. Although she had eaten, her body still felt weak, and the arch-villain continued to feed her spoon by spoon. To any onlooker unaware of the truth, it might seem like a tender and intimate scene. In reality, Shu Junyue's current state was entirely due to this man before her. Even while feeding her porridge, Shun Ishin remained diligent in his documentation, ultimately noting on the blank page, July 9th. 3055, overcast weather. The experimental subject has managed to preserve life through a state of feigned death. 200g of vegetable and lean meat porridge can effectively revive bodily functions. Perhaps next time, we could try a smaller amount. Shu Junyue, initially moving her fingers resting on her thigh, felt a modicum of strength and suddenly opened her eyes, kicking her foot against the arch-villain's shoulder. Shun Ishin, half squatting, found his center of gravity disrupted. Landing unceremoniously on the floor, his left hand still clutching the small bowl. Witnessing his disarray, Shu Junyue exhaled with unexpected satisfaction. Yet the arch-villain showed no signs of anger. Instead, he chuckled. Not bad. You still have some strength. Shu Junyue's lips twitched momentarily, deciding not to engage with this madman. With a cold snort, she turned her head to survey her surroundings. This room embodies an icy, minimalist decor, with an expansive space housing only a cooking cabinet, while the remainder consists of a long table, devoid of any windows. Shun Ishin appeared to discern Shu Junyue's intentions. He rose, brushed off non-existent dust from his attire, and spoke in an exceedingly languid tone. Do not entertain such thoughts. Every door here requires both a password and my fingerprint to unlock. Even if you manage to escape, that individual surnamed Gu will pursue you to the ends of the earth. How I wish the female supporting character could see my message. Please do not venture outside. Though the antagonist is somewhat unhinged, he is unlikely to truly kill her. If she steps out, the male lead will undoubtedly slay her. The current male lead has completely succumbed to darkness, and his level of mutation has escalated to Tier 3. Within just a few days, he has firmly established himself in the southern base, disseminating news of Shu Junyue. Should she appear in any gathering of humans, she will be relentlessly hunted. I feel quite sorry for the female supporting character. On the train, it was pitch black, and aside from the female lead's claims that it was Shu Junyue's doing, there was no other evidence. Frankly, I lean towards believing that the female lead sought to frame the supporting character in her final moments, considering she had been the girlfriend of the man she adored for several months. There's no way that didn't leave a bitter taste in her heart. How could that be possible? You all described the female lead as a saint. How could she engage in such wrongful accusations? There exists a distinction between genuine and feigned saintliness. Perhaps there's a detail you've overlooked. During the escape at Wushi train station, that so-called blind female goose subtly pushed someone, leading to them being caught by zombies. You supporters of the female supporting character should refrain from casting baseless aspersions. When it comes to pushing others, who has done it more than Shu Junyue? We supporters of the female supporting character openly acknowledge it. She too admits, I in the apocalypse if one wishes to survive. They must allow others to take their place. Shu Junyue fell silent upon reading this statement, her memories of the world before the apocalypse becoming increasingly hazy. She vaguely recalled that at the onset of the apocalypse, she had hoped for everyone's survival, only to be betrayed by her closest friend, resulting in her being cast into a horde of zombies. Had it not been for Gu Chenin's timely rescue, she would have perished long ago. Shu Junyue raised her hand to touch her own cheek, paused in contemplation, and quietly inquired of the antagonist, Hey, do you think I truly resemble that Lin Wanwan? Shun Ishin scrutinized Shu Junyue's face for a moment before responding with a hint of confusion. Lin Wanwan? Who is that? Shu Junyue. Suppressing her exasperation, she patiently described Lin Wanwan's features. She is the unseen girl who's been following Gu Chenin around, with long, black hair and dressed entirely in white. A remarkably beautiful girl. Shun Ishin nodded, pulled out a chair to sit, and before indulging in his lunch, casually replied, "Sorry, I don't recall what her face looks like." He typically did not spare much attention for those he deemed unimportant. His recollection of Guchinen was merely due to the latter's rare status as a fully mutated individual. After the apocalypse, those infected with the zombie virus either became zombies themselves or managed to survive, with any part of their body gaining enhancement. Some could hear sounds from tens of kilometers away, while others could see far-off objects, even tiny bacteria and dust. However, if these abilities were not utilized properly, they merely represented a rather futile transformation. The most advantageous mutations were muscular, denoting strength, or in the legs, indicating speed. The rarest was a complete body mutation. As long as one could survive, their mutation level would increase, potentially turning them into a humanoid weapon in the later stages. Shen Yishin suddenly regretted bringing only Shu Junyue back with him. If given the chance, Guchen would also be a subject worthy of investigation. Nevertheless, he could always create countless replicas of Guchen. Shu Junyue instinctively shivered, feeling an unsettling chill down her spine, as though someone were keeping an eye on her. Shen Yishin lifted his gaze, a hint of suspicion in his expression. Cold? That shouldn't be the case. The body temperature of an average adult corpse, in a typical room temperature environment, would range between 16 to 18 degrees Celsius, declining approximately 1 degree each hour for the first 10 hours, after which the rate of decline slows. After around 24 hours, the corpse's temperature would be nearly equal to that of the surrounding environment, while a normal human's body temperature remains constant between 36 to 37 degrees Celsius. The air conditioning in here is set to 26 degrees. Your body temperature seems to have stabilized around 25 degrees, so you shouldn't feel cold. What are you saying? Shu Junyue exclaimed in terror as she touched her exposed skin, feeling nothing. Thus, she boldly straightened up and leaned toward the antagonist, placing her hand directly on his neck. It was warm and full of vitality, in stark contrast to her own neck, which felt neither cold nor hot. Shu Junyue realized that the antagonist's earlier claim of being more human-like might indeed hold some truth. What normal person's body temperature could be 25 degrees? Although she had sensed something amiss since consuming that herbal jelly, she had never anticipated her body temperature would drop to such a degree. If it continued to plummet, she would undoubtedly resemble a corpse. Shen Yishin elegantly set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth, remarking, "It seems you truly are unaware. I assumed you cherished that iron box so dearly." Thinking you were sent from the southern base, Shu Junyue discovered that her perceived greatest secret was rendered transparent in front of this man. The iron box was spoils of war. After all, the old man zombie had been slain by her, and thus, his belongings rightfully belonged to her. What a pity that Professor Chun had so easily met his demise when that old man was with her. His demeanor was exceptionally sincere, yet the moment she stepped out, he absconded with her research results. At this point, Shen Yishin narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glimmer flashing within his dark irises, his thin lips pressed together, a clear indication of his displeasure. "What were your research results?" Shen Yishin turned to meet Shu Junyue's gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. "All of them. However, they're now all yours, as long as you cooperate with my research during this period. I will eventually let you go." With that, Shen Yishin discarded the untouched seafood noodles on the table and strode away. "I'm utterly bewildered. Isn't there only a spatial ring within that iron box? Why does our conversation imply there's more than one? Can someone from the original text clarify?" The original text supporters have arrived to inform you that they also do not know. I only found out just now that the spatial ring apparently belongs to the antagonist. Sigh. As an original text supporter, I'm lost regarding the subsequent developments. Whatever, I'll treat it as a new drama. I'm worried this show might get reported and taken down by the female lead's fans. That's impossible. This is the first AI drama released by the Federation, which holds significant importance, as it pertains to the future integration of virtual reality into real life. The Federation government takes this very seriously. A mere handful of female lead fans cannot stir up any trouble. Shu Junyue stared blankly at the barrage of comments for a moment. Then, retracting her gaze, noticed the silent 06, who trembled as he approached, seemingly ready to dispose of the seafood noodles on the table. Shu Junyue's eyes widened in shock. This was seafood. Seafood. In this apocalypse, food has become increasingly scarce over time, and yet this little fellow was about to throw it away. What an egregious waste, feeling a pang of regret. Shu Junyue rushed forward to stop the little iron lump. Wait, I want to eat that seafood noodles. S06 displayed a troubled expression, its mechanical voice chiming. But this belongs to Mr. Shun. It was S06 oversight. Forgetting that Mr. Shun dislikes octopus, 06 was not an exceptionally successful robot, often malfunctioning. Yet due to an unforeseen incident, Shun Ishin chose not to dismantle S06. Octopus is delicious. If possible, I would love to try octopus balls. Spicy stir-fried octopus, grilled octopus, and octopus hot pot next time. S06, dispose of all the octopus in the warehouse. The cold voice of the antagonist echoed from the camera, yet Shu Junyue could detect the underlying anger within. She found it rather puzzling. Why be angry over something so trivial? Just because he disliked octopus, he should deny others the enjoyment of it. Hearing Shun Ishin's voice, the little iron lump's round head shifted to an anxious expression. I apologize, Mr. Shun. Next time I will remind Mr. Zhou not to bring octopus anymore. 06 prepared to take away the seafood noodles. Shu Junyue stood up, leveraging her height to raise the bowl of noodles above her head. S06, you've worked hard to make this. Throwing it away would be such a waste. I'll eat it instead. By the way, aren't you going to clear out the octopus in the warehouse? Perfect. I have nothing else to do. So I'll help you with that. S06 quickly checked its system and found that Shun Ishin had not prohibited Shu Junyue from going to the warehouse, replying, S06 is a robot and cannot feel fatigue. But I'm very grateful that Miss Shu will accompany S06 to the warehouse. Chapter 18. The rigorous space, Shu Junyue nearly choked on her soup midway through, as she had not genuinely intended to assist. The sincerity of this little robot made her feel rather ungrateful. Nevertheless, failing to inspect the antagonist's warehouse would be sheer folly. She would be a fool not to. Shu Junyue quickly devoured the flavorful seafood noodles. And after S06 took the bowl to the dishwasher, it began dragging out several large boxes, opening the door to the kitchen and dining area. Shu Junyue gazed at the iron contraption as it unlocked the door. Resenting her inability to alter its programming, perhaps then she could escape this place through the robot. The malevolent antagonist subjected her to experiments, claiming he would eventually release her. Yet Shu Junyue held no belief in such promises. What if she perished during the experimentation, her corpse simply discarded as a means of release? She was determined to flee this cursed location at the earliest opportunity. But before doing so, she resolved to extract as much benefit from the antagonist as possible. After enduring hunger for so many days, she was unwilling to depart without claiming a piece of flesh from him. Yes, she walked down the interminable corridor, devoid of windows and only illuminated by the overhead ventilation ducts. Shu Junyue surmised that this place was indeed constructed underground. She rapped her knuckles against the wall. It was solid. 06 turned to face Shu Junyue, speaking earnestly. Miss Shu, do not harbor thoughts of escape. No one has ever survived leaving the underground laboratory. Even if one did, death would soon follow. Shu Junyue silently withdrew her hand, eyeing the rotund head of the robot. Her hand itched, and without restraint. She struck its crown, scoffing, there are no zombies here, and food is provided. Why would I run? It was unclear whether this remark was directed at the iron contraption or the antagonist. The pair, one human and one machine, proceeded to the corridor's end, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Shu Junyue dared not contemplate the vastness of this place. Upon descending the staircase, they were met with another lengthy corridor lined with innumerable rooms. The iron contraption promptly opened the first door on the right. Inside lay a cold storage room of no less than 120 square meters, filled with shelves brimming with food and water, a staggering variety that left her in awe. Despite the abundance, the entire cold storage exuded an air of immaculate cleanliness. Were there vegetables, too? Shu Junyue's eyes widened at the sight of the fresh produce. Aside from the dehydrated vegetables found in instant noodles, she had not encountered such vibrant greens in ages. Seizing the opportunity while S06 was distracted, she attempted to place her hand on the vegetables, wishing to store them in her spatial ring. But to her dismay, there was no response. Wasn't it supposed to work with the spatial ring? Why was there no reaction? Could it be that her movements were incorrect? She tried various gestures, including delicate hand positions, even whispering, "Collect." Ha! This is hilarious. The female antagonist has such a commanding presence, yet engages in such adorably Navi antics. Oh dear, this is infuriating. What does she want to collect? Besides placing her hand on it, she must also mentally recite the name of the item. After all, if she doesn't specify, the spatial ring won't know what she desires. Clearing her throat, Shu Junyue attempted to internally chant the word vegetables, only to find the produce remained peacefully on the shelf. She cautiously glanced at the comments, stating, "Collect vegetables." Wrong, wrong. You need to specify the type. Like oil wheat, it must be precise. When the original author wrote this, I thought this golden finger might have some flaws, but now that I know, it was developed by the antagonist. The mystery is solved. Researchers tend to be somewhat meticulous. Shu Junyue couldn't help but scoff internally. Was this meticulousness? How could someone like her, raised in the city and never having visited the countryside, recognize so many names of vegetables? On this row of shelves, she was unfamiliar with more than half of the vegetables. The few she could identify were thanks to her fondness for food shows. Gathering all the vegetables she recognized, Shu Junyue placed them into her spatial ring, only to discover that simply resting her hand on an item caused the comments to swiftly provide the names. This is a white radish. This is a long cabbage. This is a bok choy, round cabbage, and a western cabbage. Indeed, the collective knowledge of many surpassed that of one, with the assistance of the comments. Shu Junyue became quite the vegetable connoisseur. After harvesting her fill of vegetables, her gaze shifted to the meat section. The meat area was adjacent to the seafood section, and she was well-versed in identifying meats without needing any assistance. But upon reaching the seafood section, she found herself momentarily bewildered. Various shrimp, both large and small, lay on the shelves, resembling one another, yet distinctly different. Shu Junyue skillfully placed her hand on a massive lobster. Oh my, the antagonist even has Boston lobsters. She then touched the next rose lobster. I know this one. It's a Chinese ornamental lobster. This one I know. It's an Australian lobster. Rose lobster. The peculiar harmony between her and the comments flourished as Shu Junyue became engrossed in collecting, momentarily losing focus on S06 and accidentally colliding with it. "Miss Shu, what are you doing?" Nothing, just admiring this large octopus. "It seems rather exquisite. What a pity it would be to discard it. S06. Could you procure these for me discreetly?" Shun Ishin would be none the wiser. S06 replied with a serious expression. "That is not permissible. Mr. Shun will be aware of it. Nothing that occurs within the underground laboratory escapes his notice. Miss Shu, please do not create difficulties for S06. Shu Junyue shrugged in disappointment, but remained undeterred. S06. I just noticed that there seems to be another overlooked octopus over there. You should check it out quickly. If there are any left, Mr. Shun might become angry." As anticipated, S06 promptly went to investigate, and Shu Junyue seized the opportunity to covertly store a few octopuses in her spatial ring, disregarding her own culinary skills. After all, she would eventually learn to prepare them, if not now, then later. Unbeknownst to her, the warehouse was gradually emptied of supplies, while her spatial ring flourished in abundance. Does the antagonist know what she has brought back? Even if he does, what of it? He chose this. If his resources are depleted, he must bear the consequences himself. "Miss Shu, you seem to have made a mistake. There are no octopuses over there." "Oh, perhaps I misidentified it. The lighting here is rather dim, and I may have mistaken another item for an octopus's tentacle." She spun her web of lies. Her eyes betrayed no flicker, her breath steady. Seizing the moment, she discreetly stored an octopus tentacle in her spatial ring right before S06's eyes. Chapter 19. Strange sounds upon exiting the warehouse. S06 escorted Shu Junyue to a room, advising, "Miss Shu, this is your room. Your movement is currently restricted to this space unless Mr. Shun permits your release. Are you going to discard these octopuses?" Shu Junyue feigned ignorance of his words, instead inquiring about something else. S06 shook its head, responding, "No, they will be destroyed, and there is no need to leave the premises for that. Miss Shu, it would be best to complete your experiments for Mr. Shun. He will release you afterward. Do not dwell on other matters. It is yourself who will ultimately suffer." As the door slowly closed, Shu Junyue narrowed her eyes, exhaling deeply before kicking the door. To her surprise, even the robot in the antagonist's possession was so astute. The room assigned to her by the antagonist was still adorned in the same cold, sterile style, with only a bed and a partitioned area serving as a bathroom within the expansive space. There were no windows to let in sunlight, nor was there a clock, leaving Shu Junyue in uncertainty about the time. This sensation bred unease. Although she was confined here, it was not as if she were being starved like before. S06 would deliver food punctually. Using the meal times as a guide, she soon realized that the delivery schedule had become erratic and unpredictable. Sometimes it would arrive while she was still asleep, other times during her morning routine. Gradually, Shu Junyue discerned the antagonist's intentions. With a scoff, she mused that if she were to remain in this enclosed space alone, she might indeed lose her sanity. Yet she had the comments to keep her company. This antagonist truly disregards whether people might die or lose their minds during experimentation, that I must have been out of my mind to ship this couple. It is indeed a cult. But this little black room is rather intriguing. Oh, I enjoy watching men being confined, but not women. When will the female antagonist rise up and counterattack? She yearned to counterattack too, but being unable to even open the door was exceedingly frustrating. After completing her workout, her body temperature rose slightly, her breath becoming a touch labored, though she appeared unruffled. Yet, after exercising, Shu Junyue instinctively made her way to the bathroom. Thankfully, neither the AI nor the antagonist had descended into madness to the extent of broadcasting her bathing. The bathroom was the only place where Shu Junyue could claim a semblance of privacy. Within, she found a large metal block, akin to the material of the surrounding walls, which she had seen in the warehouse. Each day, she would strike it with a punch. In the beginning, she could leave no mark upon it. But after many days, she was finally able to leave an imprint of her own. On this day, the antagonist also allowed her to step outside, observing Shu Junyue, who remained lively after a month of confinement. Shun Ishin noted in his observational records, the subject has maintained stable emotions over the course of 30 days, exhibiting no signs of aggression, anxiety, or pessimism, proving to be an exceptionally well-adjusted experimental subject. Is it finished? Once you complete your notes, may I step outside for some fresh air? Those imprisoned before the apocalypse were granted fixed times to stroll. Shu Junyue's tone was somewhat brash, prompting Shun Ishin to furrow his brow and cross out a segment of his writing, replacing it with, emotions stable, under observation. Come out now. Shun Ishin twirled the pen in his hand, the fountain pen tracing a graceful arc through the air before finally settling into the pocket of his white lab coat. The two walked in tandem, with Shu Junyue smirking mischievously as she remarked, Mr. Shun, you've kept me in the dark for so many days. Your experimental subject. I ought to be well taken care of. Otherwise, I want to be able to cope with your forthcoming plans. Shun Ishin remained silent, yet Shu Junyue knew he was listening intently, prompting her to continue her chatter. You see, I'm quite easy to entertain. Before the apocalypse, I was fond of watching food broadcasts. If only I could indulge in a seafood feast, with salmon and large prawns, though I'm not fond of eating shrimp raw. And most importantly, there must be octopus in that seafood medley. It's my absolute favorite. Yes, she counted off on her fingers. She failed to notice the formidable antagonist had come to a halt and bumped directly into him. The impact was solid, and Shu Junyue rubbed her forehead. Exasperated, you could at least announce your stop. Shun Ishin turned around, his gaze, concealed behind the gold-rimmed glasses, radiating a menacing aura as he leaned closer to Shu Junyue, his warm breath brushing against her face. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement, yet Shu Junyue had a knack for deflating the tension. You brushed your teeth, didn't you? Shun Ishin appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly donned a feigned smile. Miss Shu, I wouldn't mind discarding every last octopus in your possession. In the end, Shu Junyue did not get to savor a single bite of octopus, but the antagonist was considerate enough to have Iron Lump prepare a seafood feast for her, albeit consisting entirely of raw shrimp. Before Iron Lump delivered the meal to her room, Shu Junyue inquired about the time, to which Iron Lump truthfully replied, 10 o'clock sharp. Shu Junyue firmly etched this time into her memory, took a shower, wrapped herself in a blanket, and lay on the soft bed. Although freedom was a distant concept, she had to admit that this was the most at ease she had felt since the apocalypse began, free from the fear of betrayal by her own kind, and devoid of the lurking threat of zombies. This tranquil sanctuary felt akin to a paradise away from the chaos. As she drifted into a deep slumber, she found herself dreaming of being submerged in briny water, her face sticky and her waist ensnared by something. Countless whispers surrounded her, murmuring, "So fragrant. She is so soft, be gentle. We wouldn't want to wake her. No, she won't wake that. She bit me. Serves you right for touching her lips." When Shu Junyue awoke the next day, it was as if she had just emerged from the depths of water, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. It was impossible for her to have slept so soundly. "The broadcast has started. Why can't we watch this wretched show at night? Has the supporting female character been engaging in some clandestine activities with the antagonist?" Shu Junyue rolled her eyes in annoyance. Feeling sticky all over, and cautiously descended from the bed, surveying her empty room. It was devoid of any objects, yet the sound from the previous night felt too vivid to have been mere dreams. It seemed she hadn't dreamed at all. After finishing her shower, Iron Lump escorted Shu Junyue to breakfast. She casually inquired, "S06, aside from myself and Shun Ishin, are there any other living beings in this underground laboratory?" "Living beings?" S06 shook its metallic head. "There are only you and Mr. Shun, along with a fair number of plants. Plants count as living beings, after all. The rest are merely inanimate objects." Chapter 20 M163 and M164 plants? This frigid underground laboratory actually houses plants. How can they survive without sunlight? Shu Junyue pressed further, but Iron Lump fell silent. That area is off limits, even for S06. That after breakfast, the antagonist approached with a dark expression, seemingly in a foul mood, yet his tone remained relatively mild. "Come here." Shun Ishin led Shu Junyue to his laboratory. Instructing her to lie down on a single bed, he proceeded to conduct an assortment of checks on her, eventually producing a syringe. Shu Junyue's restlessness surged, and she bit down on his wrist. Shun Ishin's face shifted slightly as he yanked his hand away, his ears tinged with red, and he snapped in indignation. "Why did you bite me? Because you were about to inject me with some bizarre concoction." "Bizarre concoction?" Shun Ishin scoffed with a hint of derision. "Some things aren't meant to be taken lightly. This is still in the experimental stage. It was initially intended for lab rats, but now I have a ready-made subject before me. Who else could I possibly test it on?" Shu Junyue sensed that she was on the brink of uncovering something significant and tentatively inquired, "Are you referring to that dark substance? Just to clarify, it jumped into my mouth on its OWNW, by the way. What exactly is that turtle jelly?" "Turtle jelly." Shun Ishin chuckled darkly, a hint of madness in his laughter. "What is so amusing? M164 is not a delectable treat like turtle jelly. Are you familiar with M163? Not really. 163, or as you might refer to it, the zombie virus, is a failed research product. Under normal circumstances, it should not have leaked and caused such widespread infection. Unfortunately, on the day of M163's release, the planet was engulfed in a cold wave, and the extremely low temperatures allowed M163 to maintain a high level of activity. Coupled with its potent infectious capability, it rapidly spread across the globe, resulting in the apocalypse. Shu Junyue's already pale complexion turned even more ashen as she directly asked, "Am I going to become a zombie?" She was not afraid of becoming a zombie. Rather, she feared losing her consciousness entirely, losing herself. Shun Ishin chuckled derisively, shaking the syringe in his hand, and lazily replied, "Behave, and perhaps you one turn into a zombie." Today's information overload is immense. Details not mentioned in the original text are surfacing. That iron box contains not just the spatial ring, but also a new virus. Why wasn't this written in the book? Perhaps it vanished. For what the antagonist indicated, M164's genes align closely with the supporting female characters, meaning M164 found a viable host and fused with her. Upon grasping the situation's intricacies, Shu Junyue noticeably became more compliant, dutifully lying on the bed. Shun Ishin felt satisfied. His previously sour mood improved as he slowly administered the serum in her body. That moment, a small creature stealthily crawled up from beneath the single bed, pressing against Shu Junyue's exposed wrist. Comfortable. Shun Ishin's expression shifted abruptly as he ruthlessly crushed the creature beneath his foot. Shu Junyue turned her head in surprise, questioning, "Did you just touch my wrist?" Shu Junyue scrutinized him, noting that the sensation was slippery and damp. Unlike the antagonist's hand, To confirm this, she boldly grasped his hand, feeling the distinct difference. "What are you doing?" Shun Ishin glanced down her actions, unoffended but puzzled. Shu Junyue chuckled softly, releasing his hand after a few playful strokes, then leaped off the bed, shaking her head. "I was just admiring your skin. It looks quite well maintained. What's your secret?" Shun Ishin smirked, not responding to her inquiry, and turned to open another door within the room. All the doors in the underground laboratory had been designed to blend seamlessly with the walls, and the door he opened led to a supply room. "Come here." Shun Ishin fiddled with some equipment, his hand casually tucked in his pocket, wearing a long-standing artificial smile. "Why don't you try punching this cylindrical object?" Shu Junyue quickly comprehended that the antagonist was testing her physical capabilities. She hesitated, his cold voice sliced through the air. "Don't even think about holding back. Otherwise, I'll starve you for a few more days." Feeling shamefully intimidated, Shu Junyue shot a glare at the antagonist's back and huffed before delivering a forceful punch to the cylinder. Channeling her frustration into the blow, she exerted nearly all her strength, fully committing to the act. After a series of tests, the antagonist appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Once he recorded the data, he instructed Iron Lump to take her for dinner. "Miss Shu, what would you like to eat? S06 system has thousands of recipes that I want to eat." Shu Junyue contemplated before retracting her request for anything complicated that idea like some roast chicken and tofu, having recited a few easily preserved dishes. She stood aside, observing Iron Lump as it prepared the meal. With a good memory, she meticulously noted the steps for each dish. 06. Are there only these pots in the laboratory? Not at all. Mr. Shun's meals must always be prepared with new, sterilized cookware. Shu Junyue doubted her hearing. Are you saying everything must be freshly opened? Indeed. This antagonist truly knows how to indulge. Having such a cleanliness obsession is quite extraordinary. This would have been considered a luxury before the apocalypse, and it remains so even now. It's rather impressive. Shu Junyue nodded in agreement, thinking him to be rather peculiar. However, it was evident that the laboratory must have ample cooking utensils, and she could easily borrow a few without him noticing. Even if he did discover it, what of it? They were hardly precious items. Thus, Shu Junyue coaxed S06 to open the room filled with kitchen utensils. The entire warehouse was brimming with a variety of cooking tools. As Shu Junyue half-heartedly praised them to capture S06's attention, she prepared to execute her plan, only to discover that all the pots had been named by the insufferable Shun Ishin. Poisonous, truly toxic. Fortunately, with the assistance of the bullet screen, Shu Junyue managed to collect a plethora of items, including frying pans, multifunctional cooking pots, enamel pots, small milk pots, and more. In addition, there were some outdoor cooking tools. After scrounging some seasonings from the kitchen, Shu Junyue finally felt at ease, no longer worried about going hungry in the future. Some of Shu Junyue's subtle maneuvers went unnoticed by S06, yet they were all observed by the villain lurking outside the surveillance screen. Chapter 21. A man and a woman alone in a room. As for the female supporting character's opportunistic behavior, I find it quite commendable, but does she not realize that the villain is fully aware of her actions? Of course, Shu Junyue knew that the villain was aware. The entire underground laboratory was equipped with cameras. There were certainly visible ones, as well as numerous hidden surveillance spots. However, she needed to feign a lack of intelligence in front of the villain, thereby preparing herself for a potential escape later. When night fell and it was time to sleep, Shu Junyue closed her eyes, pretending to be in a deep slumber. She was certain that the villain knew what had harassed her the previous night. Unfortunately, sacrificing a night of sleep, Shu Junyue encountered no peculiar occurrences, and instead, the next day the villain looked at her with great excitement. "Did you not sleep at all?" "Well, yes. I plan to visit your room today." Folks, the development is progressing rapidly. I suggest no censorship. We're all 18 now. Let's be a bit bolder. Laughing my head off, this drama has now split into two distinct styles. one being the cruel female supported character and the villain's imprisonment life, and the other the male lead's dark transformation. Good news. The male lead has become the second in command of the southern base, while the female supporting character remains stuck with the villain. Going outside is certain death, so she might as well stay here and counterattack the villain. Who knows, she might even cure him and save the world in this apocalypse. Are you joking? This malicious female supporting character joining forces with the villain is more likely to bring about the world's early destruction. Shu Junyue shook her head. Some people truly did not understand her. If she could survive, why would she contemplate death? If the world perished, there would be no tree bark left to brew soup. What concerned her more was what new scheme this madman was concocting. What do you intend to do? Are you aware that men and women should maintain a respectful distance? Shun Ishin nodded, disdainfully chuckling. And what of it? Very well, quite arrogant and presumptuous. Shu Junyue felt utterly powerless, gazing timidly at him as he casually rested one long leg over the other, lazily squinting his eyes, a disingenuous smile gracing his lips. I shall stay awake with you to supervise you. What did you say? Are you forbidding me to sleep now? Just testing how many days you can go without sleep, that if you misbehave, I shall throw you into a horde of zombies. Shu Junyue secretly cursed the madman and began a torturous 7-day ordeal. What is happening? I'm so bored. Why doesn't this villain just let the female supporting character go? I've been watching the male lead side, and it's equally exasperating. Can you believe it? TNND, Gugo found a substitute again. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. Uffed. Upon reading this, Shu Junyue could not help but laugh aloud. She had truly been blind to think that Gu-chan radiated brilliance, that he was a unique presence in this apocalypse. You seem to have plenty of energy, Shun Ishin remarked, standing up without a hint of fatigue. Shu Junyue, fearing he might impose a no-sleep rule on her, quickly shook her head. No, I'm very tired, AS, she spoke. Shu Junyue stood up, intent on returning to her bed for a nap. However, her brain momentarily lacked sufficient blood flow, and her vision darkened as she stumbled sideways. Shun Ishin instinctively stepped back, but the unseen chaos surged forward in a frenzy. So ungentlemanly. We have to step in. Ah, soft and fragrant, she must not fall. I'll help her. No, I will help her. Shun Ishin's eyes twitched, and the smile on his face faltered as he quickly stepped forward to catch Shu Junyue in his embrace, but a strange yet somewhat familiar scent enveloped Shu Junyue, magnifying in intensity as it wafted from her nose to her brain, rendering her even dizzier. Too excessive. Didn't you say you wouldn't help? Shu Junyue's eyelashes fluttered. She was acutely aware that she had not misheard. Yet when she glanced around, the only other person present was the villain. From where did that voice originate? Ultimately, her gaze settled on the villain, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Feeling better? If so, kindly remove yourself from my embrace. Shu Junyue raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin on her face as she boldly nestled further into his arms. Mr. Shun, with a man and a woman alone in a room, do you truly harbor no other thoughts? None to AS, he spoke. He yanked Shu Junyue's hands away and unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. How rude. It must hurt, being so soft and fragrant. Shu Junyue was unperturbed. She was now certain that those voices stemmed from the villain. Yet it seemed the bullet screen was equally oblivious to the source. Southern base, Zhou Su gazed at Gu-chan with palpable disappointment, his voice heavy with reproach. Do you condone the base's actions? Naturally, you have changed. Zhou Su asserted firmly. The old you, though somewhat arrogant, would at least strive within your capacity to save lives. Now you disregard the lives of 50,000 without a second thought. Gu-chan In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the human population has significantly dwindled. 50,000 is not a trivial number. The 50,000 are merely an estimated figure. W City currently harbors millions of zombies. Without a decisive strike, the southern base will inevitably be implicated. You should be quite clear on the gravity of the situation. Zhou Su dismissed Gu-chan's grandiose justifications with a scoff, crossing his arms and sneering. Are you truly considering the well-being of the southern base? Gu-chan, is it because you've heard rumors that Shu Junyue is in W City? You've truly lost your mind. How could she possibly be there? Knowing that you intend to kill her, why would she dare come to the south? Upon hearing Shu Junyue's name, Gu Chun appeared visibly agitated, his fury erupting as he clutched his head, exclaiming, regardless of the probability, any place that harbors news of her must not be allowed to exist. Lin Wanwan's visage, with her eyes perpetually closed, flashed before him, painfully piercing his heart. That I am sorely disappointed. I once believed you could lead humanity to find a new path. Jiu Chinin. I, Zhou Su, will no longer follow you. Zhou Su returned the dagger that Gu Chun had gifted him, turning away without a backward glance. The male lead is an explosive madman, while the villain is a more restrained type of lunatic. Summary: the female supporting character is in a dire situation. Seeing these bullet screen comments, Shu Junyue was astonished to learn that Gu Chun had reached such depths, with Zhou Su even abandoning him. It seemed that when she eventually ventured outside, she would need to steer clear of the southern base. Over the past few days, Shu Junyue had stealthily amassed a considerable stash of valuable items in the underground base. The warehouse was soon nearing depletion. Ensnared, feigning ignorance of the situation, instructed Bitten to contact someone to deliver supplies. Thus, Shu Junyue finally encountered the third living person in this sunless underground world. Chapter 22. The Purge Plan in order to ascertain the precise location of the exit from the underground laboratory. Shu Junyue rose early, only to find herself face to face with a carefree man brought in by Bitten. He wore a backward baseball cap and appeared to be chewing gum. Upon spotting Shu Junyue, his eyes lit up and he let out a whistle, exuding an air of frivolity. Well, who would have thought that the seemingly ascetic Professor Shun would actually be hiding a beauty? Shen Yishin adjusted his glasses, forcing a smile as he replied, "If you wish to become my test subject as well, I wouldn't mind hiding another." The man shuddered, shaking his shoulders, and after a moment of realization, he pointed at Shu Junyue in horror. "Is she a zombie? Did you succeed?" "Your mother is a zombie," Shu Junyue retorted with an eye roll. She was doing her utmost to survive in this apocalypse, and she had no intention of becoming some mindless creature that, she can curse. She is definitely not one. The man patted his chest and immediately returned to his cocky demeanor, leaning in closer. "Hey there. Beautiful. I'm Zhou Tiantian, 23 years old, 183 cm tall, with 8-pack abs that I've got no old mother or annoying relatives weighing me down. Just a golden bachelor. By the way, I'm also the leader of a small base. Not too many folks, but at least around 20 to 30,000. Shu Junyue finally understood. No wonder the villain had so many resources. He had a small base supplying him. But could such a small base really procure so many good items? Shu Junyue is his aunt. Shen Yishin narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. Shu Junyue chuckled awkwardly. "Just kidding." With that, she began to focus on eating, but still glanced at the bullet screen to gather information about this Zhou Tiantian. A new character has appeared, and he is quite the handsome fellow. Is there a perspective from his side? None at the moment. Currently, only the male and female leads, the female supporting character, the villain, and Zhou Su have perspectives. However, the female lead is gone, leaving only 4 viewpoints. Alas, I feel as though I have never perused the original work. By the way, who is that Zhou Tiantian? Shu Junyue's eyes widened in astonishment, her curiosity piqued by the fact that this great villain even had friends. However, the barrage of comments floated by for quite some time without anyone recalling. Until, I just found the keywords in the original text. Haha. Turns out he is merely a cannon fodder character in a sprawling 500,000-word saga. He only makes a single appearance, briefly introduced as the leader of a destroyed small base. By the way, that base is located beneath W City. Initially, Shu Junyue chuckled, realizing he was a mere cannon fodder, even less significant than herself, yet her expression shifted as she continued reading. This great villain was indeed a madman. Having constructed an underground laboratory right beneath W City. Before the apocalypse, W City was the most populous metropolis in the south, and just the thought of the dense throng of zombies crowded together sent a chill down her spine. By the way, this is your supply from the past 6 months. Zhou Tiantian removed the wristband from her hand and placed it in the grasp of S06. Shu Junyue's eyes widened, pointing at the wristband as she turned to the great villain. "How many of these do you possess?" Shen Yishin regarded Shu Junyue with a smile that was not quite a smile. Yet he remained silent. "There's another one," The spatial wristband that provided significant assistance to the female protagonist in the original text is not unique after all. The original text did not mention that it might have perished along with that small leader and the base. Presumably, there are only 2 spatial wristbands in total. I suggest the supporting character sees this wristband as well. That way, it would indeed be one of a kind. Shu Junyue felt a fleeting temptation. Yet she quickly suppressed the thought. Zhou Tian, seeing S06 take the supplies to the warehouse, sighed, her demeanor slightly more restrained. And with a hint of worry, she said, "Professor Shun, I may no longer be able to assist you with supplies from now on." Shen Yishan remained silent, aware that Zhou Tian was not one to keep her thoughts bottled up. She would soon spill her heart out like a torrent. Observing his indifference, Zhou Tian grew somewhat irate. "Hey, I have devoted myself to caring for you for several months. Don't be so cold-hearted. Least pretend to show some concern. My contacts at the southern base have informed me that they plan to execute a cleansing operation in W City, which means they intend to drop a source energy bomb directly over the city. You, as a researcher, should understand what a single source energy bomb signifies better than I do, that a single source energy bomb could obliterate a large city in mere moments. The southern base might soon implement this plan that I came here to deliver supplies and to ask if you could spare more of that semi-finished potion of yours. I am preparing to evacuate my base's inhabitants." The population of W City before the apocalypse was over 10 million. Without Shen Yishan's potion, humanity would stand no chance of surviving to escape. That won't happen. "What?" I said. "They will not deploy that source energy bomb. You should leave." Zhou Tian was momentarily stifled. Had it been anyone else, she would have slapped them long ago, but Shen Yishan instilled a sense of fear in her, so she left with a heavy heart. She had witnessed Shen Yishan's capabilities. Since he claimed it would not happen, she decided to trust him this once. Shu Junyue observed the confidently resolute villain, glanced at the barrage of comments, eager to glean information about Gu Chenen's side. This great villain truly deserves his title as the most intelligent character in the original text. The leader of the southern base is a conservative who does not fully endorse this plan. Yet the male protagonist has genuinely succumbed to darkness, insisting on its execution. Eventually, both factions will concede. They will first spend a month attempting to rescue survivors, and after that, regardless of how many they manage to save, the cleansing operation will proceed. In the original text, this cleansing plan was proposed by another character, but now the male protagonist has killed that individual and taken their place, only for it to become his own proposal. Truly, fate can be quite ironic. One could say this drama is striving to align itself with the original narrative as much as possible. It's utterly amusing, haha. It's all crumbling apart, so let it unfold as it may. With a month's time, Shu Junyue seized upon the critical information. She looked up at the ceiling, her worry evident. "Professor Shun, is your laboratory viable? If not, we should swiftly relocate." Shen Yishan ignored Shu Junyue's sudden change in address. Coldly adjusting his glasses, how could it possibly fail? "Change your clothes and follow me out." Shu Junyue's eyes sparkled. She accepted the windbreaker Shen Yishan tossed her and hurried back to her room to change. She was inherently restless, having been cooped up in the underground laboratory for so long. It felt like the limits of her existence. Shu Junyue did not inquire where the villain intended to take her. The first thing she needed to do was stock up on an abundance of sanitary napkins, for she could only imagine how dreadful those days had been. Chapter 23. The delicate and frail outside the periphery of W City. The weather was overcast, oppressive rather than refreshing. Zhou Su closed his notebook, stowing it into a large backpack filled to the brim with food and water. He understood that this time, he might not return alive. "Zhou Su, what are you doing all alone over there? Hurry up." The voice calling to Zhou Su belonged to a scarred man, who, unlike the others bundled up tightly, wore a black tank top. His musculature was far more substantial than that of most power aberrants, rendering many garments uncomfortable. Thus, the scarred man opted for a tank top instead. It was evident that he was the backbone of the 5-person squad, earning him the moniker Brother Scar among the others. Zhou Su, having joined that day, followed suit in addressing him as such. "Brother Scar, are we leaving now?" Brother Scar pinched the cigarette in his hand, not lighting it, but instead toyed with it momentarily before carefully placing it into the pouch at his waist. Everyone's here. Let us head in. The atmosphere was solemn. Of the 5 individuals, only Brother Scar and Zhou Su were aberrants, while the others were ordinary people, making Brother Scar's small team the most formidable in this rescue contingent. The base had issued a mission to search for survivors, promising substantial rewards that tempted many, even those aware of the peril involved. However, most were ordinary folks hoping to gamble for a better future. Enormous walls had been constructed around the periphery of W City to keep the zombies at bay, yet the sheer number of zombies had rendered these walls ineffective as a safety net for humanity. Take care, brothers. The soldiers stationed outside the walls opened the gate for the rescue team, each member acutely aware that this could very well be their first and last encounter. As the iron gate slowly closed, the 5 felt their heartbeats quicken, gazing up at the towering skyscrapers, now devoid of the vibrancy they once held. The city resembling a ghost town, the short, scrawny individual trembled, asking, "Brother, are you sure there are still survivors in there? Regardless of whether there are, as long as we can make it out alive, we will never have to worry again for the rest of our lives. You coward, are you not going to help your mother get treatment?" Upon hearing this, the scrawny individual stood tall, no longer hiding behind Brother Scar, his eyes resolute. Of course, I will help her. The medicines at the base are exorbitantly priced, but here there are plenty of free ones. The group dreamed of the abundant supplies within, oblivious to the imminent danger that loomed. The soldier stationed at the lookout tower, peering through binoculars, suddenly turned pale, shouting to those inside the walls, "Quick, find a place to hide." The zombies are attacking again. In the Iron Forest, a horde of zombies surged forth like a swarm of ferocious beasts, their numbers overwhelming, many of whom witnessed such a sight for the first time. Some were so frightened they nearly lost control of their bladders, while Zhou Su remained composed, surveying their surroundings. The entrance was an open square, offering no refuge. "We need to hide in that building." Brother Scar decisively led the group toward a 4-story building. Its lobby once a display area for prospective homebuyers before the apocalypse. As they rushed inside, a zombie lunged at them, swiftly dealt with by Zhou Su and Brother Scar. "Head upstairs. I'll cover you." Zhou Su, take them with you. There was no time for hesitation. Zhou Su led the remaining 3 up to the 2nd floor, which was still teeming with zombies. Zhou Su swung his fists, smashing one zombie's chest with a powerful blow. The sheer volume of zombies was overwhelming, leaving Zhou Su struggling to manage. With no time to spare for the others, a piercing scream echoed, and the scrawny individual cried out, "Old 8, hurry and go, don't worry about me." Old 8, having been bitten by a zombie, flung himself onto the horde of zombies. It has been a long time since I witnessed such a poignant scene in this apocalypse. The supporting character is truly cold-blooded, merely watching from the sidelines without offering assistance. Indeed, it was Zhou Su who intervened on the train, preventing her from being expelled. Truly ungrateful, she embodies the essence of a villainous supporting character. How is it she hasn't met her demise yet? What could she do to help? In Shu Junyue's recollection, Zhou Su and Gu Qinan were together, and the female supporting character had been aware that Gu Qinan intended to kill her before fleeing. Now, if she were to jump out, wouldn't that be delivering herself to her doom? Moreover, with so many zombies, it's not a situation where one can just jump in to save someone. One mustn't be a saint in an apocalypse. In the monitoring room, Shu Junyue, of course, would not assume the role of a savior. She sat comfortably in her chair, holding a steaming bowl of instant noodles, enriched with vegetables, a fried egg, and a clandestinely concealed octopus at the bottom. Upon initially spotting Zhou Su through the camera, she was momentarily taken aback, but her gaze quickly shifted to scrutinize the surrounding scene. Once she confirmed that Gu Qinan was absent, she felt a wave of relief wash over her and eagerly delved into her noodles, exhibiting a rather unrepentant demeanor. "I see no need for you all to argue over whether Shu Junyue would come to the rescue. She is currently relishing her noodles, fully aware of Gu Qinan's absence, yet she has no intention of aiding anyone. This behavior aligns perfectly with her character. It infuriates me. If that girl were still alive, she would surely come to the aid of anyone in need, regardless of whether she knew them." Shu Junyue smirked with derision, remarking on the necessity of establishing her benevolent persona. The distinction between genuine kindness and feigned altruism warranted careful consideration. Not rushing to save anyone, There were at least 100 zombies in the entire building. Shun Ishin, maintaining an air of calm, turned to face Shu Junyue, a playful smile dancing on his lips. But his expression quickly soured. His tone rose slightly, tinged with indignation. "What are you eating?" With an octopus tentacle between her teeth, Shu Junyue gazed innocently at Shun Ishin, seizing the opportunity to gulp down a few more bites before his temper flared. "Oh, how delightful and tender. How could one resist octopus? Oh, how heart-wrenching, how tragic. Octopus is quite unappetizing, truly." With a mischievous grin, Shu Junyue extracted the last tentacle from her bowl, swallowing it with satisfaction. Just because you don't enjoy it doesn't mean you can prevent others from indulging. Octopus is delectable. After savoring the final bite and licking her bowl clean, she declared contentedly, "As for rescuing others, I wholeheartedly support you to go ahead. I shall await your triumphant return here." Noting the persistent displeasure on the villain's face, she altered her expression and tone. "Professor Shun, given my delicate constitution, even a single zombie could easily send me flying. Such a daring endeavor as rescuing others is best left to the valiant and formidable Professor Shun." Shun Ishin. Chapter 24. Your man, the two faced off for a while, but ultimately, the villain succumbed, descending the stairs with a silenced pistol in hand. Just as the door closed, Shu Junyue seemed to hear the villain call out "Doll." It soon became evident that she had not misheard. The scene captured on the second floor revealed not only the villain, but also a little girl, tightly wrapped in layers of clothing, cradling a Stitch doll in her arms. With the villain's presence, Josu's burden was instantly alleviated. Recognizing Shun Ishin, he suppressed his surprise and deflected a wave of zombie attacks. "Dead monkey, get out of the way." The lean monkey was still mired in grief over Lao Ba's demise. When he heard his friend meet Duner's warning, he instinctively looked back, only to be met with a zombie bearing its bloody maw, causing him to scream in terror. Josu glanced over, noting the zombie between them, rendering his escape impossible. It appeared that more lives would be lost. Turning away, he could not bear to watch as a petite figure, upon receiving instructions from Shun Ishin, leaped over the shoulder of a zombie, delivering a swift kick that shattered the creature's skull. The girl moved with remarkable agility, subtly emanating a pressure that caused the lower-tier zombies throughout the building to slow their movements, allowing Knife Brother in the lobby a chance to ascend to the second floor. Observing that everyone had gathered, Shun Ishin calmly fired several shots into the horde of zombies. "Advance, there's an opening. Doll, lead them through. I shall provide cover." The doll stood still, nodding slowly. Shun Ishin, with a dismissive scoff, observed her reluctance as she tightened her red hooded dress and headed towards the stairs leading to the third floor. Josu did not hesitate and promptly urged, "Let's hurry and follow." Once the group had departed, Shun Ishin leisurely produced a small vial containing a deep green liquid, shaking it before tossing it outside the building. The vial shattered, spilling the viscous liquid, and the previously aggressive zombies, as if sensing a signal, began to retreat. In the third-floor monitoring room. Upon seeing the group ascend, Shu Junyue realized there was no need to hide any longer. She casually discarded her bowl of noodles into the trash and stretched before heading out. Upon encountering Josu in the corridor, she feigned surprise and began to put on an act. "Brother Zhou, what brings you here?" Shu Junyue darted her eyes left and right, seemingly confirming something. "Ts not here. You can rest easy. That's a relief indeed." Shu Junyue patted her chest, then smiled sweetly at Josu. "Brother Zhou, it's been so long. I'm so glad to see you unharmed." "Josu, don't be fooled by her. She had no intention of rescuing you just moments ago. This supporting character is really stepping up her acting game." Look at Josu's genuinely touched expression. It's hilarious. Josu, usually stoic, displayed a rare hint of softness, managing a somewhat stiff smile. "It's good that you're safe." Shu Junyue chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the doll, then cautiously checking Josu, noticing he seemed unfamiliar with the girl. Perhaps during their encounter at the Wushi train station, the doll had merely controlled the zombies from behind the scenes. The doll, spotting Shu Junyue and realizing the villain was absent, took a few small steps towards her, affectionately sniffing at her. Shu Junyue patted the girl's head. "Oh, dear lady, is this little one your daughter? How impressive. We truly appreciate you and your husband for saving us." The speaker was a hefty man, appearing to weigh around 200 pounds, with a loud voice. Huh. What did you say? Shu Junyue pointed at herself. Somewhat irked, I look old enough to have a daughter that size. Besides, what do you mean, by my husband? I'm unaware of any such thing. The hefty man turned to point at the departing villain. Isn't that your husband? You two seem quite a match. Little chubby, I hereby declare you the head of the shipper faction. Someone quipped. From the moment the villain first appeared, I thought he and the supporting character were such a perfect couple. So are the malicious supporting character and the villain actually a pair? Who knows? Perhaps even the officials are unaware. Officials, just bear with it. The plot has spiraled out of control. Watch as you please. Seeing all eyes on him, Shun Ishin smoothed his glasses with a faint smile. Approaching Shu Junyue and taking her hand in his, Shu Junyue struggled a few times, only to discover the villain possessed extraordinary strength. I am her man, though we have only been dating for a few days. That I pursued her for quite some time. Is rather shy, so I hope you won't tease her too much. The hefty man nodded in understanding that I tend to speak without a filter. Please forgive me. May I inquire about this young man's name? This is my brother, Knife Brother. This is the lean monkey. And you can call me Chubby. As he spoke, Chubby patted his sizable belly, which, despite the scarcity of food in the apocalypse, refused to diminish. My surname is Shun, and his surname is Shut. Turns out we are acquainted with Mr. Zhou. Knife Scar turned to Zhou Su. What a coincidence. Zhou Su is my brother, so if you know him, you are also my brother's comrade. After a brief introduction, Shu Junyue's smile appeared somewhat strained, utterly perplexed by the villain's earlier performance. Oh dear, my ship has become a reality. Indeed, the ship is sailing. There's no saving it now. This is too enjoyable. The villain was just so imposing, saying, Oh, I am her man. Man indeed, how romantic. Knife Brother Lao, hey, Estad. The lean monkey finally regained composure, tears streaming down his face as he sorrowfully regarded Knife Scar. Sighing, Chubby plopped down onto the ground, his flesh jiggling with the movement. Knife Scar placed a comforting hand on the lean monkey's shoulder. Lean monkey, we anticipated that the chances of returning alive were exceedingly slim when we set out. Yet, they were fortunate to encounter survivors upon entering Mr. Shun. I wonder if you two have plans to leave the city? Naturally, Shun Ishin, with no trace of reluctance, released Shu Junyue's hand and casually placed one hand in his pocket. And I came here specifically to exit the city. Although the city is rich in resources, it is ultimately no longer a suitable place for humanity. Once a bastion of human habitation, it had now transformed into a paradise for zombies, casting a somber pall over everyone, especially Chubby, who hailed from Wushi. Mr. Shin, Knife Scar suddenly interjected, scrutinizing Shun Ishin. I noticed you threw something out the window just before I came up, and then all the zombies retreated. May I ask whether that was inappropriate? Chapter 25. Such a good person like Mr. Shun is hard to find, having already posed the question. He even added, I hope this doesn't come off as too intrusive. Quite audacious indeed, Shu Junyue thought, unable to suppress her curiosity as she turned her gaze toward Ishin. She was aware that the villain possessed various effective tools against zombies, having, in a sense, created these creatures. Surely the villain would keep this under wraps, considering the considerable sacrifices made by the 4 major bases to obtain such substances, with the southern base ultimately acquiring only a fraction. Could it be that what the villain just threw was a drawing potion? It appears that the object in question drove the researchers at the southern base to the brink of madness, as they spent several years attempting to replicate the antagonist creation, ultimately producing only an incomplete version. Nonetheless, even that half-finished product has saved them multiple times from zombie sieges, upon discovering the remarkable nature of this item. Shu Junyue firmly believed that the antagonist would never divulge its secrets, completely forgetting that the antagonist had constructed a persona of a saintly figure for himself. Brother Dao's words were indeed heavy. He merely researched a trivial gadget. You should understand that without any means of self-defense, I couldn't possibly remain here in W City with you. Are you a professor? Scarface inquired in astonishment, not anticipating such a significant find during his journey. As experts in this post-apocalyptic world are a rare commodity. Those matters belong to the time before the apocalypse. Now, the world is presumably divided solely between ordinary people and aberrants. No, Scarface exclaimed with fervor. Even among ordinary people, there exists a hierarchy. Since you are a professor, may I ask which field you specialize in? Chemistry. Chemistry. Scarface murmured to himself, his eyes suddenly gleaming with realization. He remembered that the researchers at the southern base were indeed experts in chemistry. The mysterious man before him, capable of developing a potion to attract zombies, must possess considerable talent if we were to bring him to the southern base. Both he and his brothers could enjoy a life free from want for the rest of their days. Mr. Shun, would you consider accompanying us out of the city? I can take you to the southern base. Chemistry experts receive first-class treatment there, with designated housing, food, water, and even bodyguards for protection during outings. Scarface's proposal was quite appealing. However, he overlooked the fact that a researcher values their working environment above all else. His words reflected the desires of ordinary people for a life of comfort, shelter, clothing, sustenance, and safety. Shin feigned contemplation before once again taking Shu Junyue's hand, saying, "To be honest, I am not particularly concerned about those things, but it would be beneficial for Ye to have a secure living environment." Upon witnessing this, Scarface felt a surge of belief, as these researchers often carried an air of superiority, harboring a veneer of pretentiousness. Mr. Shun appeared remarkably similar to those individuals in the base, causing Scarface to feel a sense of revulsion. It was disappointing how he was so clearly seeking a stable environment while dragging his woman into the conversation. Scarface inwardly scorned Shinishin, but maintained an outward expression of reverence and joy. Such good people like Mr. Shun are indeed a rarity in these times. Indeed, Josu nodded in agreement that why meeting with Mr. Shun was due to him rescuing our group. Nevertheless, he harbored suspicions, recalling a minor conflict that had occurred between them. Upon hearing this, Shu Junyue's eyes widened in surprise. She had never anticipated that Josu would fail to connect the timed bomb on the train with Shinishin. It seemed that his intellect was confined to his limbs. How could I ever have thought this person had any semblance of intelligence? Negative intelligence may not be accurate, but certainly around zero. I seriously doubt it. Only the female supporting character drew the connection between that bomb and the antagonist that I prefer villains with intellect over a brainless protagonist. At this point, Josu no longer fits the definition of a protagonist, as he has separated from Guchin and otherwise, Zhou would have no reason to venture into such a perilous place. Shu Junyue was not particularly concerned about Josu's reasons for coming to W City, but the next statement he made nearly infuriated her. Think. I never expected to see Miss Shu with Mr. Shin again. Life is truly unpredictable. Shu Junyue felt a wave of frustration wash over her, exhaling a breath of exasperation. Yet perhaps it was for the best. Josu seemed to recollect something, nodding amidst the confused gazes of the others, ready to speak, but upon noticing Scarface's presence, he hesitated. Scarface, perceiving the group's desire to reminisce, took the initiative to inquire, "Professor Shun, may we freely enter the rooms on the third floor? Of course, it be by the way. Here are some provisions. You must have expended considerable energy earlier and may need to replenish yourselves." Scarface glanced at the food, somewhat taken aback. Looking at Shun Ishin, in this post-apocalyptic world, individuals typically hoard their resources, making it a rare sight to see someone so openly flaunting their generosity. If they harbored ill intentions, it would not merely result in a loss of food. "Thank you, Mr. Shun," Scarface replied without hesitation. During the recent conflict, they had used up their provisions to fend off zombies, leaving them without anything to eat. Accepting the food and water from Shun Ishin, Scarface led his two companions into a nearby room to rest momentarily. "Now that they have left, Brother Zhou, what were you about to say?" Shu Junyue asked. Josu nodded, glancing at Shun Ishin. "Mr. Shun, is it imperative for you to go to the southern base?" "Absolutely. Humans are social beings. It is impossible for us to remain in a den of zombies." Brother Zhou, you mustn't be deceived by these two. They are indeed currently dwelling in a den of zombies, and that red-haired little creature beside you is the very zombie that almost led to your demise. "That is true, but I must caution you, Miss Shu, that Guchin is currently at the southern base and holds significant authority there. He has come to believe that Lin Wanwan is responsible for Miss Shu's demise. And should you appear at the southern base, he will not take it lightly. Ji Yu Chin is indeed a troublesome existence. Meanwhile, in the room, Scarface and his two companions righted an overturned sofa and settled into its soft embrace. Scarface instinctively reached for his waist, only to remember that he had no cigarettes. Having been a chain smoker for a significant portion of his life, he found himself forced to quit in this apocalypse, leaving him irritable and longing for a smoke he could not have. Pang Dunner patted Shu Junyue, his brow furrowed. "Dead monkey, I understand your sorrow. I am saddened too. Lao Bao is my brother, but one must look forward in life. At least we no longer have to delve further into this cursed place. Yes, if Lao Bao can hold on just a bit longer, he could return with us, and perhaps he will survive. How can someone simply cease to exist?" Pang Dunner lamented, spreading his hands in resignation. Glancing over at Scarface, Scarface shook his head and raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap to Shu Junyue's face. "Brother Dao, are you awake now?" Scarface spat on the ground that if you are awake, then stop whining. Lao Ba sacrificed himself to save you. You owe it to him to live well, and don't forget about your mother. If she has a fever and no medicine, she will perish to be by the way. Scarface's anger subsided slightly as he hesitated, asking, "Did any of you find that woman named Shu somewhat familiar?" Pang Dunner opened a package of hand-torn bread. Nodding foolishly, "If Brother Dao says so, then she must be familiar." "What makes her familiar?" Shu Junyue, now regaining his composure, was clearly more reliable than Pang Dunner. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "I remember. In the task hall, the highest bounty task was to kill a woman. We even accepted it back then. What was the reward for that task?" Recalling the reward seemed to spark Pang Dunner's memory, his eyes glinting with greed. "You could acquire a villa in the inner city and also choose to join the Dragon Corps to gain access to the best resources. That I even heard that the base is developing a serum to stimulate physical aberration, and those who join will be the first to use it. The Dragon Corps, originally known as the 3rd Legion, now operates under the command of Vice Leader Gu Chen. Within just a month, under Gu Chen's leadership, the Dragon Corps has quickly become the strongest force in the base, enjoying priority access to most resources and commanding respect from all. To survive in this apocalypse as a person, joining the Dragon Corps would completely separate one from the ordinary populace. The three of them couldn't help but feel tempted. Pang Dunner and Shu Junyue fantasized about becoming aberrants, while Scarface was more interested in the resources within. He had lingered too long at the 2nd-tier aberrant level, and even Zhou Su surpassed him in rank. Though Zhou Su appeared to respect him, Scarface felt a simmering discontent, believing that he was being looked down upon. Now, an opportunity to quickly join the Dragon Corps lay before him. The only obstacle was the seemingly feeble professor beside Shu Junyue, which posed little threat. The only potential complication was Zhou Su, but his lack of wit made him manageable. The three exchanged glances, each understanding the other's intention. "As long as you give the word, Brother Dao, we will act. Then let us proceed." These three are indeed quite ambitious. "It's over. I'm about to become cannon fodder, and I just shed tears over Lao Ba's fate. Why can't we simply bring the antagonist and the wicked supporting character to the base without resorting to underhanded schemes?" Shu Junyue observed the escalating barrage of comments, realizing that the three were plotting to hand her over to Gu Chen. Unfortunately, the comments did not specify their exact methods, but it was enough to raise her guard. She rolled her eyes, preparing to play along with the scheme when the creaking sound of the door echoed, and the three men with scars emerged from the room, gazing toward the trio in the corridor with smiles in their eyes. "I presume you three have finished reminiscing. If so, may I interrupt to inquire whether Professor Shun is in a hurry to leave the city?" Shun Ishin chuckled softly, displaying an amiable demeanor as he shook his head. "Not at all. Might I ask if there is anything else you wish to discuss?" "Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. It is simply that my brother here has an elderly mother in the base who is currently suffering from a fever. Without medicine, she may perish there. Our primary objective for venturing into the city is to procure medicine for his mother." These were the unvarnished truths. "Medicine, you say?" Shin Ishin feigned a troubled expression, shaking his head. "This place is quite distant from the hospital, and with the abundance of zombies, it is rather challenging. There are, however, some convenience stores in the nearby residential complex that might sell cold medicine." Chapter 27. A living man meets his end after obtaining the location of the medicine. Scar did not leave immediately but cast a somewhat uneasy glance at Shun Ishin. Professor Shun, I am not from around here and am unfamiliar with the specific locations. Staying outside for too long could lead to encounters with zombies. Might I trouble you to guide me? You wish for me to lead the way? Shun Ishin responded with surprise, followed by a few chuckles. He tightly grasped Shu Junyue's hand, pretending to be reluctant. That simply won't do. If I leave Yue, she will be upset. Shu Junyue immediately shook her head, her demeanor gentle despite her reluctance. That I won't be upset, my dear. You may rest assured and go. That I hope you die out there. Ah, she called us my dear. Indeed, she seems to have a fondness for us. Shu Junyue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, realizing that those strange voices were indeed linked to the formidable villain before her. She referred to him as the villain. Why, then, did those voices perceive it as a call to them? Unless those voices were also the villain. Upon grasping this absurd notion, Shu Junyue felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. How could one person harbor countless thoughts? Zhou observed the affectionate exchange between the two and felt an inexplicable oddity, yet he could discern nothing further. Dismissing his thoughts, he turned to Scar. Need assistance in procuring medicine for the skinny monkey's mother? I can help, but I appreciate your trouble. This statement struck a chord with Scar, who desired Zhou departure. Pang done, you shall accompany Zhou. Understood, Brother Scar. Shu Junyue glanced at Zhou, silently retracting her gaze. After all, Pang Dun was merely an ordinary person, not worth her attention. Wait a moment, doll. You should accompany them as well. Shunishin's sudden interjection took everyone by surprise. The doll, seemingly astonished, clung tightly to Shu Junyue's arm, reluctant to let go. Slowly, he lifted his head, revealing his pale eyes, devoid of emotional fluctuations, yet Shu Junyue inexplicably sensed a hint of pitiable sentiment. She gently pressed his head back down, nudging him toward Zhou while advising, Brother Zhou, the doll has been burned before. His skin is covered in scars, making him quite sensitive. However, he is exceptionally capable and will undoubtedly assist. That I hope you will take care of him on the way. Of course, Shu Junyue smiled, tapping her fingers thrice on the doll's shoulder to signal him to pay attention, subtly gesturing toward Pang Dun. The doll nodded silently, indicating his understanding. Shu Junyue leaned closer, whispering in the doll's ear, Be discreet and do not let that foolish giant discover. Okay. The doll, seemingly dazed, managed to utter a sentence, albeit slowly, revealing that he was not the healthiest of children. This only served to evoke greater sympathy from Zhou, who earnestly assured Shu Junyue, Miss Shu, do not worry. Unless I perish, I will ensure nothing happens to this child. So touching, I am moved to tears. While others are typically manipulated by a group, Zhou finds himself ensnared by two. The doll is astonished, never anticipating that her former toy would come to protect her. It's utterly hilarious. I cannot tolerate some of the comments in the barrage. Individuals like Zhou are rare in the apocalypse. He protects and helps others without overstepping his bounds. What is there to mock? Watching the barrage erupt in argument, Shu Junyue wished she could conjure some sunflower seeds to enjoy. But evidently, she had other matters to attend to. After Zhou and the others departed, Scar inquired about Shu Junyue's name, confirming it was indeed the task they had carelessly accepted, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He was an aberrant, and while the skinny monkey possessed some ability, the two before him, a woman and a frail professor, appeared to be entirely at his mercy. The moment Zhou left, Scar's demeanor shifted instantly. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and charged at Shunishin. Shunishin's lips curled into a mocking smile as he pulled Shu Junyue closer, leisurely stating, What perfect timing for you to practice. Shu Junyue found herself pulled before the villain. Her footing unsteady as a muscular arm filled her field of vision. Instinctively, she crossed her arms to ward off his assault. Scar's face paled. His right hand tingled slightly from the impact. In disbelief, he stared at Shu Junyue. You are a defensive aberrant. A defensive aberrant signifies that one's skin has undergone mutation. Advanced defensive aberrants need not fear infection from lower-tier zombies, as their claws and teeth cannot penetrate the altered skin. Scar was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, sneering. And what of it? Even if you are a defensive aberrant. Among the myriad types of aberrants, defensive aberrants are the most numerous, followed by those with enhanced strength. Whenever zombies besiege a city, defensive aberrants are always at the forefront. thus suffering heavy casualties, and they're often overlooked by those in power. Scar charged forward again, but this time, Shu Junyue did not wait for the villain to push her into action. She surged ahead herself. Before the apocalypse, she had been a carefree college student who enjoyed watching food broadcasts, lacking any martial training. Her moves were erratic and chaotic, driven solely by brute force to overpower her opponent. Although it appeared Shu Junyue held the upper hand, Shunishin understood that she bore more colorful burdens than Scar. The latter, experienced and seasoned, soon turned the tide. With a powerful fist, Scar struck Shu Junyue's soft abdomen, causing her to stagger back, spitting out bile, her eyes flashing with a wild gleam as she beheld the reddened Scar. Unable to suppress her laughter, you're on the verge of death, yet you still have the audacity to laugh. Ha ha ha, if I die, it would still count as a failed mission for you, wouldn't it? Besides, the one about to perish is you. Did anyone comprehend that? I did. The female antagonist has lost her mind. I knew that being around a mad villain would eventually lead to abnormality. Ah, Brother Scar, you. The skinny monkey's legs buckled, causing him to fall to the ground. Pointing at Scar, a drop of blood trickled from Scar's nostrils. Followed by a pool of blood gushing from his orifices, his exposed skin began to crack apart, and Scar watched helplessly as his flesh peeled away. He let out a harrowing scream, ultimately dissolving into a puddle of blood. The bizarre scene rendered everyone silent, including the barrage. What the heck is this? Ah, this is terrifying. A living man has just vanished. What did the female antagonist do to cause such a sudden turn of events? It seems the female antagonist herself is rather astonished. Chapter 28. How about a transaction? Shu Junyue was indeed astonished. She had not anticipated the potency of that substance. After all, she had only used a minuscule amount. The one most aware of this substance's nature was likely the villain himself. For the first time, Shunishin's smile faded. He was utterly unaware of when Shu Junyue had taken that vial. However, he quickly resumed his usual smile, as if his earlier displeasure had merely been a figment of imagination. Just as Shunishin opened his mouth to speak, Shu Junyue suddenly dashed past him. Delivering a forceful stomp onto the skinny monkey's back, the sound of cracking bones distinctly audible. I utilize surround sound. Do you comprehend? The sound of bones breaking was so painfully clear that I thought it was my own bones. The skinny monkey screamed in agony as Shu Junyue slightly lifted her foot, easing the pressure while offering an apologetic smile. My apologies. I didn't realize how much force I was applying. What can I say? You are simply too slender. Come, allow me to assist you up. The wicked female antagonist strikes where it hurts, breaking bones yet offering to help him up. Viewers feel uncomfortable. These two haven't done anything particularly egregious to warrant such cruelty, have they? Haven't done anything. They were preparing to hand the female antagonist over to the male lead. Do you think she could survive at his hands? You must be a fan of the female lead to be so naive. No wonder you are so sanctimonious. The skinny monkey cried out once more, pushing away Shu Junyue's feigned hand as he sprinted toward Shunishin. This woman was terrifying. Images of Scar's bloody demise filled his mind, and the world around him seemed to turn crimson. Shunishin cast a cold glance at the skinny monkey, quickly donning a false smile as he adjusted his glasses. Devoid of warmth. Hand it over. What brings you here? Shu Junyue reached behind her back, intending to feign death. Shunishin, not wishing to press the matter, finally sighed in resignation. At least leave me a bit. It's freshly concocted, and this is the only vial I have. The corrosive potion, even a mere drop upon one's skin, could trigger a violent reaction if the individual were to exert themselves, leading to blood oozing from every orifice, resulting in a grotesque decay that would ultimately leave nothing but a pool of blood. Shunishin had crafted this small trinket on a whim, unaware that it had been pilfered by Shu Junyue at some point. She retrieved a test tube from her spatial wristband, cradling it in her palm as she scrutinized Shunishin carefully, inquiring, "Are you not angry?" "Not angry," he replied. "Humph. I don't believe you." Shu Junyue rolled her eyes before cautiously pouring out half of the liquid, sealing it and handing it to the antagonist, while she stowed the remaining items back in her spatial wristband. Her gaze fell upon the frail figure on the ground. "Will you keep him alive or put him out of his misery?" Shunishin lowered his gaze to the trembling figure, his voice softening. Mr. Thin Monkey, how about we strike a deal? What kind of deal? I have nothing on me, Dodo. But you do. Shu crouched down, his glove hand lightly brushing against the thin monkey's skin, causing Shu Junyue to shudder in revulsion. Turning her head away in disgust, muttering under her breath, I can't believe he is a gay. No, I refuse to accept that. Yeah, we cannot be a couple. The antagonist cannot possibly be gay. The CPI ship must not collapse. Shu Junyue, with her inherent rebellious nature, whispered defiantly, he must be gay. What are you saying? Come here. Shu wore a subtle smile, and Shu Junyue, feeling embarrassed, trotted over, squatting beside him. He pointed at her spatial wristband and said, You still have the items I asked you to store, right? Yes, which one do you want? The rope, bind him up until the doll returns. The thin monkey was discarded in a corner, and Shu Junyue proceeded to set up a barbecue grill in the room. Placing smokeless charcoal upon it, she retrieved the S06 from her spatial wristband and activated it. The previously dim screen of S06 lit up with eyes, followed by its mechanical voice. Mr. Shun, Miss Shu, how may S06 assist you? This, Shu Junyue pointed at the grill, eagerly pulling out a variety of meats and chives from her spatial wristband. Yes, she placed the items on the table. She inadvertently tugged at her wound, causing her to gasp, but upon seeing the large chicken leg and squid, she momentarily pushed through the pain to S06. Can you barbecue? Miss Shu, it's quite simple. Tonight's dinner will be barbecue. Mr. Shun enjoys steak. I believe I could also grill a steak. All right. Shu Junyue responded dismissively, handing S06 a massive tomahawk steak. Shu, taken aback for a moment, said with a faint smile, Come here. Shu Junyue grumbled in discontent. Calling a little dog. Though she initially hesitated, the soft sofa was too inviting, and she maneuvered herself over, lying down. The pressure on her wounds caused her to stifle a groan as the pain radiated through her body. A bitter reminder of her own weakness. She could have suppressed her adversary with her scars, but the opponent's experience and skills had inflicted harm upon her. Get up. Shu Junyue, unwilling to respond, felt fatigued and wished to remain stilled. In the post-apocalyptic world, she had committed numerous acts of deception, but today marked her first personal kill, yet her heart stirred not a single tumult, as if she had merely performed a mundane task. Lost in thought, a large hand propped her up from behind, and she found herself nestled within a warm embrace. Imbued with a delightful fragrance, in this desolate world, it felt particularly pure and refreshing, prompting her to inhale deeply. Shun meticulously applied ointment to her exposed wounds, his attention unwavering and patient. Though it was merely an application of medicine, his gaze bore no ulterior motives, yet Shu Junyue felt an unsettling tension. It was too close, far too close. Even during her brief time with Guqin, her heart had primarily sought to utilize him for protection. Their interactions had never ventured beyond holding hands. Previously, she might have wondered why Guqin refrained from allowing her to touch him more. But now, knowing she was merely a substitute, all the reasons fell into place. Ouch. Shu paused. Did I hurt you? It's all right. Shu chuckled lightly. He had recorded her injuries, knowing they posed little pain to her current constitution. For others, it might have been excruciating, but for Shu Junyue, it was akin to an ant bite. Chapter 29. Dead Shu withdrew his hand and placed the ointment in Shu Junyue's palm, then picked up a wet tissue to wipe his right hand gently. Miss Shu, I thought you were quite skilled at evoking sympathy and charm. Your sudden resilience is rather surprising. Shu Junyue, displeased, clenched the ointment tightly, forcing a smile before deliberately affecting a high-pitched voice to address the antagonist. Professor Shun, your strength earlier was rather excessive. You've caused me pain, and you haven't finished applying the ointment yet. So why are you wiping your hands already? As she spoke, Shu Junyue pulled her collar down, revealing her pale shoulder marred with bruises, a sight that evoked sympathy. However, Shu remained unfazed, squinting slightly as he settled into the single sofa opposite her, his deep-set eyes observing her movements. Noticing her pause, he feigned surprise. Miss Shu, why have you stopped? Stop it. Watching the barrage of comments filled with awe on the screen, Shu Junyue angrily pulled her collar back up. She had no peculiar penchant for public exposure. S06, Do not put chili on the skewers. Shu Junyue's eyes widened in accusation, glaring at the antagonist. What do you mean by that? S06, add more chili. Do not listen to her. Naturally, S06 disregarded Shu Junyue's command, following the antagonist's instructions instead, discarding the chili. This infuriated Shu Junyue, who was about to argue when the antagonist suddenly wiped the smile off his face. Pointing at a pool of blood on the floor, Miss Shu, shouldn't you clean up this crime scene? It would be quite nice for you to enjoy your meal without the sight of it. Despite his words, Shu Junyue stood up and retrieved cleaning supplies from her spatial wristband, promptly cleansing the bloodstain, for she would have no explanation when Zhou Su returned. The antagonist also stood, administering a shot to the thin monkey's neck. The thin monkey struggled in despair, his eyelids growing heavy until they finally closed. Shu Junyue watched as the antagonist dragged the large man to the adjacent room, locking the door behind him. After a moment of contemplation, she took out a large black backpack from her space, filling it with provisions. Upon the antagonist's return and noticing the additional backpack in the room, he remarked with satisfaction, Miss Shu, it seems our thoughts are in perfect harmony. Shu Junyue rolled her eyes, ignoring him at Mr. Shun. Miss Shu, the skewers are ready. Shu Junyue rushed over, only to see the skewers devoid of chili. Her face fell instantly. Barbecue without chili lacks soul. She stealthily reached for the chili powder, but S06 moved to block her hand. Miss Shu, following S06's assessment of your condition, your stomach has sustained a severe blow. I advise against consuming anything spicy. Did you hit your head? Did you bump it? The antagonist clearly has a soft spot for Xiaoye that I declare. The CPI ship is genuine. Shu Junyue snorted in discontent, muttering, it's clearly him who can't eat spicy food. What did you say? Nothing. Shu Junyue deliberately shouted back, venting her frustration, continually reassuring herself that in this apocalyptic world, even skewers without chili could be delicious. Once S06 had cleared the aftermath, Shu Junyue returned it to her wristband. As the smell in the room dissipated, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Shu Junyue pinched her thigh hard, her eyes welling up with tears, unable to hold back as they dripped down her cheeks. Seizing the warmth of her tears, she pushed the door open and dashed out. Brother Zhou Su, feeling dejected, caught sight of Shu Junyue, who was crying uncontrollably, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He immediately asked, What happened? Brother Zhou, you've finally returned. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. What transpired? Shu Junyue shook her head, tears streaming down her face, her voice heavy with remorse. Brother Zhou, it's all my fault. After you and the doll left, I thought the food here was dwindling, so I ventured out to gather some supplies, but I didn't expect as she spoke. Her cries grew louder, a heart-wrenching display eliciting sympathy from all who heard. The supporting character has impressive acting skills. Indeed, such talent. I thought she was a green tea type, but she is truly heartless. Zhou Su stands no chance. He simply cannot compete, but that's not right. The female supporting character doesn't seem to have a strong sense of pain right now. So how could she shed tears just from pinching her thigh? Shu Junyue secretly rolled her eyes. Ever since childhood, when she felt like crying, she had to pinch her thigh. Otherwise, the tears wouldn't come out. It seemed like a mere formality. Regardless of the pain, as long as she pinched her thigh, her eyes would uncontrollably well up with tears. Though somewhat peculiar, it was a fact. Zhou Su, oblivious to the chaotic thoughts swirling in Shu Junyue's mind, excitedly grasped her shoulders. Miss Shu, are you the only one left alive? Shu Junyue shook her head as the villainous character timely emerged, his rolled-up sleeves revealing scratches and bruises, his expression grave. Yeah, don't cry. The villain tenderly wiped away the tears from the corner of Shu Junyue's eyes, and upon noticing the injuries on his arm, her eyes widened in shock. What on earth? How could he sustain such severe injuries so quickly? The villain raised an eyebrow, his hand that had just wiped her tears now pinching Shu Junyue's thin cheek, tugging it outward. Shu Junyue dared not speak, fearing her mirth would reveal itself, so she could only resort to eyeing him in reproach. Ah, so sweet, so sweet. Sweet my foot. She has no flesh on her face, and this villain's grip is too strong. It hurts. Noticing that more tears brimmed in Shu Junyue's eyes, The villain satisfiedly withdrew his hand. Shen Yixin turned to Zhou Su, glancing at the lone doll beside them, and couldn't help but inquire, "Mr. Zhou, what happened to that chubby gentleman?" Upon mentioning the chubby fellow, Zhou Su turned his head, his tone filled with sorrow. "He died." Both Shen Yixin and Shu Junyue were momentarily taken aback, but their astonishment did not linger long, as prolonged disbelief would seem overly contrived, resembling mere pretense. When expressing genuine surprise, one typically retains such a look for about 2 seconds. The doll approached Shu Junyue, tilting its head, its eyes seemingly pleading for praise. Shu Junyue reached out to pat the doll's head, causing the doll to squint its eyes in delight. It adored the scent of his sister and yearned to bite into that snow-white skin. Yet it dared not open its mouth, fearing Mr. Shen would be displeased, and an unhappy Mr. Shen was exceedingly terrifying. Chapter 30. Skin change. Shu Junyue's voice was low as she questioned, "How did he die?" As for the specifics of the chubby fellow's demise, Zhou Su was somewhat unclear. It seemed the little girl in red had nearly been captured by a zombie, and when the chubby fellow went to save her, he ended up being dragged into a horde of zombies. In the end, Zhou Su could only manage to rescue the doll. This female supporting character is truly shameless. How could she dare say such things? Isn't it she who commanded the zombies to kill the chubby fellow? If she can command zombies to do her bidding, why not take advantage of it? Exactly. Initially, the female supporting character and the villain had no intention of harming them. It was they who first entertained wicked thoughts. But wait, how did the female supporting character know these three had ulterior motives? Are you foolish? What show are you watching? Didn't you see the scar-faced one make the first move? But I'm curious, did the female supporting character really intend to follow the villain to the southern base? Shu Junyue certainly did not wish to go. She felt that the discussions about Gu Chinen in the comments suggested he had become even more formidable. However, there was a virus within her that surpassed the zombie virus, and she currently dared not truly distance herself from the villain. Her thoughts were a tangled mess, while the villain remained leisurely. Asking the doll, "Are you hurt?" The doll slowly lifted its head to look at the villain, preparing to shake its head, but upon seeing the villain's pursed lips, it changed to a nod. Gu Chinen nodded in satisfaction and addressed Zhou Su. "Mr. Zhou, I'll take the doll to another room to apply some medicine." "All right." Shu Junyue watched the doll being taken away by the villain. She led Zhou Su to the room where they had eaten skewers, handing him the black backpack resting on the sofa. "Brother Zhou, you've been outside for so long. You must be hungry. Have something to eat first." Zhou Su only took some bread and a bottle of water, then pulled out some cold medicine from his bag, distributing a few boxes to Shu Junyue. "You and Mr. Zhou are ordinary people. You might need these medicines later." "Thank you." Seeing that Shu Junyue had no excuses, Zhou Su secretly sighed in relief, tearing open the plastic bag and silently sitting on the sofa, watching the sky darken outside. This was merely the outskirts of W City, yet 3 people had already perished. How had Mr. Zhou and Shu Junyue managed to survive for so long in this perilous city? Was it because of that medicine during the day? If that bottle of medicine could be mass-produced, would humanity soon triumph in this war, and would this apocalyptic world come to an early end? Zhou Su suddenly felt a surge of impulse. He wanted to ask Shu Junyue, but when he looked up, the person before him had already vanished. She must have gone to check on that child next door. Naturally, Shu Junyue was curious about what the villain intended to do with the doll. Upon opening the door, a strong stench of blood wafted through the room. In the center of the room stood 2 single beds, with the villain seated on a wheeled stool, his long legs awkwardly positioned between the 2 beds. Under normal circumstances, Shu Junyue might have made a snide remark, but now, the villain's actions were too terrifying. Shu Junyue considered herself to have witnessed many grotesque things after the apocalypse, yet compared to what the villain was currently doing, those were nothing. What were you doing? Oh my God, is this suitable for broadcast? Am I really eating while watching this? And they didn't even put a censor on it. Point 18. What's there to censor? It's just disgusting. You. Shu Junyue stepped forward, trembling fingers pointing at the corpse on the right single bed, a body devoid of any skin, nothing but a mass of flesh, while the villain was meticulously transplanting the skin he had removed from the skinny monkey onto the doll. The doll lay naked on the bed, its lifeless black eyes gazing at Shu Junyue. Finally, Shu Junyue understood why the doll had been so tightly wrapped, except for the area around its eyes. The doll had almost no intact skin, resembling a low-tier zombie, with rotten skin clinging to the flesh, albeit without the risk of falling off at any moment. Wasn't it a high-tier zombie? Why was its skin not intact? I too am curious that I quite like this little boss. It seems obedient and adorable in the W City. According to the original story, the doll was merely a zombie on the verge of breaking through to level 4. Even if it did break through, its skin would only be more securely attached compared to low-tier zombies that I remember in the original story. Even later on, the zombie king could still be easily identified as a zombie. After all, the species is different. How could it evolve to resemble a human perfectly? Aside from the comments, the villain explained in greater detail. Even high-tier zombies displayed a dark blue skin tone, with noticeable cracks. And their joints were more flexible than those of humans, meaning the doll could rotate its entire body 360 degrees. Oh, what is it you're doing now? I need to bring the doll into the southern base. But with its rotting skin, it would never pass the full-body examination. Oh, you're transplanting the skinny monkey skin onto the doll. Shu Junyue stared blankly as the villain diligently worked with needle and thread, expertly transplanting a large piece of skin onto the doll. She had expected the skin to resemble a patch, but under the villain's skillful hands, it appeared as if it had originally grown on the doll. Professor Shun, do you have a side gig as a tailor? Shun Ishin paused his sewing, finally lifting his gaze to Shu Junyue, a dangerous smile adorning his face. If you want to try, I wouldn't mind. Shu Junyue crossed her arms and took a step back. No, I very much mind. Has anyone told me that this skinny monkey is truly dead? Given its ghastly state, could it possibly still be alive? Shu Junyue walked over to the other side, reaching out to probe under the skinny monkey's nose, to which the villain lazily responded, "It's still alive. You haven't killed it and skinned it yet? I declare, in terms of perversion, my little Yia is incomparable. No, my little Yia is obviously the winner. The villain left the corpse, but my Yia left a pool of blood. You all are the true perverts, competing over this." Upon hearing that Shu Junyue intended to kill the person before skinning them, the villain expressed surprise. The skin of a dead person is nowhere near as good as that of a living one. Shu Junyue regarded the villain's nonchalance, the smile on his face becoming increasingly unsettling. She began to ponder whether she had done anything excessive to the villain recently, when suddenly, her left hand was tugged by a force. Chapter 31. Bringing medicine back to his mother, it was the skinny monkey who had already awakened from anesthesia. It grasped Shu Junyue's wrist with a gentle grip. She could easily break free with a slight effort. But its mouth was open as if trying to say something that I can't hear you. There are no subtitles. Little Yia, hurry up and lean in to listen. When called Little Yia, Shu Junyue generally complied with their requests. So she did not immediately pull her hand away, instead lowering her head to lean closer to its ear. The voice of the thin monkey was exceedingly faint, often speaking in a disjointed manner. Yet Shu Junyue managed to decipher his words. He instructed her to take the medicine back to his mother. This brother's path has narrowed. Without any ulterior motives, nothing would have happened. However, don't expect this malicious female antagonist to assist you in delivering the medicine. It is utterly impossible. Would you help someone who intends to harm you? How absurd. Very well. What is this development? It wasn't my words. Shu Junyue suddenly raised her head, realizing she had spoken aloud, and promptly lowered it again, addressing the thin monkey. I did not agree to anything. It was him. Shu Junyue pointed towards the nearby villain, who was still busy stitching to this moment. She was as astonished as the comments in the stream. Just look at what was said a moment ago. Did the villain just utter something resembling human speech? I would rather believe the malicious female antagonist would agree than trust that very well came from the villain's lips. Could the villain be so benevolent? Surely, there are undisclosed secrets at play. Shin Ishin chuckled coldly, lowering his gaze to the blinking-eyed doll, a satisfied expression illuminating his face, as if he took great pride in his handiwork. Miss Shu, do you have hot water? What do you need hot water for? A man like you is suddenly concerned about health. Misunderstanding Shu Junyue's intent, Shin Ishin reiterated, I need boiling water. If you don't have any, could you kindly boil a pot for me? Shu Junyue wanted to retort at being ordered around, But upon glancing down at the disfigured thin monkey, she felt shamefully intimidated. No, once the virus within her body is resolved, she must escape this madman's clutches. While boiling the water, Shu Junyue learned from the comments that the villain was currently dealing with the thin monkey. This villain is truly something, skinning a person and yet denying them a peaceful end. I declare, the villain is more perverse than the malicious female antagonist. Indeed, Scarface should be grateful that the one who ended him was a female antagonist, rather than the villain. Given the villain's nature, he would have certainly conducted some research first, then used that corrosive potion to dissolve him into a puddle of blood. With the thin monkey gone, what does the villain need hot water for? What has to rush? We'll find out when the female antagonist brings in the water. Soon enough, Shu Junyue would discover the villain's intentions. Thank you. The villain accepted the water, opened the lid, and shockingly poured it directly onto the doll's body. Shu Junyue instinctively grasped his hand, questioning, "What are you doing?" "Pouring water." "Why are you pouring water?" "The inspections of the southern base will be rigorous, leaving no wound unchecked. Even if stitched perfectly, there will be noticeable scars. Pouring boiling water on skin will leave marks, and when a body becomes too grotesque, one's psyche tends to avert its gaze." After hearing the explanation, Shu Junyue released his hand, feeling a pang of regret for her earlier reaction. Why had she instinctively intervened? Just like on the train, when she learned about the future zombie king. She had also felt compelled to investigate. No, this was not in line with her character. She would never act this way. Shu Junyue shook her head, coldly observing as the boiling water cascaded onto the freshly stitched skin of the doll, causing it to redden and gradually wrinkle, leaving behind unsightly scars. The doll lay on the single bed, still innocently gazing at Shu Junyue, oblivious to what was transpiring. Suddenly, Shu Junyue felt a dryness in her mouth, and upon opening it, a bitter taste emerged. "Professor Shun, will this skin grow in her flesh?" "Yes." "No. I really like the doll. A girl covered in scars will surely be heartbroken." Upon reading this comment, a face full of burned scars flashed through Shu Junyue's mind, its gaze filled with resentment. She felt a tightening in her chest, unable to meet the doll's eyes. It was merely a zombie with an underdeveloped brain. Completely unaware of what this would mean for the future, "I'm going to sleep in the next room." Shun Ishin, perplexed by Shu Junyue's anger, pulled out a wet wipe to clean his hands. After completing his tasks, he no longer glanced at the doll. Shutting the door behind him, an inquisitive scholar, Shun Ishin pulled Shu Junyue, who was curled up on the sofa, to face him and affirmed, "Are you angry?" "No, why are you angry?" "Do you care about the doll?" "What are you joking about? How could I possibly care about a zombie?" Shu Junyue cast a glance at the sleeping Zhou Su, lowering her voice. "Just a random pickup? Why would I care?" "So you're upset about my earlier actions. Which one?" Seeing that the villain intended to continue speaking, Shu Junyue raised her hand to cover his mouth, opening it yet not producing any sound. "Zhou Su is here." Shun Ishin said nothing, nor did he remove Shu Junyue's hand. For a moment, they were exceedingly close, their breaths intertwining in the dim space, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. For the first time, Shu Junyue meticulously examined the villain, having to admit that Shun Ishin possessed striking features. His eyes resembled stars, deep and indifferent, with a perpetually smiling mouth that made him appear like an elegant gentleman amidst the apocalypse. So smooth, that skin so soft. Those lips. Shu Junyue felt a sudden itch in her hand, instinctively squeezing, causing Shun Ishin to narrow his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing beneath his glasses. Soft and fragrant. Does he like us? Squeeze me. Squeeze me. I'm more pleasant to touch. In a place unseen by others, a little creature stealthily reached toward Shu Junyue's waist. Shun Ishin's expression shifted slightly as one large hand suddenly encircled Shu Junyue's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace, then turning to block the little creature. Excessive, excessive, excessive. Shun Ishin's action brought their already close bodies into even tighter proximity. It was still the sweltering summer, and although they wore long sleeves and pants, the fabric felt thin, allowing them to acutely sense each other's body temperatures, one warm like jade, the other cool like ice. The contrasting sensations inexplicably stimulated them both. Chapter 32. The villain's unconventional behavior, Shu Junyue's cheeks flushed. Feeling an inappropriate reaction stirring within her, she immediately pushed the man away and kicked him, sending him crashing to the ground. Embracing her pillow, she turned away, closed her eyes, and exhaled deeply, attempting to dispel the heat from her face. How embarrassing, how utterly humiliating. Shu Junyue patted her chest, cursing herself silently. Overthinking, she thought she wouldn't be able to sleep that night, but unexpectedly, a scent wafted to her nose, just as she sat up cautiously. Her eyelids grew heavier, and she collapsed back down, falling into a deep sleep. Zhou Su, who had been awkwardly contemplating whether to switch rooms, also fell into a deep slumber. The comments in the stream vanished at this moment. The room was engulfed in darkness, and a massive shadow emerged from behind Shen Yishan, brazenly stretching out, its numerous tendrils waving freely, seemingly joyous at being able to breathe. Shen Yishan ignored them, leaning back on the sofa with his eyes closed. Most of the tendrils eagerly rushed towards Shu Junyue. One even yanked her pillow away and cozied up to her, delighting in being embraced by her. Soft and fragrant mine. I like the wrist. I like the ears. Also lovely. Countless joyful emotions unconsciously affected Shen Yishan. He had never experienced such overwhelming joy that felt almost suffocating. He could not comprehend why these things liked her so much. It's you who likes her. We are you. The subject is so awkward. Exactly. Clearly likes the soft and fragrant one. Like? Shen Yishan pondered this question seriously. He had spent his life conducting research. And while the word like had appeared before, no one had ever asked him if he liked someone. Shen Yishan could directly answer that he did not enjoy research itself, but rather the thrill of destroying something during the process. However, he could not determine whether he liked Shu Junyue. Perhaps she was indeed a bit special at the moment, but only a little. Soon, the disdain returned to Shen Yishan's eyes, the boredom seemingly contagious to the tendrils, many of which wilted and retreated, yet a few stubbornly clung to Shu Junyue, reluctant to part from her, tightening their grip around her. With a rumble of thunder, the sky rapidly darkened, ominous clouds rolling in, signaling an impending downpour. Shu Junyue pretended to retrieve 3 rain jackets from her backpack, handing them to the 3 individuals opposite her. Apart from her jacket, she wore a mask like the doll, concealing much of her face. The rain was about to fall, and in the apocalypse, one should avoid catching a cold from getting wet. Even ordinary colds had become deadly in this world. Had it not been for the thin monkey's mother suffering from fever with no help available, they would not have dared to venture into the city. W City had an abundance of supplies, but also harbored near-lethal dangers. Follow me. I will lead you out of the walls. Zhou Su looked at Shu Junyue gratefully, donning his raincoat as he headed towards the iron gate. This rain had arrived just in time. It would take another hour of driving after exiting the walls to reach the southern base. Zhou Su drove a jeep with scars etched into its body, and upon arriving at the southern base, the first checkpoint required a thorough inspection, necessitating the removal of all clothing to check for wounds. The southern base daily welcomed a multitude of survivors. After parting ways with Shen Yishan and Zhou Su, Shu Junyue anxiously made her way to the left with the doll in tow, accompanied by an authentic zombie. Will they discover it? The female antagonist is truly audacious. She actually came to the southern base. Jiu go. Quickly deal with this woman. How can there still be female lead fans at this point? You don't know? Recently, those female lead fans claimed that the substitute is Lin Wanwan, and now they're back in full force. This is hilarious. The male lead seeks a substitute for the female lead. But even the female lead fans are looking for a substitute. What substitute? That is, just a woman. Where could there possibly be someone who looks exactly the same? It must be a woman. Shu Junyue raised her eyebrows in surprise, not expecting such excitement to unfold overnight. She lowered her head and let out a cold laugh, determined to see just how much the substitute Gu Chinin sought resembled Lin Wanwan. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take off your clothes. The one inspecting for wounds was a young girl, her expression one of impatience as she pushed and prodded at Shu Junyue. Shu Junyue cast a cold glance at her and slowly began to remove her clothing. With a curvaceous figure and skin that felt smooth and fair to the touch, the inspecting girl couldn't help but display a hint of jealousy. Muttering under her breath, she must have had plenty of in the apocalypse. A woman's good fortune often stemmed from either her own formidable strength, of which there were few, or from being a parasitic flower, relying on her body to exchange for a stable life amidst chaos. Shu Junyue carefully scrutinized the young girl's appearance, committing it to memory that, hurry up and get dressed. Just as Shu Junyue finished fastening her clothes, a scream echoed from behind. Turning around, she saw the doll, disheveled, sprawled on the ground. Shu Junyue rushed forward to help the doll get dressed, secretly relieved. Rainy days were supposed to bring tranquility to humanity. But in the post-apocalyptic world, rain only heightened irritation. Most people in the inspection tent were young girls, growing increasingly restless. Shu Junyue led the doll out of the tent, where Zhou and Shinishin had been waiting for quite some time. This was not Zhou's first visit to the southern base. He merely needed to check for wounds, whereas Shu Junyue and the others had to register. Zhou cautioned, "Miss Shu, when you register your identity, I recommend using a different name. Also, it would be wise for you to wear a mask when going out in the base." Zhou glanced around and lowered his voice. "Your likeness is still displayed in the task hall. The girls responsible for inspections haven't been there, so they didn't recognize you. But that may not be the case later. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Brother Zhou." Zhou reminded her once more. His expression serious. Jiu Chen has undergone significant changes and primarily stays in the inner city. If you remain in the outer city, the chances of encountering him are quite low in that case. She would obediently stay in the outer city until her strength was sufficient. However, the main antagonist was not one to play nice. "Yes, I'm a chemist and biologist." Shu Junyue suddenly turned around to find the main antagonist wearing a gentle smile, while the young girl at the registration desk blushed deeply, struggling to articulate her words out. Good. May I ask for your surname, Professor?" "Shen." "All right, Shen, Professor Shun." The girl stared at Shinishin's face, her right hand reaching for an internal phone, saying, "I'll report this to you." Chapter 33. The main antagonist actually has fans. The female antagonist is about to explode. Didn't he expect there to be an insider? And the insider is actually the main antagonist. The female antagonist dares to be angry, but cannot speak out. All but a pack of spicy strips that just now the female antagonist was only thinking of how to evade the male lead. But the main antagonist directly brought her right to him. Shu Junyue was furious, but upon realizing the person before her was a madman and a pervert, she quietly calmed herself and brought him closer. Forcing a smile, "Professor Shun, you know very well the situation I'm in." Shun Ishin smoothed his sleeves, ensuring not a single wrinkle remained. "Xiaoya, I wouldn't harm you to know you would." This combination is bound to fall apart eventually. With two antagonistic characters together, I think it's prudent to worry about this southern base before they break up. Shun Ishin wouldn't come in without reason. Although Shu Junyue was unaware of his intentions, it had little bearing on her. Zhou shook his head disapprovingly, having not anticipated Shun Ishin's decision to reveal his identity so openly. Reflecting on it, if one of two ordinary individuals held a useful identity, they could indeed navigate the base more effectively. But Zhou turned to Shu Junyue, while a faint displeasure welled up within Shun Ishin. "Mr. Zhou, thank you for bringing me and Xiao here. By the way, I presume you've completed your task?" Zhou silently shook his head, glancing at the two standing side by side, feeling somewhat intrusive. "That's all. May our paths cross again. Be careful." Zhou did not take on the task for the sake of rewards, but merely to ascertain whether there were indeed survivors in City W. He had asked Shinishin earlier, and there were still quite a few survivors. As long as survivors remained, the source energy bullets could not be wasted. Not long after Zhou departed, a boy with a tuft of hair approached, scratching his head with a silly grin, gazing at Shun Ishin while clutching a notebook and reciting, "Shun Ishin, Mr. Shun?" "Yes, that is me, Mr. Shun. Your name seems somewhat unfamiliar. Did you perhaps have any notable research or published papers before the apocalypse?" In laboratories, a hierarchy existed based on the volume of published papers. Those who published more were held in higher regard, strutting with an air of superiority. Shun Ishin, with his hand in his pocket and a slow tone, spoke words that rendered the boy speechless. "I published papers under the name S internationally." The boy's previously dismissive expression instantly morphed into fervor, excitedly tossing aside his notebook, vigorously wiping his hands on his lab coat, and stepping forward to offer a warm handshake with Shun Ishin. Naturally, Shun Ishin avoided him, shamelessly pulling Shu Junyue in front of him. Shu Junyue raised a masked doll in front of her, creating a rather comical scene. The boy, undeterred by the awkwardness, retracted his hand, yet his eyes sparkled with admiration for Shun Ishin. "Professor Shun, I'm your fan. I've read every paper you've published. You read truly incredible. If the Southern Base's laboratory had your involvement, we would undoubtedly lead in researching the agent to stimulate bodily mutations." Shu Junyue questioned, "Why not prioritize researching a cure for the zombie virus instead?" The boy looked at Shu Junyue in confusion, asking, "Why research a cure? The zombie virus could usher in a new transformation for humanity. It's an opportunity. Inferior humans are destined for elimination, which aligns with a natural order. As researchers, we should focus on how to make humanity stronger, evolving beyond the frail bodies that succumb to aging and disease. Perhaps we could even attain immortality. It's a pity, it's unfortunate that mutants cannot be used for experiments. Otherwise, they would have already developed the agent to stimulate bodily mutations. However, with Professor Shin's involvement, the boy believed that day would soon arrive. The boy, whose real name was Shu Junyue, had been a graduate student at W University before the apocalypse. And after the collapse, he followed his mentor to the southern base to engage in researching bodily mutation agents. The base placed great importance on this project, and the treatment for researchers was not bad. They indeed had individual villas, though not one for each person. The villas were 3 stories tall, with each person occupying 1 floor. Ordinary researchers could not bring family members, but with Shun Ishin's fame, accommodating 2 or even more wouldn't be a problem. "Professor Shun, the first and second floors of this villa are already occupied. The first floor is Professor Wu Ming, and the second floor is Professor Lu Feng. These 2 professors usually stay in a laboratory and rarely return. The third floor has 2 bedrooms and a study. Here's the key." Shu Junyue accepted the key, while Shu Junyue shot an accusatory look at her, as if she had committed a grave transgression. "This kid, I advise you not to provoke the female antagonist. I understand this kid's expression all too well. A month ago, I went to deliver a letter to my idol. You know what happened? My idol raised a hand to receive it, but that damn assistant pushed my idol away, and that wretched assistant ended up taking IT. IT infuriated me." Shu Junyue's expression turned peculiar. Realizing the implications, she raised her hand and, right in front of Shu Junyue, entwined her arm with the main antagonist, speaking in a sweet voice, "Professor Shun, which room are we sleeping in?" Shun Ishin looked down, a smile playing on his lips. "Are you certain you want to sleep with me tonight?" "Yes, if I don't sleep with you, I won't be able to sleep at all." Shu Junyue felt as though he had been struck by lightning, incredulously pointing at Shu Junyue, asking Professor Shun, "Do you have a significant other? Could the man he revered like a deity also engage in romantic relationships like ordinary people?" It felt as if the world had collapsed. How could a godlike figure possibly be in a relationship? With this perplexity, Shu Junyue was unceremoniously shooed away. As soon as the person departed, Shu Junyue released her grip from the arm of the formidable villain. And Shun Ishin suddenly felt an emptiness within that he was a man of action, one who pursued his desires without hesitation, and so he naturally pulled Shu Junyue back towards him, his powerful hand encompassing her slender waist. Goodness, the waist of the female supporting character is so delicate that the villain's single hand can encircle it entirely. My word, these 2 not only resemble a married couple in appearance, but their physiques are equally well matched. What a ridiculous notion. Shu Junyue struggled a few times, but quickly realized that escape was futile. She came to understand that this man possessed formidable strength, far beyond that of an ordinary researcher. After a brief embrace, Shun Ishin, seemingly satisfied, released her once more, leaving one to ponder his true intentions. Chapter 34. The point of no return. Shu Junyue found herself disinclined to fathom the villain's thoughts. He appeared thoroughly content, instructing her to retrieve a plethora of experimental equipment for the study, while he busied himself with his own tasks. The doll stood idly in the corridor, uncertain of what to do, clutching a Stitch plush toy. Wherever Shu Junyue went, the doll's gaze followed her. With a sigh, Shu Junyue led the doll into a smaller bedroom. Before encountering Zhou Su and his companions, the villain had taken Shu Junyue around the city to gather a significant amount of supplies, including a plethora of pristine bedding. After making the bed, Shu Junyue patted it and beckoned to the doll, "Come over and try it out. See how soft it is." The doll curiously scrutinized Shu Junyue, mimicking her actions by bouncing on the bed after observing her. Though she did not comprehend the significance of this gesture, Mr. Shun had advised her to observe human behavior closely, and she felt compelled to imitate it, striving to appear more human-like herself. Yet, in some sense, this sister before her resembled her kind, albeit with subtle differences. The doll stared intently at Shu Junyue as she conjured a drawing board and pencil from thin air, sharpening the pencil with a small knife, her expression serious. "Doll, do you want to bite me?" The doll silently nodded, finding the sister before her far more appealing than any human. "But what about other humans?" The doll hesitated, nodding and shaking her head slowly. "I could bite them, but it's not necessary. Most people aren't even as appealing as that tall uncle." That tall uncle must refer to Zhou Su, right? I have serious doubts that the doll is a level 4 zombie. It appears that Guigo has reached that level as well. As expected of the male lead, he has progressed 2 levels in just a couple of months. I'm quite curious when he will realize that the female supporting character is right beside him. Haha, that will certainly be entertaining to watch. Entertaining? She had no intention of becoming a source of amusement for others. After finishing the pencil, Shu Junyue began sketching on the drawing paper affixed to the board. The doll remained silent, her dark eyes fixated on Shu Junyue, who soon revealed a face emerging on the sketch paper. The doll recognized it as the woman who had just examined Shu Junyue. After completing one sketch, she promptly began another, her speed impressive and the likeness remarkably lifelike. The female supporting character can actually draw? What use is drawing in a post-apocalyptic world? Do you think that skill holds any value? If it serves no purpose, then why is the female supporting character doing it for fun? Who knows? Perhaps she intends to use her artwork to curry favor with the villain. "Doll, you stay put in this room and don't wander off." Shu Junyue folded the sketches neatly and, armed with the identity card provided by Shui Kaming, departed the villa. The southern base was divided into an inner city and an outer city, the former being small and the latter vast, separated by towering walls that delineated 2 distinct worlds. The outer city was chaotic, with lowly structures and open spaces filled with survivors lying exposed, most wearing expressions of numbed resignation, arms crossed, gazing vacantly at the sky. They neither sought food nor toiled for a brighter future, merely staring into the heavens as if awaiting the arrival of death. Shu Junyue was grateful for her mask, for the air here was pungent. The summer heat made fresh water scarce, leading many to forego bathing for long periods, and the stench of sweat mingled so thickly it could nearly suffocate a person. The acrid odor permeated the space, prompting Shu Junyue to touch her nose before turning into an alleyway at a woman clutching a child hurriedly entered, only to find the alley deserted. Puzzled, she glanced around, muttering to herself, "Where did everyone go? I clearly saw someone run in here. Are you looking for me?" A cold dagger was lightly placed against the woman's neck, causing her legs to give way as she collapsed to the ground. Crying, "Miss, I mean no harm. I merely wanted to ask if you needed any assistance. How long have you been in the southern base?" "I live here." Not long after the apocalypse began, a group armed with weapons cleared the zombies from this area, then built high walls to establish a base. But if you have any questions, I can certainly answer them. I just need a bottle of water. Shu Junyue remained silent, toying with the dagger in her hand. The woman quickly shook her head. "Just a sip will do. Just a sip. I cannot die yet. I have a child to care for. Why not abandon or harm the child? In this dystopian world, carrying an infant seemed foolish, and Shu Junyue felt no inclination to extol the virtues of maternal love. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, an infant was merely a burden that hindered survival, representing a lack of responsibility towards the child as well. "Miss, you must not have been a mother. The moment this little one cries upon arrival, I felt as if there was still hope amidst the apocalypse. A child embodies hope, and I will do everything in my power to ensure he survives." Shu Junyue stood frozen for a moment before finally letting out a derisive laugh. She retrieved a bottle of water and a bag of bread from her backpack, along with 2 sheets of sketch paper. "This girl, I need to know her exact whereabouts by this afternoon. Before venturing into the inner city, Shu Junyue had inquired about the guards at the base entrance, who worked in shifts. With noon approaching, it was time for the current guard to change. This man, he has a sick mother. Help me find him. The woman's eyes fixed on the sketch, her excitement palpable. Miss, I know this fellow T associates with an aberrant and has been doing reasonably well in the outer city, but his mother is near death. She has been burning with fever for 3 days. I don't know if she will survive until her son returns with medicine. She won't be coming back, Shu Junyue replied lightly, tossing 2 boxes of medicine to the woman. You will give this medicine to her. Before sunset, I expect to know the whereabouts of another woman. With that, Shu Junyue donned the black hooded jacket and tightened her mask, preparing to return and enjoy a restful sleep. As for the woman's intention to keep the medicine for herself, Shu Junyue was utterly unconcerned. It was not her business. She had already fulfilled her promise to the villain. Upon returning to the 3rd floor of the villa, she found the villain absorbed in some perplexing activity in the study, his mood evidently sour. After contemplating for a moment, Shu Junyue wondered if requesting her reward now would only further dampen his spirits. The thought made her feel oddly uplifted, and she boldly approached him. Professor Shun, what about the items you promised me? Curse it! Shun Ishin's mood darkened further, yet he obediently retrieved an item from the drawer. Chapter 35. In the next life, remember to mind your words, Shao Li. Where are you planning to go? Why does it concern you where I go? Mind your own business and take a look at yourself. Shao Li undid her tied hair, letting it fall in waves, the remnants of a pre-apocalyptic perm, and scoffed before turning to leave. Before the apocalypse, her appearance was such that she would go unnoticed in a crowd. But now, with her clean and delicate features, she was considered rather appealing. The job of checking at the base entrance was not easily acquired. Most people here had connections, while Shao Li had none, harboring resentment towards these so-called colleagues with influential relatives. She could only resort to selling herself to secure a job that was both exasperating and fraught with danger. For some reason, Shao Li's thoughts drifted to the striking woman she had encountered earlier at the checkpoint. The most beautiful woman she had ever seen, igniting a flicker of jealousy within her. She had heard that the woman's partner was a professor. Professors at the base were typically safeguarded within the inner city and allowed to bring their families. Why couldn't fortune smile upon her in this world? Lost in her thoughts, Shao Li remained oblivious to the danger that lurked behind her. A sharp pain struck her back, and before she could cry out, she fell into a nearby, overflowing garbage bin. The acrid stench engulfed her senses as she struggled to rise, only to be lifted by a gloved hand, followed by a flurry of slaps that left her reeling. Goodness, this girl was beaten to a pulp. Surely not. Shao Li just spoke out of turn. The female supporting character needn't go to such lengths for revenge. Why not? It's quite satisfying to watch. After all, if others claim you've been with numerous men, you should be magnanimous about it. Truly ridiculous. Who are you? As Shu Junyue paused for a brief moment, Shao Li immediately inquired, her voice reeking of blood, as she was acutely aware of her own ghastly appearance. The figure before her was entirely shrouded in a black cloak. Upon hearing Shao Li's question, the individual slowly removed their hood, revealing a face strikingly identical to Shao Li's. Shao Li's eyes widened in shock, as if she had encountered a ghost. In your next life, remember to keep your mouth clean. In this life, just consider your fate unfortunate. With a slight exertion of strength, Shu Junyue produced the sound of bones snapping, causing Shao Li's head to tilt, and she breathed her last. Shu Junyue methodically laid the body on the ground, tossed a match into the refuse, and observed as the flames grew more ferocious, devouring everything in their vicinity like a serpent of fire. She casually discarded her black cloak and turned to depart. Dear family, I cannot comprehend what the female antagonist intends to do. There is no need for this. I thought a lesson would suffice, yet she ended up killing her. Perhaps the female antagonist fears the male lead might inquire about her whereabouts at the checkpoint. After all, Shao Li should have left a profound impression on her. But the female antagonist was wearing a mask at that time. How absurd. Could you pay closer attention when watching the show? She was clearly wearing a mask. Furthermore, inspections require meticulous scrutiny. Although we could only hear the sounds, it's evident that even the face must be unobscured. Why would the female antagonist impersonate Shao Li and even go to the checkpoint? No one responded to this query in the comments, for no one knew the answer. You could see that moment. Someone reported to Shu Junyue about Gu Chenin's movements. It seems Gu Chen intends to visit the checkpoint to inquire about the situation. Today, quite a number of survivors from W City have arrived. As anticipated, Shu Junyue quickened her pace, donning Xiao Li's face as she approached the inspection shed. Xiao Li, why have you returned? I forgot something. Shu Junyue scrutinized her surroundings, noting the absence of those who had worked with her during the day, and inquired, where are the others who were working with me earlier? Oh, they've changed shifts. They didn't run as fast as you, but are now in a lounge preparing to leave. Shu Junyue detected the sarcasm in the woman's words, but dismissed it, promptly heading to the lounge. Is the female antagonist planning to take them all out? Now that you mention it, I feel invigorated. Surely she wouldn't be so foolish? Killing them all would blatantly signal to Gu Chenin that she's right here, inviting him to come and capture her. Those individuals were certainly not meant to be killed, yet they could not be overlooked. It's better to be safe than sorry. Shu Junyue stood outside the lounge, listening as a few women engaged in conversation within. Oh dear, you nearly scared me to death. Today, quite a few survivors from W City arrived. Goodness, the number of infected we encountered today surpasses the total from the past few days. Thankfully, Sister Bing was guarding us. But what does it matter? On a fateful day, we would be the first to perish, and others wouldn't have time to save us. This job may seem well-paying, but it's truly a matter of life and death. By the way, I heard Xiao Li is preparing to leave. I heard she found a new benefactor, a bus. In the future, it's best to distance yourself from her. Upon hearing this, Shu Junyue pushed the door open, and the women inside immediately fell silent, quickly dispersing as they feigned busyness. Shu Junyue let out a cold snort, raised her chin, and walked to the only unoccupied workstation, casually picking up an item to justify her return. Would you like some juice? Shu Junyue produced a bottle of orange juice, removed the cap, and stood among the women, her tone exuding arrogance. While I may be seeking out benefactors, as long as it allows me to live well. What is wrong with that? What? You don't want juice? I'm about to leave, so consider this bottle our farewell gift. In this post-apocalyptic world, water is a precious commodity, let alone the rare juice. Although the women had just been speaking ill of Xiao Li, they saw no reason to deprive themselves, and all approached with their cups. Oh, Xiao Li, we've worked together for quite some time. You know in your heart how well Sister Wu treats you, that if you were to leave, we would truly miss you. Shu Junyue smirked mockingly, observing as the women eagerly gulped down the juice. A satisfied smile creeping onto her lips. Within that juice, she had added a drop of a memory-altering potion, capable of blurring the faces of those they had seen throughout the day, just a subtle effect, insufficient for them to sense any anomaly. After consuming the juice, the women felt a lingering sweetness, which always tended to uplift one's spirits. Knock, knock, knock. The resounding knocks startled the women in the lounge back to reality. And Shu Junyue understood. The person had finally arrived. Brother Wang, what is going on? Someone from above wants to ask questions. You all hurry out. By the way, that little brat Xiao Li hasn't run off? Has she? No. She is still here. Having consumed Xiao Li's food, the women felt obliged to speak up for her. Brother Wang, surprised to find Xiao Li still present, had long been displeased with her lack of diligence at work, suspecting she was seeking a new benefactor. However, as he had no evidence against her this time, it mattered little. He could still continue to pressure her tomorrow. Shu Junyue ambled out behind the others, and Brother Wang yanked her out, scolding, "You're always dawdling. One day, you'll be bitten by a zombie." After his tirade, he led the group to a black SUV. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. The figures standing before the vehicle were backlit, rendering their features indistinguishable. Yet at a glance, Shu Junyue momentarily mistook them for Gu Chenin and Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan was already dead, a fate she had indirectly caused. Shu Junyue narrowed her eyes as she was brought closer, finally discerning their faces that in the center stood Gu Chen, alongside a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Wanwan, while the other three burly men were unfamiliar to Shu Junyue. I hadn't checked on the male lead recently. Who would have thought this scoundrel's ability to find substitutes has become increasingly adept, directly procuring one who looks just like her. Now Zhou need not worry about Gu's scoundrel being unable to act against the female antagonist. He has found a more similar substitute, no longer needing to gaze upon the female antagonist's face to reminisce. What substitute? That is Wan. I refuse to believe there could be someone so identical. The heroine is an only child, so it's impossible for her to have a twin, meaning it must be her. She never died. The heroine's fans are delusional. She is dead. How could it possibly be Lin Wan? Besides, it's just a bunch of data. Why so emotionally invested? Brother Gu, I'm so hungry. When are we leaving? The woman resembling Lin Wan spoke with a cutesy tone, her bright eyes untouched by the harshness of the apocalypse. Her innocent smile revealing she had been well protected. How intriguing. Shu Junyue sneered inwardly. Xiao Yuan, shortly. I just need to ask a few questions. Jiu Chen, having calmed Jiang Yuan, turned to face Shu Junyue and the others. His expression cold and hardened, reminiscent of an ancient glacier, sending a shiver through the sweltering day. Has anyone named Shu Junyue entered from W City today? Shu Junyue. No. We haven't seen her. The women exchanged glances, shaking their heads with certainty. This was within Gu Chenin's expectations. Before arriving, he had already reviewed the day's registration records, and aside from a few aberrants, the only unexpected presence was that Professor Shun, who had garnered considerable attention from the higher-ups. Even prompting the base leader to personally meet him, Jiu Chen was uninterested in this. He only sought to ascertain Shu Junyue's whereabouts, intending to sever her head and hang it where Lin Wan had met her demise. Gu Chenin produced a portrait and continued his inquiry. Have any of you seen this individual today? The women passed the portrait around, racking their memories of the day's encounters, seemingly finding no match. Upon seeing them all shake their heads, Gu Chenin grew increasingly agitated, his tone turning harsh. Think carefully that a level 4 aberrant's anger instills a deep-seated fear in ordinary people, and eventually, the oldest among them. Sister Wu summoned her courage to step forward. With a stiff demeanor, she stated, My lord, this young lady in the portrait is exceedingly beautiful. Had we seen her, we would surely remember. The word beautiful acted as a signal, prompting Jiang Yuan to snatch the portrait from Sister Wu's grasp, scrutinizing it closely. She realized the girl in the image bore a striking resemblance to her. Her lips turned pale as she comprehended that Gu Chenin was searching for a woman. But to discover that it was someone so similar to her was unexpected. Brother Gu, who is she? Gu Chenin emanated a palpable displeasure, responding curtly, That is not for you to know. Why isn't it for me to know? She looks just like me, Brother Gu. What do you take me for, her substitute? Haha, I can't hold it in, dear family. My apologies to this young lady. You are a substitute, but not the substitute-esque substitute. Let this scoundrel find substitutes. It seems he has found a little diva this time. How delightful. Xiao Yuan, we should return now. I want that you inquire about her identity, expressing that if she is the one you hold dear, I shall not intrude. Yet, I must confess my affection for you is profound. Gu Daged, I implore you, do not harbor feelings for her, for I possess nothing but you. Please do not cast me aside. Jiang Yuan wept so fervently that even the other girls felt a pang of sympathy. Let alone Gu Chen. Gazing upon the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Wan, Gu Chenin felt as though his heart were shattering. He embraced Jiang Yuan tightly, gently patting her back, his voice low and soothing. Do not cry. I shall not abandon you. I will not forsake you. Indeed, if I were to abandon you, where could I find a substitute so similar? Goodness, it has been ages since I encountered such a loathsome male lead. Perhaps we should elevate the second male lead. Elevate what? The female lead is deceased. There is no platform for that. And besides, the second male lead has yet to make an appearance. When will he finally arrive at the southern base? Second male lead. Thank you for the invitation. I have already worn out 5 pairs of shoes. The few summoned for questioning were thoroughly fed a generous helping of dog food, ultimately inhaling the exhaust of a departing vehicle. The sun sank completely below the horizon as the sky gradually darkened. Shu Junyue tore away the facade from her face and discovered signs of a recent presence in the lounge beside the staircase. She returned to the doll's room to inquire. The doll shook her head, her mouth clenching a bag of blood. Mr. Shun forbids me from going out. I do not know what has transpired. He specifically forbids you from going out? The doll nodded slowly. Based on Shu Junyue's understanding of the archvillain, he was a man of few words, and his prohibition of the doll's exit surely stemmed from reasons beyond her being a zombie. There must be other factors at play. Regrettably, in the original narrative, the doll was struck down by the male lead, never surviving to this moment, and even the comments could not resolve Shu Junyue's perplexities. Knock, 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 that a soft sound resonated 3 times at the door as the arch-villain adjusted his glasses, a detached smile gracing his face. Miss Shu, I'm quite curious about what you have been busy with outside all day. Professor Shun, I too am curious about what you have been preoccupied with at home today. The two exchanged glances, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, it was Shun Ishin who relented, conducting an analysis of his own. You requested I create a human mask for you. Presumably to investigate the shed, perhaps Gu-chin has already visited there, and maybe you even encountered him. So, how does it feel to meet with an old flame? Ah, it feels rather sour. The arch-villain must be feeling jealous. I refuse to believe otherwise. Jealousy? Shu Junyue perceived that he merely wished to witness her misfortune. She did not directly answer Shinishin, instead tilting her head with a smile. Professor Shun, such a busy man, yet you still find time to concern yourself with my affairs. What an honor, dada. You should indeed feel honored. I seldom waste my brain cells on trivial matters. I care not what you intend to do, as long as it does not interfere with my pursuits. Shu Junyue retorted with displeasure, lifting her chin defiantly. I shall convey those very words back to you. You best not hinder my endeavors. After dinner, the doll clung to her Stitch plush toy in her room, requiring no human sustenance. Here, the sole interest in hunting humans was rendered moot, leaving her sit on the bed, gnawing on a blood bag in a daze. Shu Junyue rubbed her round belly, beginning to feel drowsy, and hesitated between the 2 bedrooms. One harbored a zombie. While it appeared affectionate towards her, she could not shake the feeling that it might bite her. Each time she spent time with the doll, Shu Junyue would carefully conceal her skin to prevent exposure. If she could not enter the doll's room, that left only 1 bedroom. Without a second thought, she kicked open the door, locked it behind her, and wrapped herself in the soft quilt, closing her eyes in the dead of night. Shun Ishin's tendrils began to emerge, exploring the new environment. Numerous tendrils surged forth, as if surveying this fresh territory, while the remaining tendrils instinctively drifted towards the master bedroom. Upon discovering the door was locked, several tendrils adhered to it, their pointed ends pressing against the lock. They could have easily destroyed the door, yet opted for a more civilized approach. Their limited intellect recognized that their actions were not meant to be revealed. I wish to embrace something soft and fragrant. It won tea open. Let us dismantle it. We cannot dismantle it. A dispute erupted among the tendrils regarding whether to dismantle the door, revealing a few unruly ones amidst them. These tendrils were an extension of Shun Ishin's consciousness. Countless voices surged into his mind, causing him a headache, and his already irritable mood grew even more dismal. Shun Ishin tugged at his collar, loosening a few buttons of his shirt, exposing his well-defined collarbone, the movement accentuating his alluring Adam's apple, leaving onlookers parched. I feel the arch-villain is far more handsome than the male lead. Oh, that enticing collarbone. And that Adam's apple, how I long to lick it. The arch-villain certainly seems to be in a foul mood. There must be issues with his research, aside from his brief encounter with the base leader this afternoon. He has been buried in his work, seemingly trapped in a dead end. Shinishin stared at yet another failed experiment, compounded by the cacophony in his mind, leading him to abandon his current task. His expression darkening as he headed towards the bedroom, he cast a cold gaze at the tendrils clinging to the door, unable to resist mocking. Truly foolish, he adamantly refused to acknowledge that these foolish things were part of him. It was a humiliation of the highest order. It's recorded. The arch-villain secretly insults the female supporting character as foolish. How dare he insult his wife? He deserves to be kept outside without a bed to sleep on. Upon seeing Shun Ishin's arrival, the tendrils at the door scurried over, their pointed ends indicating the direction of the door, their meaning unmistakable. To intrude upon a lady's chamber uninvited would be exceedingly impolite. And Shun Ishin would never stoop to such behavior. He needed to find a way to calm his agitated spirit. This was not W City, where he could vanquish zombies, and killing them would not stabilize his emotions. He had tried 100 Methods to Calm Mind was a book that Zhou Tiantian had brought him from the library. He had exhausted 99 out of the 100 methods within, none proving useful. Now, only the final method remained. Shen Yishan flipped to the last remedy, having perused the entire book, and fell into deep contemplation. What is it? Let us see it. Oh dear, who has VIP access? Quickly, let us see from Shen Yishan's perspective. The esteemed VIP has arrived. Haha, what do you think the book suggests? As if you're the only VIP here. No need to keep us in suspense. The book outlines that to alleviate one's emotions, one could engage in romance or seek physical contact with a partner for a sense of relaxation. If without a partner, one could find a clean individual for some primal exercise, entering a state of tranquility to achieve emotional relief. The comments fell silent for a moment, echoing the contemplation of the arch-villain. Shen Yishan considered the practicality of this approach, and after a brief stillness, the comments erupted, for if Shu Junyue were awake, she would notice a flurry of yellow above her head. As the saying goes, watching the fun is worth the trouble. The viewers erupted into excited shrieks as Shen Yishan rose from his seated position. Closing the book, his intentions clear. Observing him approach the bedroom door once more, the tendrils obediently parted to grant him passage, eagerly awaiting his opening of the door. Although the door was locked, it posed little challenge to Shen Yishan, who quickly pried it open and boldly stepped into the young lady's room, entirely forgetting his previous thoughts. Surely the arch-villain does not intend to proceed in such a manner. That would be far too lowbrow. As if adapted from a romance novel. I believe should the arch-villain act so brazenly, he would be met with a swift retaliation from the female supporting character. Naturally, Shen Yishan would not engage in such a base act. He moved with great poise, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself at the bedside, drawing out a chair to sit down, stretching his limbs and crossing his elegant legs. Miss Shu, since you are awake, there is no need to feign slumber. Shu Junyue rolled over, pulling her pillow over her ears to signal her disinterest. The moment he entered, she had awakened. In a post-apocalyptic world, truly falling into a deep sleep was a foolish endeavor, especially after her previous inexplicable slumber. Thus, she had become attuned to the scents in the air, while she detected no unusual odors this time. A certain entity around her waist had ensnared her, tightening its grip, exuding an unmistakable sense of agitation. She began to hear those disjointed voices again. So comfortable. You're occupying my waist. I adore soft and fragrant bears. How soft they are. Chapter 38. I am certain I am human. Shu Junyue's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to the evening glow. Shen Yishan, adorned with glasses, observed her reaction with clarity to eye in the past. He might have intervened to thwart those entities, but today he found himself disinclined. He sensed a slight easing of his previously irritable mood, yet it was overshadowed by an overwhelming emptiness. The smaller tendril crept in from the foot of the bed, tugging at Shu Junyue's socks, coiling around her icy ankle. Shu Junyue glared at Shen Yishan in accusation, only to find him unaffected, which fueled her ire. Shen Yishan pondered for a moment, allowing Shu Junyue to press him against the back of the chair. With a voice tinged with the faintest satisfaction and his eyes slightly narrowed, he inquired, "Would you like to hear?" Curiosity piqued. Shu Junyue eventually nodded. In the next instant, Shen Yishan's powerful arm encircled her slender waist, drawing her completely into his embrace, his warm breath enveloping her as if it might melt her away. Unaccustomed to such intimacy, Shu Junyue struggled. Shen Yishan warned softly, "Don't move recklessly. It's not safe to fidget with a normal grown man." True to his prediction, Shu Junyue quieted, though her eyes blazed with indignation. Shen Yishan lowered his head, his lips brushing against her ear, whispering, "Miss Shu, some matters are best kept between the two of us." Shu Junyue's pupils widened in shock as she lifted her gaze, staring at him in disbelief. Unsure if Shen Yishan was referring to the barrage of comments, her instincts kicked in, and she swiftly drew a dagger from her waist. Shen Yishan reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly restraining her wrist. Thus began a tussle upon Shen Yishan's lap. What is happening? This is not what I envisioned. Rewind. Let's start over. Wrong scene. This is not what we should be watching angry at. The female antagonist is quite ruthless, aiming the knife at Shen Yishan's handsome face. What a shame it would be to mar such beauty. Indeed. What a pity. Perhaps a stab lower would be better. A splendid idea. Shu Junyue adopted it instantly, bending her wrist to strike downward. Shun Ishin, alarmed, nearly lost his glasses and swiftly secured both of her hands. Have you calmed down? He mused, a smirk playing on his lips. Due to their earlier scuffle, both were slightly breathless as they gazed at the undulating bear before them. Shun Ishin awkwardly turned his head, revealing a faint blush on his earlobes. Ahem, do you still wish to listen? Feeling those tentacles once again entwining her, and unable to resist Shun Ishin's hold, Shu Junyue could only acquiesce to their presence. Gritting her teeth, she nodded emphatically. I do. Shun Ishin chuckled lightly, leaning his head against her shoulder, his lips drawing closer. Shu Junyue instinctively shivered, silently urging herself to endure. After all, the formidable antagonist was rather appealing. He was undeniably handsome, so it wasn't a complete loss. Strictly speaking, she was unsure, but she was certain that they shared a profound connection. For instance, anything they encountered when they ventured out would be transmitted directly to her mind. Each tentacle possessed its unique consciousness, yet it was a consciousness that diverged from her own. Thus they were all extensions of her. What they saw and did was tantamount to her own actions, a fascinating phenomenon she had been studying since their discovery. Unable to restrain herself, Shu Junyue remarked, "Could it be that you are not truly human?" "I'm quite certain that I am human. No, you are not human. You are a beast. Fine, I am human. You claim to feel everything they do, so when they wrap around me, you feel that as well." Shun Ishin, for once, appeared a tad sheepish. Indeed, his actions had been questionable, but he had merely indulged them slightly, attempting to justify himself. As I mentioned, they possess their own distinct consciousness. Thus some actions are beyond my control. Shu Junyue was wholly unconvinced by his excuses, as the barrage of comments had already revealed the truth. What are they doing? Didn't the antagonist want to be with the female lead after reading that book? Is it really possible to be so close without feeling anything? I don't believe it. Could the antagonist's mood really improve just by being next to the female lead? Is he that easy to please? I have heard enough. Let me go. Shun Ishin reluctantly lifted his gaze, his resolve wavering as he suggested, "How about we make a deal?" "No deals. The last person who made a deal with you ended up without their skin." "I have no intention of taking your skin, that I merely wish to sleep beside you. It seems to ease my mind, which is beneficial for my research. You only need to nod, and you will have access to the potions at your leisure." Resolute, Shu Junyue felt a shameful temptation upon hearing the word potions. Setting aside her misgivings, she inquired, "So, just lying beside you without any other obligations?" "Precisely. And I can take the potions freely?" "Freely." "Very well. It's a deal. You must not go back on your word." "Isn't it just sharing a bed? It's akin to having a large dog beside you. It's hardly an issue." Shu Junyue agreed without hesitation. She was not one to dither. Once she determined that the arrangement was advantageous, she seized the opportunity without delay. However, she underestimated her own wariness. With Shun Ishin nearby, she found it impossible to sleep. Ultimately, lulled by the familiar scent, she succumbed to slumber. The moment Shu Junyue fell asleep, countless tentacles emerged, entwining the two of them on the bed, creating a sealed space where their breaths intertwined, as if they were intimately connected. The following day, Shun Ishin felt exceptionally elated. His research progressed smoothly. Observing the radiant Shun Ishin, Shu Junyue inwardly cursed him, donned her mask, and exited. "Remember to take your keys. I will be heading to the laboratory and may return late." Shu Junyue paused momentarily before turning back to retrieve her keys. Departing without a backward glance, the doll stood by the window, watching Shu Junyue's receding figure, silently gnawing on a blood bag. The sound of the door opening drew her attention, and she obediently turned to Shun Ishin. "Mr. Shun." Shun Ishin produced a photograph, extending it toward the doll, his voice icy. "Do you remember him?" The doll nodded. "I remember, sir." "Then off you go." "Understood, sir." The doll, clutching Stitch, slowly exited, following the location provided by Shun Ishin. Chapter 39. Both are substitutes, Miss Jiang. "Where are you headed?" Jiang Yuan, feeling vexed, halted her steps and vented her frustration at the girl behind her, who wore large black-rimmed glasses. "Could you please stop following me? I'm merely going to check the task hall." Miss Jiang, The task hall is filled with all sorts of people. It is not appropriate for someone of your standing to be there. Why is it inappropriate? Are you afraid I might discover who that woman is? The mere thought that she might merely be a substitute for that woman made Jiang Yuan want to tear her own face apart. How could she, Jiang Yuan, ever be anyone's substitute? A flicker of displeasure crossed the brow of the bespectacled girl, but she quickly concealed it, maintaining a calm tone. Miss Jiang, I do not know who that woman is. But the leader has instructed you to stay within the inner city for your own safety. Jiang Yuan trembled with rage, her eyes wide as she declared, I am not his cage canary. I have the right to freedom. Why can't I go to the outer city? Zhuke, do not follow me. Otherwise, I will tell him you are trying to harm me. The corner of Zhu Chue's eye twitched involuntarily, unable to comprehend what made this woman worthy of the leader's attention. Watching Jiang Yuan's figure recede into the distance, Zhuke finally moved her feet. She would unconditionally fulfill all tasks assigned by Gu Qinin. Even if she harbored disdain for the woman before her, she would risk her life to protect her. Jiang Yuan had not ventured far into the outer city when she witnessed a woman being shoved to the ground by several men. Her foot raised to kick the assailant in the face. Stop! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan rushed forward, attempting to push the leader aside, only to find her strength insufficient and fell back to the ground. Ha ha! Such a beautiful woman here, one man exclaimed. Come, let me give you some pleasure. Jiang Yuan's face turned pale with fear, yet she mustered the courage to threaten them. I warn you, I know people from the dragon team. If you dare to do anything to me, you will not have a good ending. Oh, we are so scared, miss. Who in the outer city wouldn't boast a little? I could say that the leader of the dragon team is my son. Ha ha! Before the man's laughter could fade, a bullet pierced through his forehead, creating a gaping hole. The remaining men, startled, glanced around in terror, and without a second thought for their fallen comrade, they scattered in all directions, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Cold sweat dripped down Jiang Yuan's face. Although she was terrified, she instinctively checked on the person behind her. Are you all right? Shu Junyue, donning the face of Shaoli, shook her head, concealing her injured right hand within her sleeve, murmuring, I'm fine. It was too dangerous earlier. You shouldn't have come. Speechless, the female antagonist deserves an Oscar. This vicious female antagonist has remarkable psychological endurance. The very people she has harmed stand before her, yet she can still act. I don't want to see her scenes. When will she finally exit? The female lead has died once. She could go too. The female lead's fans are going crazy, treating this woman as a substitute just like the male lead. Jiang Yuan is Lin Wanwan. She is not a mere substitute. Up close now. Shu Junyue scrutinized the person before her, recognizing that she bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Wanwan. Could it be that identical people truly existed in this world? Shu Junyue was incredulous, yet she had witnessed Lin Wanwan's demise with her own eyes. The woman before her, known as Jiang Yuan, seemed enveloped in enigma, but Shu Junyue's focus lay elsewhere. Are you injured? Jiang Yuan inquired, supporting Shu Junyue as she rose, then called out to the roof above. Zhuke, do you have any medicine? Zhuke, disinterested, had initially intended to teach that woman a lesson through the ruffians, but was taken aback when one of the thugs dared to insult Gu Qinin. Those who disrespect Gu Qinin deserve death. When Zhuke ignored her, Jiang Yuan retorted angrily, Zhuke, do you believe I will seek out Brother Gu? Before she could finish, Zhuke leaped down from the rooftop, tossing a vial of healing medicine towards her, and without a second glance, returned to the roof. Where did those ruffians injure you? Ah, it hurts. Shu Junyue indicated her back weakly. I might have scraped it when they kicked me to the ground. Jiang Yuan turned Shu Junyue around, her hand trembling instinctively. Heavens, your injury is severe. Where do you reside? I shall fetch you some medicine. Shu Junyue led Jiang Yuan to Shao Li's small room, and after applying the medicine, she expressed her gratitude, asking, I am Shao Li. Miss Jiang, thank you for saving me today. Jiang Yuan, puzzled, queried, how do you know my surname is Jiang? Oh, I saw you yesterday in the break room at the inspection post. Miss Jiang, do you have business in the outer city? Jiang Yuan bit her lip, her spirits low. I wish to visit the task hall. The task hall. Is it because of the woman in that portrait from yesterday? Yes, indeed. Shu Junyue responded with a soft "oh," then cautiously probed, Miss Jiang, is that woman in the portrait related to that esteemed individual from yesterday? I do not know. Jiang Yuan was utterly perplexed. She could not fathom her own desire to visit the task hall. If she were to find Gu Qinan searching for that woman, how would she react? Would she admit to being a mere substitute? Dear girl, do not heed her nonsensical chatter. She is the true substitute. Enough of that. Both are substitutes. Indeed, the deceased by Yue Guang wields the greatest power. Shu Junyue smirked slightly, rising to pour Jiang Yuan a glass of water, watching her drink before leisurely saying, "The woman in the portrait bears a striking resemblance to you. No, not at all. Not in the slightest. I apologize, Miss Jiang. Did I say something amiss?" "You did not. It is my issue that I must take my leave now." Shu Junyue smiled gently, her tone laced with concern. "Miss Jiang, should you ever find yourself troubled, feel free to seek me out. After all, I'm unfamiliar with those around you, and holding on to worries for too long can be detrimental. Also, thank you for your life-saving assistance today." Jiang Yuan cast a glance at Shu Junyue, nodding absent-mindedly before rushing out of the room. What does the supporting character intend to do? Is she attempting to confirm whether Jiang Yuan is Lin Wanwan? But how could that be? If she truly were Lin Wanwan, the supporting character surely would have administered something far more lethal than plain water, perhaps that corrosive potion, ending it all in a single blow. After all, it was Xiao Li's doing, and Xiao Li is dead, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 40. Time to sleep. The barrage of comments regarding Shu Junyue's intentions persisted throughout the day. As she observed the messages, attempting to glean information about Gu Qian's situation, as the night wore on, rain began to fall, and only a select few could find peace in slumber. Jiang Yuan, typically a sound sleeper, found herself plagued by nightmares. The notion of being a substitute pervaded her dreams. She watched Gu Qian continually choose to leave her for another woman, weeping uncontrollably, yet her soul felt trapped within the dreamscape, unable to break free. "Brother Gu, please don't leave me. Do not abandon me." Suddenly, Jiang Yuan jolted upright in bed, staring blankly for a while at the rain cascading outside, worried about whether Gu Qian had returned. Barefoot, she exited her bedroom and descended the stairs, colliding directly with Gu Qian, who was in the process of removing his raincoat. "Brother Gu." Jiang Yuan rushed forward, embracing him tightly, as though clinging to the last piece of driftwood in a storm. "What is it, Xiao Yuan?" "Nothing. I just missed you terribly. I had a dream that you no longer wanted me." That Jiu Qianin fell silent, gazing at her face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Wanwan, as though the person before him was the real one, not Jiang Yuan. That it was merely a dream. Return to sleep. Jiu Qian pried Jiang Yuan's hands away and turned to leave, watching as the lifeline slipped from her grasp. Jiang Yuan's eyes brimmed with madness and obsession as she regarded his retreating figure. In the following days, each night brought the same haunting dream for Jiang Yuan. Through the barrage of comments, Shu Junyue learned that the potion was taking effect, and she felt satisfied, playfully swinging her legs as the antagonist headed to the laboratory. She planned to search the study for anything of value. However, upon opening the study door, she was met with the sight of the antagonist returning, long legs striding confidently, his eyes harboring a smirk as he observed Shu Junyue's furtive demeanor. "What are you after this time?" "Miss Shu, you are nearly depleting my resources." Shu Junyue cleared her throat, waving her hand dismissively as she closed the study door, shaking her head. "I merely wish to see if there was anything needing tidying up." "Tidying up? That is quite the amusing jest for Miss Shu. I require no such assistance. Come in." Shun Yishan, using his height to his advantage, stood before Shu Junyue and forcefully opened the study door, ushering her inside. Once inside, he drew the heavy curtains shut and produced a syringe, preparing to draw her blood. "Have you experienced any discomfort lately?" "None at all. Is there an issue with the 164? "I feel as though I might be getting stronger." After drawing her blood, Shinishin began analyzing the sample while simultaneously addressing Shu Junyue's inquiries. Currently, aberrants are experiencing reactions due to M163 in their genetic makeup, resulting in certain body parts undergoing aberration. In theory, aberrants are considered successful test subjects compared to zombies. Yet paradoxically, they are deemed failures concerning the true purpose of that research. Why is that? Shinishin suddenly wore an eerie smile, revealing a conclusion he had reached after conducting numerous experiments, a revelation unknown to all aberrants. Aberrants derive their power at the cost of their lifespan. Hence, they are all short-lived. The more body parts that undergo aberration, the sooner they meet their demise. This revelation sent the barrage of comments into a frenzy. Goodness, we have found the cause of the male lead's early death in the original work. When I read the original, I was shocked to discover the male lead passed away at just 25, leaving the female lead to bear the weight of humanity's hope. The sudden tragic ending felt like a cruel twist. Could we perhaps save those aberrants? After all, humanity established a base in the apocalypse thanks in no small part to them. It would be a waste for them to perish so soon. Shu Junyue was taken aback momentarily, never having anticipated the grave cost of becoming an aberrant. Yet upon reflection, she realized that ordinary people might have even shorter lifespans in the apocalypse. Professor Shun. What am I 164? Is it considered a success? After all, I can still jump around. Rather than concern yourself with others, it would be wiser to focus on your own well-being. This time, Shinishin chose not to divulge further details to Shu Junyue, instead smiling and saying, "Whether it's successful depends entirely on you. But fear not, I shan't let you die prematurely." Is this a confession? I refuse to believe otherwise. This must be the case. Shu Yuxiao and Shinishin's CP is locked in. They even have a CP name now. Shu Junyue's mouth twitched. How could they use her favorite drink, milk tea, as a name for a pairing with the antagonist? That was simply unacceptable. As Shinishin took notes, Shu Junyue, unable to comprehend, idly spun the teacup before her, eventually saying, "Professor Shun, why did you return from the laboratory so suddenly?" Mentioning the laboratory seemed to unleash Shun Ishin's pent-up frustration as he tossed his pen aside, leaned back in his chair, and sneered. The largest base in the south, appearing respectable from the outside, yet inside, it is a mess. There's always something missing, whether it be this or that. Oh, even those so-called experts and professors are nothing but useless fools. Not to mention the throngs of sycophants trailing behind them, none of whom are worthy of respect. And no wonder they can't even produce a simple potion to induce body aberration. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, pacing back and forth at a bunch of incompetent fools with trash products. If they could create something decent, it would indeed be laughable. So, you were so upset that you ran back here. Shun Ishin halted, his striking eyes wide with disbelief. How could I possibly run back in anger? That is a childish act, fit only for immature youths. Shu Junyue could barely contain her laughter, realizing that the feared antagonist harbored a childlike essence within. Yet, he seemed profoundly lonely, as if no one had ever truly entered the depths of his heart, that a person who has long lived in solitude inevitably harbors some degree of psychological distortion, making it quite plausible for them to contemplate world-destroying actions. Yet, Shu Junyue yearns to live well and must remain vigilant against the madness of those around her. What are you thinking? The arch-villain stepped closer, placing a hand on Shu Junyue's cheek. Instinctively, she took a step back, attempting to evade Shun Ishin's grasp, but he domineeringly pulled her back into his embrace. The night had fallen. It was time to sleep. He needed to temper his restless emotions. Chapter 41. Taking on a task Shinishin claimed they were merely adjacent, yet his unseen tendrils were anything but orderly as Shu Junyue tugged at the tendrils coiling around her waist. She pondered how these entities had come into existence, noting that they had never been mentioned in the bullet comments. Furthermore, it seemed the archvillain was aware of the bullet comment's existence, a secret Shu Junyue was reluctant to share with anyone else. Xiang has gently pulled you all away. She likes me to AS, she observed a smaller tendril lazily inching towards her cheek. Shu Junyue swiftly yanked it away. She did indeed harbor a fondness for these entities. They would make for delightful dishes, boiled, fried, braised, or cold-dressed. She suddenly craved octopus. Shu Junyue's stomach growled. In that moment, the invisible tendrils appeared to vanish, granting her world a much-needed tranquility for the following days. Shu Junyue remained in the villa, but soon, Jiang Yuan sought her out. Thus, Shu Junyue donned the face of Xiao Li and met with her. The two spent a considerable time in the room, and eventually, Jiang Yuan left with a smile upon her face. Watching her retreating figure, Shu Junyue resolved to visit the task hall, eager to gauge her current abilities. Remaining at the base would yield no knowledge of her true strength. The task hall was bustling with people, being one of the places where the most aberrants could be seen. However, this time, many were clustered in one direction. Curious, Shu Junyue followed their gaze to her surprise. The base had recently issued several highly lucrative tasks that, of course, it involves entering W City. If the rewards weren't substantial, who would willingly walk into danger? W City could be deemed a lost cause at this point. In my opinion, it would be wiser to abandon the rescue of those inside, as one could never know who might be infected. Recently, the base had seen an increase in infected individuals bitten by zombies. Are you foolish? Look at the latest task. It entails rescuing Director Lee from W University that I believe the biology department there is ranked first internationally. No wonder the base is willing to spend heavily to save them. Talent is always in demand, regardless of the era. Shu Junyue examined the task, feeling an odd sense of foreboding. With the archvillain present in the laboratory, did the base truly need to risk further danger to rescue another? It was rumored that this mission would be led personally by the commander of the Dragon Corps. Shu Junyue tilted her head slightly, glancing at the nearby group engaged in conversation. The commander of the Dragon Corps. Wasn't that Gucci? Oh, is there a new instance and new characters? How novel. This wasn't in the original text. I look forward to it. Shu Junyue felt no anticipation. No one had provided her with spoilers. However, she could glean information about Gucci's movements through the bullet comments, which was a significant advantage for her that a smile crept onto her lips as she registered using Xiao Li's identity. The registrar, an elderly man, lifted his gaze to Shu Junyue and kindly warned, "Little girl, you're not an aberrant. You might perish if you go. Want to die, but too afraid to commit suicide. I might as well seek death." Haha, what a unique response. The old man is left speechless. The registrar shook his head, muttering to himself about his unnecessary meddling. After completing the registration, the old man produced a badge and handed it to Shu Junyue. In 3 days, gather at the base entrance with this badge. The badge was circular, made of plastic, inscribed in black ink with the number 128, indicating that Shu Junyue was the 128th to sign up. Indeed, driven by the allure of substantial rewards. Many were willing to fly into the flames. "Excuse me, sir, please register me as well. Mr. Zhou, I had anticipated your arrival and prepared everything long ago." Shu Junyue cast a glance at Zhou Su, who passed by her, and lowered her head, swiftly exiting the area. The female supporting character needn't be so cautious. Zhou Su wouldn't notice anything amiss. "Zhou Su, please show me some respect. Thank you." The busy individual has returned. Upon arriving back at the villa, Shu Junyue spotted a tall man wearing glasses, seated on the sofa with a bemused expression as he regarded her. The archvillain appears to be reminiscent of a disgruntled husband awaiting his wife's return. "Professor Shun, I happen to have something to discuss with you." Shu Junyue sat across from him, mimicking the archvillain's posture, crossing her legs that, in 3 days, I will be absent from the base for a while. I wanted to inquire whether the Gui Ling Gao within me poses any issues. Hard to say. Shinishin spoke truthfully. He genuinely could not predict when the virus within Shu Junyue would reveal any complications. Based on the recent blood sample analyses, it was trending toward problematic, but if she were to leave the base, conflicts were inevitable, and he could not guarantee what might happen then. So, after all this time, Haven T developed anything? Shun Ishin remained silent, prompting Shu Junyue to roll her eyes internally. "Professor Shun, you seem rather lacking. It's no wonder the base is willing to spend heavily to recruit new professors from W City." "Yeah, that was a request from the archvillain." Shu Junyue responded. "So, Miss Shu has accepted that task. What a coincidence. I intend to go as well." Shinishin adjusted his glasses, a slight smirk playing on his lips, laced with a hint of mockery. "I'm not going? Who are you calling coincidental? Xiaoli is the one going. What does it have to do with Shu Junyue?" Shinishin spread his hands and shrugged. "What a pity. Since Miss Shu won't be going, I can rest easy about my trip to W City. After all, the M164 within you is currently stable, so there is no need for concern." Shu Junyue had originally assumed the archvillain would depart on the same day as her surprise. The very next day, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind an iron box on the bedside table. Barefoot, Shu Junyue stepped onto the floor, her gaze falling upon the iron box, which bore a note with a password. What could this be? Looking up at the bullet comments, she found they too were unaware of what the arch-villain had left behind. Inputting the password, she opened the box to find it filled with vials of medication. Reminiscent of their earlier conversation, I thought the arch-villain might leave something romantic like roses, but instead, it's a pile of medicine. Who would use an iron box to store roses? That's ridiculous. Are you allergic to romance? These medications. Shu Junyue couldn't help but smile softly. Such delightful items. The female supporting character is showing such a gentle smile. How charming. Shu Junyue quickly suppressed her smile, yet it continued to rise uncontrollably. Finally, she pinched her cheeks, realizing these medications were likely meant to suppress the Gui Ling Gao's uncontrollable effects within her. Chapter 42. The Mutated Trees. Cautiously, Shu Junyue stored the medications in her spatial bracelet. Her mind wandered, contemplating why the arch-villain had chosen to go to W City ahead of her. Was he alone or accompanied by others? Intentionally voicing her inner questions, the bullet comments cooperatively responded. The arch-villain went with several researchers, protected by the Dragon Corps. Though few in number, they're quite elite that I can't comprehend what the arch-villain intends to do. But after observing for a while, I noticed they weren't heading to W University to rescue that director. Director Li was indeed at W University, yet the arch-villain was not bound for there. 3 days later, Shu Junyue was set to join the rescue team, whose destination remained W University as previously established. Before this, Jiang Yuan approached Shu Junyue. Xiao Li, did you sign up for Director Li's rescue team? With the number of people gathered, it could be called a rescue brigade. The square outside the base was filled with individuals, many of whom appeared to be ordinary people without aberrations, clearly mere fodder. Yet, the leader was none other than the commander of the Dragon Corps. Jiang Yuan gazed eagerly at the man standing atop a jeep, only to dim her expression slightly as she withdrew her gaze. Xiao Li, why am I not an aberrant? If I were, he would take me along. Shu Junyue feigned shock. You wish to go to W City, Xiao Yuan. W City has nearly become a paradise for zombies. It is far too dangerous. No, I must go. No matter how perilous, I am determined to participate this time. This substitute must be influenced by that painting. How amusing. That person is right beside you. Lin Wanwan. The protagonist's halo can't shield her, let alone this second substitute. I suspect she might be played to death by the female supporting character. Xiao Yuan, why must you pursue this? Jiang Yuan implored Shu Junyue. Xiao Li, could you assist me? The number badge can accommodate another member. You only need to say I'm going with you. What happens to me afterward is no concern of yours. That won't do. Jiang Yuan, I agree to help you, but once we leave the base, you must stick with me. If anything happens to you, I would feel guilty. Xiao Li, you're so kind. Shu Junyue thought to herself, feeling a twinge of guilt for being awarded the good person card. The female supporting character truly makes me feel nauseous. When will she finally log off? My dear, do not trust her. I am the apocalypse. Only the cunning and the ruthless can survive long term. The female supporting character is indestructible, infuriating you to no end. Ladies and gentlemen, the man standing atop the off-road vehicle spoke, while Gu Chinin crossed her arms, surveying her surroundings. Upon reaching W City, regardless of whether Dean Li succeeded in his rescue or not, any hero who returns alive from this expedition will be welcomed into the Dragon Corps. The Dragon Corps represents the pinnacle of ambition for all those with aspirations in the southern base. Observing the soldiers clad in dark blue combat uniforms stationed beside Guqin, Shu Junyue's companions could not help but exclaim in admiration. How impressive! If only we could join the Dragon Corps. Even in the apocalypse, one would rise above the rest. Captain Gu seems to hold the Dragon Corps in high regard. Shu Junyue inquired. Of course, Jiang Yuan replied with pride. The Dragon Corps has transformed from an obscure unit to one renowned across the 4 major bases, thanks to Brother Gu's nurturing and efforts. The Dragon Corps is akin to his own child. He can name every soldier within it.Gu dog. How was I unaware of this? This substitute filter is excessively thick that, if Gu Chinin can name more than 10 individuals, I'll concede defeat. Shu Junyue stifled a laugh. However, the Dragon Corps indeed embodies Gu Chinin's dedication. Her eyelashes fluttered as an array of thoughts began to form in her mind that a total of 500 individuals participated in this rescue mission, including 150 aberrants. The remaining were ordinary people. The role of these commoners is unequivocal. Those who understand know that W University is located in the suburbs, specifically in the northern outskirts, while the southern base lies to the south. To enter the southern base in W City, the only viable approach is through the southern entrance. However, due to the overwhelming presence of zombies within the city, this rescue team of 500 drove military vehicles along the highway, preparing to enter W City from the north. Shaoli, look, Jiang Yuan nudged Shu Junyue's arm, noticing her gaze lost in contemplation outside the window, a reflection shared by all. Before the apocalypse, W City's greenery was among the best in the nation, particularly in the northern suburbs. Yet now, the trees stood unnaturally tall, with thick branches and a canopy that obscured the sun above. Why has it suddenly grown dark? Look outside. Shu Junyue tightened her grip on the dagger, a foreboding sense creeping into her heart. Jiang Yuan sensed the tension radiating from those around her, as if the entire vehicle, save for herself, was on high alert. It seems Jiang Yuan is well protected by Gudog. She appears rather dazed that, of course, Gudog must be kind to the lady. Jiang Yuan tugged at Shu Junyue's sleeve, whispering, Shaoli, what is happening? Shu Junyue did not turn to face Jiang Yuan, her gaze fixed intently on the towering trees outside, standing in orderly rows like disciplined soldiers guarding the fallen city. In the apocalypse, one must remain vigilant against any anomalies. Jiang Yuan, have you ever seen such colossal trees before the apocalypse? Before the apocalypse? Jiang Yuan's eyes reflected confusion, as if lost in thought. Unbeknownst to her, Shu Junyue was simultaneously attentive to her surroundings and the floating comments above her head. I remember now. In the original narrative, the southern base's plan to eliminate the zombies in W City wasn't solely for the undead or the potential presence of the female supporting character, but because of these trees that I recall the first mutated tree appeared in W City. And it was exceptionally formidable. Don't forget, the main antagonist is right here. Thus, these phenomena were orchestrated by Shun Ishin. What is he attempting to research now? Could it be that those bizarre traits he possesses are of his own making? The sheer number of these trees is overwhelming. Shu Junyue finished speaking. She felt a tremor from beneath. Jiang Yuan instinctively screamed as she witnessed a massive branch shatter the vehicle behind them. Many left bewildered by the sudden chaos, only to be reduced to a heap of fragmented corpses. After toppling one vehicle, the colossal branch quickly swept towards Shu Junyue's car, still bearing remnants of flesh, crashing into the cabin and landing at Jiang Yuan's feet. Jiang Yuan gripped Shu Junyue's arm, her face drained of color, devoid of any trace of blood. Get down. Shu Junyue raised her hand, swiftly striking Jiang Yuan's face, pulling her back as those unable to duck were swept away along with the vehicle's roof. Chapter 43. Cannon fodder. Wow, how exhilarating. Indeed, it was thrilling. The moment the roof was torn away, Shu Junyue and her companions found themselves surrounded by branches overhead, intertwining like snakes, inducing a tingling sensation on their scalps. What on earth is this? These are mutated trees, my dear. You all are merely cannon fodder. Once these creatures have had their fill of blood, they will lapse into dormancy. The male lead is truly ruthless. Isn't this typically the domain of the vicious female supporting character and the main antagonist? Why is the male lead involved? After Lin Wanwan's death, the male lead went mad. From what Shu Junyue understood of Guchen, she felt he was not a man of deep affection. If he were, he wouldn't repeatedly seek substitutes. Pretending to be deeply emotional is rather disgusting. Shu Junyue scoffed. Observing that the roof was gone, she promptly leaped into the driver's seat, discovering the driver's head and body had been severed, hands still gripping the steering wheel, blood oozing from the neck. A meal for those trees. Shu Junyue raised her hand and unceremoniously tossed the body onto the ground, a small branch snatching it away, the headless corpse quickly becoming a desiccated husk, reduced to dust, devoured clean. Jiang Yuan was left in shock. She contemplated reaching out to Shu Junyue, but the distance between the driver's seat and the cabin deterred her, leaving her to call out to Shu Junyue in a trembling voice. Shaoli, what are you doing? Shu Junyue rolled her eyes, fully aware she was driving, yet the performance was far from over. Xiao Yuan, brace yourself, get down. Okay. Jiang Yuan, utterly disoriented, clung to Shu Junyue, her last lifeline. Shu Junyue pressed the accelerator, maneuvering the heavy military vehicle to evade branches attacking from all sides. Go, 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 Xiao Ye. The exit is just ahead. Gazing at the light ahead, Shu Junyue chuckled coldly. What was the point of exiting? These creatures would continue to pursue them until sated. Steering the wheel, she directed the branches to crash into other vehicles. In this scenario, if others survived, it would be her demise. Shu Junyue undertook these actions with not a shred of psychological burden. Initially, there had been 500 individuals, dozens of military vehicles. Now, only a mere handful remained, yet the trees showed no signs of respite. Within Gu Qinin's military vehicle, Zhu Ke turned to the handsome man beside her and remarked, "Captain, it seems we are somewhat short on personnel." "Enough, Captain. The person ahead appears to be Vice Captain Zhou." Zhu Ke lowered her head immediately. Zhou Su was no longer the vice captain of the Dragon Corps. She was unaware of the circumstances that led to Zhou Su's departure, as he had ventured alone into the outer city. Zhou Su struggled against the encroaching branches, striving to save as many lives as possible. Determined that more people should survive, however skilled Zhou Su might be, he remained but one man, and soon exhaustion took its toll, yet he stood resolutely before the few survivors. Female supporting character. Why not lend a hand since you seem to have some connection with him? While Shu Junyue deftly avoided branches, her gaze remained coldly fixed on Zhou Su's movements. Observing the survivors behind Zhou Su, she stomped down on the accelerator. Zhou Su. Gu Qinin's eyes widened as he leaped from the vehicle. Hearing his voice, Zhou Su instinctively glanced in Gu Qinin's direction, only to be met with a force from behind, his exhausted legs lacking the strength to withstand it, causing him to stumble forward. Branches overhead surged toward Zhou Xu in that moment. Shu Junyue found herself curious whether he regretted saving those individuals. After all, during their time on the train, Zhou Su had urged Lin Wanwan not to play the Good Samaritan. How had he found himself in this predicament? Shu Junyue pondered briefly. Then, as she reached the group of survivors, she slammed on the brakes, spun the wheel, and executed a swift maneuver that sent those cowering behind others crashing into the branches. The branches ensnared the unfortunate souls, and a beam of sunlight broke through. As the canopy slowly retracted, seemingly sated and ready to slumber, steeped in the rich scent of blood and the weight of countless lives. "Brother Gu!" Jiang Yuan leapt from the cabin, her legs trembling from the adrenaline, collapsing to the ground. Why isn't Gu Dog rushing to assist the lady? Why is he just standing there? And what of Zhu Ke? Why is she staring at Gu Dog? A few more glances won't make him yours. Tisich. Shu Junyue let out a derisive snort, her voice barely above a whisper, as she hurried to help the fallen Jiang Yuan. At first, Jiang Yuan thought it was Gu Qinin extending a hand. Her smile flickered as she looked up, realizing it was Shu Junyue. "Thank you, Xiao L. And no need for thanks." Jiang Yuan brushed off the dust from her clothing. It was not gritty, but rather soft and damp. As she lowered her gaze, her already pallid face became strikingly pale. The battlefield, a sight of one-sided slaughter, lay strewn with clots of blood. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Jiang Yuan's face as she rushed towards Gu Qinin. Observing the tear-streaked visage of Jiang Yuan, Gu Qinin's previously stern expression softened somewhat. "Weren't you supposed to stay at the base? How did you end up here?" Jiang Yuan, feeling aggrieved, hid her hand behind her back and murmured, "They all said W City is perilous, that I was worried about you. Gu. Please don't leave me behind at the base. Chun, please don't abandon me again." A flicker of desolation crossed Gu Qinin's eyes. Yet he replied to Jiang Yuan with a gentle smile. "All right, I won't leave you again." Jiang Yuan felt a pang in her heart. She had never understood the meaning behind Gu Qinin's gaze before, but now she perceived it. It was as if he were looking through her to another woman. Pretending to be unconcerned, she threw herself into Gu Qinin's embrace, recounting how she had nearly been frightened to death. "Thank you." Zhou Su got up from the ground and turned to converse with Shu Junyue. Shu Junyue lowered her head slightly. "What are you thanking me for? My vehicle's accelerator malfunctioned, and it just so happened that I crashed into those people. Who would have thought the supporting female character could be so duplicitous? I truly believe the supporting female character was cold-blooded. It turns out she would still save Zhou Su in the end. Of course she had to save him. The majority of those who died were from the Dragon Squad. If Zhou Su were to perish, she would be left all alone. After comforting Jiang Yuan, Guchin scrutinized Shu Junyue with narrowed eyes. This lady seemed somewhat familiar. Wow. Could the male lead possibly recognize the supporting female character? The supporting female character is in danger. The main antagonist must rush to save his wife. Chapter 44. The Mall Captain Gu. We may have met in the lounge at the checkpoint of the base, but I'm merely a small fry trying to survive in this apocalypse. It is quite normal for Captain Gu not to remember me. How did you come to know Xiao Yuan? Gu Qinan clearly had no intention of letting Shu Junyue off the hook. Those in the comment section who cared for Shu Junyue were anxiously sweating for her. Gu Qinan's aura was fully unleashed, not concealing his authoritative presence in the slightest. She saved me, and naturally, I must honor her request. Even if it could cost her life? Shu Junyue chuckled softly. I believe Captain Gu would never allow any harm to befall Xuan. Gu Qin regarded Shu Junyue silently for a few seconds, sensing a tug on his right sleeve, before shifting his gaze back to Jiang Yuan. Jiugo. Shaoli is a very good person. I begged her for quite a while that if you must place blame, then blame me. How could I blame you? Gu Qinan surveyed their surroundings and promptly stated, we must leave here quickly. Once those trees awaken, we may find it impossible to depart. Zhou Su clenched his fists, eager to confront the others about whether they had long contemplated trading lives for a chance to enter W City. Gu Qin, why not head south? W University is to the north. Entering the city from the south requires crossing another city. You should be aware of the number of zombies there. Our small group would not suffice to withstand them. So Zhou Su tightened his fists as Gu Qinan turned around. As long as we achieve our goal, what does it matter if the process is a bit bloody? Shuke, prepare a vehicle for these two. Yes, Captain. Gu Qin departed with Jiang Yuan, while Zhuke stepped forward, standing before Zhou Su and slightly bowing his head. Deputy Captain, I've already left the Dragon Squad. Zhuke, you need not address me so. Zhuke hastily replied. Deputy Captain, after your departure, the captain did not appoint a new deputy, so it seems he has been waiting for your return. Return? There's no need. When our ideologies diverged completely, there was no longer any necessity to work together. What transpired between you and the captain? That is none of your concern, Zhuke. Zhou Su still possesses a sense of morality, yet Gu Qinan has fully embraced darkness, though the male lead in the original text was somewhat detestable. He would never resort to sacrificing the lives of his compatriots to forge a path. When paths diverge, cooperation ceases. Zhou Su is straightforward and a true man. Zhou Su and Shu Junyue were assigned to a separate military vehicle filled with members of the Dragon Squad. Upon seeing Zhou Su, the others instinctively straightened their backs, refraining from looking too closely or speaking in hushed tones. There had been around 4 or 5 dozen vehicles initially. Zhou Su sat at the edge, observing that fewer than 10 vehicles remained, and nodded gravely. Shu Junyue feigned a sigh, leaning against the side of the vehicle. What a tragedy. They've not even reached the gates of W City, yet all perished here. By the way, why didn't anyone mention those peculiar trees beforehand? As soon as Shu Junyue finished speaking, she felt the gaze of the others in the vehicle turn towards her. She raised her hand and shrugged. Forget it. I didn't ask anything. Ha ha ha. Instant retreat. I'm curious why the supporting female character has come along. Surely she doesn't intend to kill Gu Qinan. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Gu Qinan's strength has rapidly improved. Although the supporting female character may have enhanced her physique due to the main antagonist, she lacks the skills to match Gu Qinan and would likely be easily subdued. Shu Junyue closed her eyes, observing the comments as she rested. Numerous zombies still roamed the outskirts, swiftly dealt with by the Dragon Squad. Night had fallen, and 8 trucks parked outside a small to medium-sized supermarket. Gu Qinan waved his hand, and someone promptly entered to clear out the zombies. Standing beside Zhou Su, Shu Junyue feigned admiration. These Dragon Squad soldiers seemed quite formidable. Perhaps. It seems Zhou Su's words carried deeper meaning. Clearly, you all have not been paying attention to the male lead storyline. Did you not notice the curly-haired man beside the male lead? He is a doctor, but I suspect he holds another identity. Clearly, you have not read the original text. That curly-haired man is named Zheng Yao, a fervent supporter of the main antagonist. Huh? Another crazy fan has appeared. Wait, is this curly-haired man affiliated with Shun Yishan? It seemed that Zheng Yao noticed Shu Junyue's gaze, and upon seeing her, rolled his eyes dramatically, showing no restraint in his disdain. Shu Junyue pointed at Zheng Yao and asked Zhou Su in accusation. Is that guy always like this? Zhou Su also found it odd. Though Dr. Zheng is somewhat aloof, he wouldn't express his dislike so overtly. Miss Shaoli, perhaps you should consider if you inadvertently offended him. I meant it for the first time. In that case, I'm uncertain. Perhaps Dr. Zheng mistook you for someone else. Miss Shaoli, let us head inside. All right, Shu Junyue followed Zhou Su into the supermarket, which bore an amusing name, Every Day Brings Joy, accompanied by a large, comical face. Ironically, a deceased zombie dangled above it, creating an oddly contrasting effect. Surprisingly, there was still an abundance of food left in this place. Shu Junyue shook her backpack and began to fill it without a second thought. Stocking up, I love this. There are even large drumsticks, endless YYDS, and so much river snail rice noodles. I wonder if they could stun the zombies with the smell? Holding a packet of river snail rice noodles, Shu Junyue fell into contemplation. She was curious if the main antagonist had conducted similar experiments, if only the doll were here. Where could the doll have been taken by Shunishin, aside from the Dragon Squad members? Other mutated survivors had also managed to endure, instinctively filling their bags with the plentiful supplies, just like Shu Junyue. Who would ever complain about having too much? Even the orderly Dragon Squad soldiers couldn't help but cast occasional glances at the goods on the shelves. Indeed, this city was filled with treasures. Merely a small supermarket housed such a wealth of food. Not to mention what could be found in a mall.By the way, I recall there's a large mall next to W University. Right? There's one. I used to actually attended W University. I couldn't tell that I'm from the vocational technical school adjacent to W University. TCH. Haha. These two cannon fodders are quite amusing. Shu Junyue's focus diverged from the comments. She began to suspect that the rescue of academician Li was merely a facade, and the true intention was to head to that mall. Chapter 45. Raiding the mall after resting for a night. We will set off directly for W University tomorrow. Yu Ching announced this and remained at the entrance of the supermarket, while Shu Junyue tore open a bag of bread and quietly ate in a corner. At that moment, Zhou Su approached and sat beside the shelf opposite her. Shu Junyue glanced at him before hastily lowering her eyes. Miss Shaoli, I advise you to find an opportunity to leave here. Why? Zhou Su fell silent once more. Zhou Su is truly frustrating. He suggests leaving but won't directly state his reasons. Who would trust such vague hints? Exactly. Shu Junyue wholeheartedly agreed. Besides, she had yet to accomplish what she set out to do, and couldn't possibly leave now. Zhou Su sighed, and, before departing, left Shu Junyue with a word of caution. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. Without the barrage of comments, Shu Junyue might have remained troubled by this statement indefinitely. However, her golden finger continued to shine brilliantly for her. This malevolent supporting character is about to exit the scene, while Gugo prepares to flee with the female lead under the cover of night. Let the wicked supporting character descend into hell along with these worthless supplies. This male protagonist is truly shameless, using the resources of the archvillain to deal with these people. Shu Junyue furrowed her brow and located the man who had previously mentioned the location of the shopping mall. It was midnight. Apart from the Dragon Team's night watch, the others were recuperating. When Shu Junyue suddenly approached, the man instinctively opened his mouth, only to have Shu Junyue immediately stuff a cloth into it. Shu Junyue pressed a dagger against his neck and whispered, Tell me, where's the shopping mall? The man was momentarily dazed but quickly responded, It's not far from here. How far is not far? Could you be more specific? It seems the supporting character has been with the archvillain for too long and has begun to value precision. Could it be that she's being coerced by the spatial wristband? As the man felt the dagger inching closer to his throat, he quickly raised his hands, approximately a car ride of a few dozen minutes. That is indeed quite close. With such proximity, why resort to using Shun Ishin's belongings? What could they possibly be? If Gu Qinin's destination was the vast supplies within the mall, then it was necessary to lure away the zombies. Lure. Shu Junyue immediately thought of the attracting potion. How utterly shameless. Gu Qinin had invested heavily, enlisting countless individuals in this rescue mission, only to discover it was merely a facade to find a target. Shu Junyue, who did not consider herself a good person, was astonished by Gu Qinin's audacity. I I will ensure you leave with nothing. The supermarket had two entrances, a front and a side door, both guarded by members of the Dragon team. Gu Chenen's group was at the front door. Shu Junyue looked up and noticed what seemed to be a second-floor loft, so she ascended directly. The loft was stocked with sanitary supplies, and Shu Junyue casually collected some tissues and toothpaste before gently jumping down from the small window. What does the supporting character intend to do? Is she planning to abandon the male protagonist? What is there to stay for? If I linger any longer, I might die. But outside, there are hordes of zombies. Can a supporting character manage? Just as this barrage of comments swept over Shu Junyue's head, she kicked a zombie flying. Severing its head from its body, a look of surprise crossed Shu Junyue's face. That zombie had been a second-tier one, yet she dispatched it so effortlessly. However, now was not the time for her to ponder her own strength. She needed to return swiftly. Saying this, Shu Junyue took off running. Her speed astonishing as she reached the mall in just 10 minutes. She retrieved a spray from her spatial wristband and doused herself generously. This spray had been given to her by the archvillain during their supplies scavenging. As long as it was applied, zombies would mistake her for one of their own and would not attack. Satisfied, Shu Junyue placed the spray back in her spatial wristband and strode confidently into the mall. The shopping mall boasted 4 floors. The first primarily sold clothing and cosmetics, while the second also featured a massive supermarket. Shu Junyue entered, and the densely packed zombies failed to notice the arrival of an unusual presence among them. On the supermarket shelves, some items were still labeled, and Shu Junyue read aloud as she collected everything into her spatial wristband. Brothers, I've realized the supporting character intends to clear out the mall before the male protagonist arrives. How thrilling! The male lead will surely be furious when he arrives. If I recall, the supplies in this mall were the stakes between Gu Chenen and the base leader. If Gu Chenen successfully retrieves them, the leader can execute the cleansing plan ahead of schedule. Shu Junyue raised her gaze slightly, astonished that Gu Chenen was so ruthlessly driven by her. With a hint of sarcasm, she quickly found herself unable to smile, for she had no idea what the items she had collected were, and the labels on the shelves had vanished. I bet a spicy strip that the supporting character has no clue what this stuff is. Coincidentally, I have no idea either. What is this? Which brand of milk doesn't have its name on the packaging, but instead features a fruit drawing? By the way, what fruit is that? That's a papaya. Could it be papaya milk? Instinctively, Shu Junyue immediately followed up, papaya milk. Sure enough, the papaya milk was collected into her spatial wristband, and she proceeded to gather the entire row of papaya milk into her wristband. Drinking more is beneficial. Papaya milk is great, ensuring the archvillain has more fortune in the future. As Shu Junyue looked at the last remaining bottle of papaya milk, she couldn't manage to store it. So she simply tossed it aside. Having emptied the supermarket, she chose to leave the papaya milk behind and headed up to the 3rd floor without a backward glance. The 3rd floor was filled with gourmet food and convenience stores. And naturally, many zombies were present as well. Shu Junyue darted through the crowd of zombie heads, harmonizing with the barrage of comments, and systematically cleared out the vast mall, not sparing even the seemingly useless cosmetics and tobacco. The supporting character has a remarkable talent for hoarding. I've never seen anything cleared out so thoroughly. Why on earth is she even taking the sofas from the hot pot restaurant? It's not that absurd. She left behind a bottle of papaya milk. As the barrage marveled at Shu Junyue's direction toward the cinema, they were left astonished as she collected all the cola and bottled water from the cinema into her spatial wristband. At that moment, the zombies in the mall, who had been quietly milling about, suddenly erupted into chaos, surging toward one direction. In an instant, the once crowded mall was reduced by more than half in terms of zombies. The male protagonist has made his move. Chapter 46. Team Leader. There's nothing left, Zhou. Aren't you coming with me? No, Guchen. What you are doing will eventually backfire. Gu Chinen laughed heartily, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Zhou. You once understood this apocalypse better than I did, but now I comprehend it far better than you. Your ridiculous compassion will ultimately be your downfall. Since you refuse to join me, take care of yourself. The remaining survivors had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, and Zhou had no idea what Gu Chinen intended to do, but he was overwhelmed by a strong sense of foreboding. Gu Chen, let me ask you directly. Is the rescue of academicianly genuine or not? It is indeed genuine. Zhou Su remained silent for a moment before nodding. That's good. Jiu Qin cast one last glance at his old friend before leaving with the dragon team, without looking back. This place would soon be besieged by zombies. He needed to seize this opportunity to gather all the supplies from them all. Anyone want to place a bet? Bet on what? Bet whether the supporting character will come to save Zhou Su. Is there any need to bet? The supporting character definitely won't go to save him. It's obvious. I bet she will. After all, an additional friend means an extra ally. What a pity. You all guessed wrong. Check out the supporting character's channel. She's currently sitting on the rooftop of the building opposite the mall, eating an enormous chicken leg and drinking Wangzai milk, lounging comfortably with her legs crossed. As soon as this barrage appeared on Gu Chenin's channel, many viewers rushed over to see Shu Junyue and were left speechless. Is this the apocalypse or a vacation? Shu Junyue merrily hummed a tune, one hand gnawing on a large chicken leg while the other held a brand new pair of binoculars, both fresh acquisitions from the mall. They finally arrived. Unfortunately, she could not witness the furious expression on Gu Chenin's face. That would have been quite amusing. However, it mattered not, as she could glean the movements on the other side through the barrage of comments. 5 trucks rolled in, and Shu Junyue observed Gu Chenin disembark first, leading a group into the mall. Though she could not see their expressions, once they entered, she couldn't even catch a glimpse of their backs. Yet that did not prevent a mischievous smile from appearing on her face. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Look at the male lead's face, as dark as the bottom of a wok. Nothing at all, huh? The male protagonist, undeterred, ran to the second floor, headed for the supermarket, and found nothing but a bottle of papaya milk. The others searched the third and fourth floors, finding no valuable items. Team leader, there is nothing on the fourth floor. Team leader, nothing on the third floor either. Zhuke cautiously spoke up, noticing Gu Chenin's grim expression. Could it be that someone arrived ahead of time? Impossible. It's too cleanly cleared out to have been done in a short time. But, team leader, the reports we received days ago indicated that there were still plenty of supplies here. Gu Chenin crushed the papaya milk in his hand and walked deeper into the supermarket. Check the warehouse. Shu Junyue finished the chicken leg and stretched lazily. With so many items in the supermarket's warehouse, how could she possibly let them go? After finishing her Wangzai milk, she placed a vial of medicine inside and then tossed it toward the direction of them all. Good luck, Gu Chenin. The heavy stench of decay, the chilling growls, and the fragile supermarket appeared on the brink of collapse in the pitch-black night. The awakened survivors seemed not to have grasped the situation yet. The glass of the window on the left shattered, and one by one, zombies surged in. Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, one could hardly believe that even the eyeballs within the sockets fell out, only to be crushed under the foot of a zombie behind. Ah, what is happening? Where are the night watchmen? Why did no one forewarn about the multitude of zombies? Ah, Zhou Su donned his gloves and delivered a punch towards one of the zombies, utterly unprepared for the realization that Gu Chenin had orchestrated this very outcome. From the very beginning, these individuals had been mere targets he had ushered in. From the outset, he had no intention of allowing them to escape alive. Hadn't he already foreseen this? What possibility was he still yearning for? Zhou Su vented his frustrations with one punch after another, his entire being infused with an inexhaustible vigor. Goodness, Zhou Su has transcended. Level 4 now. He should be on par with the male lead. The male lead has undergone complete transformation. Zhou Su surely cannot compare. Indeed, he cannot. The antagonist stated that the more one is transformed, the shorter their lifespan. Unfortunately, the horde of zombies was overwhelming, leaving Zhou Su as the sole survivor among the throng that filled the supermarket. Exhausted, Zhou Su lay on the ground, gradually closing his eyes as the surrounding zombies seemed to slowly retreat, abandoning the supermarket. What is going on? Have you forgotten the potion the female supporting character threw? It appears to be a more potent attracting agent. All the zombies have flocked back to the mall. The barrage of comments quieted momentarily before erupting into a chorus of 666. Shu Junyue casually commandeered a vehicle, surprised to learn from the comments that Zhou Su had survived, then turned the steering wheel towards the supermarket. The walls of the supermarket were adorned with blood and flesh, along with decaying chunks of zombie meat, the stench overwhelming and nauseating. Shu Junyue donned a mask, indifferent as she stepped over the flesh on the ground, only to discover Zhou Su lying motionless, Shu Junyue called out softly. Zhou. Zhou opened his eyes in confusion, hesitantly responding, Miss Shu? As his vision cleared, the person before him seemed to resemble Xiao Li in daylight. Zhou pondered whether he had become disoriented. Xiao Li and Shu Junyue bore no resemblance. How could he confuse them? Zhou, do you know where academician Li is? Shu Junyue crouched down, not believing that her previous actions would lead to Gu Qinin's demise. Her intention had always been to eliminate the other members of the dragon team. With the supplies in the mall left untouched, Gu Qinin would certainly not allow herself to fail again in the mission to rescue academician Li. Zhou squinted, scrutinizing Shu Junyue with suspicion, and asked, Who are you? I am Xiao Li. Shu Junyue smiled lightly, retrieving a mask from her bag and offering it to Zhou. Would you like a mask? The blood odor here is quite pungent. I appreciate your earlier warning not to fall too deeply asleep. Unexpectedly, when I returned from a brief respite, you were the only one left. Zhou did not believe a word she said. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a single question. Do you intend to rescue academician Li? I have no grievances with academician Li. Rescuing him would yield substantial rewards, so naturally, I will assist. However, I require your help. I cannot guarantee his rescue on my own. Zhou, you fool. Do not trust this woman. Chapter 47. The antagonist's surveillance everywhere based on Shu Junyue's estimation. It was likely that Gu Qinin would arrive at W University shortly. Zhou was not particularly familiar with W University. The little he knew was gleaned from members of the Dragon team. It seemed that Dean Li had taken refuge in the laboratory of the Biological Institute, a place with few people. After the apocalypse erupted, Dean Li had been hiding there under the protection of his students. How could he possibly survive for so long without food? Zhou shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Since the Dragon team's departure, I have learned little, but I had heard of Dean Li before the apocalypse that I believe that if we rescue him and return to the base, an antidote for the zombie virus will surely be developed. Confident. Shu Junyue remarked, spreading her hands. Spotting a small stone on the ground, she kicked it into a nearby pile of grass, producing a crisp sound that caused her to immediately halt. What's wrong? Zhou inquired, puzzled. Shu Junyue shook her head at Zhou, then lifted her foot to kick another small stone in the grass, again producing a clear sound that was unexpected. It should have been muffled unless something was inside. Shu Junyue promptly pulled apart the grass, revealing a very small round object, about the diameter of her pinky finger. What is this? Shu Junyue shook her head. Uncertain, the object appeared to have a lens in the center. Oh, the supporting character has discovered the antagonist's surveillance device. I had previously warned not to think of escaping from the antagonist. The entire world is under his watchful gaze, ready to detect your every move. Shu Junyue felt her heart race. She had thought she could finally relax, only to be confronted first by that Zheng Yao, and now this camera. How could the antagonist's presence be felt everywhere when he was not even nearby? If it weren't for Zhou's presence, she would have wanted to vent her frustrations, though she couldn't speak her mind. She could certainly throw the object in her hand. You could try, Zhou suggested. Shu Junyue raised her arm high, but Zhou's ears were keen, and he questioned the small round object. Mr. Shun? Mr. Zhou, I apologize for the trouble my little Yiye has caused you. Miss Shu? Shu Junyue's lips twitched, and she yelled at the small round object in exasperation. Did you not see that I am wearing someone else's face? I did. Then why expose me? Is that amusing? Not amusing. Shun Yishin chuckled softly, observing Shu Junyue's furious demeanor on the screen, unable to suppress a smile. Mr. Zhou, please take care of little Yiye. I shall likely arrive after dawn. With that, Shin Yishin began to nag Shu Junyue. Do not think of discarding the object in your hand. You must know that there's more than one of these. How infuriating. Shin Yishin switched off the screen, kicking a corpse at his feet as he surveyed the research facility. Littered with bodies, many belonging to the southern base, along with others. Adjusting his glasses, the warmth in his smile faded, replaced by a chilling intensity. Dean Li, do tell, if you willingly hand over the materials to me. Perhaps your students will not perish in vain. Yes, you will not succeed. That project was flawed from the start. The elderly Dean Li was drenched in blood, a mix of his own and that of his students. Shin Yishin approached Dean Li slowly yet steadily, the oppressive atmosphere palpable. Project? That endeavor was doomed from the beginning. Knowing this, why did you not intervene? Had you stood with me then, perhaps this project would never have commenced, and the apocalypse would not have unfolded. We are all sinners of this world. Sinners? Shu Junyue scoffed, shaking his head. No, no, no. The sinner is you. Not it was your quarrel that caused the sample to spill, leading to the spread of M163. This has nothing to do with me. My primary focus has always been M164. Dean Lee. I shall take what I need. Perhaps one day we will meet again. Dean Lee, if you do not personally open the safe, I have my ways to access it. Brute force will only result in the destruction of the contents within. So, your life hangs in the balance here. But my patience is limited. You do not have much time left to ponder. Shu Junyue raised his foot, directly placing it upon the wound in Dean Lee's abdomen, causing the latter to scream in agony. Cold sweat pouring from him. Teacher, you devil, release my teacher. A young man, clutching his wounded arm, charged towards Shu Junyue. Shu Junyue did not evade. He single-handedly grasped the young man's neck, lifting the towering figure to meet his gaze. Dean Lee, if you open the safe, perhaps your student will survive. Dean Lee coughed, extending his hand in desperation. Do not harm this child. He is only 20 years old. Teacher, do not worry about me. I promise you. I promise you. I will give you what you want. Just do not harm him. Shu Junyue's smile was faint as he coldly remarked, if you had promised earlier, we would not be in such a predicament. Everyone, can I interpret this as the antagonist being eager to see little Yaya? It must be true. Our Shu Junyue couple is real. Oh my, I have stumbled upon a genuine pairing. They are both heading towards each other. What on earth? The barrage of comments left Shu Junyue bewildered. The antagonist was eager to see her. It was utterly absurd. Miss Shu, what exactly do you intend to do? Josu had been trailing behind Shu Junyue for some time. Feeling that something was amiss, and could not help but inquired, T.O. rescue Dean Lee, of course. Did I not already tell you? She paused. By the way, please call me Miss Shaoli now. No need to bother. Dean Lee has likely already been killed by the antagonist. Yet the antagonist remains true to his word. He genuinely spared that student, just as he promised to deliver medicine to the thin monkey's mother last time. And he indeed did it. It seems he is a principled villain. With the dean deceased, it appeared that Dean Lee was truly absent from W University, and Gu Chunin remained oblivious. Would Shu Junyue simply deliver him to W University? Shu Junyue halted, deciding not to proceed further. Josu was utterly confused, unable to comprehend what the duo intended to accomplish. Brother Zhou, let us wait here. Who are we waiting for? Captain Gu, of course. Shu Junyue squinted and smiled with mischievous intentions. Josu shook his head disapprovingly. Gu Chunin is nearly at level 5. You are no match for him, but if he discovers your identity, it is unlikely you will leave his grasp alive. Lin Wanwan's death is a hurdle that Gu Chunin cannot surpass. Chapter 48. Characters not found in the original text who said, I intend to oppose him. I am well aware of my capabilities. However, if it is just the two of us going to rescue Dean Lee, we will surely meet our demise. Gu Chunin is formidable. We must wait for him to join us. Josu pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. I will provide you with cover. Brother Zhou, you are truly kind-hearted. Josu, don't listen, he's deceiving you. When the female supporting character is lying, her words are as sweet as honey. No wonder she can ensnare people time and again. Poor male lead. Most of the members of the dragon team have perished by now. Damn it, why have all these zombies suddenly turned back? Gu Chunin swung a fist into the air, unleashing his frustration upon Shu Junyue. What internationally renowned expert, and yet this person could not even last half an hour. When I return, I will have him thrown out of the laboratory. Brother Gu, please do not be angry. Jiang Yuan looked at him with deep concern, tentatively wrapping her arms around Gu Chunin. Seeing that he did not reject her, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Ke cast a glance at Jiang Yuan's hands and turned to Gu Chunin, asking, Captain, shall we return or return? Gu Chunin scoffed. With only 10 survivors left, what do you think awaits us if we return empty-handed? We cannot go back without anything. Zhu Ke. We must head to W University. Gu Chunin would never admit to the possibility of failure. The entrance of W University. Hiding in the guardhouse, Shu Junyue and Josu heard the sound of wheels. Shu Junyue tilted her head in confusion. The bullet screen suggested it was not Gu Chunin, So how could there be a vehicle? Bang! Just as Shu Junyue's thoughts began to form, the roof of the guardhouse was blown off, and the wandering zombies outside were instantly reduced to a pile of fragments. Thank goodness I am agile. Shu Junyue climbed to her feet, leaning against the waist-high wall, gazing at the direction for which the cannon fire had come. As the smoke cleared, two figures emerged, one tall and one short, a man and a woman. There was no need for Shu Junyue to confirm their identities. The bullet screen eagerly informed her. It's the second male lead. It's Shu Junyue. Everyone step back. Our second male lead is making a dazzling entrance. Let me see if his shoes are worn out. Ha ha. Wait, who is this woman? In the original text, the second male lead is a single character. I don't know who this woman is, but whatever, the plot is already broken. Adding a character is quite acceptable. There is someone there. The girl with the high ponytail perked up her ears and reported to the second male lead. Two people, one of whom breathes very lightly. Normally, a healthy person would not have such a faint breath. Even with her heightened senses, she had to strain her ears to catch it. Shu Junyue dropped the cannon onto the ground, initially lamenting its uselessness, then curious about the light breathing mentioned by the girl with the ponytail, that if you think it's light, it must be exceptionally so. Let us go take a look. Captain, be careful. Shu Junyue casually flicked his bangs, blowing lightly, his head tilted back, completely oblivious to the ground beneath him. Careful. Is it not others who need to be cautious around me? Aha. Oh dear, at mid-laughter, he tripped over something, falling face first to the ground. Shu Junyue closed one eye, utterly unprepared for the second male lead in this drama to be such a fool. Damn it, and to think he shares the same family name as me. How embarrassing. What an oddly charming second male lead. This is my first encounter. I thought he would be gentle and affectionate, but it turns out he is utterly clueless. I'm fine. Shu Junyue raised a hand and got up from the ground, his face immediately smeared with dirt and blood. Shu Junyue stifled a laugh and kindly offered him a wet wipe. Thank you. Thank you, you are truly a kind girl. Shu Junyue carelessly wiped his face, revealing a handsome countenance. Shu Junyue examined him closely. Indeed, to become the second male lead, one must possess certain assets, and this face is quite exceptional. Not much inferior to the main antagonist, and certainly far more handsome than that rubbish Gu Chen. May I ask if you two are survivors from W City? You must be quite familiar with W University. The girl with the high ponytail interrupted Shu Junyue, eyeing Shu Junyue and Zhou Su warily. We are newcomers, merely passing through here, yet it seems you're unaware of your origins. There are many zombies at W University. Coming here is not a wise decision. Shu Junyue instinctively pinched her right thigh, tears streaming down reflexively. It is the harsh circumstances of life that have led me here with my brother to this perilous place. Grab a seat and watch the female supporting character perform. We have come from the southern base. A recent mission stated that anyone who can rescue the survivors of W City would receive a substantial reward. I have an elder brother who is currently lying injured at the base and requires a doctor. However, the doctors there are not easily accessible, so the two of us bravely ventured into the dangerous W City to seek survivors, hoping to find someone to treat my brother if he is still young. He cannot become a burden. Ugh, how touching. Shu Junyue wiped the corners of his eyes and patted Shu Junyue's shoulder. Sister, do not worry. With me here, everything will be fine. There must be survivors at W University, and their status might even... Captain, the girl with the high ponytail interrupted Shu Junyue. Shu Junyue awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Chimimi. I didn't say anything. Is there a character named Chimimi in the original text? I have no recollection. The second male lead belongs to the female lead. How can there be another woman? I need to ask the authorities what this means. While I support you in asking the authorities, your reasoning is absurd. The second male lead belongs to everyone. There is no Chimimi in the original text, and Shu Junyue couldn't help but glance at Chimimi again. She was an unpredictable variable, one even greater than herself. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Shu Junyue, and my destination happens to be the southern base, but I got lost and I've worn out several pairs of shoes. This is Chimimi, my unfortunate death squad. Now only she and I remain. What is a death squad? This is my older brother, Zhou Su. I am Shaoli, named after my mother, the logically astute and clever supporting female character. Wait, if the male lead arrives, 1T, everything be revealed in an instant. It's fine, Jinrong's intelligence might not be as sharp as Josu's. Killing with words, Shu Junyue cast a sympathetic glance at the foolishly grinning Shu Jinrong. Then her expression changed as she swiftly executed a sweeping kick. Toppling Shu Jinrong. Chapter 49. The female supporting character, the second male lead. And the male lead, what are you doing? Chi Mimi was about to settle the score with Shu Junyue when she sensed a large horde of zombies approaching from behind. The cannon is gone. With so many zombies, we should hurry and flee. Shu Jinrong stood up again. As a speed enhancer, he lacked combat prowess but excelled in escape. Moreover, Shu Jinrong was quite loyal, pulling Shu Junyue along with him. But only by one hand. Help! Shu Jinrong made a sharp turn, and Shu Junyue lost her footing, flying into the air. Gritting her teeth, she decided to use the strength of her legs to kick down a horde of zombies. Sister, what great synergy! No wonder I felt such a familiarity when I first saw you dead a ghost. Shu Junyue's face turned pale, her stomach churning, feeling as though the large chicken leg she had just eaten was about to come back up. I can't take it anymore. Shu Junyue exerted her arms, forcefully halting herself, retaliating with a jump and landing a foot on Shu Jinrong's head, directly engaging the zombies. Night, apart from the moonlight, there were no other sources of light. After striking down several zombies, Shu Junyue found herself increasingly alert. Had it not been for the distant sound of a truck, she might not have stopped. The male lead is coming. Looks like there will be some excitement. Shu Junyue, expressionless, kicked a lunging zombie away, drawing her dagger from her waist and plunging it deep into a zombie at her feet. Stabbing it several times, Chi Mimi rushed over to Shu Jinrong's side. Captain, more people are coming. It's quite lively tonight. Isn't. Could there be other survivors from different bases arriving? That shouldn't be the case. Before the apocalypse, it was said that Deanly had gone to H province. Logically, there should be very few people aware that he is still in W University, especially since the northern, eastern, and western bases have all gone to H province, that if they are not from these three bases, then they must be from a southern base. Their efficiency is astonishingly low, taking months to discover that Deanly is in W University while the city is crawling with zombies and not a soul in sight. Shu Jinrong wore a playful grin again, waving his hands. Hey brothers, if you have a vehicle, could you give us a lift? Guqin did not even glance their way, directly ordering Zhuke. Drive past. WOC. Does the male lead intend to run them over? Captain, I see the vice captain. Guqin raised her gaze towards the car window, locking eyes with Zhou Su through the glass. She lifted her hand. Bring them aboard. Yes, Captain, Zhuke replied, a gleam of joy illuminating her face. After executing a sharp turn that dispatched a horde of zombies, she swiftly exited the driver's seat. Hurry, get in the car. Zhou Su looked at Guqin with a hint of surprise. He had assumed she would choose to escape in the current situation. Once they boarded the vehicle, Jiang Yuan spotted Xiao Li and approached her gleefully. Xiao Li, it's wonderful to see you're alive. Shu Junyue also felt elated that Jiang Yuan had survived. Her demise would have diminished their enjoyment immensely, but I'm so relieved to see you safe. I woke up in the supermarket to find you missing and feared the worst. Now that I see you're well, I can finally breathe easy. Jiang Yuan managed a strained smile. Had it not been for Shu Junyue's sincere grin, she might have doubted her intentions. No need for suspicion. She is indeed mocking you. The second male lead has now encountered the female lead. I hope Good Dog behaves himself, or the female lead will bid him a definitive farewell. Goodness! These fans of the female lead have truly lost their minds. I must block them. Shu Junyue tightly grasped the small round object in her hand, sensing that Jiang Yuan and Chi Mimi were not characters from the original narrative. I survived. I almost thought I would meet my end here. Thank you, big brother in the passenger seat. You're a good person. Ji Yuqin did not even glance back, as Chi Mimi retorted angrily. My captain is speaking to you. If you wish to remain alive, keep your mouth shut. Oh, quite the bold one, are we? Well, if I wish to live, I shall indeed be silent. The university campus sprawled significantly, ranking among the largest in the nation, with a small hill nestled behind it. According to available records, the Research Institute of the School of Biology appeared to be constructed atop that hill. Captain, the zombies are coming. The zombies approached with alarming speed, nearly grasping the rear of the vehicle. Once one managed to latch on, the others would follow suit. Without hesitation, Josu clenched his fists and struck a zombie at the forefront. One down, a whole cluster fell. Yet more zombies surged forward. Juke, accelerate. Juke slammed the accelerator, responding instantly to Josu's command. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Jiang Yuan screamed as she instinctively recoiled, while Chi Mimi disdainfully shot her a glance before knocking her unconscious. Sister, this dagger is ineffective. Use this firearm instead. Getting too close to zombies is perilous. Ranged weaponry is far more reliable than a handgun. Shu Junyue exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. This is for me. Indeed, it's yours. Consider it our greeting gift. Thank you. You're truly a good person. For the first time, Shu Jinrong received a good person card from another. Shu Junyue did not hesitate to accept the handgun. She intended to inquire about its operation, but found her hands instinctively adjusting the trigger, resulting in the immediate downfall of a zombie. Can she shoot? Shu Junyue pondered, uncertain. Despite it being her first encounter with a gun, she felt an inexplicable familiarity. Oh, not bad with the shooting, Shu Jinrong remarked appreciatively. Even the usually aloof Chi Mimi appeared taken aback. Shu Junyue wasted no bullets, hitting every shot true to the zombies' chests. Quick, disembark! Juke suddenly interjected, prompting Shu Junyue to realize they had driven into a vast warehouse. Once Juke exited the driver's seat, she hurriedly moved to the right side of the entrance to lower the gate, which closed slowly, yet zombies continued to pour in, necessitating their immediate action. After approximately 10 minutes. All the zombies within the warehouse have been dispatched, though the relentless zombies outside persisted in clawing at the door. Shu Junyue plopped down on the ground, feeling no fatigue herself, but as an ordinary person. She had to feign exhaustion. Finally, it's quiet. Shu Jinrong, still catching his breath, suddenly found a handgun pressed against his forehead. Who are you? Gu Chenin's voice was frigid as she regarded the unfamiliar Shu Jinrong and Chi Mimi, then tilted her head toward Josu. Do you know them? Josu shook his head. I don't know them. Just met. Shu Jinrong feigned sorrow. Brother, your words wound me deeply. Chapter 50. Another room. Gu Chen pulled the trigger. To which Shu Junyue exclaimed, Hey, there's zombies outside. This brother seems to possess some skills. Captain Gu, during these extraordinary times, we require allies. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chen ultimately chose to lower her weapon. Where do you hail from? Shu Jinrong, feeling the gun aimed at him, let his displeasure surface. You ask me? I could just as easily inquire about your origins, Gu Chen sneered. This is the territory of the southern base. We are undoubtedly from a southern base. Then we are from a southern base as well. Liar. Shu Junyue smacked her forehead and pulled Shu Jinrong aside. Captain Gu is quite a prominent figure at the southern base. If you don't even recognize him, you cannot possibly be from there. His surname is Gu. Shu Junyue nodded. Shu Jinrong nodded knowingly. Of course, I know Captain Gu. I simply haven't seen him before. By the way, since you were together, why were you separated? Did something happen in between? This is hilarious. The second male lead truly knows how to ask. Look at that substitute. Ultimately, they are out of their depth. The male lead and Juchue's expressions remained unchanged, while the substitute looked guilty, fearing others might discern the underlying deceit. Shu Junyue found satisfaction in the current exchange, continuing, Indeed, I woke up and didn't see Xiao Yuan. Had it not been for Brother Zhou, I might have perished there. Jiang Yuan offered an awkward smile, retreating behind Gu Chen. Gu Chen felt no guilt. Instead, she countered, At the supermarket, were there any peculiarities with the zombies? Peculiarities? Shu Junyue feigned thought, pacing back and forth, inadvertently stepping on Josu's foot, signaling him to remain silent. It did seem odd. The zombies were more frenzied, as if something was drawing them in. Captain Gu, you are truly astute. The more I think about it, the more unsettling it appears. Ji Yuchen slowly clenched her fists, then abruptly released them, stating solemnly, That is not what I inquired about. How did you escape from the supermarket? Shu Junyue waved her hand dismissively. How would Brother Zhou and I know? We were ready to accept our fate. Who would have anticipated that the zombies would suddenly leave? It's baffling. In that moment, we feared the zombies would return, so we had to flee. Ji Yuchen realized after lengthy questioning that these two were entirely uninformed. Her inquiries were futile. Zhou Su stood there, dazed, contemplating whether he had also been deceived by Shu Junyue. This is it. Zhou Su was beginning to question his life choices. If Zhou Su discovered that Shu Junyue had tricked him, would he choose not to assist her? Who knows? Hey, look, there's a hidden door. Shu Jinrong stepped back a pace. Marveling as a concealed door swung open, Jiu Qin felt an unsettling disquiet since entering this city. Nothing seemed to go smoothly. Zhu Ke glanced at Gu Qin, whispering, "Captain, is this the laboratory once used by Director Li? It should be. They are likely hiding inside. Let them enter first." Shu Junyue stepped forward, patting Shu Jinrong on the shoulder, smiling. "Good person, you going first?" "I am the bad person. You're the good person. You go in first." "No, you are the kinder one." The two debated for a while until Zhou Su, calmly tapping his fists together, declared, "I'll go in first. You can follow behind me." Shu Junyue gave a thumbs up, disdainfully eyeing Shu Jinrong. "You're a fake good person. Brother Zhou is the real good person. These two are so immature." "Oh no. I now find the villainous and the second male lead quite ship-worthy. Can we refrain from shipping randomly? Your CP ship is clearly doomed." "Oh dear," angered by shame, definitely a fan of the female lead. "Your beloved has already met their demise, and you have nowhere to ship now. I've said it before, Jiang Yuan is Lin Wanwan. All right, Jiang Yuan is Lin Wanwan. Yet the second male lead has completely ignored her." This statement struck a nerve with the fans of the female lead, who were genuinely curious about why everyone seemed to be gravitating towards the villainous. Ultimately, it appeared that the once most irritating Gu dog had transformed into the most agreeable. Behind the hidden door lay another vast room, remarkably cool. Upon entering, everyone felt the temperature drop several degrees, prompting a few to rub their arms. "Brother Gu, this place is quite chilly." To Jiu Qin removed his jacket and draped it over Jiang Yuan, who smiled sweetly, slightly bashful as she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Gu Qinin's eyes, she subtly adjusted the clothing, inhaling the scent of Gu Qinin. "Captain, it seems this place is air-conditioned. The display temperature is 10 degrees. Zhu Ke stood beside a screen the size of a mobile phone, reporting the situation to Gu Qin. In the chill of 10 degrees, it is little wonder that Shu Junyue merely perceives a slight coolness. Yet it does not reach the point of cold. Why is the air conditioning set so low in this place? Is Deanly certain this is the location? This room does not seem to resemble a space frequented by people. Zhou Su pursed his lips tightly. Ever since his arrival, he has felt a profound unease. There must be other rooms to explore. Suddenly, the heavy door behind them slammed shut after they had walked a considerable distance inside, prompting Jiang Yuan to instinctively let out a scream. Following closely was Shu Jinrong's shriek as he hastily sought refuge behind Shu Junyue, even attempting to crouch down, only to be kicked aside by her. "This place must be haunted. Had I known, I would never have come." Chi Mimi's lips twitched in disbelief, unable to bear witnessing the antics of their captain. Once the door closed, the room was plunged into darkness, and Chi Mimi shut her eyes, striving to sense the atmosphere. "Chi Mimi, did you hear anything?" she inquired. Chi Mimi shook her head and replied to Shu Jinrong, "I did not hear anything." Shu Junyue seemed to have guessed the nature of the other's ability, feeling it somewhat impractical, as it could only detect the presence of humans. Zombies, lacking a heartbeat, were inaudible. Just like now, Shu Junyue delivered a swift kick to Shu Jinrong's back, causing him to yelp in pain, his handsome face meeting the ground. "Who kicked this young master?" He cried out. A low, guttural growl sent chills down everyone's spines. There was indeed a zombie within. The fact that even the male lead is unaware indicates the high level of this zombie. Why is the female supporting character and the male second lead standing together without attacking her? Rongbao has been having a streak of bad luck. Chapter 51. The zombie king on the train. Shu Jinrong quickly scrambled to his feet, gratefully addressing Shu Junyue. "Sister, that kick of yours was nothing short of divine intervention. If not for you, I would have surely met my demise and turned into a zombie." "You talk too much," Shu Junyue retorted, grabbing him and tossing him toward the zombie. As the zombie fell, Zhou Su instinctively caught Shu Jinrong midair. "Thank you," Zhou Su said. Shu Jinrong felt a bit dizzy, his stomach churning, and reflexively replied, "No need to mention it." This must be retaliation from the female supporting character. Rongbao merely wanted to escape with the female supporting character, yet she seems intent on leading him to the zombie. Captain, are you alright? I am fine. Just be cautious of a zombie. There should only be one. Gu Chin clenched his fists and scoffed. Stop with the theatrics, Zhuke. Find a way to turn on the lights in this room. Understood, Captain. Gu Chin closed his eyes. His entire body was altered, granting him heightened perception, and he swiftly detected a current in the air. A familiar sensation that a fierce expression crossed Gu Chin's face as memories of Lin Wanwan's death flooded his mind. It's you, he shouted. Oh no, could that zombie be the future zombie king? How did the future zombie king end up here? This place is quite a distance from the broken bridge. It would take a long time to walk here on 2 legs. Upon realizing it was the zombie from the train, Shu Junyue instinctively associated it with the archvillain. Perhaps the archvillain had not only brought her back to the laboratory, but also that zombie. Given the formidable nature of that zombie upon its mutation, it was undoubtedly tied to the archvillain's machinations. Suddenly, Shu Junyue recalled how she had pointed in Lin Wanwan's direction, and indeed, the latter had gone. It seemed there were ulterior motives behind Shen Yishan's actions in luring people to this place. Was the plan to eliminate both the true male lead and the false female lead here? Everyone, look, we can finally see now. Last time on the train, it was pitch dark and we couldn't see anything. This time, there is finally some improvement. Wow, how thrilling. The male lead is fighting the zombie king. This zombie king is evolving rapidly. Aside from its grayish skin, it remains surprisingly intact. Why can't it speak like the doll? A valid question, yet no one knows the answer. With a roar, both sides staggered back a few steps. The zombie tilted its head and suddenly howled, as if signaling something. Not good. Is it calling other zombies? Zhou Su muttered, clenching his fists as he charged forward. The future zombie king received a solid punch, and after the interruption, its face displayed a distinct displeasure before it lunged at Zhou Su. The disparity in levels was vast, and Zhou Su was unable to withstand a zombie's assault. Quickly finding himself kicked aside to Shu Junyue's side. Shu Jinrong, unable to resist, chimed in, "Oh dear, it seems you've taken quite a beating. This zombie is incredibly strong." Chi Mimi analyzed coolly. "Captain, we should leave this place at once." Shu Junyue nodded in agreement, reassured by the male lead's presence. "Shaoli, how could you act this way?" Jiang Yuan rushed over, tears streaming down her face, pointing an accusing finger at Shaoli. "How could you run away while Gudeji is fighting the zombie? You should be helping him instead of trying to escape." "Shaoli, I'm truly disappointed in you. I considered you a friend, that I also genuinely regarded you as a friend. So Xiao Yuan, we should find a place to hide quickly. Staying here only complicates things for Captain Gu. No, I won't leave. Even if I have to die, I will die alongside Gudeji." "Oh, such bravery." Shu Junyue chuckled, feigning sympathy at that moment. Gu Chenin's voice, laced with hatred, resonated from the standoff. "It's you who killed Wanwan. I will sever your head and hang it on the broken bridge." As his words fell, both parties clashed at lightning speed. Shu Junyue glanced at the bewildered Jiang Yuan and approached her, whispering, "Xiao Yuan, there is something I've never told you. You are truly pitiful. Is it worth it for such a man? He has always seen you as a substitute. His true concern lies with someone called Wanwan, whom you bear striking resemblance to." Jiang Yuan's complexion paled, disbelief washing over her as she shook her head and covered her ears that you're lying. "This can't be true. Xiao Yuan, you are too good. Captain Gu is truly blind for treating you as a stand-in. Why not escape with me instead?" No. Jiang Yuan grasped Shu Junyue's hand, a manic look in her eyes. "Shaoli, we are good friends. Right? You must have a plan, right? I cannot be without Gudeji. Can you let me use what you gave me last time? What item? What did I miss? Dear family, we are just as clueless. To think there's something we, with our omniscient perspective, are unaware of. Good job, Xiaoya. You're quite cunning." She has always been quite shrewd. Shu Junyue hesitated, but ultimately handed Jiang Yuan a small vial of potion containing a meager amount of liquid. "This is for Captain Gu. Once he uses it, he will surely be filled with thoughts of you. This potion looks somewhat familiar. Don't be fooled. This female supporting character is insidious. How could she be so cruel?" "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the lights in the room illuminated brightly as Zhuke noticed the commotion near Jiang Yuan and hurried over. Jiang Yuan shook her head, anxiously pleading with Zhuke. Zhuke, please help Gu Deji. Zhuke, remain here, Zhou Su interjected. Zhuke looked confusedly at Zhou Su. Deputy Captain, what do you mean? That zombie is of a high level. The captain might not be able to handle alone, that if you go. Gu Chenin will surely push you aside to AS for revenge. Knowing Gu Chen, he will never allow anyone else to intervene. Revenge? Jiang Yuan's face grew even paler as she recalled the woman in the photograph. Her resolve solidifying as she clutched the potion Shu Junyue had given her tightly. Shu Junyue leaned closer to her ear. This potion needs to be used at its peak effectiveness. The current moment is quite opportune. But, Jiang Yuan saw the zombie beginning to retreat. She was merely an ordinary person. How could she take the lead? Shu Junyue sensed her hesitance and began to question whether her love for Gu Chenin surpassed that for Lin Wanwan. Captain, Zhuke called out, rushing forward, only to find that Gu Chen had been knocked back by the zombie. Chapter 52. The potion fails to work. This is a prime opportunity. As Shu Junyue spoke. She turned to find Jiang Yuan already anxiously rushing forward. It's over, it's over. It seems the male lead is also about to meet his end. The female supporting character is incredible. She is aiming for a double kill. First the female lead, then the male lead, and she will directly take their place. Do you have evidence that the female lead was killed by Xiao Yiya? Indeed. The female supporting character can pop the champagne early. This is something the arch-villain researched, and it's such a precious vial. The fate of the scarred one will be the male lead's destiny. Everyone, step aside. This is mine. Gu Chenin stood resiliently, as if he were an unkillable cockroach. Shu Junyue observed closely, feeling as though he was growing stronger with each blow. Viewers who had not read the original work noted the shift. Initially, the future zombie king was dominating the male lead, but now the male lead was overpowering the future zombie king. A setting from the original work, perhaps, the male lead only grows stronger with each battle, and he is the only character capable of challenging higher-level opponents. Indeed, although he has his flaws and often seeks substitutes, his combat skills are undeniably impressive. Shu Junyue sensed that the future zombie king was about to be prematurely incapacitated. What kind of unreliable villain had she encountered? It was evident that she would have to rely on herself. Observing the villain's physique closely, she noticed a slight flush in his complexion. Soon. However, even as the future zombie king lay motionless on the ground, Gu Chenin remained entirely unharmed. What on earth? The medicine had no effect. Shu Junyue was taken aback. She was certain she hadn't mistaken the items, so why was there no effect at all? Instead, it seemed to have invigorated Gu Chenin even more. Wait. As she saw Gu Chenin preparing to behead the future zombie king, Shu Junyue immediately interjected. Captain Gu, we are here to rescue Director Li. This creature must know his whereabouts. And so what if it did, or did not? Gu Chenin was consumed with vengeance for Lin Wanwan, showing no interest in a stranger's fate. Zhuke, ever dedicated to Gu Chenin's cause, concurred with Shu Junyue's reasoning. Captain, Miss Xiao Li is right that we must locate Director Li. According to the information, he should be hiding here, but we currently face only one advanced zombie. The gradual awakening of advanced zombies was no secret among the upper echelons of various bases. Yet, Xiao Li certainly should not be privy to such knowledge. Regaining her composure, Gu Chenin seized Shu Junyue by the throat. Who are you, and how do you know that advanced zombies possess intelligence? Shu Junyue's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly steadied herself. I have encountered intelligent zombies before. What a coincidence. Intelligent zombies are of a very high level, and I have hardly seen many myself. I will ask you once more, who exactly are you, and what is your purpose in being near Xiao Yuan? Jiang Yuan was taken aback and rushed forward to grasp Gu Chenin's arm, attempting to save Shu Junyue. Brother Gu, Xiao Li definitely means no harm that you're going to choke her to death. Please loosen your grip. Gu Chenin narrowed her eyes, regardless of who the other party was. She deemed her merely an inconsequential life. Shu Junyue felt the pressure on her throat intensify. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Su seized Gu Chenin's hand, causing her to instinctively release her grip, letting Shu Junyue collapse to the ground. Coughing and clutching her throat, Zhou Su, Are you trying to stop me? You want to kill someone else's sister. How could I not intervene? Shu Junyue rolled her eyes and retorted. Sister? Gu Qinan found it amusing. I never even knew you had a sister. Recognizing my sister, Gu Qinan, I wish we were not even friends. Are you threatening me? Gu Qinan pushed her away, her clenched fist aimed directly at Shu Junyue's forehead. As she watched the fist approach, Shu Junyue crossed her arms, bracing herself against the blow. Jin glanced at Zhou Su with a hint of mockery. Your sister is no ordinary person. Determined to eliminate Shu Junyue, Gu Qinan was puzzled as to why the drug had yet to take effect. Could it be that more vigorous activity was required, with the future zombie king already sprawled on the ground? The drug would not activate without intense movement. Gritting her teeth, Shu Junyue decided to take matters into her own hands. After all, Gu Qinan had to die here. How could this happen? Jiang Yuan stared blankly at the scene before her. Bewildered as to why her friend was fighting with a man she had feelings for, Zhou Su furrowed his brow for a moment before rushing into the fray. He had promised Mr. Shen to take care of Shu Junyue and could not break that vow. Shu Junyue clutched her abdomen, feeling a twinge of pain. It had been a long time since she had experienced any discomfort. Step back. You are no match for him. What do you mean, I am no match for him? Shu Junyue spat, turning her head in frustration. She knew her greatest flaw was her lack of tactics. Zhou Su, keep an eye on me. Wait until I am about to die. Then do something to save me. With that, Shu Junyue charged forward once more. Is the female supporting character using the male protagonist as a target for practice? I've noticed the female supporting character's moves are becoming increasingly fluid. Initially, she was being dominated by the male protagonist, but now she can block a few attacks and even counter some. The female supporting character's body seems to have been altered by the 164 virus, but alas, lacking practical experience, she was being overpowered by the male protagonist. Using him for practice is risky. But fortune favors the bold. Shu Junyue's heart burned with frustration. Why was that wretched drug proving utterly useless? Gu Qinan's eyes narrowed slightly. As they drew closer, the familiar scent conjured a multitude of memories. Suddenly, he scoffed. Shu Junyue, is it you? Shu, your head. Shu Junyue swung a punch at his head, startled by his recognition. How could he have figured it out with her impeccable acting? He must have been trying to deceive her. I will never forget the scent on you. Some onlookers are reveling in the drama. What scent could the female supporting character possibly have? It seems she herself is unaware. Perhaps it's a natural fragrance. One usually cannot detect their own scent, but my friends have said I carry a faint floral aroma. Is that true? Of course, Shu Junyue would not admit it. She had to maintain her bravado and fight fiercely. Drawing a dagger from her waist and engaging in combat. Captain, Zhuke sensed something amiss and prepared to intervene, only to be stopped by Zhou Su. Deputy Captain, what is your intention? Apologies, but I cannot allow you to pass. Shu Jinchong was utterly confused, holding her head as she asked Chi Mimi, what on earth is happening? I'm so lost. Chi Mimi, hey, respond. Chi Mimi fell silent, quietly observing Shu Junyue's direction. Chapter 53. Rampage Captain, is that woman named Shu Junyue? Shu Junyue. Shu Jinchong lowered her brow in contemplation before clapping her hands out. Could it be that this young lady shares my family name? What a coincidence. This new character seems to know the female supporting character. But from the looks of the female supporting character, it seems she does not recognize her. I'm utterly confused by this plot. I'm just watching by chance by the way. The female supporting character 1T be killed by the male protagonist. Will she? Also, why hasn't the drug taken effect on that substitute? Shu Junyue gritted her teeth. She too wished to know what was occurring. Jiu Qin lifted his foot and kicked Shu Junyue in the abdomen. But she was no weakling. Her dagger plunged fiercely into his ankle. Think. During this time apart, you've become an aberrant. On what grounds? As she gazed at Shu Junyue, who had transitioned from an ordinary person to an aberrant. Gu Qinan could not contain the hatred in his eyes. Why are you still alive? Shu Junyue. I truly regret saving you back then. Your current regret merely stems from having found a new substitute. Little Ye just spoke the truth. No matter how you feel, today I shall sever your head as well as that of the zombie, hanging them on the broken bridge. Roar! Shu Jinchong cried out in alarm. That zombie is still alive. No way. Su turned to Guqin. Guqin, let's first deal with that zombie. Roar. Accompanied by the zombie-s roar, the ground trembled slightly, and the walls even showed signs of cracking. It's evolving rapidly. This zombie king seems to be cheating. The male protagonist feels inferior by comparison. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the area as Shu Junyue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Noticing Guqin seemed somewhat distracted. Without hesitation, she drew the handgun that Shu Jinchong had given her and aimed for Guqin's heart. Playing dirty, huh? Oh no, the female supporting character has executed a double kill. Captain, Brother Gu, with the sound of a gunshot, Guqin clutched his chest, kneeling on one knee before ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Shu Junyue tore off the fake skin from her face, revealing her true identity. An extraordinarily striking face with a fierce demeanor, yet bearing a slight resemblance to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan recognized the person from the portrait, her eyes widening as she pointed a finger at Shu Junyue. You have been deceiving me all along. Xiao Yuan, you're truly pitiful. Guqin has never loved you, nor me. No. Shut your mouth. You must still be lying. Shu Junyue shrugged. It was unfortunate that she had finally spoken a truth. Yet no one was willing to believe her. Zhu Kei gritted her teeth, fiercely sweeping her leg at Shu Junyue. That moment, Shu Junyue was already at her limit, her body's reactions dwindling, just as she prepared to withstand the blow. The recently upgraded zombie king charged in, delivering a kick that shattered Zhu Junyue's ribs. It seems the zombie king is protecting the female supporting character. Oh no, I'm starting to believe the female supporting character instructed the zombie to eliminate the female lead. Do you remember? The doll mentioned that the female supporting character and she are akin, implying that the female supporting character is not entirely human. She carries the 164 virus within her. However, we are still uncertain as to what that truly entails. It seems the protagonist team is on the brink of annihilation here. Wait, what the hell? It has resurrected. Shu Junyue stared in disbelief, her face paling for the first time. How could this be? Forget it. The male protagonist's greatest advantage is his rapid recovery ability. As long as he isn't dead, he can recover swiftly. Hence the notion that he is an indestructible cockroach is indeed valid. Why was such an important detail not mentioned earlier? Shu Junyue was utterly infuriated, feeling as though her heart had leaped in her throat. Inside, she seemed to be boiling with rage, while the temperature of her skin steadily plummeted. The cacophony around her grew increasingly distant, and even the barrage of comments that she could see with her eyes shut began to ebb away like a receding tide. She found herself engulfed in a complete darkness, as if she were suspended in an abyss of nothingness. Yet within this darkness, there flickered an exceedingly faint point of light. Where am I? Here, Shu Junyue discovered that her earlier discomfort had vanished entirely. This place was profoundly silent, yet she felt an overwhelming sorrow. Why do I feel so despondent? In the boundless darkness, people instinctively gravitate towards the light. Shu Junyue took a step towards the light point, and after a brief distance, it seemed she had stepped upon something. She crouched down and reached out. It was a chain. Hey, big sister, wake up! Oh no. How did the supporting character suddenly go berserk? I can't believe her combat power has skyrocketed. Rongbao, be careful. Shu Jinrong lightly leapt to evade the falling debris from the shattered wall, casting a worried glance at Shu Junyue, whose eyes were now of vivid crimson, completely devoid of rationality. Guqin cleared his throat, supported by Jiang Yuan. We should leave. The car is still outside. Uncertain of what had transpired with Shu Junyue, whose strength had suddenly surged, Guqin realized that his own body had only just recovered and was now ill-equipped to confront her. He cast a begrudging glance in Shu Junyue's direction. Shu Junyue, the next time we meet, I shall show no mercy. Shu Jinrong ran to Zhou Su's side, spreading his hands in inquiry. Brother, what has happened to your sister? You need to think of a solution quickly if he wasn't her real brother. How could he possibly know? Your sister appears to be in great pain. If you do not stop her soon, we might face an early game over. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Su's ears perked up as his gaze fell upon a small orb near Shu Junyue's feet. It was Shun Yishan. Wow, little Iya, hold on. Your man is coming to rescue you. What man? Just as Shu Junyue emerged from the darkness, she realized her entire body felt as though it were on fire, utterly beyond her control. This zombie king was so pitiful, being pummeled by her. Wait, how did she become so formidable? No. Now is not the time to ponder this. She felt as though she was about to explode. Mr. Shun, Shu Miss is not in a good condition that I know. I am on my way. Shun Ishin pressed the accelerator, increasing his speed, his expression calm, and his tone steady, mysteriously instilling a sense of calm. In the room you are currently in, at the 9 o'clock position, there's a small box containing anesthetic needles. If one is insufficient, use to. Shu Junyue felt as if she could hear the voice of the antagonist. It seemed she wanted to ask him what was happening, as she felt so unwell. Chapter 54. Antagonist. I'm on my way. A sensation akin to ants biting at her neck was like being infused with a spring of pure water, yet it felt akin to being submerged in molten lava. Somewhat helpful, but hardly sufficient. She still felt exceedingly unwell. Seeing that one injection was insufficient, Zhou Su administered another. Shu Junyue's eyelids grew heavier, and as she slowly collapsed on the ground, her face pressed against the cold, hard floor, she seemed to hear the voice of the antagonist again. Shu Junyue, hold on. I will be there shortly. Shu Junyue gradually closed her eyes, murmuring, Antagonist, you must hurry. This utterance was so faint that even the barrage of comments did not catch it. When Shu Junyue opened her eyes again, she found herself once more in that dark scene, seemingly seated upon iron chains. She stood up, grasping the chains, and followed their direction forward. The further she walked, the more pronounced the light point became, gradually drawing nearer. Shu Junyue's bright eyes widened slightly. Previously, due to the overwhelming darkness, she could discern nothing. Yet now, she realized this space contained not merely one iron chain, but a multitude, thousands upon thousands, too many to count. All these chains converged upon the central light point, as if binding something within. The emotion she sensed emanated from this light. What are you? The moment she spoke, an immense force yanked Shu Junyue back to reality, the floating barrage of comments reappearing, with many people expressing concern for her awake. Shu Junyue slowly tilted her head, her beautiful eyes unblinking as they fixed upon the antagonist seated beside her, whose gaze seemed to rest on the screen beside the single bed. You were so close, Miss Shu. You might have turned into a zombie. Shu Junyue turned her head back to gaze at the ceiling. She was actually in the villa of the southern base. The antagonist truly dared to go this far, that I will not become a zombie. Although Shu Junyue was uncertain what it felt like to be a zombie, she was quite sure it was not the way she had just gone berserk. Professor Shun, is your research on M164 truly related to the zombie virus? I am also curious. It seems the original text did not mention this. It may be a hidden plot clue. The original antagonist had not yet discovered anything before choosing to commit suicide. But wait, the supporting character's virus was ingested from that iron box. The original text only mentioned a spatial ring inside the box, nothing else. The plot has diverged from the original text long ago. Now everyone is muddled, yet I find it rather enjoyable. Enjoyable, Shu Junyue sighed, feeling that the comments were most reliable during the train ride. Afterward, they became increasingly absurd. Why didn't the male lead mention his golden finger sooner? Wait, the male lead. Shu Junyue recalled that she had matters to settle with the antagonist. Extending her hand to grasp the sleeve of his left arm. Professor Shun, why did your corrosive potion have no effect on Gu Chinin? Shun Ishin paused for a moment, then lowered his head to align his forehead with Shu Junyue's. Sugar rush, little yeah. Do you know that the antagonist was so concerned about your predicament that he nearly floored the accelerator? The 1-hour journey was cut down significantly. At that moment, the antagonist's expression did not reveal much panic or worry, but when he retrieved the medication from little Ye's spatial ring, his hands seemed to tremble. Professor Shun, you can open my spatial ring. The supporting character's focus upon awakening is rather peculiar. Shouldn't she first express her gratitude for the antagonist's life-saving efforts? Oh, who would have thought she would be so straightforward? She must be incredibly straightforward. When such a handsome man pressed his forehead against hers, her first reaction was not shyness, but concern for her spatial ring. This indicates she is not love-struck. I find that quite appealing. You have so many questions. Which one shall I answer first? Shu Junyue seemed to be somewhat slow in her responses, and upon hearing the antagonist's words, she genuinely tilted her head to ponder. Both questions were of great importance to her, so perhaps she should address them in reverse order? Shin Ishin couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seems you are recovering well. Your first reaction upon waking was not to assess your physical condition, but rather these matters as I mentioned earlier. The corrosive potion is merely a semi-finished product. It is effective against low-level aberrants, but against someone like Gu Chunin, who is a high-level aberrant and fully aberrant at that, it is naturally ineffective. Having answered the first question, he continued to address the second. Shun Ishin paused briefly, raising Shu Junyue's wrist, his cool fingers resting upon the spatial ring on her arm, his melodious voice tinged with a hint of mockery. Miss Shu, this is a spatial ring, not the kind of spatial artifact you might read about in cultivation novels. It does not require blood to recognize its master. It can be accessed with the correct password. But rest assured, I have added a layer of security. Apart from you and me, no one else can access it. Otherwise, had Shu Junyue been in such an urgent situation, Shun Ishin would have long since instructed Zhou Su to retrieve the medicine from her spatial ring to administer to her. After addressing Shu Junyue's concerns, she finally remembered her physical condition. My reaction in that warehouse was likely a side effect of the turtle jelly. Perhaps the antagonist seemed somewhat vague on this point, unwilling to elaborate further. Shu Junyue was also curious. Her intuition told her that M164 had no connection to the zombie virus whatsoever. Her state did not resemble that of someone about to turn into a zombie. Rather, it felt as though something was striving to break free. She sensed her body was exceedingly hot, as if she were immersed in lava, as if something was on the verge of snapping. Mr. Shun, the porridge you asked me to prepare is ready. S06 entered, carrying a bowl of seafood porridge. Shu Junyue's nose twitched slightly. She had not felt hungry before, but upon catching the aroma, her appetite surged. Shin Ishin glanced at the porridge with little enthusiasm, but still offered it to Shu Junyue as she gazed down at it. She was somewhat taken aback to find octopus within. If this is not true love, I don't know what is. The antagonist is even willing to prepare octopus, which he dislikes. For Shu Junyue, isn't that true love? Shu Junyue accepted the seafood porridge, which was neither too scalding nor too cold. Pleasantly warm. After scooping a spoonful, she paused, sensing a fearsome aura. How terrifying. How can something so delicious and soft be made from octopus? Alas, I've been holding on to her for the past few days. Yet, her mind is utterly consumed by thoughts of octopuses. Chapter 55. The Villain's Special Training. Shu Junyue hesitantly set down her spoon, feeling inexplicably unable to eat. What is the matter? Is it not to your taste? No. Shu Junyue's stomach growled, and ultimately, she could not resist finishing the seafood porridge. And yes, she listened to the heart-wrenching sounds of the tentacles nearby. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Indeed, filling her stomach was the most pragmatic choice. She felt a twinge of guilt towards those little tentacles, as she still found octopus delicious. By the way, what about that zombie? After satisfying her hunger, Shu Junyue finally recalled that zombie.It seemed to be the one from the train. The one you took away? Yes, he is one of my experimental subjects, far more obedient than you. Shu Junyue chose to ignore the latter part of his statement and pressed on. You lured Guchin over there with the intention of having that zombie kill him? Shin Ishin chuckled darkly, placing his hand on Shu Junyue's forehead. Little yeah, it appears you've been sleeping a bit too much and are feeling muddled. I have no interest in Gu Chinin's life. I merely wanted to test his body's regenerative abilities with that zombie. However, I must extend my gratitude to Miss Shu. Shu Junyue pursed her lips, watching the villain push back his chair as if preparing to leave. She immediately grasped his hand. Professor Shun, what exactly are you researching? Are you developing a similar potion for body repair, or one that could destroy that regenerative ability? If Gu Chinin's nearly invincible regenerative ability isn't addressed, eliminating him will be a nightmarish endeavor for me. Research must be thorough. I choose to pursue both at the villain is quite arrogant, isn't he? Shu Junyue pressed her eyebrows together and eventually lay back down. Having spent several days resting, her entire body felt achingly soft, and the villain, who had been absent for a few days, reappeared. Put on your mask. I'm taking you somewhere. Where? You'll know once we arrive. Guchinen tossed a bag to Shu Junyue as he left. Upon opening the bag, she found a brand new set of clothes, athletic wear. Little yeah. These clothes were personally crafted by the villain. They are waterproof and resistant to bladed weapons. I've discovered that the villain possesses the admirable qualities of a devoted spouse, even capable of sewing clothes. Shu Junyue was taken aback. She had initially teased him about being suited for tailoring, never expecting him to actually do it. She quickly donned the outfit he provided, only to find it also included undergarments. This guy. Shu Junyue felt her cheeks heat up slightly, sure they had turned a rosy hue. After securing her mask, ensuring no one could recognize her, she followed the villain as they alighted from the vehicle. A black off-road vehicle awaited them outside the villa. Are we leaving the base? Yes, we must stay outside for a while. You should have camping gear in your spatial wristband, right? Yes, little Yia has everything. That's right. It's as if an entire shopping mall was emptied, so surely there's everything one could need. I recall there was a store dedicated to outdoor equipment. It had quite a good selection. I asked the villain planning to go on a field mission with a female lead. Goodness, what a bold suggestion. Shu Junyue instinctively hugged her chest, eyeing the villain warily. Professor Shun, why are you asking this? Shun Ishin opened the car door, casting an appraising glance over Shu Junyue from head to toe. Finally resting his gaze on her chest, I admit you have quite the assets, but I am a professor, not a beast. Get in the car. Shu Junyue's face flushed crimson, unsure whether it was from anger or embarrassment. Once inside the vehicle, she felt several tentacles eagerly wrapping around her, some even teasingly lingering near her chest. Shu Junyue squinted, smirking. Professor Shun, is this what you meant by not being a beast? What did you say? Shun Ishin, knowing that only Shu Junyue could sense those tentacles, feigned ignorance that we don't know what the female lead means by that. Who knows? I'm more curious about where the villain intends to take the female lead. The vehicle drove out of the base, and initially, Shu Junyue thought he was heading to City W, but to her surprise, they arrived at the mountains behind the southern base. The mountain wasn't too tall. Before the apocalypse, it had been a scenic spot, lush with trees, and one area even overlooked the entire southern base. As she gazed down at the southern base, she realized it was actually quite sizable. You brought me here. To Shu Junyue hesitated for a moment before voicing her thought. Clear my mind? Clear your mind? How naive. After parking the vehicle, Shun Ishin chose a spot and instructed Shu Junyue to take out the tent and supplies. Oh, the villain's manual dexterity was remarkable. He quickly set up a tent connected to the back of the off-road vehicle, folding the back seat away, laying down a mattress, and arranging tables and chairs inside. He then began to brew tea. What exactly are you planning? Shu Junyue, feeling somewhat helpless, leaned on the table and absent-mindedly traced circles on its surface. Nothing much, just having a cup of tea soon. You one tea have the chance to drink it all. It didn't take long for Shu Junyue to grasp the villain's intentions. Unbeknownst to her, this previously deserted place, devoid even of flies, suddenly had a zombie appear. This zombie had once been a martial arts instructor. Despite having lost its consciousness, I had employed some minor techniques to retain some of its bodily instincts. Go on. It's approximately a level 4. Level 4. Shu Junyue was taken aback. Encountering a high-level zombie was a rare occurrence. And this guy had chosen one as her first practice opponent. Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on you. The villain gently nudged Shu Junyue's back, pushing her towards the zombie while leisurely sipping tea, even taking the time to offer pointers on her moves. Goodness, he's being overly indulgent. The villain must have noticed that Shu Junyue only flailed her arms haphazardly, so he decided to give her some training, ensuring she would have no trouble dealing with the male lead in the future. Indulging? How infuriating! Shu Junyue felt exasperated, her mind filled with Shun Ishin's voice. No, you should use your elbow to block, not your foot. Wrong. At this moment, you should be using your foot rather than your hand. No, you should bend down to dodge its attack. Miss Shu, your reckless approach is likely to result in unnecessary injuries. My heart aches for you. You are feeling it. Aren't you? You two should just confess your feelings publicly. We want to see the field mission, not. The villain is truly dedicated to teaching the female lead. Chapter 56. Naturally, sleep together. Dedicated? Indeed, quite devoted. As Shu Junyue adeptly evaded the attacking zombie, the villain unexpectedly summoned another. This was not a low-level zombie. This was a level 4. I know, one must push oneself to discover their capabilities. Shen Yixin calmly sipped his tea, observing as Shu Junyue barely managed to evade one zombie's attack, while the others swiftly followed. Although the blows were not particularly painful, Shu Junyue felt utterly humiliated. Aware that many were watching her being hit as the moon climbed higher, the villain finally granted Shu Junyue a moment of respite. Come over and eat something. The S-06 unit unveiled a plethora of dishes, and the delicious aroma had already captured Shu Junyue's attention. Disregarding her exhaustion, she rushed over. Little robot, what delightful dishes have you prepared? Everything is to Miss Shu's liking. I adore you. Shu Junyue hugged S-06 round head and planted a fervent kiss on the cold metal surface. The villain let out an annoyed snort, elegantly crossing his legs. Little yeah, I had to prepare all this. Why not express your gratitude to me? Gratitude, my sincerest thanks. How perfunctory. After indulging in the feast, Shu Junyue settled into a lounge chair, momentarily letting down her guard, gazing up at the sky and murmuring, "It seems the environment has improved since the apocalypse. The starry sky is truly beautiful. Beautiful things are often perilous. Soon, the world might face a so-called romantic meteor shower. The villain truly stands out with intellect, knowing well in advance about the impending meteor shower, which had claimed many lives, resulting in significant destruction to human bases. Followed by a zombie siege that caught humanity off guard, and I recall that it was after that meteor shower that the southern base revealed the semi-finished catalyst they had developed. Although the southern base survived, many lives were lost. The catalyst must be something that triggers bodily mutations. Professor Shun, what exactly were you researching at the southern base? The villain adjusted his glasses, sitting on a small stool, his long legs seemingly lacking a place to rest. Shen Yixin glanced at the comfortably seated Shu Junyue and decided to lift her up to sit in his place on the lounge chair. Hey, Shu Junyue was lifted and soon found herself back on solid ground. What are you doing? I was asking you something. Why are you being so handsy? The bench is uncomfortable. Indeed, the lounge chair is much better. The arch-villain reclined with his hands clasped behind his head, stretching out on the ground, while Shu Junyue sat upon his thigh. The weather remained quite warm, and the fabric of their trousers was not particularly thick, allowing for a vivid awareness of the sensations beneath. Upon encountering something prickly, Shu Junyue immediately sprang to her feet. The arch-villain lazily opened one-eyed glance at her, responding to her earlier question. Naturally, it's something the research base wishes to investigate. In due time, you shall understand. However, before we leave this place, you must learn to navigate through 100 zombies without sustaining a single scratch. You're insane. Today, the two of them had evaded her to the point of exasperation. Would it truly take her years of practice to descend the mountain amidst such a horde? By then, would Guqin not have met an untimely demise? Shu Junyue stood aside, fuming for a moment, only to soon realize something amiss. Within the arch-villain's tent lay but a single bed. Where will you sleep at night? In the car. If you sleep in the car, where will I sleep? Shen Yixin regarded her with curiosity, replying without a second thought. Naturally, you shall sleep with me, Miss Shu. Have you forgotten your own words? Ah, Shu Junyue recalled. She had indeed promised him she would allow him to sleep beside her. That night, the tendrils seemed more animated than ever. Yet this time, the sensation felt distinctly different. As those tendrils brushed against her skin, she felt as though something within her was yearning to break free. It seemed softer and more fragrant. I think I see a little bird. I want to touch the little bird. The little bird appears quite sorrowful. It must be because it cannot escape. When we were trapped by the main control, we felt similarly despondent. Shu Junyue could not comprehend the words of the tendrils. Grasping one, she suddenly perceived a tendril bending its head, writhing in her grasp as if shy. Oh dear, it's looking at me. What little bird? I don't know, just a feeling. Shu Junyue felt the tendril in her palm, cool and slippery, audaciously pressing its appendage against her wrist. She was tempted to take a bite. But considering their sorrowful demeanor, she suppressed that thought, discarding the tendril with a flick of her wrist. Prodding the arch-villain's shoulder, she retorted, I said, just beside me. I never permitted you to touch. Shen Yixin opened his eyes and murmured, why do cells repair themselves so swiftly? What are you talking about? I was pondering Gu Chenin's physical condition. Quite intriguing, I must say that I would love to capture him for my laboratory. There would surely be astonishing discoveries. Shu Junyue's eyes glinted as she patted the arch-villain, declaring, I support you, but do not merely speak. If you do not act, I shall regard you with disdain. Provocation, ha! Utterly ineffective against me. Shun Ishin extended his long arm, encircling Shu Junyue's slender waist, drawing her into his embrace, burying his fluffy head in her neck with a contented sigh. Has anyone ever told you that you smell delightful? Shu Junyue smirked mischievously, leaning toward Gu Chenin's ear, whispering, yes, my ex-boyfriend. That would be Gu Chen. In that moment, she distinctly felt the pressure of his hands on her waist intensify. Shun Ishin openly expressing his displeasure. He had always been clear about his own feelings. Once he recognized his affection for Shu Junyue, he would undoubtedly voice it. Shu Junyue. What? With her hands propped on either side of him, feeling fatigued, she surrendered and leaned back against him. Soon, a large hand rested on her cheek. Exuding an indescribable tenderness, Shu Junyue instinctively tensed. At such close proximity, she should not feel so relaxed. The atmosphere between them grew slightly suggestive, as neither had succumbed to sleep, and the barrage of comments above continued to scroll. Chapter 57. I think I might like you that late at night. The excitement was keeping me awake. Is this a confession? I never imagined that the arch-villain would be the one to initiate it. Confession? Shu Junyue's eyes widened in disbelief. While she had once narcissistically believed the arch-villain harbored some interest in her, she mostly regarded him as someone satisfied with her as a test subject. How could a scientist fall in love with their experiment? I believe I might like you, in the manner a man likes a woman. Shu Junyue instinctively held her breath, doubting her hearing. She reached out to place her hand on the arch-villain's forehead, seeking to confirm if he was feverish or delirious. Shun Ishin seized her hand, clasping it in his palm. Perhaps due to his earlier confession, she felt a tingling sensation in her palm, mirroring the flutter in her heart. Surprisingly, she felt no aversion. Recalling her school days when someone professed their feelings for her, she had instinctively felt disgusted, a reaction that seemed unreasonable yet genuine. Reflecting on her relationship with Gu Chenin, it felt more like a transaction. She needed a face reminiscent of her first love to express her longing, while he required her strength to ensure his safety in a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, for the first time, Shu Junyue found herself not repulsed by confession, but rather, deep within her heart, a joy she had not recognized before began to stir. The soft fragrance suddenly became quite sweet. Such a delightful scent. The tendrils emitted satisfied sighs, drawing closer to Shu Junyue, while Shun Ishin made no effort to deter them. Enveloped in the tendrils' embrace, their bodies nearly melded into one. The onlookers in the barrage could not see the tendrils. To them, it appeared as if Shu Junyue was leaning closer, responding to the arch-villain's confession. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she braced herself on her hands. Seemingly yearning to escape, the arch-villain's hand at her waist exerted a gentle pressure, pulling her back once more. It may seem sudden to you, but as the book states, feelings often arrive unexpectedly, or perhaps have always existed, but were only discovered late. I believe you harbor feelings for me as well. You simply have yet to recognize them. This is such a romantic scene, yet why do I feel the arch-villain is a bit narcissistic? Narcissistic? No, my friend, that is confidence. Shu Junyue, don't speak. I know you won't immediately agree with me, but that is fine. I possess ample patience and time that I believe it is only a matter of time before you acquiesce. All right, it is quite late. Let us sleep. Be good, sleep. Shun Ishin extended his hand over Shu Junyue's head, pressing her against his chest. She struggled for a moment, but upon hearing the rhythmic beating of his heart, she found it utterly chaotic. The arch-villain's heart was in disarray. It seemed he was not as composed as he appeared. Shu Junyue could not help but smile as she rested against his chest. Closing her eyes, the subsequent time was spent on that mountain. Had it not been for the barrage, Shu Junyue might have forgotten she was merely a malicious female supporting character in a post-apocalyptic drama. After surviving a wave of zombie attacks that day, she felt her overall agility had notably improved. Thank you. Perhaps this was the first time Shu Junyue offered the arch-villain her most genuine smile. Faster than I had anticipated, Shun Ishin instructed S06 to tidy up the tent and allowed Shu Junyue to store him in her spatial ring. Well done, T patted her head, unabashedly praising her. Shu Junyue noted his straightforwardness. Upon realizing his feelings, he had wasted no time in confessing. Yet, there was a childlike quality about him, as he feared she might reject him right after his confession, thus silencing her entirely, a domineering yet amusing gesture. Where are we headed? To the southern base. Shu Junyue felt a twinge of anxiety, observing the barrage indicating that since Guqin had recuperated, her image had been plastered all over the southern base. Even alongside Xiao Li's. Previously, only the mission hall bore her likeness. Now, the entire southern base was adorned with her and Xiao Li's faces, every 5 meters a new poster, ensuring every inhabitant would recall Shu Junyue's visage. No, my objectives have been achieved. We shall return to the laboratory. Objectives? What objectives? This fellow had been by her side all this time and still found time for other pursuits. Truly a master of time management. No, that analogy was inadequate. Shaking her head, when they stood once more in the arch-villain's underground laboratory, she felt as if she had stepped into another world, never expecting to willingly return one day. Such are the unpredictable turns of life. The laboratory was not deserted. As they entered, a figure lunged toward them. Professor Shun, how is it? Has the eradication plan concluded? Zhou Tiantian, could you refrain from being so loud? It makes my head buzz. Behind Zhou Tiantian emerged another individual. Someone Shu Junyue recognized that. It's Zheng Yao. I thought he had truly perished in that mall. What a dramatic scene it was. That brat even exhibited his theatricality, smiling in front of the male lead as he willingly faced his end alongside the zombies. Though the male protagonist has succumbed to darkness, he consistently concedes to Zhou Su, revealing that deep within, he still cherishes loyalty and affection. The presence of Zheng Yao evokes a sense of guilt within him. Zheng Yao emerged with a cup of tea, deliberately circumventing Zhou Tiantian, and approached the formidable antagonist. Sir, freshly brewed hot tea. Thank you, Shun Ishin responded, taking the cup and then turned to Shu Junyue. Junyue, moisten your throat first. Zheng Yao puffed his cheeks, casting a decidedly unfriendly glare at Shu Junyue. Initially, she intended to decline, but upon noticing Zheng Yao's expression, her thoughts shifted. She seized the cup from the antagonist's hand, even going so far as to audaciously wipe it clean in front of Zheng Yao. Such a ruthless maneuver. Ah! It felt akin to a sister-in-law boldly asserting her claim before a toxic admirer. Zhou Tiantian remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar atmosphere, continuing to naively chase after Shun Ishin. Professor Shun, please respond quickly. If this ISNT concluded soon, I will immediately take my monkeys and depart from this Guashan. Zheng Yao could hardly bear to see his idol being ridiculed, casting a scornful glance at Zhou Tiantian. Indeed, someone actually considers themselves a monkey. Chapter 58. The eradication plan is not yet complete. Zheng Yao, you are a doctor. Doctors are angels of mercy. Why do you always speak so venomously? Zhou Tiantian waved her hand, gazing imploringly at Shun Ishin, her eyes glistening like a puppy's, prompting Shu Junyue to glance at her a few more times. Shun Ishin, displeased, covered Shu Junyue's eyes and ultimately pulled her behind him. The eradication plan was far from finished. No. Zhou Tiantian inhaled deeply, turning to leave. Where are you going? Zheng Yao inquired. Zhou Tiantian clutched her head, exclaiming in frustration, of course, I'm hurrying to relocate the survivors from the base. This place is about to be obliterated. If we don't flee now, are we to linger here for tea? I haven't finished speaking. The eradication plan continues, but not against W City. To Mr. Zhou, please prepare supplies for my warehouse. Thank you. Upon hearing that W City would not be annihilated, Zhou Tiantian was so excited she could have jumped on the spot. Professor Shun, rest assured, it will be done immediately. Zheng Yao rubbed his forehead, raising his gaze to converse further with his idol, only for Zhou Tiantian to rush back, seizing Zheng Yao's hand and dashing outside. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. Let go. How can a grown man be so shameless as to play the third wheel? Haha. What to do? These two are quite amusing. Zhou Tiantian, though appearing clumsy, was actually quite perceptive, having swiftly sensed the discord between the female supporting character and the antagonist. Shu Junyue sipped her tea and inquired, "What do you mean by that? Come here." Shinishin led Shu Junyue into a room. Standing at the door for the first time, she felt her emotions shaken. The room was filled with an array of video monitors. Some scenes alien, others familiar to her. Is this W University? Is this the southern base? You truly have cameras scattered across the globe. Initially, Shu Junyue had thought the barrage of comments exaggerated, but was astonished to find them entirely accurate. Number 07. Activate all cameras at the southern base. Tracking subject. Guchinen. Understood, Mr. Shun. A mechanical male voice echoed in the room, and the screen before Shu Junyue transformed from a multitude of videos to a single one, revealing Gu Chinen's face. Gu Chinen, prepare yourself. Someone from the northern base is coming to assist. The speaker was a slender, serious-looking middle-aged man. Shinishin introduced him to Shu Junyue. This is the leader of the southern base, whose abilities are mediocre at best and whose management skills are barely adequate. Before the apocalypse, he was a supervisor at a large corporation, and through a twist of fate, became the leader of the southern base. He has seized this opportunity, and under his leadership, the southern base has fared significantly better than both the eastern and northwestern bases. In terms of combat prowess, the southern base lags slightly, but with Gu Chinen's involvement, their strength had considerably increased, securing their position as the second strongest among the four major bases. The four major bases? East, west, south, north? What about the northwestern base? The northwestern base is likely the most low-profile among the larger bases. If not for the second male lead being from there, the original text might not have mentioned it at all. The northwestern base? Shun Ishin smiled faintly, speaking leisurely. The leader of the northwestern base is a clever individual. The leader of the northwestern base is the father of the second male lead, a family with a long military lineage. Yet the second male lead is quite the anomaly, refusing to follow in his father's footsteps into the army or pursue a political career through his mother's family, instead opting for a life of idleness. Now, I find it hard to believe he can still afford to be idle in the apocalypse. Indeed, he is no longer idle. By the later developments of the story. The second male lead establishes a financial empire amidst the chaos of a crumbling human society, though all of this relies on the female lead's substantial resources and the southern base's research efforts to improve soil quality, alleviating food scarcity. Nevertheless, the second male lead's motivations remain rooted in his desire for a carefree existence. Shu Junyue noted that the barrage of comments and the antagonist opinions regarding the second male lead were exceedingly favorable. I never imagined that Professor Shun could offer such praise. Shin Ishin raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Have I not praised you before?" "Well, that counts as praise." Shu Junyue swatted Shin Ishin's head as he leaned closer, redirecting her gaze back to the screen. Gu Chinen scoffed. "Chi-gu, are you truly planning to abandon all matters of the base? I have affairs to attend to here. Gu Chinen, hasn't the southern base always been your ambition? I am now granting you this opportunity. Why hesitate? This is uncharacteristic of you. I have never believed in free lunches in this world." Chijin, the person coming from the northern base, is their leader, who has explicitly stated he wishes to meet you. No, he merely wishes to meet the leader of the southern base. Gu Chin, you're stronger than I. This position is rightfully yours. I have contemplated this for quite some time. Greater power entails greater responsibility, and I am not suited for it. What transpired during this time to suddenly turn this into a scene of relinquishment? Are you asking me? I imagine the male lead is equally perplexed. Guchinen, by nature a suspicious individual, sensed something amiss with Chi Zhan's unexpected candor and dispatched someone to investigate. During this time, he had been preoccupied with recuperating and searching for Shu Junyue, neglecting the affairs of his capable leader. His subordinates acted swiftly, and the results were remarkably strange, yet aligned with Chi Zhan's claims. "Captain, it seems the leader indeed has some troubling family matters." "What matters?" Half a month ago, the leader's daughter, who had been missing for years, reunited with him at the base. Jiu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. What does this have to do with his reluctance to lead the base? Is he suddenly preparing to be a good father? This was utterly absurd. Naturally not. The leader has a wife, his second. In fact, the child he's found is from his previous marriage, and the second wife has yet to bear him child, meaning his home life is hardly serene. Perhaps the leader fears for his only child's safety and intends for you to assume command of the base, allowing him to focus on caring for his child. After absorbing this information, Shu Junyue silently rubbed her ears, unable to suppress her disdain. How ridiculous that I, like Xiaoye, find this utterly absurd, and I cannot believe a leader of such a significant base would abandon the position he worked tirelessly for due to such trivial matters. It's simply outrageous. It was indeed outrageous. Yet upon encountering the daughter of the southern base's leader, Shu Junyue found it somewhat less so. Chapter 59. The granary is destroyed. The scene shifted to the home of the southern base's leader. We're in the villa's living room. A child clad in red, wrapped tightly, clutched a Stitch doll, gazing innocently at the woman before her. You are a harbinger of misfortune. Everything was fine before you returned. Since your arrival, Qi has changed completely. Now he even contemplates relinquishing all his power to deal with family matters. Absurd. Utterly absurd. What have you done to Qi? The woman, exasperated, slapped the doll's head. The child fell to the ground, but, shaking her head, neither cried nor expressed anger, instead continuing to silently gaze at the woman. This infuriates me. How can one strike such an adorable child? Hey, the child is not merely an innocent. She is a zombie of considerable prowess, not to be underestimated. But how did she end up in the southern base leader's home? I understand now. The child must have been sent by the antagonist. But is she truly the leader's daughter, or is she an imposter? Shu Junyue inquired of Shun Yixin. Leaning lazily against the back of the chair, he kept his gaze fixed on her. The child is indeed Qi Zhen's. Yet not entirely. What do you mean? Once transformed into a zombie, she becomes an entirely different species. The familial bonds of humanity hold little relevance to the zombie child. Why did you send the doll to Qi Zhen's house? You will soon find out. Shu Junyue did not expect that the villain's words would come to pass merely 3 days later. Even in the absence of the villain's surveillance, the barrage of comments revealed to Shu Junyue the situation concerning Gu Qinan. Once Gu Qinan confirmed that Qi Zhen harbored no ulterior motives, he officially took charge of the southern base. This male protagonist treatment of the female supporting character can be seen as a form of favoritism. His first order of business upon taking office was to implement a cleansing plan. The male protagonist truly is foolish. He never anticipated that he would so easily trust Zheng Yao's words. When Zheng Yao claimed to have seen Shu Junyue in W City, he took it at face value. Zheng Yao had unexpectedly returned to Gu Qinin's side. Though Shu Junyue did not know Gu Qinan well, she understood that he was fundamentally loyal and righteous. Zheng Yao had sacrificed himself to cover Gu Qinin's retreat, only to survive by a stroke of luck after being rescued. But Jiu Qinan would undoubtedly place greater trust and value on Zheng Yao upon their reunion. Once it was confirmed that Shu Junyue was in W City, Gu Qinin's desire to execute the cleansing plan was reignited. Ah, Professor Shun, are you certain there are no issues? Zhou Tiantian was nearly beside herself with anxiety. It shows that he is a competent little leader. It would be a shame if he were to die as he did in the original story. Zhou Tiantian paced back and forth behind Shu Junyue and Shun Yixin, causing even the S-06 robot to feel dizzy. Mr. Zhou, please take a seat. Sit down. Little robot, you are not human. You cannot comprehend my current feelings, akin to an ant on a hot pan, unable to remain still. Zhou Tiantian leaned closer to the villain, her eyes glistening with urgency. Professor Shun, those are the names of tens of thousands of people. I have placed my entire trust in you. You assured me that everything would be fine. Yet Zheng Yao's arrival has somehow expedited the cleansing plan. You can sit down and take your time to observe. You two can truly sit still. On the screen, Gu Qinan stood in the main control room of the Southern Base Laboratory. Issuing commands. Point 3, 2, 1. Commence execution. Zhou Tiantian closed her eyes, cradling her head. It's over, it's over. Should I meet God first or the King of Hell? What the hell is happening? Shu Junyue's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to look at the composed Shun Yixin. When did you do this? Not me. It was the doll. T. Gu Qinin's command. The explosion was not directed at W City, but rather at the grain storage of the southern base at that moment. Gu Qinin's expression was exceedingly grim as he descended the stairs, seizing the laboratory's chief commander. What on earth is happening? Leader Gu, please allow me to take a look. After a thorough inspection, it was discovered that the confirmation button was not the one previously used, but had been replaced with another of lesser potency, aimed at the base's grain storage. This was indeed a significant blunder. The group of good-for-nothings. I did not raise you at the southern base for you to languish here. Could you not have checked beforehand? The southern base seems to have assembled a hodgepodge of misfits to form a laboratory. Such a ludicrous oversight should not have occurred. How tragic. Food is an exceedingly crucial resource in a post-apocalyptic world. The incident unfolded too dramatically and abruptly, causing Gu Chinen to unleash his fury upon the so-called experts in the laboratory. Indeed, the aberrants were not akin to ordinary individuals, as Gu Chinen casually kicked one elderly man to death. Zheng Yao stepped forward to intervene, blocking the enraged Gu Chinen. "Captain, something is amiss here. This entire laboratory requires thorough investigation. There must be spies from other bases within." Speaking of other bases, individuals from the northern base were still present. Gu Chinin's expression darkened. When the northern base sent their people here, they were so arrogant, demanding our base leader to meet them in person. One might think the leader of the northern base had come personally. Yet in reality, it was merely a ragtag team. Zheng Yao, investigate. Whether it be this laboratory or the small team from the northern base, scrutinize them all. If we cannot uncover the truth, then eliminate them all. Zheng Yao's expression shifted slightly as he cautioned Gu Chinen. "Captain, with the grain storage destroyed, we cannot rashly sever ties with the northern base. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic era, the importance of firearms takes precedence. We cannot afford to kill all these experts." Gu Chinin's fist slammed down onto the table before him, shattering it into several pieces. After a moment, he finally calmed himself and turned to Zheng Yao. "How is the research on the body aberration agent progressing? There are still some unidentified side effects. However, experiments confirm that it can indeed cause bodily aberration, albeit with a certain risk of infection leading to zombification. What is the likelihood of infection? About 10 to 20%. That will suffice." Gu Chinen and Zheng Yao departed the laboratory, driving toward the grain storage. Before leaving, Gu Chinen instructed Zheng Yao, "Zheng Yao, you are to go to the mission hall and post a task. Anyone wishing to become an aberrant can collect a dose of the agent at the junction of the inner and outer city, but they must enter W City and gather a truckload of supplies to turn in." What a clever move by the villain. It effectively binds Gu Chinen to W City. Chapter 60, Why Have You Suddenly Come Closer? This move of yours is quite effective. Shu Junyue slapped Shinishin on the shoulder, while Zhou Tiantian stood up in a daze. W City had long fallen. This once super metropolis of the pre-apocalypse still held abundant resources, more than sufficient to sustain the current scale of the southern base for a considerable time. Even if Gu Chinen harbored resentment toward Shu Junyue, he ought to comprehend the gravity of the situation. A massive base without food would nearly lose its basic operational capital. Henceforth, a large number of individuals would enter W City. Zhou Tiantian chuckled. "Most of them may not return. There are quite a few advanced zombies in this city, just like the place before them." Zhou Tiantian touched her arm, realizing she had spent so much time here. "Professor Shun, thank you immensely. Your great kindness will never be forgotten. I cannot repay this in this life, but I shall do so in the next." Shinishin narrowed his eyes, lifting his foot to kick Zhou Tiantian out the door, then gracefully retracted his leg as if the earlier crude action had not been his doing. They are waiting to repay you with their bodies, and you just shooed them away. Why? He simply wants to evade his debts. Besides, my heart belongs elsewhere. Little Ye, you should understand that." Shu Junyue turned her head away, stood up, and left the room. "Oh dear, little Ye, my apologies. I never expected the villain to be so straightforward." Indeed, he was straightforward to the extreme. Every night, regardless of how busy Shinishin was, he would bid Shu Junyue good night. If not for the concern of not having ascended to a higher position, he would have almost wished for a good morning kiss and a good night kiss. The villain's perseverance was also commendable. He nearly never missed a day. Yet today, Shu Junyue waited a long time without his arrival. Ultimately, she simply put on her shoes and went out. The entire underground laboratory had long recorded her fingerprints, and the villain had also provided her with the password. This former prison that had once confined her seemed to have transformed. Shinishin maintained an exceedingly regular daily routine. He was either conducting experiments or en route to do so. The temperature in the villain's laboratory was even lower than in the other rooms, filled with various bottles and jars, some containing severed hands and heads preserved in formaldehyde. As Shu Junyue surveyed the array of agents meticulously labeled on the shelves, she noted that the agent in the far right compartment of the third row had been specifically set aside for her. Make sure to keep that agent safe. The villain suddenly spoke up. Shu Junyue instinctively glanced back, but he appeared engrossed in his research, seemingly oblivious to her presence. She approached the compartment, retrieving the agent within. There were no peculiar names. It was evident from the previous agents that Shun Ishin lacked creativity in naming. This time, he had simply labeled the bottle with its effects. Inhibits cellular repair, disrupts the body's self-recovery capabilities. This was clearly a targeted agent against Gu Qin. Shu Junyue stored the agent in her spatial ring and quietly approached the villain from behind, resting her hand on his shoulder as she tiptoed to peer over. "What are you doing? Your timing is impeccable." Shun Ishin naturally grasped Shu Junyue's wrist, guiding her to sit beside him. "Come, roll up your sleeves." Shu Junyue obediently complied, watching as he administered an injection in her arm. "Ah, what is this? It's so hot." "Do not move." Shun Ishin pressed down on Shu Junyue's hand, observing the abnormal flush on her fair face, realizing that she was not faring well at that moment. He soothingly caressed her arm with his left thumb, his voice deep and gentle, as if he were an entirely different person. "Be good. Endure a little longer. I will be quick, but it truly is burning." "Not burning, not burning. We will give you something soft and cool." Countless tendrils emerged from Shun Ishin's body, gliding over Shu Junyue, smooth and icy, like ice cubes plunged into molten lava, providing her with considerable relief. Shu Junyue had never anticipated that even an injection could be such a torment. What felt like mere seconds stretched into what seemed like years. All done. Shun Ishin withdrew the needle, his left hand still pressing on Shu Junyue's injection site. After a half-minute, he finally moved his hand away. Shu Junyue gritted her teeth and kicked Shun Ishin with irritation. "What did you inject me with?" An improved version of M164. Shun Ishin did not elaborate further. Instead, he retrieved a thermometer and placed it against Shu Junyue's forehead. .39. How did my temperature suddenly spike like this? Shu Junyue had grown accustomed to her low body temperature. After all, during summer, such a temperature felt particularly refreshing. Yet now, that pleasant benefit had vanished. Little fluctuating between hot and cold. What exactly is that 164? Initially, I thought it was an improved version of zombie virus, but doesn't he seem to resemble that now? Only the main antagonist knows. No one else is aware. Wasn't mentioned in the original text. No, the plot has collapsed, so do not reference the original. The previous M164 would bring you infinitely closer to zombie characteristics, temperature, heartbeat, and even the pheromones emitted from your body would signal to the zombies that you were one of them. However, fundamentally, you remained human. That prior state was quite perilous, yet your body had achieved a bizarre equilibrium. Last time at W University, that equilibrium was disrupted, which led you to go berserk. And what about now? Most likely you have a fever. The way you're now might last several days. Don't let yourself become silly from a fever. Shu Junyue felt like a boiled shrimp at that moment, her head throbbing, and her words began to flow without thought. "With you like this, you still want to be my partner? Go away. Had I known you had ulterior motives, I wouldn't have come to see you." The main antagonist leaned in closer, his face nearly brushing against Shu Junyue's cheek. Shun Ishin exhaled warm breath, his beautiful eyes seeming to spark with electricity. "Are you implying that you came specifically to see me?" "Of course not. Who will be curious about why you didn't come to say goodnight today? Your thinking is too fanciful." Days Lilia is so adorable. If the main antagonist had a tail, it would surely be wagging in delight. Too bad the original text lacks the concept of a spiritual entity. Otherwise, it would feel even more exhilarating. I really want to see that. Can we add it in temporarily? Strongly requested. A spiritual entity. What is that? Shu Junyue's eyes widened, her pupils shaking. "Why are you suddenly so close?" Chapter 61. Just no feeling it. The screen is flooded with direct screams. The CPI ship is real, truly. Shu Junyue stared in disbelief, her eyes widening as the handsome face of the other person filled her entire field of vision. The main antagonist had his eyes closed, their lips merely brushing against each other, without delving deeper. Shu Junyue couldn't help but wonder if he was truly inexperienced, only knowing how to press lips against lips. How absurd! She actually found this opportunistic main antagonist somewhat innocent. The IT must be the heat that was fogging her mind, contributing to her feverish state. She ought to push him away. Shu Junyue lifted her hand, initially intending to shove him aside, but for some reason, she ended up resting her hand on his shoulder, suggesting a hesitant acceptance. Ultimately, it was the main antagonist who pulled away first, but his forehead remained pressed against hers. Warm breath cascading over her face, further muddling her senses. Apologies. What? Oh, it's nothing, just no feeling. After speaking, Shu Junyue nestled her face into the crook of the main antagonist's neck and fell asleep. Little Ye has dozed off, leaving the main antagonist, who is gritting his teeth, all alone. The main antagonist is truly pathetic. Shen Yishan did not expect that Shu Junyue would still want to express her annoyance at him before succumbing to sleep. No feeling? I refuse to believe that. Dejected, Shen Yishan sought out the charging S06. If you kissed a girl, and she claimed to feel nothing, what might be the reason? S06 mechanical voice replied. Mr. Shun, I am a robot. My facial features are generated on a screen, and I do not kiss girls. That I am asking you for the reason. S06 eyes shifted erratically, seemingly expressing a confused emotional state. Mr. Shun, S06 has searched the database and found that if a girl feels nothing from your kiss, it may indicate a lack of romantic interest, potentially constituting an act of indecency. Shen Yishan's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in response. Impossible. Search your barren database again for any other possible reasons. This main antagonist is too amusing, and this little robot. Oh my indecency, haha. The main antagonist's face is as dark as the bottom of a pot, clearly disbelieving that little Ye would not like him. S06 adopted a conflicted expression before finally proposing a perhaps valid reason. Mr. Shun, it could also be that your technique is lacking, which might lead Miss Shu to feel nothing. Little robot. Yuri speaking the unvarnished truth. Naturally, Shen Yishan chose the second reason without hesitation. He certainly would not believe that Shu Junyue did not like him. He could improve his skills with practice. Shen Yishan headed to the study to search for books on kissing techniques, but such materials were unlikely to exist in his library. After pacing for a while, he pulled S06 closer, sitting in a chair and staring intently at it. Do you have any books on kissing techniques in your database? Mr. Shun, when you created me, you did not include such materials in the database. Then use the knowledge you had when you were human. S06 replied, looking pitiful. Mr. Shun, when I was human, I was only 12 years old, and I did not understand those things. That if you wish, you could consult Mr. Zhou. He certainly has all sorts of peculiar materials that if he wanted to seek Zhou, he would have done so long ago. Why was he still revolving around a robot now? Shen Yishan puffed out his cheeks, ultimately conceding defeat. Shu Junyue was unaware of how long she had been asleep. Her consciousness seemed to drift into that boundless dark space again, but this time, the darkness was ablaze, making it exceedingly uncomfortable. That Mr. Shun, perhaps you should take a break. You have been caring for Miss Shu for 2 days without rest. S06, go fetch the medicine bottle, the glucose one, and the new concoction I made. That IT was Shen Yishan's voice. Shu Junyue looked up, took a step forward, and the flames surged toward her, indicating the fire was beginning to spiral out of control. Shu Junyue opened her eyes but found herself powerless to act. The heat made her dizzy. She could not tell how much time had passed, but the fire before her seemed to be under control. No longer raging indiscriminately, but rather gathering methodically around the iron chains. Was it going to burn those iron chains? Before she could finish her thought, a tremendous force pulled from her back, and in the next moment, Shu Junyue opened her eyes to see the familiar barrage of comments floating above her mind. The room was eerily empty. She distinctly recalled hearing the main antagonist's voice, yet now there was no sign of him. Where is Shen Yishan? Shu Junyue deliberately called out, waiting for the comments to reveal Shen Yishan's whereabouts. The main antagonist has gone to the underground second floor. The underground second floor. Shu Junyue remembered there were many rooms down there, but she had only been to the storage room. Upon learning the main antagonist's location, she put on her shoes and headed out. Professor Shin? The second underground floor was dim and colder. In the past, Shu Junyue would likely have felt little, but now she instinctively rubbed her arms and turned on her phone flashlight as she ventured deeper. Oh dear, how did the female supporting character find her way here? She should stop moving forward. It's eerie ahead. It's just zombies. The female supporting character has seen them before. Zombies. There are zombies in this underground floor. Shu Junyue felt a flicker of surprise, but quickly regained her composure. It would be strange if there were no zombies in this lab. Surely, Shun Ishin was conducting experiments on them again. Professor Shin? Shu Junyue stood before a door and knocked, but there was no response from the comments. Indicating it was not this one, she continued searching through the doors, guided by the comments. It seems like the main antagonist entered this one, right? That can't be right. I remember the main antagonist walked for quite a while. All these doors look the same. I suggest the female supporting character just shout to resolve it. Shu Junyue considered this seriously, but found it utterly implausible. The walls here had excellent soundproofing. Even if she shouted until her voice broke, the main antagonist would not hear her. Junyue? Shin Ishin opened the door, and the cacophony of zombie growls within sent chills down her spine. Shin Ishin adjusted his glasses, a smile gracing his face. You woke up earlier than I expected. Come here. Let me see if your fever has subsided. Shu Junyue tiptoed closer, trying to peek at the situation inside the room. Want to see? Shu Junyue nodded. The interior of the room was a revelation. Upon entering, there was merely a platform, with staircases on either side. Beneath the platform lay an expansive space, where a frenzied zombie was confined. Is that the one from the train? Yes, his current condition is quite poor. I originally intended to treat him using another zombie, but then an unexpected incident occurred. What incident? Fleeing. As Shun Ishin spoke, the smile on her face grew increasingly frosty. Fleeing? Shu Junyue found this situation rather surreal, and the comments on the screen were filled with disbelief. If the zombies could escape, it would only highlight how foolish Xiao Ye appeared being confined. Shu Junyue, I understand, but please refrain from discussing it further. How did it escape? Shin Ishin cast a puzzled glance at Shu Junyue, perplexed, and inquired, Why do you seem even angrier than I am? Ah, do I? That must be your misconception. Oh dear, just tell me how it got away. Observing the unaware, yet endearing demeanor of Shu Junyue, Shin Ishin's lips curled into a smile, and the slight annoyance in his heart dissipated like smoke. He reached out and touched Shu Junyue's forehead, asking, Is there any discomfort or anomaly in your body? None. The matter concerning that dark space was exceedingly strange. Shu Junyue instinctively chose to conceal it. For some reason, she did not wish for the comments to be privy to it, even though revealing it might bring her clarity. Shin Ishin did not immediately address Shu Junyue's inquiry, but instead took her temperature. Once it returned to normal, he finally recounted the circumstances of the escaping zombie. To discuss this, one must indeed thank Zhou Tiantian. During Shu Junyue's period of slumber, Zhou Tiantian had come to deliver medicine. But the fellow inadvertently entered the room containing a zombie. Zhou Tiantian was so frightened that he bolted, and the zombie instinctively followed suit, thus allowing it to escape. He was rather foolish in this regard. How absurd to run outside the laboratory, displaying a hint of cognitive dissonance. After hearing this, Shu Junyue concluded, just as Zhou Tiantian, who was intent on making amends for his blunder, sneezed loudly nearby. Perhaps, the villain laughed in a somewhat sinister manner, leading Shu Junyue away from the room. In times of peril, individuals instinctively choose what they perceive to be a safe direction. Deep within Zhou Tiantian's heart, despite his trust in Shun Ishin and his familiarity with the underground laboratory, he nonetheless categorized this place as dangerous. Thus, when faced with the zombie's attack, he subconsciously chose to flee. Come, let me conduct a thorough examination of you. The villain's instruments are truly remarkable, seeming infinitely more advanced than those from any of the 4 major bases. A villain dedicated to research surely possesses commendable tools. Well, splendid. All your bodily metrics are returned to normal. Your current strength should be classified as nearing level 4, almost level 5. That Shu Junyue threw a few punches into the air, smiling as she remarked. I feel as though after the fever, my entire body has become more agile, akin to the effects of a cleansing transformation in a cultivation novel. Would you like to give it a try? Try what? Try venturing outside for a spin to loosen your muscles. It would be an excellent opportunity to ascertain your limits. Only by continually pushing beyond our boundaries can our strength ascend. Shu Junyue rolled her eyes, exasperatedly responding. To say you're looking for that zombie. Where is it now? Shall we go retrieve it? Shu Junyue was eager to try, her eyes sparkling like starlight, which touched Shinishin's heart for the first time. He felt warmth within him. Very well, let us go and capture it. Wow, folks, did I just see that gentle smile? Is it truly possible for the villain to smile like that? I can't believe it. Screenshot this moment, don't just stand there. Shu Junyue nodded slightly. The villain's smile was genuinely tender, unlike his usual feigned grins. Shun Ishin typically bore a faint smile, a standard mechanical expression devoid of emotion. Professor Shun, you ought to smile more often. I quite like the way you look when you do. Haven't I always been smiling? It's different. Oh dear, I didn't expect the supporting character to be so straightforward. Shu Junyue did not respond to why Shun Ishin's smile was different. When he persistently probed, she merely deflected. We ought to go find that zombie. The ones in your laboratory are quite unlike those outside. And should they escape, who knows what may transpire. Locating it is rather simple. Shin Ishin led Shu Junyue back to his workspace, where a tablet lay upon the desk. He opened the tablet and accessed a map. I have implanted a chip in the heart of every zombie in the laboratory, allowing for their real-time tracking. Shin Ishin scrolled a few times, pinpointing a location, and presented it to Shu Junyue. It is currently at Century Square. I just checked the official map of W City. Century Square is essentially the heart of the entire city, bustling with people, even at 1 or 2 in the morning. That suggests there are likely many zombies. How do we plan to capture it? What is there to fear? The villain is here. Let us go. Shu Junyue followed Shun Ishin, pushing open a door that revealed an interminable passageway. Junyue, would you prefer to ride a bicycle or an electric scooter? Huh. Shin Ishin shook his head in regret. When we had those zombies dig this passage, they should have made it wider. Otherwise, we could have driven through. Shu Junyue pointed to her back. Isn't the exit over there? What is the purpose of this passage? To reach Century Square, traversing below will be swifter than above. After all, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Shu Junyue felt a tinge of existential doubt. Are you implying you excavated a tunnel underground? Yes, this makes traveling to other locations significantly more convenient. These passages connect to the subway. Traveling above would take considerable time to reach Century Square, but below, it can be done in half an hour. Now I can't help but picture the villain commanding a horde of zombies to dig a tunnel for him. I now feel as though the entirety of W City's underground is a vast network of the villain's tunnels, leading to every conceivable location. Can we exit the city directly? Of course, if not for the time constraints. I believe connecting to the 4 major bases would not pose a problem. Shu Junyue gave the villain a thumbs up, unable to refrain from expressing her admiration. Ambitious. I hope you realize this grand vision soon. This is not merely a vision. It is a feasible engineering project. Shin Ishin corrected her. Chapter 63. Encountering the second male lead ultimately, Shu Junyue opted for the electric scooter. Not for any particular reason, but simply to witness the villain's grounded demeanor while riding it. Eagerly, she perched herself on the back seat, tilting her head to admire the villain's long legs. Unable to stifle a chuckle, shall we ride bicycles instead? No, I prefer the electric scooter. Very well. Shun Ishin shrugged in resignation. The scooter suddenly lunged forward a short distance, catching Shu Junyue off guard as she bumped into the villain's back. Why didn't you warn me before you started driving? My hands were occupied. Shu Junyue huffed, but obediently wrapped her arms around his strong waist. Through the thin fabric of his shirt, she could feel an alluring touch, causing her to grip him tighter, unabashedly savoring the moment. This passage connects to Subway Line 3, leading to the city center, which was once bustling with crowds before the apocalypse, along with various tourist attractions. Suddenly I feel a sense of nostalgia. Subway Line 3 must have been quite lively before the end of the world, yet now it lies desolate, devoid of even a single zombie. Shu Junyue felt somewhat speechless, and, unable to contain herself, spoke as if addressing Shun Ishin. I had thought this passage connected to the subway station. I didn't realize you linked it directly to the tunnel. Professor Shun, there must be many zombies at the subway station. Yes, The subway station near Century Square has the highest concentration of zombies, leaving hardly any room to step. Haha, I feel like the supporting character and the villain are subtly mocking those who were previously emo. This is hilarious. The zombies are definitely at the subway station. How could they possibly be in this tunnel? Come aboard. The previously dark subway suddenly illuminated, and Shu Junyue saw Shun Ishin tapping on his tablet, causing the subway doors to open and the interior lights to flicker on. Following Shun Ishin inside, she was surprised to find the air conditioning running, while others are sweltering. These two are comfortably cool. Don't worry, winter will follow summer, and they may just freeze to death. Anticipating the chill, Shu Junyue instinctively checked her supplies for warm clothing, only to be startled by the meager amount she possessed. When she scavenged for supplies, the stores were predominantly stocked with summer attire, leaving little for winter. Professor Shun, will there be winter clothing and blankets at Century Square? Shun Ishin pressed a button on his tablet, and the subway began to move slowly. Hearing Shu Junyue's question, he looked up and smiled. The underground laboratory has heating. You won't be cold in winter. You truly know how to live. Research requires a highly comfortable environment. However, now, it is about sharing life with you. Shu Junyue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she awkwardly turned to gaze out the window, just in time to see a zombie crashing against it. Professor Shun, did you not say all the zombies are at the subway station? Ah, nothing is absolute. Unexpected events are bound to occur. It appears to be Rong Bao. Rong Bao seems to be injured. Ah, Xiaoye, could you please help? Shu Jinrong, for reasons unknown, Shu Junyue inexplicably compelled Shun Ishin to halt the subway. As the door swung open, Shu Junyue dashed out with remarkable speed. Shun Ishin pursed his lips and swiftly followed suit. Shu Jinrong, you should take Chi Mimi and leave first. Do not worry about me. Cough, cough. Old class leader, your words certainly imply that we are not worth much. The severely injured old class leader leaned weakly against the wall, a faint smile barely gracing his lips. Kid, you are merely a speed mutant. With so many zombies around, you might escape with Chi Mimi, but taking me, an old man, along would be tantamount to certain death. Hey, uncle, if you were to lose some weight, perhaps my Rong Bao could carry both of you out. This uncle is even fatter than the one before. He must have been living quite comfortably in the apocalypse. Shu Jinrong knelt on one knee, one hand bracing against the ground. Chi Mimi fired off a few shots, her face displaying urgency. Captain, we're out of bullets. Yes, I am out as well. Well, let us await our demise together. Shu Jinrong initially attempted to struggle, but with the overwhelming number of zombies, he resigned himself to sitting on the ground, preparing to embrace the zombies' arrival, when suddenly a fierce gust swept by, and a powerful sweep of a leg sent a horde of zombies crashing down. Wow, what a splendid kick! As Shu Junyue landed, a zombie lunged from the left, causing Shu Jinrong's heart to race. Beware the left. No, also be cautious of the right. After rigorous training from the archvillain, Shu Junyue adeptly dodged each wave of zombie attacks, ultimately drawing a dagger from her waist and decisively dispatching one after another. So cool. I'm totally hyped, my wife. Shun Ishin clapped slowly as he approached, a smile playing on his lips. Not bad. Shu Junyue chuckled, and upon seeing Shun Ishin produce a handkerchief from his pocket, she obediently leaned in for him to wipe the sweat from her brow. Shu Jinrong squinted at the scene, feeling inexplicably annoyed by the young man before him, akin to a prize cabbage being ravaged by a pig. Hey, little sister, who would have thought we would meet again in this place after such a short month apart? I thought you were lost. You have no idea how I wept daily during that time. Shun Ishin shot a disapproving glance at Shu Jinrong and inquired of Shu Junyue. Who is he? Huh. Can I say I'm not very familiar with him? Not very familiar. Yet you rushed out to save him? Jealousy is in the air. The arch-villain is feeling envious. It seems Xiaoye is a bit dazed, as if she herself doesn't know why she felt the need to save him. Indeed, why did I act on impulse back then? It was as though I was unwilling to let the person before me come to harm. Shu Junyue felt this behavior was uncharacteristic of her and quickly pulled Shun Ishin aside, standing on tiptoe to whisper in his ear, should we perhaps draw some blood for a checkup? What if I was drugged? Although I'm the one who enjoys administering drugs, one can't be too careful. Shun Ishin understood Shu Junyue's concerns, his tone easing slightly, and no need for you to say it. I will ensure we conduct a thorough examination. Chapter 64. Soil Restoration Liquid. Shin Ishin grasped Shu Junyue's hand. A smile gracing his face, his scrutiny deeply veiled. Where did you all come from? What business is that of yours? Shu Junyue felt inexplicably irked by the young man, Dachi Mimi, with a resigned expression. Stepped forward. Thank you both for saving us. Before the apocalypse, we were all in the military, and due to some undisclosed matters, we have a mission here that we never anticipated that we would be unable to return after the apocalypse struck. This is our old class leader, surnamed Wu, and this is my captain, Shu Junyue. I am Chi Mimi. Old class leader? Shu Junyue scrutinized the old man whose belly nearly matched his height, inquisitively asking Shu Junyue. I didn't see him before. We were separated. Chi Mimi and I stayed in W City solely to find him. Now that we've finally located him, we find ourselves trapped here. What happened? Why are we suddenly in this subway tunnel? Surrounded by so many zombies, the old class leader sighed heavily, filled with self-reproach. This is all my fault. Had I not dragged them down with me, they would have escaped long ago, avoiding this predicament. Hey, this isn't solely your fault. It's those southern bases' fault for provoking high-level zombies unnecessarily. That high-level zombies? Shu Junyue's intuition hinted that the high-level zombie might very well have escaped from Shun Ishin's laboratory. From where did you flee? I think it was called Century Plaza. Shu Junyue glanced at Shun Ishin, who held her hand tightly, his right hand playing with her fingers. How did those from a southern base provoke them? Chi Mimi hesitated before replying. There are many zombies at Century Plaza. The captain and I have observed for several days and dared not enter. However, just the day before yesterday, the number of zombies at Century Plaza suddenly decreased significantly. That was when many teams from the southern base came to gather supplies. Perhaps the reduced number of zombies gave them a false sense of security, making them think they could quickly gather supplies and escape unharmed. But who could have anticipated that someone from the southern base, utterly clueless, would fail to distinguish between zombies and humans? With such a blatant grayish complexion, one would think even blind eyes could tell the difference. Yet they dared to confront the high-level zombie, cursing and attacking it. That person is dead now, but the rest will surely perish as well. Shu Junyue's tone was filled with displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with the southern base's actions. Chi Mimi continued. That high-level zombie is extraordinarily powerful. No one stand a chance against it. Moreover, it can control other zombies that in desperation, we had no choice but to open the subway station's doors to escape here. But many zombies still followed us down. By the way, Shu Junyue began, her mouth opening to ask another question, when the old class leader, seated on the ground, clapped his hands and said, during my time hiding in a shop, I overheard the southern base's people mentioning that there is some kind of potion at Century Plaza that can improve the currently contaminated soil. That's why many from the southern base are coming here. Is that the restoration liquid? How did it end up in W City? The plot has indeed fallen apart. The female lead has already met her demise. In the original story, this restoration liquid was bought by the female lead from a vendor at the base. Yet now it is being sought after with such grandeur. From what you say, that substance must be quite significant. Little sister, food is essential for survival. Once I rest a bit, I must return to obtain that substance. It is vital that we secure some. Securing that substance could greatly benefit the entire Northwest base, at the very least providing the residents with basic food security. Additionally, cultivating food would allow many to engage in productive work, gradually steering the chaotic apocalypse toward a semblance of order. However, the current situation sees this land divided among 4 major bases and numerous smaller ones. Without a unifying figure, the northern base is preoccupied with power struggles, while the southern base's leader is consumed by thoughts of revenge, indifferent to the survival of humanity. The eastern and western bases seem to muddle through, adhering to the philosophy that surviving another day is akin to gaining another day. After much contemplation, Shu Junyue concluded that his father was indeed the most reliable, albeit situated in a less favorable geographic location in the northwest. Observing the determined Shu Junyue quietly reminded him, "You are currently injured. It's fine. I'll recover soon. The advantage of being a mutant is that healing occurs faster than for an ordinary person. However, that individual from the southern base, named Guchin, possesses an almost freakish ability to recover. You shot him last time, and yet he miraculously survived. Little sister, next time, I'll be sure to finish the job. Hearing Shu Junyue's remarks, Shu Junyue couldn't help but stifle a laugh, while Shu, dissatisfied, pinched the soft flesh on her arm. Shu Junyue immediately cleared her throat, suppressing the smile that had graced her face. The group took a moment to rest in that location. Shu Junyue sat beside Shu. Her curiosity piqued as she asked the archvillain, "Was that soil-enhancing potion created by you?" "Not exactly, but I'm quite intrigued by it. Since we were headed to Century Plaza anyway, I might as well retrieve it for research purposes." "You truly are a research enthusiast, eager to dabble in everything. By the way, Professor Shun, does my status as an experimental subject count as a failure or a success for you?" Shu paused, gripping Shu Junyue's fingers, his gaze holding a meaning she could not decipher. "Perhaps it could be deemed a success, Professor Shun." Shu Junyue withdrew her hand, placing her hands on her hips. "As a researcher, how can you be so nonchalant?" "Ha ha, indeed, I shouldn't be. However, there are times when I cannot be absolutely certain about certain matters, such as feelings. The study of feelings was an unprecedented venture for Shu, the only subject that eluded his capacity for definitive conclusions, and one knows what Shu fears, yet he continues to make such choices. Junyue, once we arrive at Century Square, do not stray too far from my side. Rest assured, I hold my life in high regard." After a brief respite, Shu Junyue and Shu, accompanied by 3 others, boarded the subway. Shu Junyue expressed admiration. "How impressive. I heard that someone named Zhou Su referred to you as an expert professor. But I never imagined you could also handle electrical work. Oh dear, it's been ages since I last rode the subway." Shu Junyue sat by the door, gazing into the glass that reflected his own face, thoughtfully stroking his chin, murmuring, "Why does it always feel like something is missing from this glass? It's so bare." Chapter 65. Encounter with Zhou Su. Shu Junyue and Shu moved towards the front of the train. The subway is speeding towards Century Square Station. "Professor Shun, don't you have some sort of potion to prevent zombies from detecting you? You should spray it on yourself." Shu squinted with a smile. "Is Littleya worried about me?" Observing the rather smug antagonist, Shu Junyue brushed aside his hand resting on her head, placing her hands on her hips and speaking sternly. "Professor Shun, subway stations with heavy foot traffic typically have 3 or 4 transfer lines, which means there will surely be many zombies inside." Before Shu Junyue could finish her sentence, a multitude of zombies lunged against the glass at the front of the train. Those same zombies that had descended earlier. Chimimi approached, her expression grave. Shu Junyue, who had been sitting back with ease, was startled by the violent collision of the rear window, causing him to tumble onto the floor. Turning around, he was met with the grotesque visage of a decaying face reflected before him. "Ah, zombies!" In the blink of an eye, Shu Junyue dashed to Shu Junyue's side. "Big sister, we can't just disembark at Century Square. It's teeming with zombies that it's safe inside the train. Please refrain from making a commotion." After saying this, Shu Junyue looked ahead at the waves of zombies rushing towards them. They hadn't even reached the station yet, and there were already so many. What if they arrived at the station and found no place to set foot? Shu Junyue felt a pang of regret for rescuing Shu Junyue and the others. Otherwise, she could have sauntered past with Shun after spraying themselves with the potion. Now, a thorny predicament lay before them. "How about I escort you to a safe zone first, given that some of you are injured? As for the soil restoration items you requested, I will bring them to you once I find them." "No way," spoke the old class leader, whose height and girth were evenly matched. "Ahem, Century Square is far too perilous. Relying solely on the 2 of you is insufficient. Besides, I've rested a bit and am no longer in grave danger. Regardless, I'm also a defender against mutations that you're coughing like that. And you still want to go? Let him go." After Shu finished speaking, he grasped Shu Junyue's wrist, familiar and unyielding, that "we will disembark here." He tapped the tablet, and the subway came to a gradual stop. Chimimi frowned as she gazed at the zombies outside. "There's zombies everywhere, Chimimi. We can't possibly stay on the train forever." "The captain has a point." Shu Junyue jogged in place, excitement lacing his tone as he looked at Shu. "Professor Shin, why don't we see who can slay more zombies? Why does the second male lead seem so dissatisfied with the antagonist?" "I feel the same way. It seems he is constantly trying to undermine the antagonist." Shu Junyue glanced at Shu Jinrong, pondering if this was a case of the protagonist group being inherently at odds with the antagonist. As the subway doors opened, Shu Jinrong, relying on his speed mutation, dashed out first. Junyue, let's go. Shinishin lightly tapped Shu Junyue's wrist with his index finger, cool and damp. Shu Junyue looked up at him, softly asking, "What did you apply to my wrist?" "There are too many zombies. This substance can diminish their desire to attack." "What a marvelous cheating device." Shu Junyue smiled with pride and turned to Shu Jinrong. "Hey, let us see who can kill more zombies." Shinishin chose to stop at Wudong Avenue, 2 stops before Century Square. "Captain, while there are fewer zombies here than at Century Square, there are still quite a few." Shu Jinrong rubbed his sore hands, swinging his long knife, instantly decapitating a passing zombie. "Big sister, your dagger is too short. Perhaps we should switch?" After kicking away a zombie, Shu Junyue grabbed Shinishin's hand and ran in a specific direction. "Yes, over there. The zombies at that exit are fewer, though still numerous." The direction indicated by the comments led to exit 2. Shu Junyue disregarded Shu Jinrong and turned to drag Shinishin towards exit 2. The comments seemed to have a broader view than hers, allowing Shu Junyue to anticipate the most advantageous route. "This appears to be exit 2. No wonder there are fewer zombies here." Female supporting character. "You must not go there." As Shu Junyue stepped at the subway exit, she deftly dispatched a zombie with her dagger, only to find herself colliding with a group of people. "Zhou Su." Shu Junyue furrowed her brow, her expression less than pleasant. "Miss Shu, Mr. Shun?" Zhou Su's face changed instantly as he rushed over, attempting to usher them back. However, Shu Jinrong, with his booming voice, climbed up and enthusiastically greeted Zhou Su. "Oh, isn't this the big sister's brother?" Zhou Su's face flashed with urgency. "There's no time to explain, Miss Shu. You must leave immediately." "Shu Junyue, this is bad. The male lead's people have discovered us. With Zhuke here, the male lead must not be far off. Will there be another fight? I love watching such scenes. Hurry up and let it happen." Zhuke, realizing that it was Shu Junyue who had injured their captain, charged forward in anger. Her speed suggested she was a speed mutation user, and her combat skills indicated she had trained before the apocalypse, making her much stronger than an ordinary person. However, after undergoing special training from the antagonist, Shu Junyue's reflexes had greatly improved. While Zhuchue's speed might have seemed fast to others, it appeared slow to Shu Junyue, who instinctively dodged and even had time to kick Zhuke in the back. Zhuke quickly regained her balance, fists clenched, glaring at Shu Junyue. "You harmed our captain. I 1T let you get away with it." "Oh, I harmed Guqin, not you." With your righteous indignation, one might think you have feelings for him. But alas, your looks are lacking. If you resembled Lin Wanwan even slightly, perhaps you could earn Gu Qinin's cheap affection like Jiang Yuan. You shall not slander the captain. Zhuke, known for a fiery temper, felt her blood boil at Shu Junyue's biting mockery of her most revered figure. She swung her fist towards Shu Junyue's face. Shun Ishin, displeased, pressed his lips tightly together and pulled Shu Junyue behind him. "Zhuke, stand down. Vice Captain, step aside. This woman nearly killed the captain. How can you side with her?" Zhou Su closed his eyes, speaking with a hint of bitterness. "The grievances between them will be resolved by themselves. Your involvement will only displease Gu Qinin." Chapter 66. Watching the male lead's performance, Zhou Su speaks the truth. Currently, Gu Chun only wishes to eliminate the female supporting character. Haha. ISNT, this a form of favoritism from a male lead towards the female supporting character. "Do you wish for such favoritism?" Zhuke retracted her hand, snorting coldly. "The captain will arrive shortly. Your life will eventually be claimed by him." Zhuke looked up in surprise, her right cheek swelling rapidly as Shun Ishin clapped his hands. A gentle smile on his face, as though he and T just slapped her. "Your mouth is rather foul. My apologies. My hand were itching." Wow, how imposing. The antagonist is fiercely protective of his partner. Everyone was taken aback by Shun Ishin's sudden action. They had presumed him to be an utterly defenseless professor, yet he moved with astonishing speed. Shu Jinrong, his playful demeanor vanishing, regarded Shun Ishin with newfound seriousness. He himself was a speed mutation user, but he had failed to react to Shun Ishin's swift movement. It was too fast. The antagonist's boyfriend power is off the charts, but Juke spoke too soon. It seems Guchinen has been set up by the Northern Base team and is now surrounded by zombies, one of which is of a very high level. A high level? Shu Junyue instinctively thought of the one that had escaped from the underground laboratory. She discreetly nudged Shun Ishin, who brightened at the assumption that Shu Junyue was about to praise his earlier action. However, Shu Junyue instead asked, "Where is that thing now?" Shun Ishin's body stiffened for a moment before he reluctantly opened his tablet and replied in a displeased tone, "At the department store." Shu Junyue turned to Zhou Su, asking Brother Zhou, "Where is Guchinen now?" At the department store, IT was a match. Guchinen was currently fighting the zombies from the underground laboratory. IT would be best if you're severely injured. Allowing her to deliver the finishing blow, Shu Junyue felt no shame in her thoughts. After all, achieving her goal was what mattered. "You seem rather pleased?" Shu Junyue suppressed the curve of her lips, her gaze earnest as she looked towards the arch-villain. "I am genuinely pleased to see you." Beep beep. Juke lowered her head to glance at the watch on her wrist. It seemed something had gone awry with the leader. "I always knew there was nothing beneficial in cooperating with those from the Northern Base." Juke hurriedly departed, and Zhou Su promptly followed suit. "Let us go see as well." She still held a keen interest in Guchinen's lively gathering. Hey, why is it that both of you are leaving?" Shu Jinrong complained loudly a few times and took the other two along. The department store had an external escalator, and from the barrage of comments, it appeared Guchinen was currently on the first floor of the department store, with the external escalator leading directly to the fourth floor, instead of following Juke and Zhou Su through the main entrance. Shu Junyue ascended directly to the fourth floor via the external escalator. It seemed that the zombies within the building had all been drawn to the first floor. After her group swiftly cleared the remaining zombies on the fourth floor, she retrieved a pair of binoculars from her backpack and began observing the first floor without hesitation. The female supporting character is in such a rush. I suppose she has come to watch the male protagonist's performance. She's even using binoculars. Is she afraid she won't be able to see closely enough? Shu Junyue tugged at Shun Ishin, who bent down in cooperation to let his ear come close to her lips. "Is that him? He appears even more formidable than the one on the train." Shun Ishin cautiously shielded Shu Junyue, responding, "Those fellows mentioned that there were significantly fewer zombies at Century Square. It must have been devoured by this one." "Devoured?" "Yes, devoured. It's a small breakthrough of mine. It can absorb the strength of other zombies to upgrade itself, allowing for a rapid elevation and leveled out, of course. The cost is not insignificant, and I have yet to find a solution to the side effects, which is why I've been controlling the level of the one on the train." "Hey, what are you two whispering about?" Shu Jinrong squeezed back between them, casting a glance at Gu Chunin, who was battling zombies below. Although not particularly fond of that individual, one could not deny his prowess. If I encountered such a level of zombie, I would certainly flee, yet he dares to challenge them on a different level. There are others like us watching the spectacle above. Chi Mimi's attention fell on a group on the third floor opposite them, but those individuals were not as brazenly leaning against the railing as Shu Junyue. Instead, they were hiding beneath a sign resembling a restroom indicator. These folks from the Northern Base must be planning for the male protagonist and the zombies to exhaust each other, hoping to monopolize the restorative fluid. The allure of the restorative fluid is indeed substantial. Whoever acquires it will significantly bolster their base's strength. Given the current fragmented situation, everyone desires to gain the upper hand amidst the chaos. The restorative fluid seems to be in the hands of those from the Southern Base. "Which one?" Shu Junyue inquired, directing her gaze at the old instructor. The old instructor, cradling his belly, pointed downward. That individual appears to be the current leader of the Southern Base. "When I escaped with Shu Jinrong and the others, I heard that the restorative fluid had fallen into Gu's hands." Shu Junyue lowered the binoculars and handed them to Shun Ishin. For some reason, she felt an oddity surrounding this matter. Why would a restorative fluid for soil end up in such a place? An entertainment center rather than a research facility. Moreover, no one else seemed to find anything amiss with this situation. Initially, Shu Junyue had not entertained this idea, but many in the comments were questioning it, leading to a prolonged debate. Enough with the noise. What logic is required to watch a television drama, besides any original work? This thing was still being sold at the base's market stalls. It's even less likely that those selling from market stalls could obtain the restorative fluid in this zombie-infested center. I seriously suspect that this restorative fluid is a fake, released by some base intending to undermine the southern base's combat effectiveness. What if it's meant to attract the arch-villain? After all, the arch-villain certainly has an interest in such matters. Were you pondering? Nothing much, just feeling a bit strange. The old instructor chuckled heartily, saying, "There's nothing strange about it. The significance of the restorative fluid is undeniable. If any base were to acquire it and manage to produce it successfully, it would be a tremendous hope for humanity. Indeed, but how did it come to be in this location?" Oh, the old instructor habitually cradled his belly and continued. Recently, a new doctor arrived at the Northern Base's Research Institute. He specializes in agronomy, and his teacher is quite renowned. After the apocalypse, when the soil became infected, he developed this restorative fluid. Unfortunately, shortly after the professor produced the restorative fluid, he disappeared. Chapter 67. Collaboration. The restorative fluid has landed in the hands of the Southern Base, but I fear it will not benefit all of humanity. Miss Shu, Professor Shun, you both possess considerable skills, and we hope you can collaborate with us to obtain the restorative fluid, and there will certainly be generous rewards in return. Shinishin smiled slightly. I'm sorry, but I do not engage in partnerships. The old instructor, undeterred by such a blunt refusal, maintained a smile, his eyes crinkled with folds of flesh. Professor Shun, there's no need to refuse so outright. The southern and northern bases surpass us in both numbers and strength. If we do not choose to cooperate, our chances of acquiring the restorative fluid are virtually nil. It's you guys, our little Yiya, and the arch-villain are formidable. If you ask me, don't collaborate. This rotund fellow seems to have ill intentions. Initially, Shu Junyue had not paid much attention to the old instructor, but she had not anticipated that his words and thoughts would be so shrewd. Shu Junyue looked up at Shun Ishin, who smiled gently. It's your decision. Shu Junyue pondered for a moment, intentionally presenting a challenge to the other party that we could cooperate, but we have no interest in your proposed rewards from that northwest base. Once we obtain the restorative fluid, it's an 80-20 split. Wow. The female supporting character is quite ruthless. 80-20, and we should be grateful she isn't asking for a 90-10 split. Shouldn't we be thankful she didn't suggest giving just a drop of the restorative fluid to the northwest base? Huh. The smile on the old instructor's face faltered. Miss Shu, surely we can agree on a 60-40 split? 70-30, or else we won't negotiate. That Chi Mimi clench her fists, her gaze towards Shu Junyue laced with anger. Don't push it too far. You can choose not to cooperate with us. We can still obtain the restorative fluid without you. You should feel honored to receive even a 20 share. Huh, Miss Shu certainly has a grandiose tone. The old instructor stepped forward, cradling his belly. What gives you such confidence? Confidence? My confidence lies in the fact that I am the only one here capable of restraining Guqin, while you are but a meat shield, an accelerator, and an ear to the ground. Before Guqin, you wouldn't withstand a single blow, and you'd be left injured and maimed. To think you would even lay claim to the restorative fluid is absurd. The female supporting character has quite the sharp tongue. I love it. What else with the meat shield, accelerator, and ear to the ground? It's oddly fitting. Shu Jinrong glanced at his own legs, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Sis, while I may just be good at fleeing, I still possess some strength. Taking down a zombie is certainly no issue. But can you take on Guqin? Of course not. Shu Jinrong felt aggrieved. He had never considered it shameful to be unable to defeat Guqin, but after Shu Junyue's remark, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. Old instructor, have you thought this through? The old instructor hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded resolutely. It was better to have something than nothing at all. Wow, this fellow actually agreed. I didn't expect that he wouldn't continue to struggle. Chi Mimi inhaled deeply, her tone disapproving as she asked, "Are you planning to directly seize it? How barbaric. That's impossible." Shu Junyue nudged Shin Ishin, her eyes signaling an inquiry. "Can we use it?" Shin Ishin nodded, having guessed Shu Junyue's intentions. Shu Junyue grinned mischievously. "You all step back and hide where others can't see. I have some matters to attend to. That be careful." Although all the zombies in the building had rushed to the first floor, it did not mean that the other floors were devoid of zombies. The fourth floor indeed had none, and the third floor would also be clear due to the presence of individuals from the northern base. So Shu Junyue ascended another level, capturing a zombie trapped in the restroom. The zombie, seemingly oblivious to Shu Junyue's presence, continued to wander aimlessly. Shu Junyue affixed an attractant vial to the zombie's back, binding it before dragging it to the third floor. Humans naturally possess an allure for zombies. And the zombie with the attractant vial promptly dashed towards the group below. Why are there still zombies? Inevitably, there are a few that slip through. It's normal. Just clear them out. The zombie lunged excitedly, only to be toppled to the ground the next moment, the attractant vial on its back shattering and releasing a scent detectable only by zombies. The throng of zombies packed within the first floor suddenly became agitated, with those on the periphery rushing straight to the third floor. Leader, look, those on the third floor are from the northern base. Gu Chenin's eyes were icy cold, but suddenly he broke into a grin, ready to leap forward, only to be swiftly blocked by the high-level zombie. His skin appeared relatively unscathed, yet his gaze was filled with a ravenous hunger, akin to a predator eyeing a sumptuous feast laid out before it. What was happening? The zombies below had abruptly erupted into chaos, even dragging the people from the northern base into the fray. Shu Junyue cautiously poked his head out, observing the pandemonium unfolding on the lower floors. Had the young lady done something remarkable? If so, might we not be able to sit back and watch as the clam and the snipe contend, allowing the fishermen to reap the benefits? Captain, we must find a way to escape. Zhuke and Zhou Su, who had arrived later, joined the effort to clear the zombies. Jiu Chen was knocked back by a zombie, staggering a few steps before exclaiming, "Who signaled you? Captain, that is not the priority. We need to leave immediately." Leave? Without killing it, we won't be able to go anywhere. A furious roar erupted from the zombie, seemingly irate at the sudden insubordination of those it had controlled. Amidst the senior zombie's howls, it managed to block some zombies attempting to ascend to the third floor, but those at the edges had already made their way up. In an instant, the first, second, and third floors were besieged, completely sealed off by the undead. Shu Junyue exclaimed with a hint of schadenfreude, but as his gaze fell upon Zhou Su, he turned just in time to see the return of Shu Junyue. Curiously, he inquired, "Young lady, your brother is still below. Is this a case of righteousness overpowering kinship?" Before Shu Junyue could respond, Shu Junyue blurted out, "What a splendid act of justice! I've noticed that the second male lead seems to harbor immense hostility towards anyone near the female supporting character. Could it be that the second male lead has feelings for the female supporting character? This is too amusing. The deceased female lead has been reduced to a mere jester. I actually think the second male lead seems to regard the female supporting character as a sister. Witnessing the great villain, he can't help but display a look of evaluation. And Zhou Su indeed appears to feel as though his position has been usurped. By the way, weren't the second male lead and the malicious female supporting character siblings separated for many years in the original story? Both have the surname Shu, after all. Stop overthinking. It's merely coincidental. The two are completely unrelated. Chapter 68. The same tactic. What nonsense are you spouting? You want to help Gu Chen himself. Besides, he isn't my brother. Not your brother? Well, that is splendid. Young lady, are you perhaps in need of a brother? How about me? Case solved. This fellow simply seeks to gain a sister. I was just about to ship that. The ship of CP has unexpectedly turned into siblings. Get lost. Shu Junyue dismissed him with disdain and stepped in front of Shun Yishan. Shun Yishan spun Shu Junyue around, seemingly assessing her for any injuries. Right now, these people just need to see that both the southern and northern bases have been decimated by zombies, or at least severely injured. That way, the repair fluid and the zombie that made its escape can be taken away. Everything was progressing as Shu Junyue had planned, but plans are always outpaced by changes. There is someone up there. Someone is plotting against us. Shu Junyue abruptly looked up, noticing Chi Mimi frantically retracting her arm from the railing. Chi Mimi, what on earth are you doing? Shu Junyue was at a loss for words for the first time. Chi Mimi's face flushed red as she realized her grave mistake, lowering her head in shame. I am sorry. Something of mine rolled down, and I wanted to reach for it. What was it? Was it that important? Captain, it's a pearl my mother left me. Shu Junyue suppressed his anger. Oh, then let us pretend I never said anything. Younger sister, what do we do now? What else can we do but slip away? Shu Junyue stood up, casting a glance at Chi Mimi. Chi Mimi, filled with remorse, replied, I know a place where we can hide. Excellent. Lead us there. Shu Junyue narrowed her eyes, watching Chi Mimi intently. The situation on the first, second, and third floors was about to spill over, and the group turned to exit via the external staircase, only to find it already teeming with zombies. Chi Mimi then opted to ascend the staircase. Unexpectedly, they collided head-on with descending zombies, forcibly separating Shu Junyue from Shunishin at the staircase's entrance. Shu Junyue glanced at Chi Mimi just as the old class leader spoke up. I know of another place we can go. The warehouse. Chi Mimi, you take Miss Shu there first, while I lead Shu Jinrong and Professor Shun through another route. Shu Junyue initially intended to refuse, but ultimately acquiesced, only cautioning, Professor Shun, take care of yourself. Shunishin seemed to sense Shu Junyue's intentions, swallowing hard before slowly nodding. Why are we separating? I feel like Chi Mimi has ulterior motives. Surely the supporting female character isn't that foolish. Of course not. The supporting female character is quite powerful now and probably wants to eliminate Chi Mimi once and for all. When she meets the second male lead afterward, she can simply claim that the other was killed by zombies and nothing will be amiss. None of these individuals have good intentions, by the way. Why would Chi Mimi want to kill the supporting female character? That makes no sense. God knows, we'll find out soon enough. This is it. Chi Mimi pushed open the warehouse door, stepping aside to let Shu Junyue enter first. However, Shu Junyue promptly kicked Chi Mimi inside and turned to shut the door behind her. Who are you? I recognize you. Shu Junyue drew a dagger, eyeing the woman before her with suspicion. Chi Mimi laughed heartily. You know full well that I harbor ill intentions, yet you still chose to follow me here, thinking you could kill me. Perhaps, but you are merely a perceiving aberrant. As someone who is entirely transformed, you surely think killing me will be a piece of cake. Chi Mimi's laughter faded, replaced by a stern expression. You are forever so arrogant. Your self-assured demeanor is truly nauseating. Shu Junyue, if you die here, it will be permanent and absolute. Shu Junyue frowned in displeasure. What is wrong with you? Even if you intend to kill me, at least provide a reason. A reason? You'll understand your sins when you descend to hell. Chi Mimi charged forward, and Shu Junyue clasped her hands together, only to find herself utterly unprepared as she was swiftly kicked to the ground. Why is this sudden character so formidable? It seems Chi Mimi's foot didn't even touch the supporting female character, yet she was knocked down. Shu Junyue rose, glancing at the mark on her wrist, rather than a footprint. It resembled a long stripe, as though struck by a tail. How peculiar! Chi Mimi smirked with satisfaction, charging once more. Having anticipated the attack, Shu Junyue dodged more swiftly, though it was evidently more taxing than before. Remarkable how quickly you react. Now, Chi Mimi's voice dripped with envy as she unleashed every technique towards Shu Junyue's face. Shu Junyue instinctively defended herself, and as the fight progressed, their moves began to align, as if they had been taught by the same master. Wait, is this drama so lazy that it borrowed moves from the Federal Academy? Aren't they afraid of being sued? The supporting female character seems to be growing more adept with each exchange. Clearly, the supporting female character has a far deeper foundation than this newcomer. For reasons unknown, a myriad of unfamiliar yet familiar scenes floated through Shu Junyue's mind, memories of practicing precisely these moves on a playground. She recognized each successive action Chi Mimi would take. This was the moment. When a foot is lifted, if the foundation isn't solid, it's the perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, Shu Junyue seized the moment, delivering a powerful slap to Chi Mimi's soft abdomen as she lifted her leg, also absorbing a fierce kick to her shoulder. Yet compared to Chi Mimi's spitting blood, it was a far lesser price to pay. Enduring the pain in her shoulder, Shu Junyue drew her dagger, intent on dispatching her adversary first. Kill her, then find Shunishin, and afterward, eliminate that fat fool. As the dagger drew closer, the barrage of comments overhead suddenly erupted. What is happening? Why has it gone dark? The male lead and the great villain are still visible. Let me switch channels to see. Meanwhile, Shun Ishin and the others had not been on a move. Instead, they were hiding in a shop, the rotund, old-class leader sweating profusely, his face etched with pain, his left hand resting on his ankle. "That I'm terribly sorry. I accidentally twisted my ankle. That I just need to rest a moment." "No need to worry. Who has worried about you?" Shun Ishin scoffed, unable to resist mocking him. The old squad leader's eyes darkened momentarily, yet he feigned ignorance to the other's mockery, continuing to smile. "I shall soon recover and will promptly seek out Chime and the others." "Humph." Shun Ishin narrowed his eyes slightly, discreetly observing the rotund figure before him. "Hey, it seems the scene with the female antagonist has returned." "What the heck, Xiaoye? How did you get injured? And what happened to the house?" "It's all ablaze." "Oh no, the villain. Your wife is in peril. Hurry and save her." Shu Junyue was struck against the door by a tail, a sharp pain radiating through her back. She felt as if that serpent's tail could shatter every rib in her body. How strange. What on earth is this creature, suddenly emerging from Chime's form? Its translucent red body, even capable of spewing fire. Such a bizarre entity. Could it be something secretly developed by the Northwest base? No, that thought quickly dissipated. If it were indeed from the Northwest base, then Shu Jinrong could not merely be a simple speed metamorph. Isn't that a spiritual entity? Huh? I recall there is no mention of spiritual entities in the original text. It's all about physical mutations that I never expected this drama could fall apart like this. It's astonishing. Such a major alteration in the setting should typically originate from the protagonist or the main antagonist. What's the significance of an airdropped character? The female antagonist doesn't even possess a spiritual entity. How could a boss suddenly appear? This elevates the stakes entirely, making it utterly unmanageable. Well, it seems the female antagonist is destined for her demise. A spiritual entity. For some reason, Shu Junyue thought of the villainess tentacles, which were likely what the bullet screen referred to as a spiritual entity. But why could no one else see the villain's spiritual entity? Shu Junyue, farewell. The great serpent lunged forward, its tail sweeping across and ensnaring Shu Junyue. The force so tremendous that she felt as if her bones might be ground to dust, involuntarily expelling a mouthful of blood. Faintly mixed with flesh, was she truly going to perish here? Shu Junyue, I will make you experience the agony of being consumed by flames. Your beautiful face will be marred with scars, becoming hideous. Where on earth is the villain? Hurry and come to the rescue. Shu Junyue thought of Shun Ishin, believing it would be better if he stayed away. Otherwise, another life would be lost. She wouldn't die. How could she possibly meet her end here? It's so hot. Shu Junyue suddenly felt an intense heat emanating from her wrist, even more searing than the flames of the serpent. That spot was where Shun Ishin had applied something when they exited the subway. Suddenly, her vision darkened. Shu Junyue instinctively closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the scene had transformed. No Chime, no serpent-like spiritual entity. Instead, she found herself in the dark space she had visited before. Although the embers remaining seemed poised to sever the iron chains, the flames surged suddenly, hastening the destruction of the chains. At a clear, melodious bird call resonated, and a radiant point of light emitted a blinding white glow, evoking a sense of familiarity in Shu Junyue. When the final iron chain snapped, the light surged toward her, transforming into a remarkably beautiful bird. Its feathers were pure white, adorned with 3 plumes atop its head, and its wings stretched to an impressive 10 meters. It was a bird even larger than the serpent. The pristine bird gently flapped its wings, instantly repelling the serpent that had ensnared Shu Junyue with a gust of white vortex. How could this be? Chime observed the spiritual entity crashing against the wall, her mind throbbing painfully as she weakly knelt. Shu Junyue did not fall to the ground. Rather, she floated serenely in midair, buoyed by the surrounding currents and winds. What is happening? I just saw that snake being repelled. And then what? It infuriates me. Just a mid-tier spiritual entity could severely injure my Xiaoye. If it were not merely a string of data, I would have stomped that rotund character flat. Aren't you curious why there is a spiritual entity in this drama? Even if the adaptation is absurd, it shouldn't be done like this. The female lead is already dead. Is there anything more ridiculous than that? Adding a spiritual entity to the mix, what is the fuss about? Is there a possibility that the female lead isn't dead? That Jiang Yuan might indeed be Lin Wanwan. What a pity no one has bothered to dig up Lin Wanwan's grave. If it's empty, that would be the clincher. Shu Junyue gazed at the rolling comments, realizing that within their world, spiritual entities existed. Chimei was the only one she had encountered, or rather, perhaps one of two, possibly even three spiritual entities. Could it be that Chimei hailed from the world of the bullet screen? Judging by her tone, it seemed she recognized Shu Junyue. Perhaps she too belonged to the realm of the bullet screen. This colossal epiphany sent Shu Junyue's heart racing, perhaps overwhelmed by the shock. She abruptly opened her eyes and sat up, colliding with something hard above her. Ouch! A voice of pain echoed above her, and a remarkably handsome man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, was currently rubbing his chin. Shinishin, indeed, he appeared to be recovering quite well. Shinishin placed his hand on Shu Junyue's head, and she instinctively surveyed her surroundings, discovering they were in her bedroom within the laboratory. What on earth is happening? Ah, Xiaoye has finally awakened. The villain has decisively shot that rotund character, and the airdrop rolled dead. Where is Chimei? Shun Ishin lowered his head, his nose almost touching Shu Junyue's. And she realized the villain intended to whisper to her, sharing secrets that the bullet screen could not overhear. She is still alive. Perhaps she will emerge in a different identity. What does that mean? I am a bit confused. Shinishin gently placed a kiss on Shu Junyue's forehead, a smile dancing in his eyes as he tousled her hair. You need a bit more time. It seems the M164 you ingested is entirely fine. Rest well, I'll step out for a moment. Don't go. She still had many questions unanswered. This guy, Shu Junyue, crossed her arms in exasperation. Chapter 70. Why do birds love eating octopus? Hey, why did you bring me along? Do you think I would side with you? Lying in a cage, Shu Jinrong was originally lying straight on the ground. Immediately sitting up upon hearing the door open, gripping the iron bars and shouting at Shunishin. You killed Chimei and the old squad leader. Why don't you kill me too? Shunishin chuckled. Do you wish to die? Of course not. This second male lead is quite distinctive. It's no wonder he couldn't outshine the male protagonist in the original. Though the protagonist is scummy, he still has depth. He just loves seeking substitutes. Come on, the female lead is blind. Taking away Rongbao is a no-brainer. He is 1,000 times better than the male lead. The second male lead's character has always been quite good. He is a straightforward guy, openly acknowledging his feelings and gracefully wishing the best for those who reject him, without excessive entanglement. The male lead's position was willingly given up by the second male lead. Shu Jinrong eyed Shen Ishin warily, listening to him apparently tinkering with something while conversing. The old squad leader, Chimei. Strangely, these two don't appear in the original work. In the original, Rongbao was alone in the southern base. There were no teammates, nor any so-called old squad leader. Mr. Shu, when the apocalypse began, were you alone, or were there 2 or 3 with you? Of course I was alone. Shu Jinrong replied without hesitation, but after speaking, he furrowed his brow and shook his head. No, it should have been 3 people. Should have. Shu Jinrong lowered his head, puzzled as to why he had some blank spots in his memory regarding the onset of the apocalypse. It should have been 3 of them executing a task together, yet why did he subconsciously feel it was just one? If he couldn't recall, there was no need to dwell on it. Shen Ishin held a test tube containing a dark, solid substance, not liquid. As the villain approached slowly, drawing nearer, Shu Jinrong loosened his grip and retreated. What do you intend to do? Beside Shu Jinrong's cage were countless specimens preserved in formaldehyde. He clutched his head, a mournful expression on his face that I never imagined my youthful demise would lack grandeur, instead being so undignified. How about struggling? What? So the second male lead was slacking off before? Ha! Clearly someone who hasn't seen the second male lead's perspective. Before the villain arrived, he was simply lying on the cool floor, fast asleep. Shu Jinrong pondered for a moment. Deciding it was necessary to fight for his life, that he stood up, opening his mouth to express his virtues, to demonstrate his value and benefits of living, only for Shun Ishin to seize the moment and shove the black solid substance from the test tube into Shu Jinrong's mouth. What have you made me eat? The substance was slippery, almost immediately sliding down his esophagus into his stomach. Shu Jinrong bent down, clutching his belly, which felt as though it were ablaze. Wait if you intend to kill me. Couldn't you do it more straightforwardly? What on earth are you doing? What strange thing have you forced upon me? He gagged, attempting to expel the ingested substance. Oh no, this feels like being soul-transmitted into a vicious female supporting role. TSK. Shun Ishin cast a disdainful glance, his finger pressing down on the tablet, plunging the entire room into darkness. Shu Junyue succumbed to a deep slumber, and his perspective of the live broadcast room was promptly shut down. In the obscurity, countless tendrils emerged, curling around the iron cage, seemingly curious as they surveyed the occupant within. Unpleasant, desiring something fragrant and soft, yearning to entwine around the little bird. Seeking out the little bird, Shu Junyue was ultimately roused from her slumber by the tendril's embrace. Upon opening her eyes, she was confronted by a multitude of tendrils coiling around her. Initially startled, her stomach soon began to grumble audibly. Haha. Shu Junyue smiled shyly, noticing the tendrils around her had visibly frozen in surprise. Wow, to see little Yia grinning as soon as I enter, simply adorable. Is she thinking of the archvillain? Huh. Are the comments still oblivious to these tendrils? Why is it that they can see Chi Mimi's spirit entity, but not the archvillain's? With this thought, Shu Junyue realized she had a plethora of questions she had yet to pose to Shun Ishin before she fell asleep. She promptly slipped on her shoes, intending to head to Shun Ishin's usual haunt, only to be greeted by him entering with a bowl of congee and steam buns. Professor Shun, I figured it was about time you woke up. You must be hungry. Come and eat. Shun Ishin held the congee and buns in one hand while draping his other arm around Shu Junyue's shoulder, guiding her to the table. Shu Junyue's bedroom had long ceased to be the cold, sterile space it was upon her arrival. The floor was now adorned with soft rugs, and it boasted a television, a sofa, a bookshelf, and various pieces of furniture. Shu Junyue had also arranged several potted plants within the room, and plush toys from her shopping sprees were scattered in various corners. Let us eat first. Shu Junyue repressed her words, sensing that Shun Ishin wished to keep the comments in the dark. Thus, she obediently replied with an "oh," lifting the lid of the congee, only to be taken aback. The tendrils were equally astonished. No, how can it be this? Not tasty, not tasty. Shu Junyue swiftly closed the lid of the congee and declared, I'd rather have the buns. Taking a hearty bite, she found them soft and juicy, the filling far more substantial than the meat bun she had anticipated. As she opened her mouth, she noticed a fully cooked tendril peeking out. Octopus buns. What a curious creation. Aw. The main control has gone mad. What's wrong? Not tasty. Shun Ishin inquired. If it's not good, I can ask S06 how to improve it. No, it's delicious, truly exquisite. Shu Junyue spun around, deciding to ignore the tendrils. Out of sight, out of mind, alleviating her guilt. With a hearty bite, she filled her mouth completely and felt immense satisfaction. 06 culinary skills were remarkable. Then let him continue to cook for you. After finishing the octopus buns and the congee, Shu Junyue caressed her slightly protruding belly, feeling exceptionally content. Meanwhile, the tendrils tangled together, appearing rather dejected. Why does the bird love eating octopus? No idea. Bird? Shu Junyue recalled the beautiful, snow-white creature capable of effortlessly pushing aside Chi Mimi's massive serpent with a mere flap of its wings. In terms of size, that white bird seemed to dwarf the serpent by several times. What could it be? Shun Ishin must know. Chapter 71. What to do when the arch-villain is too charming. Shun Ishin smiled and leaned down, speaking softly in Shu Junyue's ear. I know what you're eager to ask. But this isn't the right place. When noon comes, just say you're tired and wish to sleep, and I will come find you. All right. Although Shu Junyue was unsure of Shun Ishin's intentions, she recognized that there must be a reason for it. Without hesitation, she complied. Why has she fallen asleep again? When did I ever know little Yia had a habit of napping? You lot are quite bothersome. She nearly perished, having expended so much energy. Surely she needs more rest. Indeed, the supporting character almost got entangled to death by that massive serpent. Yet the archvillain must possess numerous treasures for the supporting character to recover from such severe injuries in such a brief time. With the live broadcast shut down, the comments floating above, Shu Junyue's head transitioned to a different perspective. Upon closer inspection, she realized there was no sign of the archvillain's comments either. Could it be that Shun Ishin had also fallen asleep? Now, the majority of comments were related to the male lead, with the southern base acquiring the repair fluid, and Gu Chinin, in a fit of impulse, had eliminated individuals from the northern base, plunging the two bases into a state of opposition, though not yet openly hostile. The bedroom door swung open, and Shun Ishin entered, lifting Shu Junyue from the bed and seating her beside him. Shu Junyue regarded him quietly, her first words being, "You know, I can see some other things?" Shun Ishin chuckled softly, affirming, "It must be the comments." Shu Junyue found herself at a loss for how to articulate her current feelings. Had she known this earlier, her first instinct would have been to devise every possible means to eliminate this arch-villain. However, at present, she was predominantly perplexed that I know you have many questions, but the situation is complicated and lengthy to explain. I have installed a protective shield throughout the underground laboratory, which is essentially a bug within the entire system. It cannot last long, that, if prolonged, we will inevitably be discovered. Little Ye, tell me, which question do you wish to know the most? With a multitude of inquiries swirling in her mind, Shu Junyue, recognizing the urgency, immediately asked, "The comments, how did you know about them?" Your brain interface encountered some issues, allowing you to directly see the comments made by the viewers in the video. However, this state cannot last long, and discovery is only a matter of time. Therefore, on the first day I brought you back to the underground base, I embedded a chip in your wrist, enabling you to continue seeing those comments. Only by seeing them will you one day realize something is amiss. Shu Junyue pondered for a moment, recalling that when she first arrived at the underground laboratory, there had indeed been a period when the comments above her head vanished. According to Shin Ishin, someone had resolved that issue, yet he had retained this bug. But how did Shin Ishin know about her brain interface malfunction? Just as she was about to press further, a small white bird emerged above her head, its curious little head scanning the surroundings before it could observe for long. A flurry of eager tendrils ensnared the little bird. Ah, the little bird. So fragrant. So soft. I like it so much. Finally caught it. Shu Junyue's expression shifted, and she immediately reached out, attempting to rescue the little bird from the clutches of the tendrils. However, at that moment, she seemed to sense the bird's emotions, which appeared to be quite comfortable. It even reminded her of herself. A tendril gently caressed the bird's shin, sending a tingling sensation through Shu Junyue, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Shin Ishin, make them let go. This is a form of comfort between spiritual entities. It's quite pleasant, isn't it, little Ye? Don't you feel good? Shin Ishin sat sideways by Shu Junyue's window, extending an arm around her waist. Pulling her closer to him, Shu Junyue's face turned crimson. Of course, she felt exceptionally good, yet it was such a strange sensation. What is a spiritual entity? It is the embodiment of one's psyche, from birth. Human mental strength is categorized into various levels: low, medium, high, and super high. Those with medium or higher mental strength can externalize their psyche into physical forms, with the nature of the creature shaped by one's personality. Sentinel and guide? Shun Ishin appeared momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "What is that?" Shu Junyue chuckled softly. "Professor Shun, it seems you don't read those random novels. It's nothing, just a concept from a story, distinguishing between sentinels and guides, both of whom possess spiritual entities." Shun Ishin squinted slightly, deciding he would need to catch up on this knowledge, feeling a distinct generational gap with Shu Junyue. "Is there anything else you'd like to ask?" "Yes." Shu Junyue nodded vigorously, suddenly cupping Shun Ishin's face and asking, "Why did you choose me?" Shin Ishin's eyes darted momentarily, hesitating as he replied, "It wasn't my choice. You consumed M160 for yourself. The opportunity for experimentation was right before you. Why let it go to waste?" Shin Ishin, Shu Junyue withdrew her hand. "Do you believe I could give you a big fat failing grade, preventing you from leveling up? Please don't, little Ye." Shin Ishin once again pulled Shu Junyue into his embrace, burying his head in her neck, inhaling her faint, pleasant scent, which inexplicably relaxed him. "Junyue," Shin Ishin murmured, tightening his hold on her, relishing her presence. What to do when the arch-villain is too charming? Shu Junyue found herself gently laid back down on the bed, their bodies pressed closely together, allowing them to distinctly feel each other's reactions. Shu Junyue grasped his shirt tightly, biting her lip as she felt the heat and moisture radiating from her neck. What was he doing? Noticing Shu Junyue did not reject him, even leaning slightly in the opposite direction to facilitate Shun Ishin's movements. This seemed to embolden him, increasing his fervor. Mr. Shun, the gentleman in the cage wishes to see you. The tablet flung carelessly onto the bedside by Shun Ishin flickered to life, emitting the voice of S06 from within. Shu Junyue hurriedly pushed aside the figure draped over her skin radiating a delicate pink hue that appeared exceedingly alluring. Shun Ishin cast the tablet to the floor, rolling over in an attempt to resume their previous activities, only to be kicked away by Shu Junyue. The gentleman in the cage? Who else have you brought back? Shun Ishin loosened a few buttons on his shirt, reclining on the bed, and pondered before replying. Shu Jinro. Shu Junyue's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you bring him here for? Chapter 72. Brother, do you know what M164 is? In earlier times, Shu Junyue would have certainly considered it an advanced version of the zombie virus, but it was evidently not the case now. The archvillain sat up, pointing to his right cheek. Kiss me, and I shall tell you. Shu Junyue clenched her fists, gazing at his flower-like visage, wondering how he could suddenly appear so insufferable. Professor Shun, you've changed. You weren't like this at the outset. Shun Ishin adjusted his glasses and smiled with narrowed eyes. Every individual adopts various roles throughout life. One's demeanor and speech must adapt to the identities they assume in the presence of different individuals. Little yeah, don't you appreciate this side of me? Observing the tantalizing archvillain, Shu Junyue instinctively turned away, pondering who said men couldn't be delectable. She found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Shaking her head, she curled up, resembling a boiled shrimp. Shun Ishin chuckled softly, resting his hand on Shu Junyue's neck, seemingly reminiscing I won't tease you any longer. The protective barrier won't last much longer. I must take my leave. A note of regret accompanied Shun Ishin's words, prompting Shu Junyue to sit up abruptly, grasping him tightly. Shun Ishin, you still haven't told me what M164 is. It seemed time was indeed running short. For Shun Ishin spoke rapidly, yet Shu Junyue managed to comprehend. From a certain perspective, M164 represented a bug within the entire operating system, capable of corrupting some underlying code. Upon finishing, Shun Ishin departed hastily. The tendrils reluctantly retracting from the little bird. Lying back on the bed, Shu Junyue closed her eyes, contemplating the information previously hinted at by the barrage of comments. This was a post-apocalyptic television drama, not performed by real actors, but rather generated by artificial intelligence, necessitating a complete system. Thus, the world she inhabited was entirely virtual and unreal. Previously, Shu Junyue had believed even she was merely a string of data. At that time, she mused that even if she were data, what of it? Being observed mattered little. In an unreal world, even if she were a mere fabrication, her life was predetermined. Yet, she had managed to shatter the entire narrative. Back then, Shu Junyue had thought she wielded her fate as a string of data. But in hindsight, she was not merely that as long as she was truly a sentient being with independent thought. She could potentially alter the course of all stories. Shu Junyue couldn't help but recall the little bird shackled by iron chains in that dark space. Those chains likely represented the code imprisoning everyone's spirit. Cradling the little bird in her embrace, she returned it to her spiritual sea. Awake, awake. Little yeah, I'm here. Shu Junyue opened her eyes just in time. It seems the archvillain is planning to seek out the second male lead after a nap. The second male lead appears to be in quite a plight, drenched in sweat. Quite a plight, for reasons unknown. Shu Junyue felt an urge to investigate. She changed her attire and proceeded towards the room where Shu Jinrong was confined. Rongbao seems to have matured a bit. Being tormented by the archvillain, can he not mature? Surviving is already a challenge. Wait, why are they both just standing there in silence? The female supporting character is about to arrive. Rongbao must hold on. She will definitely come to rescue you. Rescue? Shu Junyue rolled her eyes. She would be out of her mind to rescue Shu Jinrong simply because they shared the same surname. Shun Ishin's actions intrigued her. She was curious about what experiments he intended to conduct with Shu Jinrong, and this time she was determined to witness it herself. What kind of experiment do you plan to perform on him? This script seems off, doesn't it? It's quite fitting. It's abnormal for the female supporting character to genuinely wish to save the second male lead. However, the female supporting character did save Rongbao in the subway tunnel before. Who knows, perhaps she was simply out of her mind, or she saw a living person and wanted to inquire about the situation. No, Shu Junyue believed she had indeed been somewhat irrational at that moment. Observing the eager Shu Junyue, Shu Jinrong bellowed in frustration. Shu Junyue, what on earth are you saying? I am your brother. Shu Junyue scratched her ear, dismissively replying. I've already said, don't casually acknowledge relatives. If we were to acknowledge, I'd be more inclined to say, I'm your sister. Shu Jinrong, exasperated, turned his back, his gaze landing on the iron cage before him. He delivered a fierce kick and glared at Shunishin, gritting his teeth. Do you take me for a dog, locking me in a cage? Shunishin responded apologetically. I'm sorry. The food I provided causes an overwhelming reaction, akin to being set ablaze. I feared you might damage my belongings, hence the cage. With a tap on the tablet, the cage opened automatically. Shu Junyue expressed her astonishment. You've already completed the experiment? Listen, is that even human speech? Shu Jinrong felt a surge of anger, his eyes falling on the hands the two were holding, causing him to seethe. Remove your paw. With a faint smile, Shunishin tightened his grip instead. Shu Jinrong, exasperated, intervened, separating them before feeling satisfied. He then turned to Shunishin, inquiring, why not let her try what you've given me? She has already consumed it. Then how? Shu Jinrong bit back the rest of his words, feeling a deep sense of injustice. Shunishin had fed Shu Jinrong a modified version of M164, initially intending merely to release his spirit, but unexpectedly, it had also obliterated the code that suppressed his memories. Thus, the current Shu Jinrong was one who had regained his memories. Shunishin hadn't anticipated that Shu Junyue was indeed Shu Jinrong's sister, contemplating Shu Junyue's desire to take on the role of sister. Shunishin couldn't help but smile mischievously, yet he still needed to devise a way to restore Shu Junyue's memories that I will find a solution for the rest. Shu Junyue was left puzzled, whereas Shu Jinrong comprehended, muttering, it better be so. How could his sister forget about him, the elder brother? Although even if she remembered, her circumstances might not improve significantly, he was determined that she must recall him. Otherwise, he would surely feel suffocated. Observing Shu Junyue seemingly about to reach for Shunishin's hand, Shu Jinrong swiftly positioned himself between them, clearing his throat. I'm hungry. Hungry? What are you doing standing here? Am I not allowed to stand? Shu Junyue was speechless, sensing a sudden shift in his demeanor, yet she found herself lacking the enthusiasm to engage in banter with him. If you're hungry. Seeking us is futile. You ought to look for S06. Chapter 73. He is my boyfriend. Strange. How did they suddenly end up sitting together at the dining table? Rongbao looks quite famished. Shu Jinrong patted his belly contentedly, proclaiming, this little robot has remarkable culinary skills. The meals it produces have a soulful quality, rather than being monotonous. Shu Junyue queried in confusion. What does that mean? I understand. With the advancement of technology, meals are prepared by robots, and regardless of the establishment, the taste remains largely the same, which is exceedingly dull. You could visit private restaurants. They are run by humans and taste fantastic. Expensive, bro. Anything involving human labor is bound to be costly. Alas, it's all the Federation's fault for providing such generous welfare. From birth to death, everything is managed by robots. If it weren't for our need to maintain our spirits for combat, we would be utterly useless. Talk about yourself. Don't drag us into this. I'm the one who runs 20 laps every morning, and I refuse to be deemed useless. I aspire to be on the battlefield one day. The battlefield? Why are you watching television here then? It's hilarious. Dear sister, do you truly enjoy eating bland meals? Shu Junyue shook her head in dissent. Shu Jinrong raised his hands in surrender, stating, then that S settled be by the way. With such a vast space, where am I supposed to sleep? Shu Junyue retorted with a smirk. The cage seems quite suitable to I. Shu Jinrong exhaled deeply, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm. After all, she was his dear sister, and he mustn't lose his temper. This brat is insufferable. How can she forget me yet still mock me? Shunishin grasped Shu Junyue's hand, guiding her to rise. Seemingly preparing to depart, did I ask for your sleeping arrangements? S06 will escort you. You're pulling me. Where are you taking my dear sister? To conduct a health check, Shu Junyue realized. The intention was to examine the code related to Shu Junyue's memories. Seeking a way to decrypt it, Shu Junyue waved his hand dismissively and turned to stare at the diminutive S06 robot, his voice dropping to a whisper. How peculiar. It's merely an ordinary robot. Yet the meals it produces taste as though crafted by human hands. Could it be that this is in fact a human, merely masquerading in the guise of a robot? How tragic, utterly tragic, that a look of compassion flickered across Shu Junyue's face as he softened his tone. Little robot, could you escort me to my room? The room is yet to be tidied. Please hold on a moment, sir in the cage. The sir in the cage? Shu Junyue's pity swiftly morphed into indignation as he bellowed. My surname is Shu. You shall refer to me as Mr. Shu. Never mind. The bedroom remains unkempt. I shall seek out my sister instead. Shu Junyue reclined upon a device, a circular object radiating a blue glow encircling her head. Shen wore a solemn expression, his chin propped on one hand while the other tapped rhythmically on a tablet. It is said that men engrossed in their work exude an irresistible charm. Much like the formidable antagonist at this moment, Shu Junyue turned her gaze towards Shen Yishin's profile, noting his prominent nose, tightly pressed lips, languid hair, and the distinct knuckles of his hands. Did Lilia not realize that her gaze was one of desire for the antagonist? Is that so? Shu Junyue averted her eyes, narrowly missing the sight of Shen Yishin's rolling Adam's apple, though it mattered little. The audience's keen perception was undeniable. Friends, did I not just witness him swallow? Since both are so eager for one another, could you not show us adults something more fitting for our age? Shu Junyue rolled her eyes and inquired, have you completed your examination? Ah, it's done. Shen Yishin closed the tablet, realizing his throat felt parched. He coughed lightly and lifted a cup of tea to soothe his voice. Shu Junyue smirked as she sat up, disregarding her shoes, and boldly perched herself upon the antagonist's lap, her movements wild and uninhibited, entwining her legs around his narrow waist. Is the water good? Concerned that Shu Junyue might tumble, Shen Yishin securely wrapped an arm around her slender waist, pulling her closer to his chest, their bodies now in intimate proximity. Shen Yishin chuckled softly, the sound sending tingles through her ears, as if they were about to bear a child. He leaned in, his lips brushing against her ear, his warm breath enveloping her. Lilia, I am not a good man. Do not expect me to maintain control. What are you two doing? Shu Junyue, led in by S06, was taken aback upon opening the door to such a scandalous scene, lamenting the decline of societal morals. Shu Junyue felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and immediately dismounted from Shen Yishin, averting her gaze. Yet a moment later, she questioned why she should feel ashamed. As a wicked female antagonist, how could she show weakness? She lifted her chin defiantly, stating coldly, what we are doing is none of your concern. What sort of behavior is this, a respectable young lady embracing a strange man seated upon his lap? What strange man? He's my boyfriend. What is wrong with me sitting on his lap? Wow, it's officially announced. The couple we ship has finally confirmed their relationship. I am off to drink 9 cups of shui milk tea to celebrate my ship's success. Haha, while the wicked female antagonist and the formidable antagonist declare their relationship. On the other side, the male lead and his substitute are at odds. Upon hearing Shu Junyue's declaration, a smile involuntarily crept onto Shen Yishin's lips, and if he had a tail, it would undoubtedly be wagging with joy. His errant appendages flailed about, fully expressing his overwhelming delight. Listen, those are the most enchanting words in the world. Shu Junyue felt his heart seize, his gaze fixated on Shen Yishin with a bewildered intensity. This fellow was shrouded in mystery, his true identity unknown, and with his sister's memory still unrecovered, she had unwittingly placed herself in jeopardy. No. As her elder brother, he must wait for Shu Junyue to regain her memories before making any decisions. Of course, it would be futile to speak to Shu Junyue about this now. He gently pushed her out the door and closed it behind them, needing to have a private conversation with Shen Yishin. Shu Junyue's previously frivolous demeanor vanished, replaced by an unusual seriousness. Professor Shun, I believe we need to have a serious discussion regarding that of course, Shen Yishin replied with a nonchalant smile, granting Shu Junyue the respect due to a future brother-in-law. Since he cared for Junyue, he must also regard her family. Chapter 74. Girlfriend, tonight I shall take you somewhere. Noticing Shun Ishin's amiable demeanor, the remnants of Shu Jinrong's displeasure dissipated significantly, prompting him to engage in a reluctant yet earnest dialogue. Once he has recovered, you may proceed with your other endeavors. I do not wish for her to harbor any regrets. Your sister, if she desires something, must have it. If she detests something, it must stay far from her. Rest assured, I am well aware of that. Let us hope so. Shu Junyue, left outside, kicked the door in frustration, then resignedly gazed at the floating comments above, hoping to glean some understanding. What are these two discussing? I cannot comprehend it at all. What do you mean by waiting for little Ye to recover? Does the female antagonist have some undisclosed ailment? Shu Junyue furrowed her brow. How could she, the subject of their conversation, be unaware of her own condition? Curiosity piqued, she asked, "What are you discussing? Is there something I cannot hear?" Shu Jinrong smiled, reverting to his playful demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely curious about how long we intend to remain here. Isn't it pleasant to stay here? We have food and clothing, and there are no zombies. And oh, zombies!" Shu Jinrong's voice escalated, grinding his teeth as he exclaimed, "You have no idea. When I was first captured by this fellow, he locked me in a room filled with zombies. I have never seen so many advanced zombies in my life. The entire underground base is swarming with 3 or 4 tier zombies, and even 6 tier ones. 6 tier. Perhaps the majority of the city's advanced zombies are here with Shun Ishin. The zombie captured earlier has already been fed to the zombie king. It seems the 6 tier zombie mentioned is indeed the zombie king. Friends, do you think the antagonist, having found a wife, will still contemplate world destruction?" As Shu Junyue read the comments, the smile on her face gradually faded. This illusory world cannot be allowed to persist. "Mr. Shu, your bedroom is now ready." Shu Jinrong patted S06's head, stifling yawn. "Just as well. I am utterly exhausted and in need of rest as for how long they would remain in this place." He decided to disregard it. Lying down for a proper sleep was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Shu Junyue watched Shu Jinrong's retreating figure, tilting her head thoughtfully before pulling Shun Ishin into the bathroom with her. Upon entering, the scene faded to black. Privacy is essential, even if the floating comments perceive it as merely a series of AI data. All necessary censorship measures were meticulously observed. The live stream would cease during sleep, bathing, or other discrete activities. Yet bathing and certain intimate moments could still be accompanied by floating comments, for the broadcast remained active, allowing viewers to continue commenting as Shu Junyue drew Shun Ishin into the bathroom. The comments erupted in a frenzy. Why aren't we allowed to see? Isn't it too much to head straight to the bathroom? If we cannot witness the real action, at least let us see something to whet our appetites. It has been too long. I yearn to witness a passionate kiss. Isn't there a passionate kiss on the male lead side? He mistook the substitute for Lin Wanwan, resulting in a 20-minute-long romantic kiss. I recall that the substitute was so overwhelmed she fainted that I had a day full of laughter just from that incident. Fainting from a kiss. How outrageous. Ugh, I must not let these comments distract me. I have questions to pose. Professor Shun, have you fed Shu Jinrong tortoise jelly? It's tortoise jelly plus version. Shu Junyue, exasperated, pinched a tiny bit of flesh, inquiring, "Quit the banter. Tell me, why did I just felt?" before she could finish. Shun Ishin lowered his head and sealed her lips with his. Shu Junyue blinked in surprise, her eyes wide, questioning, is it forbidden to speak? This place has no audience. After a moment of contemplation, Shu Junyue retreated slightly. Pressing Shun Ishin's finger in her palm, that he shook his head, his voice deepening. "No, little Iya, bringing someone in without leaving a mark would be rather inappropriate. Mutated." While Shu Junyue pondered why that was the case. Shun Ishin leaned down, capturing her enticing lips. Sweet, exceedingly sweet. He felt like a wanderer in the desert who had finally discovered an oasis, savoring the bountiful sweetness. Shu Junyue was swept away in the moment, forgetting entirely why she had brought him in. Time slipped away unnoticed until Shun Ishin released her lips, and she thought they had finally reached an end. To her surprise, he chuckled. "We need to breathe. Wouldn't want to suffocate, would we?" Shu Junyue, dazed, inhaled deeply several times. Still in a daze when he lunged at her once more, she finally exited the bathroom. Her lips had swollen dramatically, clearly showing signs of distress. What a pity. How infuriating. Why couldn't we have shared a kiss outside? Oh, how heart-wrenching. Shu Junyue gently touched her lips, inhaling sharply. This fellow had certainly been too vigorous, with an indignant glare. She shot a look at Shun Ishin. Shun Ishin pulled Shu Junyue down to sit, tapping the wall, which surprisingly revealed a panel that opened to expose a mechanical claw holding a plate. Seemingly containing an ointment, he retrieved the ointment and the panel closed again. Come here. Let me take a look. Shun Ishin applied the ointment delicately to Shu Junyue's lips. She instinctively recoiled from the pain. Wanting to evade his touch, don't move. Shun Ishin pressed her head down gently, continuing his previous action. This ointment will heal the injury swiftly. The swelling will subside soon. Isn't it your fault? Shu Junyue shot him an angry glance. Her eyes lingering on his fingers near her lips, an impulsive desire to bite down on them stirring within her. Shun Ishin, discerning her thoughts, quickly retracted his finger, avoiding her mouth. There's medicine on it. You can't bite. That if I don't bite, I don't bite. Shu Junyue feigned compliance for a moment before resuming her pursuit of advantage. You've hurt me, so don't think that just applying ointment will make me forget this incident. I deserve some compensation. What kind of compensation do you desire? I don't know. That's for you to figure out. My thoughts on compensation would hardly suffice. That's true. After applying the ointment, Shun Ishin withdrew his hand and placed a gentle kiss on Shu Junyue's forehead, then lifted her right hand and kissed the back of it. Girlfriend, tonight I will take you somewhere special. Shu Junyue's heart raced unexpectedly. She had not anticipated that the term girlfriend could sound so melodious, utterly disregarding the whereabouts of this special place. Chapter 75. The Phoenix Feathered White Bird, symbolizing the pursuit of freedom as night fell. Shun Ishin instructed Shu Junyue to retire early, and she immediately grasped the implication behind his words. The destination they were heading to ought to remain undisclosed to the viewers. Shu Junyue obediently climbed into bed. While the viewers lamented her elderly-like routine, which starkly contradicted the apocalyptic theme, as the comments gradually faded, Shu Junyue opened her eyes. Her curiosity piqued about what intriguing location could possibly exist within this underground laboratory. Ever since discovering that Shun Ishin had enlisted zombies to dig tunnels, she felt as though she was residing in a mouse hole. One could hardly expect anything good to come from such a place. How could she ever claim to live in a mouse hole? That would be akin to demeaning herself as a rodent. Upon entering, Shun Ishin found her shaking her head and muttering no repeatedly. Before lightly flicking her forehead, his voice laced with amusement. What are you thinking about? I'm not thinking about anything. Let us go. Shu Junyue assumed Shun Ishin would take her outside, but instead, they remained within the underground laboratory. To her surprise, she discovered there was a third level she had not known about. Professor Shun, what have those zombies been digging? That was not the work of zombies. The world we inhabit is entirely virtual, generated through coding and modeling. So, your insistence on silence during the day was not meant to shield us from the viewers, but rather, Shun Ishin snapped his fingers, chuckling, of course, it's to guard against the creator of this world. However, his abilities are limited, which is why he resorts to such shortcuts. Suddenly, a strange male voice echoed in Shu Junyue's mind, one that was not Shun Ishin's. His voice was not nearly that unpleasant. Surely, that voice belonged to the creator of this world. What can we do to escape? The timing is not yet ripe. We must wait a little longer. Moreover, the other party has already sensed something amiss with you and will certainly do everything in their power to eliminate you. Shu Junyue crossed her arms dismissively. Is that so? We shall see who ultimately prevails. Haha, I love your spirit. Shun Ishin planted a forceful kiss atop Shu Junyue's head and then took her hand. Stepping directly through a wall, the wall twisted into a cascade of code, and after a moment of dizziness, their vision cleared. Before them lay a scene so breathtaking that Shu Junyue could hardly tear her eyes away. It was far from the shadowy confines she had known. Above them stretched a sky that seemed within reach, while beneath lay a sea reflecting countless stars. The shore glimmered with bioluminescent blue. And as a wave receded, it left behind a collection of shells resting quietly upon the soft sand. Beautiful, dreamlike. There were countless splendid words to describe it. Shu Junyue could not help but smile. Savoring the salty breeze of the ocean, I feel as though I haven't seen so many stars in ages. Shun Ishin, this place is stunning. Thank you for bringing me here. That moment, Shu Junyue's heart soared to unprecedented heights. The spirit residing in her mental sea could no longer contain itself, unfurling its magnificent wings and soaring freely towards the horizon and the sea, accompanied by the sweet sound of birdsong. After a while, the birds, exhausted from their flight, seemed to rest upon the water's surface, only to reveal that their claws were gripping a tentacle. Shun Ishin could not help but grasp Shu Junyue's hand. Witnessing the unrestrained spirit, knowing that she was content, the phoenix-feathered white bird, symbolizing the pursuit of freedom, represented an exceedingly advanced spiritual entity. The existence of such a spirit indicated that its bearer had suffered confinement in their youth, their freedom having been curtailed. Shun Ishin felt a pang of regret for his past actions towards Shu Junyue. He wrapped his arms around her, gently holding her close, and murmured softly in her ear, "I am sorry." Shu Junyue's fingertips trembled slightly as she chuckled. Why the sudden apology? Shun Ishin offered no reply, instead tenderly stroking her hair in a soothing manner. I could see that moment. He selfishly thought that perhaps it would be best for Shu Junyue not to regain her memories just yet. This was preferable. "Little yeah, do you wish to recover your memories?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shu Junyue responded, "Of course I do. Chi Mimi despises me. She hates me to the point of wanting to kill me. Logically, when I have the ability to retaliate, I would have plunged the dagger into her without a second thought, but I hesitated." Leaning against Shun Ishin's shoulder, she gazed at the white bird on the sea. She recalled that when the bird flapped its wings, she had been fully capable of shattering that snake in an instant. Yet at the final moment, she had held back, an instinctive reaction. "Shun Ishin, I want to know why." All right. In the end, Shu Junyue could not recall how she returned. The next morning, she awoke to find Shun Ishin and Shu Junyue together, both appearing as though they had not slept a wink. Yes, she munched on fried dough sticks. Her gaze flitted between the two. Shu Junyue stifled a deep yawn and playfully pressed down on Shu Junyue's head, saying, "It's all his fault for keeping me up all night." "What were you two discussing last night?" They were texting on their phones. It was absurd, just chatting about trivial matters for an entire night. "What trivial matters?" "I'm curious about the trivialities. Had I known, I would have stayed awake." It was all about what to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then what the supporting female character likes and dislikes, and so on, centering around Shu Junyue. Shu Junyue's expression morphed into something peculiar. She could hardly believe that Shun Ishin would engage in such conversations with Shu Junyue. Perhaps something had interfered, and the actual content of their discussion differed from what was displayed. After satisfying her hunger, Shu Junyue yawned again, intending to catch up on lost sleep. Just then, a newcomer arrived at the base. S-06 escorted them in. "Zhou Tiantan, Professor Shun, this is bad. The 4 major bases, including the Northwest base, are preparing to come to our little city. What calamity have we wrought?" Upon hearing about the Northwest base, Shu Junyue retracted his foot, asking, "What business does the Northwest base have here? But don't worry, they are probably just looking for me." "Looking for you? Who are you?" Zhou Tiantian then noticed the unfamiliar person in the underground laboratory. "Professor Shun, you seem to have a penchant for bringing people back from the outside. Is this one also a test subject?" "Yes," Shu Junyue retorted. "What do you mean by yes? I am Shu Junyue. The leader of the Northwest base is my father." Chapter 76, Devouring Evolution. So, Shu Junyue patted Zhou Tiantian on the shoulder, exuding confidence that "I don't know what the other bases are here for, but the Northwest base is definitely here for me." "Looking for you?" Zhou Tiantian scratched the back of his head, bewildered. "But outside, they claim you've already died." Cough, cough. He glanced at Shu Junyue before continuing, "Killed by Miss Shu." "What?" Shu Junyue waved his hand dismissively. "Impossible. That's a baseless fabrication. How could my sister possibly kill her perfect older brother?" "Rest assured. Yeah, I will clear your name." Shu Junyue's lips twitched involuntarily as a ludicrous thought crossed her mind. Could this fool truly be her brother? It seemed rather foolish, and she felt reluctant to acknowledge him. "I haven't been paying attention to other matters. How has the outside world changed so drastically? The northern base has always been embroiled in a struggle for power. Yet suddenly, An individual emerges to unify the entire northern base, ascending to the position of a new leader. What is particularly absurd is that this person holds a rank superior to that of the male protagonist. How utterly ludicrous! How high? Level 7. Currently, both the zombie king and the male protagonist are at level 6, and now a level 7 appears out of nowhere, an entirely new character not present in the original work. This series is becoming increasingly ridiculous, but why are both of them coming to W City? The Northwest base might seek vengeance for a few individuals, or perhaps to collect corpses, but what are the other 4 major bases? We must express our gratitude to the newly appointed leader of the northern base, for he is the only level 7 powerhouse among humanity. This individual possesses a charismatic speaking ability, which is quite a rarity in this apocalyptic world. It is the first time I've encountered someone delivering speeches in such dire circumstances, justifying his ascension to level 7. What justification? Shu Junyue straightened her seat upon reading this, and he claims to have originated from W City, asserting that the zombies there generally possess a higher level than those elsewhere. This is due to a spherical object residing within their brains. Upon absorption of this object, individuals can elevate their own rank. Thus, it is not just individuals from the 4 major bases arriving, but many aberrants as well. Moreover, our esteemed antagonist, Professor Shun, has disseminated the potions that exacerbate physical aberration from the southern base, resulting in an increasing number of aberrants. The implication is clear. A multitude of individuals is preparing to flock to W City. Once wary of W City, now, one by one, they are all converging here. Zhou Tiantian glanced at Shu Junyue before sharing the information he had gathered with those present. Noting the peculiar nature of the situation, clutching his head, he squatted down, lamenting, "Is this the end for our humble base?" With the current eradication plan from the southern base and the rumors spreading from a northern base about zombies that can facilitate evolution, how could I remain oblivious to this? Am I to remain at level 4? To be fair, level 4 is not insignificant. Listening to Zhou Tiantian's complaints, Shu Junyue quietly observed the horde of zombies below. Pondering whether they could indeed evolve through consumption as for whether humans could achieve the same, she remained uncertain. Casting a glance at Shanishan, he understood her unspoken thoughts and shook his head, stating, "Zombies can only evolve through consuming other zombies, while aberrants may evolve by consuming fellow aberrants." What? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present was taken aback, jaws dropping in disbelief. Such news, if it were spread further, would ultimately prove detrimental to humanity. While it might allow for the rapid creation of numerous high-level aberrants through consumption, it would inevitably alter the current human landscape. The ability of zombies to consume each other is a concept devised by our antagonist, and the subsequent capacity for aberrants to do the same stems from those who have ingested the aberration-enhancing potions, which were also concocted by the antagonist. That I had hoped that after entering into a romantic relationship, this individual might exhibit even the slightest inclination to reduce their world-destroying ambitions to IT has been proven. However, that this individual remains as relentless as ever, committing to all that must be done without fail. I just don't understand. If the world were to be destroyed, how would he continue his courtship with Xiaoya? Why would one contemplate death when all is well? I simply cannot grasp the logic of the antagonist's thought process. In the original work, he is portrayed as a madman, likely believing that the uncertainties of life are too great and that death is preferable. Shu Junyue inadvertently sprayed the pure milk in her mouth all over Shu Junyue's face. Had she encountered those comments in the past, she would have wholeheartedly agreed, but now, having learned the truth of this world, her perspective has shifted. She does not believe that Shun Ishin's trip to the southern base, where he acquired that potion for the research institute, was solely intended for their consumption. This matter is exceedingly strange, as though orchestrated to draw everyone towards W City, or rather, toward her. Professor Shun, what do you propose we do about this? We must clarify the situation. Killing zombies does not enhance one's level, so there is no need for anyone to make the arduous journey to our location. Shu Junyue remarked with a smile. Let them kill zombies. It's quite beneficial, providing us with free labor. Zhou Tiantian was momentarily stunned. Indeed, if it's merely about killing zombies, perhaps the folk from the Northwest base might still aim to eliminate you. But that doesn't quite add up, Professor Shun. Can zombies truly consume one another? I've been here since the onset of the apocalypse, If such a phenomenon existed, I certainly would have noticed. Professor Shun tapped on the wall, causing a display screen to descend from the ceiling. The screen flickered, revealing the zombies below. It was an expansive chamber filled to the brim with zombies, instinctively attempting to devour one another, targeting each other's heads to extract the white brain matter. The sight was utterly nauseating. There's no need to show us such a gruesome display. I was in the midst of eating. This is too much, especially since I'm consuming rice porridge. What rice porridge? That's brain matter. Zombie-branded brain matter. Shu Junyue's complexion paled slightly, finding it quite reminiscent of the milk in her hand. Oh, his face has turned rather pale. It seems she thinks it bears a striking resemblance to the milk she's holding. Thank you for the invitation. I'm currently drinking milk and have already discarded the garbage. The group maintained their composure as they watched, ultimately witnessing only 2 zombies survive. These 2, compared to their initial state, had significantly improved in strength, yet only one managed to endure. The sole survivor reached level 2 in a remarkably short time and was subsequently sent by Shun Ishin to a chamber housing numerous level 2 zombies for further battles. The last one standing would then be elevated to an even higher rank, ultimately reaching the Zombie King's domain, where the victor would be determined. For now, it has consistently been the very first one from the train. Chapter 77. A day out. Who would have thought that in a world of zombies, there exists such a stringent promotion system? This antagonist is indeed a devil. Perhaps the female supporting character should reconsider her position? Zhou Tiantian stood there, slack-jawed, counting off on his fingers. How long does this entire process take? In less than half a month, a plethora of high-level zombies can be produced. Shu Junyue settled into a chair, crossing her legs as she spoke. So only the zombies in your laboratory can evolve through consumption. Indeed, ordinary zombies cannot achieve this, just as typical aberrants are incapable. Zhou Tiantian had a sudden realization. I see. So someone is out to get you. Professor Shun, take care of yourself. Should you require anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. By the way, here are 3 months' worth of supplies. I'll leave them here. I'm off now, but if you need anything, do let me know. How amusing. By leaving 3 months' worth of supplies, you're implying we won't see each other for 3 months, during which I should refrain from seeking you out. However, I feel that the supplies in the underground laboratory could last about 6 months, and the female supporting character has an abundance of supplies as well. They are practically overflowing. Once Zhou Tiantian departed, the smile faded from Shu Junyue's face. The newly appointed leader of the northern base may well be an old acquaintance. Shu Junyue recalled Chi Mimi and the old squad leader, remembering that the comments had mentioned both were characters absent from the original work. In the original narrative, it was solely Shu Junyue residing in the south. Yet now, with Shu Junyue included, there are 3 individuals. Shun Ishin claimed to have shot at Chi Mimi and the old squad leader. If they were merely data, then the old squad leader must still be alive. She is the most significant disruptor of the plot, potentially a bug in the entire system, and the opposing side will undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate her. We cannot remain passive and allow their plans to unfold successfully. Shu Junyue's eyes gleamed with a clever idea. I've thought of a great plan. What if we take the initiative and eliminate the leader of the northern base ourselves? Is that truly effective? Shun Ishin's response dripped with the faintest hint of sarcasm. Only those familiar with his tone would perceive it is futile. Killing the old squad leader would only give rise to a new leader of the northern base. Killing again would merely create another identity to continue the cycle, an approach that addresses the symptoms but not the root cause. Shu Junyue withdrew her hand, her expression turning troubled. Then what do you suggest we do? Wait, you may return to catch up on sleep. This antagonist must have devised a method long ago. There is surely something we are unaware of. However, what exactly has the antagonist experimented on Rongbao? I see the second male lead thriving, even able to indulge in food and drink. His quality of life certainly surpasses the struggles outside. Yet, I cannot believe the antagonist could be a benevolent figure, especially after feeding Rongbao such peculiar substances. There must be motives we do not comprehend. After Shu Junyue took a nap, Shun Ishin led Shu Junyue to the laboratory, applying a human skin mask to her face and affixing one to his own. In an instant, a handsome visage transformed into something mundane and unremarkable. blending into the crowd without a second glance. "Where are we headed?" "Didn't T.U. just complain about being cooped up in the lab? I am taking you out for some fresh air." Shu Junyue's eyes sparkled at this prospect. The underground laboratory is pleasant, equipped with food and drink, yet devoid of sunlight, despite the outside world's imperfections. It offers a sense of freedom. W City seems different from before, now infused with a hint of liveliness. Shun Ishin guided Shu Junyue southward, where they encountered numerous living individuals along the way. In W City, it has become a veritable treasure trove for the nation, drawing those nearby to rush over, while many others linger outside, observing with caution. Regardless of the circumstances, W City is a place that has succumbed to chaos, teeming with zombies, including a significant number of advanced ones, making it a locale fraught with peril. However, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Those who dare to enter are likely to reap some rewards. Consequently, a considerable number of individuals have already ventured into this zombie-infested paradise. Shun Ishin and Shu Junyue made their way toward the outskirts of the city, as the center remained predominantly a gathering ground for the undead, deterring humans from entering en masse. "Help! Help!" Shu Junyue straightened up in her seat, tearing off her blindfold, and yawned. "I think I heard someone calling for help." Shu Junyue rolled down the window, her curiosity piqued as she glanced outside. Indeed, there were numerous zombies ahead, but who could possibly be crying for help? That's quite bold. Hanging from the wall like that. Hanging like that is even more dangerous. The zombies could stack up high. Rather than being united, the zombies seemed more like frantic individuals. Those at the back would pile on top of those in front, creating a staggering height of 3 stories. A rather spectacular sight. That person must be doomed. The zombies are nearly at their heels. Shu Junyue raised an eyebrow and turned to Shun Ishin. "Let's reverse and take another route." Indeed, the notorious antagonist has shown her true colors. Saving someone is not even a fleeting thought in her mind. That woman looks somewhat familiar. She seems to be the wife of the former leader of the southern base. But wait, why is she out here instead of staying within the safety of the base? The wife of the former southern base leader? Shu Junyue recalled a girl named Wawa. It had been a long time since she had seen her. She placed her hand on Shun Ishin's to halt his intent to drive away. "Professor Shun, why don't we go save her? After all, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda, and it would be a good deed. Am I dreaming?" The notorious antagonist is actually thinking about accumulating virtue. What a twist that it seems a small fraction of humanity has discovered that they can evolve by consuming their own kind. This what the antagonist desires. Their ultimate goal has always been to bring about the world's destruction. Sigh. And here I am hoping Junyue might intervene, but she appears utterly unconcerned, as does Rongbao. Goodness, could it be that their characters have shifted? The essence remains unchanged. It feels like the same old recipe. As the lively banter continued, Shu Junyue had already exited the vehicle. Dashing forward with remarkable speed, to the astonishment of onlookers, she leaped onto the back of a zombie and swiftly ascended to the 4th floor of a building. "Help! Help!" she called out, muffled sounds escaping her lips. Shu Junyue produced a handkerchief and stuffed it into the individual's mouth to stifle their cries, preventing further attraction of zombies. Once she had rescued the person. Facing the height of the 4th floor, Shu Junyue embraced the individual and jumped down, landing gracefully atop a zombie. Now that was impressive. Chapter 78. The situation with Wawa. Shu Junyue unceremoniously tossed the individual into the back seat of the car and slid into the passenger seat, promptly urging, "Let's get moving." Before she could finish her sentence, the vehicle roared to life, speeding away in the opposite direction. The beautiful woman, now freed from her predicament, exhaled a sigh of relief as she lay back in the rear seat. Gasping for air, feeling as though she had survived a harrowing ordeal. Gazing at the car's ceiling, she pondered, is this truly the outside world? It seems that even as a mutant, one is not as omnipotent as imagined. Shun Ishin drove into a familiar building where Shu Junyue had once personally taken a life and witnessed Shun Ishin donning a human guise on Wawa. She never expected to return to this place. Bringing along someone seemingly connected to Wawa, Shu Junyue carelessly tossed the still-dazed woman onto the sofa, throwing her a bottle of water. "Thank you." The woman stammered, her throat hoarse from her earlier cries. She eagerly gulped down the entire bottle of water. Shu Junyue chuckled, squinting her eyes in amusement. Sister, you really dare to drink whatever I give you. What if I had laced it with something? The woman suddenly felt a tickle in her throat, prompting a few involuntary coughs. That's unlikely. I have nothing to fear from you. Killing me would serve no purpose. Shu Junyue placed her hands behind her back and circled the woman. But you are a mutant, and that changes everything. The woman stiffened, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. I don't understand what you're saying. Yes, I've said nothing, yet you seem quite anxious. Shu Junyue feigned innocence, leaning over the back of the sofa. Sister, you appear to be only at level 2. What brings you to such a perilous place? The woman exhaled slightly, her body relaxing as she sensed that Shu Junyue and Shun Ishin genuinely seemed unaware. It's a force mission. I had no choice. What force mission? When did the Southern Base start imposing such tasks? You must be mutants from start. The Southern Base now only requires voluntary participants to take the mutation-enhancing agents. There is a certain risk of death involved, but the allure of wealth drives almost 90% of the Southern Base's populace to partake. Many have transformed into zombies, yet most have evolved into mutants. All who become mutants must enter this perilous W city, regardless of their background, and they must at least bring back the most basic supplies of course, if they learn of Shu Junyue's whereabouts. They may be exempt from these requirements and even receive rewards. How amusing. This male lead cannot forget our female antagonist. He thinks of her constantly. He adores her. Shu Junyue couldn't help but admire Gu Chen's tenacity. Before she dismantled this virtual world, she must eliminate him at least once. Once in the real world, opportunities would dwindle. However, the woman's words reminded Shu Junyue of this matter. She had not anticipated Gu Chen to move so swiftly in implementing it. My boyfriend and I are already mutants, so we didn't pay much attention to it.By the way, is this agent exclusive to the Southern Base? Not exactly. I have some channels and no more. The 4 major bases, as well as numerous smaller ones, have access to this substance. The newly appointed leader of the Southern Base seems to be infuriated, yet has no idea who disseminated the agent. However, it appears they suspect a professor. Shu Junyue stifled a laugh. That professor could only be Shun Ishin. Aside from him fleeing the Southern Base, there was no other suspect. Moreover, it was evident that he had been the one to distribute the agent. Professor Shun, you can simply report my name. This sister seems well informed about such confidential matters. May I ask your name? Perhaps I have heard of you at the base. Oh, do not believe her. Beware, when the female antagonist sweet talks, it's never for a good cause. Yet, ironically, this former leader's wife relished flattery more than anything. When anyone complimented her, she would boast about her ancestors for 3 generations. Ah, just an insignificant leader's wife. Merely the former one. Shu Junyue's eyes sparkled with admiration. I know of you. During my time at the base, I met a little girl in a red dress who spoke highly of you. You seem like a wonderful person. Shun Ishin cast a surprised glance at Shu Junyue. Chuckling softly, he hadn't expected her desire to save the woman's stem from wanting to learn about Wawa's whereabouts. Upon hearing Wawa's name, the woman's expression shifted, becoming rather grim as she scoffed. That girl is nothing but trouble. She is a jinx. Because of her that worthless man not only abandoned his position as base leader, but also cast me aside. Didn't he have a fondness for that little girl? Then I shall cast her into the horde of zombies, letting her be devoured alive, leaving that dog of a man with nowhere to lament. How hilarious. Wawa herself is a zombie. She has merely returned to her roots. Besides, the incident with the grain depot has long been resolved. Perhaps you should thank me for bringing her out, but now that Wawa has left the Southern Base. Where is she? Shu Junyue glanced at Shun Ishin, observing him adjusting his glasses, deliberately avoiding her gaze. She raised a hand and swiftly struck the woman on the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious. Seeing Shu Junyue turn back, Shun Ishin immediately raised his hand. I thought you didn't care about her, so I never brought her up. Shu Junyue stepped on Shun Ishin's shoes, leaning in close to his ear. The two began to communicate telepathically. Wawa must not be an ordinary zombie. She is a real person, ISNT she, and S06, I presume, is also a real person. Though phrased as a question, her tone conveyed absolute certainty. She suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Shun Ishin. She was unaware of when he had awakened or when he had begun to struggle against the creators of this world. Previously, although he had the presence of the doll, the S06 model, and the reality-bound Zhou Tiantun, they remained oblivious to the truth. Shen Yixin had been fighting alone from the very beginning. But that was all right. For now, she was there for him. Perhaps with the addition of Shu Junyue, Chapter 79, Return to the Southern Base. The two communicated through their spiritual forms, appearing to the audience as if they were engaged in intimate whispers, indulging in their own little world. When Shu Junyue finally detached herself from Shen Yixin, the screen flooded with excited awe comments, signaling that misunderstandings had arisen. Professor Shen, do enlighten us. Where has the doll gone? Shen Yixin, seated on the sofa with Shu Junyue nestled against him, had one arm wrapped around her waist while gently toying with her fingers in his palm. Hadn't that woman just said that the potions were spread across the globe? Who else could it be but me? How did you manage that? Indeed, how did you manage that? By the way, weren't we supposed to be the audience? Yet now we lack a god's perspective and have no idea about the subsequent plot. We have been saved from dire straits. Oh dear, isn't it delightful to view the story this way? Besides, we are aware of what transpired on the male lead side. Do they know? They might, considering the great villain has set up numerous cameras to surveil the entire world. The barrage of comments fell silent for a moment before being inundated with a flurry of 666 praises. Shu Junyue was captivated, while Shen Yixin, feeling somewhat aggrieved, squeezed her hand and lamented, "You weren't listening to me, I was listening with my ears." She replied that no, you must also look at me. Shu Junyue allowed her gaze to drift down to Shen Yixin, nodding affectionately as she said, all right, you speak, I am both listening and watching. Oh my, how sweet. Damn, ever since they confirmed their relationship, they've been showering us with dog food. Folks, who understands? I'm supposed to be watching an apocalyptic drama, yet it feels like an idle romance drama. Shen Yixin, satisfied, leaned his forehead against Shu Junyue's and whispered. Actually, after the doll left the southern base, she took the potions to other places. She should have no trouble blending in among humans by now. Shu Junyue couldn't help but twitch her eyes, realizing, so all those potions were the doll's doing. Indeed. Shen Yixin lowered his head, transmitting a message through their spiritual forms. In reality, the doll is my assistant. Although she may not recall, she is efficient in her tasks. Shu Junyue was taken aback, completely unprepared for this revelation. The two had left the previous base leader's wife in a relatively safe location before proceeding to the southern base. Now, the aberrants within the southern base were as commonplace as cabbages. Hand in hand, they walked forward just as a figure was kicked towards them. When you were an aberrant, you treated me like this. Now, I am an aberrant too, and my level is even higher than yours. Truly, the tides have turned to a man with a buzz cut and a mischievous grin emerged, spotting Shu Junyue and Shen Yixin. He chuckled. Oh, are you two here to help him? Shu Junyue shook her head and gave a kick to the fallen person, sending him back. Humph, at least you know your place. Hey, you two, I'd advise you not to head in that direction. It will end badly for you. The buzz cut made a digging gesture at his own head, cackling as he departed. This cannon fodder sure knows how to assert his presence. Absolutely. The more others tell me not to do something, the more I want to do it. If they say no, then I will definitely go. Such as Shu Junyue. You think I won't go if you tell me not to? How embarrassing if it were the weaker version of Shu Junyue. She would have fled far away, but now, merely indulging her curiosity by joining the fray didn't seem too bad. Naturally, Shen Yixin would indulge her whims. The management of the southern base was far worse than before. Fights and robberies were rampant, with 2 or 3 incidents encountered with every step, and it was only a matter of time before someone was murdered in the streets. Alas, the male lead may be a competent warrior, but he is certainly not a capable manager. Let us be real. Gu Chenin has never truly managed the southern base. His desire for power is merely a means to achieve his own goals. He never considers the future of the base or the lives of the humans within it. I say, Zhou Tiantian would be a fitting choice to lead the southern base. You two. Halt. Their path was obstructed, and a man stood guard. He mumbled indistinctly through whatever he was chewing. If you want to enter the 8th ring, you'll need to offer something in return. For ordinary folks. Show us your supplies. As for aberrants, we welcome you. But you must meet our boss first. Wait, didn't the southern base previously just have an inner and outer city? Why is there now an eighth ring? The male lead truly has no concern for his own base. I've mostly been observing from his perspective and only just learned this. This is hilarious. It shows that the male lead is completely unaware of how the southern base is transformed. Josu knows. Ever since the emergence of the enhanced ability potions, the number of aberrants has surged. They can't simply divide the inner and outer cities anymore. The newly evolved aberrants in the outer city are now divided into 10 rings to share the territory. This arrangement is painless, yet relieves the pressure on the inner city, allowing the higher-ups to turn a blind eye and not inform the male lead. Shu Junyue couldn't help but suspect that Josu might be a policeman in the real world. He was truly both clear-headed and principled. We are aberrants. Are you not going to take us to meet your boss? The gatekeeper seemed unfazed, mocking. You all just want to meet our boss in the eighth ring because he is backing in the inner city. Don't end up losing your lives over this. Shu Junyue and Shunishin were escorted by several individuals to a small villa. Boss, today's 2 aberrants have been brought to you. The middle-aged man, referred to as Boss first, laid his gaze upon Shu Junyue's face, expressing mild disappointment. Why do you look so average? His gaze then shifted to Shunishin. Oh, you 2 are quite ordinary. I guess they're no one pretty. What does he want with pretty? Is he bisexual? Shunishin frowned in displeasure, pulling Shu Junyue behind him, shielding her from the man's gaze. Boss, you all know that all the pretty ones are already taken. It's not easy. All right, off you go. The boss waved dismissively, standing up from the sofa to scrutinize them with amusement. Are you 2 a pair? This young man has some spirit. Those who have come here before, couples or not, have often flown apart when faced with disaster. There hasn't been much genuine love before the apocalypse, let alone now. Rest assured, I want to play with those who aren't pretty. How disgusting. Doesn't that imply he did play with the pretty ones before? But then again, if I don't play, you 2 won't survive either. Chapter 80. Shunishin, I wish to do something. The boss's smile faded, his fists clenched as he aimed to punch at the foreheads of the 2. Shunishin effortlessly intercepted, lifting his foot to press down on the man's shoulder, pinning him to the ground. The entire scene unfolded in mere seconds, and those guarding the other villas had yet to react. Shu Junyue moved with lightning speed, leaving an afterimage in the air as she dispatched the guards within the villa with her dagger. The process was silent, and the situation had dramatically reversed in an instant. Laugh. Why have you stopped? Are you just not fond of smiling? Shu Junyue, crouching with her dagger drawn, traced it across the man's face. What were you just about to do? You know very well. I lost. You should hurry and leave. How many know this? The man replied in a deep voice. Although no one openly admits it, I believe many are aware to some extent. Besides, it's survival of the fittest. It's the natural order. Those in the Dragon Corps rapidly level up through this method. Perhaps Guchinin's rapid advancement was due to this method. Such a good approach should have been shared earlier instead of hoarding it for oneself. If others hadn't leaked it, even becoming an aberrant wouldn't suffice. One would still be seen as a low-tier aberrant, unable to hold their head high before the higher-tier ones. You are stronger than me. I concede. However, I must warn you, my cousin holds considerable power in the Dragon Corps. If you kill me, she will not let you off easily. Once he finished speaking, the man fell silent. Shu Junyue took out a handkerchief, gently wiping the blood from her blade as she said, Shunishin, I want to do something. Whatever you wish. Shunishin responded affirmatively, as though he would support her against any calamity that might come. Shu Junyue beamed, leaning in to plant a firm kiss on his cheek, wrapping her arms around his neck as she said, Shunishin, you're truly wonderful. However, after this, we may need to lay low for a while. Not to lay low, but to wait for an opportunity. The plan was unfolding as Shunishin had envisioned. They would eventually leave this place and return to their own world. Wait for me here. I will be back shortly. Did you bring the potions? They are conversing, yet I cannot comprehend their words. Just take your time to read. There's no need to rush. However, what is this formidable antagonist doing? It appears he is sending messages to Rongbao. What could he possibly want? Oh dear, take your time. There's truly no need to hurry. The barrage of comments speculates on what Shu Junyue intends to do as she heads toward the inner city. Many presume she seeks Josu until she stands before Guchin, at which point the gravity of the situation becomes apparent. What on earth is happening? Can it be that Gu Qin is nearing level 7? My dear Xiao Yu, do not act recklessly. You've just begun a romance, and you have yet to confront the main antagonist. Why court disaster? Surely not. It is not a foregone conclusion that the female antagonist cannot prevail. You underestimate her. Yet the male protagonist possesses an absurdly powerful recovery ability, akin to a bug. I'm not particularly optimistic about the female antagonist, but I do anticipate a thrilling confrontation from the moment you stepped through the gates of the southern base. I knew you had arrived. Jiu Qin sat in the hall, his gaze fixated on Shu Junyue. Your silhouette is etched in my memory. Even if I were to turn to ashes, I would recognize you. In preparation for your arrival, I have sent everyone away. Your caring gestures are perpetually peculiar. Such a romantic. I shall escort you to meet your beloved Wan. Shouldn't you be elated? You are unworthy to utter Wan's name. Gu Qinin's fist slammed onto the table, shattering it into fragments. Tsk, the male protagonist is losing composure. The female antagonist remains impassive, merely standing there, and yet he is driven to the brink of madness. Unworthy, do you believe you are deserving? Shu Junyue could not help but retort. This wretch had pursued her relentlessly, and it was time to settle the score. Silence. I shall end your life in a furious rage. Gu Qinin moved with astonishing speed and strength. When Shu Junyue attempted to block him, her slender arms ached from the impact. In truth, had she employed her spiritual form, this fool would have swiftly met his demise. But her intent was solely to eliminate Gu Qinin, using only the tools of this world. Very well, it was simply to avoid letting the audience witness it. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, with Gu Qinin quickly realizing that Shu Junyue's skills had improved exponentially, as if she had undergone specialized training. Her strikes targeted the human body's most vulnerable points. The noise is tremendous. It feels as if the building may collapse. Gu Qinin shook off the dust from his head, continuing to rise as if unscathed. This fellow is truly a weapon in human form. Do you not think the female antagonist is impressive? Unbeknownst to her, she seems capable of holding her own against the male protagonist. The commotion drew the attention of the Dragon Corps. Zhu Ke glanced anxiously and prepared to lead the Dragon Corps to intervene. Captain, step aside. No one is permitted to approach. Zhu Ke hesitated, sensing that Shu Junyue stood little chance against Gu Qinin, and retreated with the Dragon Corps. Shu Junyue glanced at the group from the Dragon Corps and teased. I never imagined you would resort to such despicable tactics to level up. How amusing. Before her stood a cluster of level 4 aberrants. It had not been long since their transformation, undoubtedly having slain many of their kind. Soon, what resides in your mind shall be absorbed. Shu Junyue smiled. She was not an aberrant, but had merely been modified by the main antagonist. After all, she was superior and did not require sacrificing her lifespan to enhance her body. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. This world was merely illusory. As soon as their words fell, they resumed their battle. The male protagonist appears to be growing increasingly ferocious. The female protagonist is executing an effective defense, skillfully neutralizing her opponent's strength. One attacked with mounting fury, while the other remained composed. While it seems the male protagonist has the upper hand, if this continues, he will undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. In combat, one must avoid losing control, especially in life-and-death situations. This male protagonist is unworthy of being called a competent fighter. Perhaps the main antagonist should assume the role of the protagonist, while the vicious female antagonist takes the lead. This world could simply conclude in a game over. Gu Qin shook his head, momentarily clearing his thoughts, his gaze landing on the wound on his arm. Logically, that injury should have healed by now. After a brief contemplation, Shu Junyue, devoid of any gentlemanly hesitation, delivered a swift high kick that sent him reeling. Gu Qin, quick to react, attempted to rise, but Shu Junyue was no slouch. Chapter 81. Gu Qinin's demise. Shu Junyue plunged the dagger forcefully into Gu Qinin's chest. The dagger, crafted by Shun Yixin from special metal, could pierce even the most advanced defensive aberrants. During the skirmish, Shu Junyue had already doused him with a potion designed to disrupt his body's healing abilities. As long as she could compromise Gu Qinin's recovery, delivering a fatal blow should pose no difficulty. Gu Qinin, immensely strong, seized Shu Junyue's shoulder after being stabbed, both of them drenched in sweat, exerting their utmost strength. Gritting her teeth, Shu Junyue thrust the dagger deeper. This is the heart, isn't it? Yet, given the male protagonist's recovery ability, even a blow to the heart should not result in death unless it proves instantaneous. Something feels amiss. Why does it seem the blood flows ever more profusely? Not only did the blood continue to pour, but Gu Qinan himself grew increasingly feeble. What is happening? Has the male protagonist's recovery ability failed? How tragic to falter at such a critical moment. It could cost him his life. No recovery ability left. I wager the female antagonist will emerge victorious. That is hindsight. The outcome is plain to see. Losing blood rapidly, Gu Qinan's strength waned, and Shu Junyue seized the opportunity to drive the dagger into several vital points, ensuring he had no chance of survival. She spared no effort targeting the heart, head, and carotid artery. Such ruthlessness. She is but a step away from dismemberment. Oh, I admire those who deliver the final blow. They leave no chance for survival. Shu Junyue checked beneath Gu Qinan's nose for breath. He was lifeless at that moment. Zhu Ke sensed something was amiss and rushed forward with the dragon core, lifting his gaze to see Gu Qinan sprawled on the ground and Shu Junyue rising, dagger in hand. Zhu Ke's eyes reddened as he howled, "Captain, we cannot allow this woman to leave the southern base alive." Shu Junyue, observing the approaching dragon core, immediately fled in the opposite direction. She acknowledged her impulsiveness. Yet the pent-up frustration within her dissipated, leaving her feeling an unprecedented lightness. Familiar with the southern base, she skillfully navigated the various floors, heading toward the more secluded alleyways. Oh my, what a thrill! Xiao Yu, there is someone on your right. Head left. Following the audience's guidance, Shu Junyue encountered few members of the Dragon Corps. However, as she progressed, she found herself surrounded, standing beneath a building, just as she prepared to enter. A rugged vehicle appeared behind her. "Get in." The rear door swung open, revealing Shun Yishan. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped inside and promptly shut the door behind her, her movements swift and decisive. Driving was Zheng Yao, while Shun Yishan, seated in the back, handed Shu Junyue a change of clothes. "Put on this Dragon Corps uniform." All right. Shu Junyue quickly donned the uniform, her hair frizzing as she reattached her disguise. Zheng Yao admired her through the rearview mirror. It was astonishing. Since Gu Qian's arrival at the southern base, he had been in close proximity to him and was well aware of his capabilities. He never anticipated that Shu Junyue could actually kill him and successfully escape the encirclement of the Dragon Corps. "Keep quiet. I will escort you out of the city. Zhou Tiantian seems to be waiting for you just outside." The gates of the southern base were heavily guarded, preventing anyone from exiting. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Yao suggested, "You take a portion of the Dragon Corps and claim that suspicious individuals may have escaped. Professor, you are truly clever." Zheng Yao flattered him before proceeding with the plan, and to his surprise, they successfully slipped away. Following this, Shun Yishan summoned zombies to create chaos, allowing them to depart hastily. We've made our escape, but this could spell danger for W City. I recall there is a small base nearby. With Gu Qinan dead, Zhu Ke will undoubtedly go berserk. He might disregard all obstacles and directly assault W City. Not long after, Zhou Tiantian and Shu Jinrong spotted two elongated figures approaching. Shu Jinrong hurried forward, placing a hand on Shu Junyue's shoulder, spinning her around with concern and urgency in his voice. "Are you all right? Are you injured? Let me see that I'm fine." Just as Shu Junyue finished speaking, she inhaled sharply. Having inadvertently brushed against her wound, Shun Yishan swiftly intervened, dismissing Shu Jinrong with a cold remark. "You've hurt her." Shu Jinrong withdrew his hand, bringing the S-06 unit in front of Shu Junyue. "Hey, little robot, quickly treat my sister's injury." "Don't tell me you can't." That would be utterly pathetic. The S-06 unit, exuding a sense of exasperation, replied with a mechanical voice. "I am a housekeeper robot, not a medical robot." Rongbao is too adorable. Let us save the charming remarks for later. We may soon find ourselves in a dire situation. Shu Junyue pushed Shu Jinrong, urging, "Hurry, get in the car." This time, Zhou Tiantian took on the role of the driver, while Shu Jinrong had initially intended to sit in the back seat alongside her sister. However, she was preempted by Shun Yishan, leaving her with no choice but to occupy the passenger seat with a forlorn expression. At the highway entrance, there were guards from the southern base, prompting the group to opt for a slower route. Throughout the journey, Shu Junyue's chatter was incessant. Shinishin, you instructed me to pack everything into the spatial wristband and release all the zombies. Are you planning to abandon your stronghold? Well, I intend to take Junyue out for some fun. Laughing uproariously, the way you phrase avoiding trouble is refreshingly elegant. Shu Junyue was momentarily speechless before turning to Shu Junyue. Inquiring curiously, did you truly kill Gu Chen? Shu Junyue pondered for a moment before nodding affirmatively. I confirmed it before I left. There was no breath left. Impressive. No wonder you were my sister, did I in that case. The people from Southern Base must be going mad that I recall that Long Tuan was entirely built by him. Those people will undoubtedly not let you off easily. W City is hardly safe. If they go berserk and toss a bomb or something, it would be disastrous. You might as well join us in heading to the Northwest Base. It would be perfect. Junyue, you have yet to see the desert. So you can have a look. Shu Junyue nodded in agreement, indicating that they were indeed preparing to head to the Northwest Base. All right, she replied to Shu Junyue, then turned to Zhou Tiantian, her face adorned with a faint, weary smile. Mr. Zhou, you need not worry about the Southern Base dropping bombs in W City. Since the new leader of the Northern Base has spread the word that the zombies in W City can evolve, they won't easily allow the Southern Base to act recklessly. You can use this time to relocate the survivors from your base. Zhou Tiantian chuckled heartily. Thank you for your concern, Miss Shu. The Southern Base has long since run out of any substantial bombs. Our base is quite secure. Ordinary explosive cannot breach the ground. This was all thanks to Wawa, who had accomplished much while at the Southern Base. Chapter 82. The Rin sisters. The news of Gu Chenin's death was not disseminated by Long Tuan. They only stated that Gu Chenin had been assassinated and was currently recuperating. While others were oblivious to the truth, the leader of the Northern Base was acutely aware. He was also a portly man. Although he bore some resemblance to the old squad leader, the differences were apparent. Boss Liu, what is your take on Shu Junyue killing Gu Chenin? The speaker was Chi Mimi, half of her face concealed by a mask. Her tone laced with subtle mockery. Humph, this is my created world. No one can stand above me. I must eliminate this error called Shu Junyue. The Northwest Base, as its name suggests, was situated amidst the arid expanse of the Northwest Desert, where resources were significantly scarce. However, due to the vastness of the land and the sparse population, there were relatively few zombies that if this were before the apocalypse, it would merely be a matter of a flight. A few hours would suffice. Now, however, driving for an extended period with so much distance still ahead is quite the ordeal. As Shu Junyue drove, he couldn't help but grumble, particularly irked by the couple in the back seat who were constantly whispering sweet nothings to each other, making him feel like an oversized third wheel. Rolling his eyes, he glanced at the navigation and interrupted the two lovebirds. It's getting dark, and there's still quite a distance to the next city. It seems we will have to sleep outdoors. That's fine, Shu Junyue said, tapping her wristband. I have plenty of supplies. The group found a spacious area to rest for the night, setting up 3 tents. Shu Junyue approached and asked, do you have anything larger? I'm not comfortable with you sleeping alone. Can't you keep watch at night? Shu Junyue. Is my sister even speaking human language? Just kidding. Zombies won't come over. Shinishin had a considerable amount of potions. That fellow liked to concoct odd little gadgets when bored, with all sorts of strange effects that could easily fend off mere zombies. As the fire crackled to life, the sky darkened, casting a warm glow on the faces of the trio. The summer night breeze was cool against their skin, but the heat from the fire mixed with the chill created a comforting warmth that enveloped them. Choosing to have hot pot seemed to have been a regrettable decision. Not at all. Shinishin squinted with a smile. We can bring out the air conditioning fan. But there's no electricity. The laboratory's equipment operates on solar energy and can store electricity for use. Shu Junyue had packed so many items into her wristband that she was unsure of what she possessed. But if anyone asked her, she would surely claim to have it all, when she truly couldn't retrieve anything. She merely had to vocalize her need, and the items would manifest. Wow. Just as Shu Junyue was joyfully indulging in slices of beef, a barrage of air conditioning fans came crashing down upon him. If he weren't an evolved being, he might have met his demise right then and there. Haha, this is hilarious. The air conditioning fan fell from the sky, while one sat comfortably at home. Shu Junyue awkwardly chuckled and quickly stowed the other air conditioning fans away, leaving only 3 behind. Shu Junyue rubbed his sore lower back, letting out a soft sigh. Here, take this most expensive air conditioning fan. Shu Junyue drooped his eyelids, weakly inquiring, how do you know it's the most expensive? Because I said so. Shu Junyue felt that his sister was born to collect debts from him, even without any memories. She seemed to take delight in aggravating him at every turn. Someone is approaching from the east. Shu Junyue narrowed her eyes, swiftly retracting the air conditioning fans into her wristband. Shu Junyue blinked in confusion, unsure of what had just transpired. Wow, it smells so good. A girl with a high ponytail bounced over, taking a deep breath, her stomach audibly growling in response. Gigi, come back, sister. It seems they have food here. What of it? Does it concern you? Are these 2 sisters mere cannon fodder or pivotal characters? Oh dear, why doesn't the screen display their names? A short-haired girl with an aloof demeanor, sporting a gun at her waist, stepped forward, pulling her sister back. Apologies, we did not mean to intrude. I am Rin Jiang, and this is my sister Rin Gigi. Our vehicle broke down not far from here, and my sister followed the aroma of food that we did not expect to find people here. May we set up a tent nearby? Humans are inherently social creatures, instinctively seeking the company of others for warmth and safety. The more people around, the greater the sense of security. Ah, it's Rin Jiang. Seems she's the daughter of the Eastern base leader. Although she appears frail, she is in fact an evolved being with considerable capabilities, far surpassing her sister. The supporting character should be allowed to leave. I recall that in the original narrative, Ren Gigi was a troublemaker, causing Lin Wanwan to face numerous misfortunes. A troublemaker. The journey from the southern base to the northwest base was already long, and adding a troublemaker to the mix would only delay their progress. I'm afraid it might not be very convenient. Ren Gigi raised her brows in displeasure. Hey, how can you lack empathy? What makes it inconvenient? Are you 3 perhaps engaged in some clandestine activities? Ren Gigi. Ren Jiang swiftly delivered a light slap across her sister's face, while Shu Junyue regretfully withdrew her hand. Sister, why did you hit me again? Again? Ha ha. It seems you face your fair share of slaps. Apologies. I have not been diligent in managing my sister. May I inquire if you are all planning to head to W City? Upon hearing this, Shu Junyue froze, realizing from the comments that both of them were from the eastern base, and it was improbable for them to reach W City from here. It seems Ren Jiang has a poor sense of direction and often gets lost. Currently, she appears to be lost. Ren Gigi is solely focused on causing trouble, completely indifferent to their destination. She will follow wherever her sister leads, indicating that they are indeed lost. You are heading in the completely wrong direction. That way leads away from W City. Ren Jiang was visibly taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, her mouth opening as if to say something. Shu Junyue promptly interrupted, we are not going to W City, so we cannot guide you. Seeing the firm attitude from the other side, Ren Jiang felt a tinge of discomfort. I could see that moment. Ren Gigi suddenly piped up, Sister, I'm so hungry. They are having hot pot. Ren Gigi had been a hot pot enthusiast before the apocalypse. And since resources had become scarce, even as the daughter of the Eastern base leader, it was challenging for her to enjoy a lavish meal. She dearly missed hot pot, and was acutely aware that the group before them would likely refuse her request. Chapter 83. Why are you sleeping here? Sister, I want to eat. Can you go ask them, please? Ren Jiang seems to be quite fond of her sister. Whenever Ren Gigi stirs up trouble, Ren Jiang is always there to clean up the mess. Tirelessly and without complaint. This sister seems rather cunning. Wanting to eat, she pushes her sister to ask while she lurks behind, enjoying the show. Ren Jiang felt uneasy about this request, but seeing her sister's earnestness, she reluctantly relented. Miss, we can offer some compensation. No need, Shu Junyue replied coldly, plopping back down and choosing to ignore the two, turning to place the cooked fish balls into Shunishin's bowl. The enticing aroma of hot pot wafted through the night breeze, reaching the nostrils of Ren Gigi, who cast an irritated glance at Shu Junyue before her gaze settled on Shunishin, who appeared to be a rather agreeable individual. This elder brother. Ren Gigi placed her backpack beside Shunishin, rummaging through it for something. Shu Junyue casually glanced over, her gaze abruptly fixating as she stepped forward, seizing Ren Gigi's hand, demanding, Where did you acquire this doll? Isn't this Stitch from the doll collection? Oh no, could the doll have been killed by Ren Jiang? At this, Shu Junyue's expression darkened. Ren Jiji attempted to pull her hand away, only to discover the astonishing strength of her opponent, prompting her to call for her sister. Sister, help me. She wants to kill me. What nonsense. If I truly intended to kill you, you would have been long gone. Ren Jiang stepped forward, reaching out to take Ren Jiji's hand. But to her astonishment, the girl before her was far from ordinary. She was a level 5 power mutant, and Ren Jiang found herself utterly unable to budge her. A bead of sweat trickled down Ren Jiang's temple, realizing she had encountered a formidable opponent. Miss, my sister is still young and lacks understanding. I implore you to show some magnanimity and not hold this against her. Shu Junyue ignored her, instead turning her attention to Shun Ishin, whose gaze was fixed on the stitched doll within the backpack. That he retrieved his tablet and noted that the small red, indicating the doll, was right beside him. It belongs to the doll. Could it be that the doll was truly killed? Shu Junyue directed her gaze back to Renjiji, her tone less than pleasant. I ask you, where did you obtain this stitch? Renjiji frowned, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation and feeling secure with her sister present, retorted, why should I tell you? This is my possession. Ren Jiang covered Renjiji's mouth. Miss, this stitch was found by my sister in Lu County. Lu County? Lu County, a place where the real terror lies not in zombies, but in mutated willows. If I recall correctly, the protagonist encountered the Rin sisters in Lu County. That place nearly led to the annihilation of the main group. It is undoubtedly the most frightening location in the original narrative. Shu Junyue released Ren Jiji's hand, snatched the stitch, and returned to her seat, asking Shun Ishin, Professor Shun, are you familiar with Lu County? Yes, let us head to Lu County. Shu Junyue suspected that the motives behind this individual's interest in the doll were more complex than they appeared, upon hearing that they intended to go to Lu County. Ren Jiang kindly cautioned, ladies, Lu County is quite peculiar. I would advise against visiting. Though she had escaped from that place 3 days prior, the mere recollection sent shivers down her spine. The location was eerily quiet. Unnaturally so. The entire town was filled with willows, devoid of any other trees, and the branches of these willows intertwined, enveloping the city. Had it not been for their good fortune, she and her sister would never have made it out. It was a city ensnared by willows. Thank you for the warning, but this stitch belongs to a friend of mine, and I intend to take it. Sister, Renjiji, incensed by the ease with which her doll was taken, directed her ire towards Ren Jiang. Sister, how could you allow her to take my belongings so effortlessly? Father entrusted you with my care. Jiji, that doll rightfully belongs to her. Shu Junyue dismissed Renjiji as if she were invisible. Miss, you may pitch your tent nearby, but you must not cross that line. She indicated a wooden stake, for even among our kind, caution is prudent in this post-apocalyptic world. After their meal, the two sisters set up their small tent not far away, while Renjiji seemed to be sulking, with Ren Jiang patiently attempting to console her. Shu Junyue, munching on sunflower seeds with her legs crossed, observed them as if watching a performance. The fire dwindled as no one tended to it, and Shu Jinrong stifled a yawn, tapping Shu Junyue lightly on the head. You should stop watching and get some rest. I'm turning in. Shu Junyue tossed the sunflower seed shells into the fire, half-heartedly nodded in response to Shu Jinrong's departure. Once Shu Jinrong entered the tent, Shun Ishin promptly pulled Shu Junyue into his embrace. What are you doing? We're outside, aren't you cold? You're wearing so little. Shu Junyue rolled her eyes in exasperation. Professor Shun, it's summer, not winter. How could it be cold? Don't cling to me. It's too warm. Really? Shun Ishin chuckled softly, firmly enveloping her in his embrace, just as Shu Junyue prepared to extricate herself. She felt a cool tendril wrap around her waist, its touch surprisingly pleasant. Shun Ishin unzipped his jacket, pulling Shu Junyue closer into it. With a mischievous smile, she skillfully slid her hand beneath the fabric, feeling the refreshing sensation akin to touching fine jade. Despite being a research professor, Shun Ishin possessed a well-defined physique, and, as Shu Junyue traced the contours, she pressed down a little harder. Shun Ishin's eyes narrowed, his breath becoming uneven as the tendril around his waist tightened its grip. Don't touch indiscriminately. Shun Ishin couldn't help but grasp Shu Junyue's hand, holding it tightly in his palm. You don't want me to touch? After a moment of silence, Shun Ishin released her hand, lifting Shu Junyue and entering the tent, tucking her into the sleeping bag and guiding her hand beneath his shirt. Go ahead. Haha, brave Xiaoya, we're watching. Shu Junyue awkwardly withdrew her hand, cleared her throat, and turned away, declaring, I'm going to sleep now. Oh. Shun Ishin shed his outer jacket without hesitation, burrowing into Shu Junyue's sleeping bag. Hey, what are you doing? Sleeping. Why are you in my sleeping bag? Go back to your own tent. I'm feeling irritable. Shu Junyue suddenly recalled a previous agreement they had made. Chapter 84. Where did you sleep last night? When a main antagonist was in a foul mood, she was to offer comfort by being close, and she could freely utilize the laboratory's potions, but now that they were officially together, what was wrong with using the potions? Shu Junyue felt she had been missing out. Get out. No, Shun Ishin stubbornly squeezed in, and although Shu Junyue protested, her actions betrayed her as she made room for him. They nestled together in the confined sleeping bag, sharing warmth. Had it not been for the air conditioning, Shu Junyue would have kicked him away without a second thought. Weren't you just feeling cool? Hurry up and cool down. Shu Junyue provocatively poked at Shun Ishin. Shun Ishin chuckled helplessly, his body gradually cooling as numerous tendrils emerged, a miniature version of what lay within her. Even the white bird within her couldn't resist emerging, settling atop Shu Junyue's head. When the tendrils noticed the white bird's presence, they hurriedly entwined around it, gently yet urgently, as the little bird nestled into the cocoon created by the tendrils, closing its eyes in peace. Shu Junyue and the white bird were one. The emotions conveyed to her were those she sensed herself. Shun Ishin rested his chin atop Shu Junyue's head, and together they drifted into a light slumber. Observing the dimly lit tent, Renjiji muttered sulkily. Sister, I told you it was a mistake to come looking for them. Just look, they've already fallen asleep, effectively leaving us to keep watch. When did you say it was a mistake to come looking for them? Wasn't it you who insisted on coming? Renjiang sighed in exasperation. The dangers of the night could often be more treacherous than during the day. When a small team undertook a mission, having someone keep watch was essential. Yet, this group had all retired. Renjiang glanced at her sister, knowing that when left to keep watch, her sister would likely succumb to boredom and fall asleep. The day spent together after becoming separated from the main group felt like a nightmare. Yet, as the elder sister, it was her duty to care for her sibling, a lesson instilled in her since childhood by their father. Thus, even without sufficient rest, Renjiang would endure the majority of the night watch without complaint. You should sleep first. Renjiji's eyes widened. Sister, you can't be serious about keeping watch, can you? Why should we? I'll go wake them up. Why should we be the ones to keep watch? In a huff, Renjiji tossed aside her belongings and marched toward the 3 tents. Hey, wake up! Wow, this little girl is quite assertive. No wonder she is a troublemaker in the original story, boldly confronting the main antagonist, the vicious female lead, and the second male lead. Impressive, indeed. Is this really causing trouble? It's simply their duty to keep watch. And these 3 have all gone to sleep. Zombies are the main antagonist's doing. Do you really think this place will be overrun with zombies at night? These 2 sisters should be grateful to them. But they don't know that. It's indeed unfair to expect just these 2 sisters to keep watch. Firstly, it was the sisters who insisted on coming over. They weren't invited by the female lead, meaning they were originally expected to keep watch themselves, and there is a high chance they would encounter zombies. However, being with the female lead, they are unlikely to face zombies. Shu Junyue couldn't help but chuckle softly. She had intentionally provoked Shun Ishin to enter the tent ahead of time to avoid any discussion with the 2 sisters about keeping watch. Enjoying the show? The sinister voice of the arch-villain resonated in Shu Junyue's ears, prompting her to instinctively pinch her earlobe. Outside, someone called out, Professor Shun, aren't you going to respond? Shu Jinrong was undoubtedly sound asleep. Once that fellow dozed off, nothing could rouse him, and his sleep quality was remarkably profound. Did someone call? I didn't hear anything. All I heard was you talking. Ha ha ha. I can feel the villain's survival instinct even through the screen. After calling out for quite some time, without receiving any response, Renji hesitated before preparing to enter when Renjiang stepped forward and grasped her shoulder. Enough of the nonsense. You guard the first half of the night, and I'll take over the latter half. With a belly full of indignation, Ren Jiji returned to sit outside the tent, her eyes brimming with tears of grievance. When will we find Uncle Lee and the others? I can't take it any longer. How is it fair to make me keep watch? Then go to sleep. I'll keep watch. Renjiji let out a cold snort and truly climbed into the tent to prepare for sleep. Renjiang sighed, kindled a fire, and began drawing in the dirt with a twig, seemingly contemplating their current position and the best route to reach City W. She had a rough idea of the direction, but after leaving Lu City, they had veered off course, leaving her utterly oblivious to their current whereabouts. I'm so infuriated with Renjiji. How could she make her own sister keep watch all night? But we can't solely blame Renjiji. The villainess has her reasons too. She could have simply spoken up but pretended not to know, which isn't commendable. Little Yaya has become the villainess. She was never anything good to begin with. Shu Junyue was momentarily rendered speechless by this statement. She pulled away the hand that had been caressing her waist and, outside the tent, lit an incense stick infused with the drowsy potion concocted by Shun Ishin. Just as it ignited, the potency overwhelmed her, and she fell headlong onto the ground. Haha, this is hilarious. The villain is completely dumbfounded. Wow, the bewildered villain is so cute. I just had to screenshot it. Shun Ishin gently rubbed his forehead, chuckling softly. He had already tested these potions on himself, building up an immunity, so it was no great concern. He lifted the unconscious Shu Junyue and placed the incense outside the tent, securing the zipper before cradling her back into the sleeping bag. That night, everyone slept exceptionally well, and when they awoke, the sun was shining directly on their backs. Ren Jiang jolted awake from her dreams, taking in the bright sky, the extinguished fire, and the two men arguing not far away. For a moment, she was at a loss. Though it seemed like an argument, it was actually Shu Jinrong's one-sided interrogation. Where did you sleep last night? In the tent. Which tent? In Little Yi's tent. Shun Ishin's lips curled into a satisfied smirk, which in Shu Jinrong's eyes resembled a smug little rascal. You two should stop being childish. Combined, you're over 50. Come eat breakfast. Shu Jinrong strode over, disgruntled. I'm only 24. Shun Ishin chose not to engage further. He was apparently 2 years older than Shu Jinrong, making him 4 years older than Little Yi, which wasn't too significant. That is their octopus in the seafood porridge. I want a bowl. Shu Jinrong eagerly approached, while Shun Ishin narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint concealed behind his glasses. Suddenly, Shu Jinrong stumbled over something on the ground and fell flat on his face. Chapter 85 Lu City. He serves you right. Tripped you. No octopus allowed. Except for the little bird. No one else can eat. Shu Junyue glanced at Shun Ishin, her mouth opening but no words coming out. Shun Ishin noticed and smiled back at her that he wasn't being childish. The contrast is striking. The villainess is sipping luxurious seafood porridge while the others are nibbling on cold bread. Renjiji suddenly felt her bread had lost its allure. How could those people be so leisurely? This was the apocalypse, and they still had the time to cook porridge. Sister, Hiji, sit tight. I'll be over in a moment. Haha. Renjiang has learned to speak up ahead of time. By the time Renjiang approached, Shu Junyue was already packing her belongings. Renjiang noticed that the two men seemed to revolve around her, indicating that the one making the decisions was undoubtedly the woman before her. Shu Junyue looked at Renjiang and inquired, Is there something you need? Miss, are you truly planning to go to Lu City? Where we go is of little concern to Miss Ren, is it? Renjiang did not press further. Her intention was not to obstruct their journey, that I've already mentioned the dangers of Lu City. If you insist on going, I can provide some information about shelters I know. In exchange, however, you must tell me the route to City W. Shu Junyue was clearly taken aback. She had not anticipated that the other party would come merely to ask for directions. All right, it's a deal. Renjiang recounted the general vicinity from memory. Gigi and I were chased by the willow branches to an underground parking lot. It belonged to a residential area. The IT was all too chaotic. But I distinctly remember a floral pattern. You were safe once you reached the underground parking lot. There were many survivors inside, those who hadn't managed to escape after the apocalypse. They said the willow branches seemed to fall asleep in dark places, but were active during the day. If you plan to go to Lu City, I suggest entering at night. Shu Junyue inquired curiously, how did you and your sister manage to escape? If you could get out, surely others could too. Renjiang shook her head. They said they could no longer leave. The night we encountered the survivors, They immediately took us to a place, a gap from which we could escape, but they were unwilling to take a step forward. Renjiang and Renjiji are truly fortunate. Had they been implanted with seeds, they would have died instantly. The survivor's willingness to save others is somewhat indifferent. Survival depends entirely on oneself, if one is unfortunate enough to have seeds within them. Stepping out means certain death. Shu Junyue nodded in understanding and subsequently drew a map for Renjiang, outlining the route to City W.It led northwest, and following this path would lead to City W. Wow, the villainess has drawn with such attention to detail. Is this a route sketch? It's practically a map for the other party. Come to think of it, little ES seems quite skilled at drawing. She even did a sketch once. Thank you. Renjiang felt overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly moved to tears. It was the first time she had seen such a detailed map, and now she should not get lost. After conversing with Renjiang, Shu Junyue turned to find that the two men had already finished packing. Shinishin stood outside the car, gazing at her silhouette. What are you looking at? Aren't you coming in? Shinishin grasped Shu Junyue's hand, enveloping it in his warm palm, tenderly caressing her delicate skin, his tone exceedingly affectionate. I was just preparing to open the car door for the beautiful Miss Shu. Shu Junyue smiled and climbed into the back seat, just in time to see Shu Jinrong shaking his arms. Boss Liu, it seems they intend to go to Lu City. Lu City? That is truly a death wish. Perfect, Chimimi. Let us head to Lu City. Chimimi removed her mask, revealing a face marred by scars, her eyes cold and snake-like as she spoke icily. This time, she will definitely not escape. Achoo. Meanwhile, Shu Junyue in the car sneezed violently, followed immediately by a black tactical jacket draping over her shoulders. I suppose someone is speaking ill of me. Shu Jinrong chuckled heartily. If someone is indeed bad-mouthing you, you be sneezing every day. What a tease. Shu Junyue shot an exasperated glare at the person in front. Shu Jinrong raised his hands in surrender. All right, I was wrong. So, are we going to plunge straight into Lu City or wait until nightfall? If we're sleeping at night, then we'll go in at night. Let us first scout the area outside the city. Lu City was encircled by mountains, a city completely ensconced by willows. As they stepped out of the car, they caught sight of a massive green barrier in the distance. Wow, how spectacular! The county town was entirely shrouded beneath the willow branches, thick tendrils intertwining and tightly enveloping the city, creating an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if it were a prison. Observing through binoculars would provide a clearer view. The intertwining willow branches were animated, writhing like serpents, sending shivers down one's spine. Indeed, they are quite active in broad daylight. Shu Jinrong felt a chill run down his spine. Are you sure your little friend is still inside? What if they're dead? If they're dead, then they can just come out. If they're alive, we'll bring them out. Shu Junyue remarked casually, though she felt an inexplicable, strong intuition that there would be significant gains to be had in this place. The group waited until nightfall to enter the city. As Renjiang had indicated, the willow branches were indeed quiet at night, as if they had fallen into a deep slumber. Shu Junyue shone her flashlight on the ground, her eyes fixed on a straight, upward-reaching willow branch, its body undulating gently, as if breathing. Could these things have become sentient? Quite intriguing. Shinishin observed Shu Junyue, who was carelessly waving the flashlight, and cautioned, "Don't shine the flashlight at the willow branches." The moment the branches stirred violently, the group promptly switched off their flashlights, and darkness enveloped them once more, causing the surrounding willow branches to settle into a stillness. The three let out a collective sigh of relief. Did something just move behind us? Without the barrage reminders, Shu Junyue also sensed something amiss. Shinishin immediately hugged Shu Junyue and leaped to the other side, just as a willow branch swept by. Shu Jinrong, dodging, remarked to the two embraced figures, "Didn't Tiwi say that once it gets dark, we wouldn't move? What is going on now?" You weren't deceived by those two sisters, were you? Renjiang didn't deceive us. Theoretically, these willow branches shouldn't be moving. I never imagined that this drama would collapse even this setting. It's utterly absurd. Shu Junyue pressed her lips tightly together. Previously, when the plot fell apart, it was because she had seen the barrage and made different choices. Now, what was there to collapse? These willow branches were suspicious. We should quickly find a place to hide. Chapter 86. the seed since Rin Jiang and her companions could escape from this place. The community she mentioned must be nearby. The spiritual entities of the three had already been liberated. Dealing with these branches was not troublesome, but unnecessary. Thus, they easily evaded the willow branches and successfully arrived at the community Rin Jiang spoke of. There lay an underground parking lot as they entered. Unexpectedly, those willow branches charged in after them. Just as the three contemplated whether to take action, a voice called out from behind, "Step aside." With that command, a sphere was hurled forth, soaring outside, and then it exploded, emitting a brilliant light. Wow, this flashbang is indeed effective in this place. The willow branches have retreated. From the darkness emerged a man clad in black attire, sporting a buzz cut. You all came from outside? How peculiar. There have been so many outsiders entering lately. Shu Junyue's eyes darted as she curiously inquired, "This brother, besides us, have others entered as well?" "Yes, there was a little girl in a red dress. Then 2 sisters, and now you. It's truly rare. Normally, anyone seeing the outside wrapped in willow branches would choose not to enter, right? Huh. Aren't those meant to protect this city? Haha. Little Iya is playing dumb. Protect? The man chuckled bitterly. We are merely food raised by those things. You should leave here as soon as possible. The longer you stay, the greater the chance you may not be able to leave. As he spoke, the man turned to leave, but upon glancing back, he noticed that the 3 had followed him. The buzzcut man, somewhat exasperated, said, "I'm not joking with you. If you don't leave soon, you might really be unable to doubt we came in to find someone." "Find someone?" "Yes, the little girl in the red dress you just mentioned. She is my sister. I have been looking for her for a long time, and am quite worried. Since I know she is here, we certainly cannot leave." With that, Shu Junyue patted the 2 tall men beside her. They nodded in agreement. "Your sister? Why should I believe what you say?" The buzzcut man was naturally skeptical and turned to leave. Shu Junyue quickly added, "Brother, is that little girl in red covered in burn scars?" The buzzcut man halted, pondering for a moment before responding, "Follow me." The underground parking lot of this community was vast and shrouded in darkness. As they ventured deeper, they faintly glimpsed dim lights. Even in this place, they dared not turn on too many or too bright lights. If a willow branch detected them, the survivors here would not survive. "Why don't you leave this place? What does it mean that the longer you stay, the more you cannot leave?" Shu Junyue already knew the answer from the barrage, but it had not elaborated on what the seed was. The seed. Anyone attempting to leave Willow City will be immediately strangled to death by branches that spring forth from their bodies. Once a living creature in this place has a seed within them, they can never depart. Then the zombies can leave. The buzzcut man fell into an unusual silence. Becoming a zombie means death, doesn't it? What does it matter to him, a living person, if zombies can go out? The main antagonist should be able to disguise people as zombies to escape, thus avoiding death. But what about the seed? The seed doesn't just appear out of nowhere. These people are truly foolish, not paying attention to the food they consume. I recall that Willow City has a total of 9 shelters. This parking lot is the smallest one, but even the smallest has people from Lufeng. "Who is Lufeng? By the way, brother, what is your name?" The buzzcut man replied, "Lufeng." "Hey, what a coincidence. Oh, why is this different from the original? How did Lufeng end up here? Something feels off." The smile on Shu Junyue's face faded slightly as she grasped Shun Yishin's hand, conveying the information she had gathered through their spiritual connection. Shun Yishin poked Shu Junyue's palm, indicating his understanding. The willow trees in Willow City have a largest willow tree at the center, and Lufeng venerates that tree as a divine tree. He made a deal with the divine tree, planting the seeds given by the divine tree in everyone's food, thus raising these humans. Periodically, some humans would suddenly die, and what Lufeng gained was the power bestowed upon him by the divine tree. Is the divine tree really that powerful to warrant a deal with Lufeng? Because when Lufeng first discovered the divine tree, it was relatively weak, but the divine tree can reinvest the power it receives back into Lufeng. The divine tree? Isn't it just a tree? How could it be a divine tree? Shu Junyue scoffed disdainfully as they approached the survivor's shelter. Numerous tents of various sizes dotted the area, with many people chatting outside, some cooking instant noodles, while others appeared to be admonishing children. Children? In the apocalypse, they were indeed a rarity. It was astonishing to see any children alive. "Have you had dinner?" Wow, this question from Lu Feng is quite unsettling. The female antagonist must not eat anything. Shu Junyue smiled lightly and declined. We have food. By the way, Mr. Lu Feng, I just took a glance and did not see my sister. Lu Feng led Shu Junyue and her companions to the largest of the tents. This is where I reside. You arrived a bit late. Your sister left long ago. However, Willow City isn't large. So finding someone isn't too difficult. During this time, I will keep an eye out for you. Though the three had food, it was likely just bread and compressed biscuits. In the apocalypse, having a warm meal was a rare opportunity. Even though they couldn't leave Willow City, at least they wouldn't suffer from hunger or cold and no need. After a prolonged silence, Shin suddenly spoke. I'm not accustomed to consuming others' food. I appreciate Lu Feng's kindness, but I'll trouble you to keep an eye out for my sister. We'll leave as soon as we receive news. With that, Shin took Shu Junyue's hand and departed without further ado. Shu Jinrong, still bewildered by the situation, hurriedly followed. Shin chose a spot slightly away from the crowd and took out the tent. Due to limited space in the backpack, Shu Junyue could only pull out a smaller tent. And it turned out to be two. Just as Shu Jinrong was about to protest, he suddenly recalled something and silently closed his mouth, ultimately mumbling in dissatisfaction. Why do I feel like you two are hiding something from me? Oh dear, congratulations, you guessed correctly. Seriously? Yeah, you really do have something to hide from me. Why did you only tell him and not me? It's not anything important, just don't touch the food here. Or you might end up with a watermelon in your belly, haha. Chapter 87. Shu Junyue. Our grievances should come to an end. Lu Feng gazed at the people not far away, sighing with a smile. A hint of regret in his tone. Sigh. Why not just eat? What's the fuss? You want need to sleep tonight. That night, regarding the tent situation, Shu Junyue sat on a small stool, observing as Shin and Shu Jinrong argued. Or rather, it was Shu Jinrong who was unilaterally arguing, while Shin gazed at Shu Junyue with a pitiful look, which she pretended not to see. In a way, you have to sleep with me. What are you so unwilling about? Do you think I want to sleep with you? But there are only two tents. Shouldn't the only girl get one? Shin suppressed his growing impatience. Clenching and unclenching his fist, he wanted to give him a good beating. Having him share a tent with Shu Jinrong was less appealing than killing him. Seeing Shu Junyue, who was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, Shin puffed his cheeks in exasperation. He simply stepped forward, picked her up, and dove into the tent, swiftly zipping it shut as Shu Jinrong attempted to enter. Shu Junyue finally burst into laughter, patting Shin in a gesture of comfort before calling out to Shu Jinrong outside the tent, Brother, don't sleep tonight. What did ye just call him? Brother. Has she remembered? In truth, Shu Junyue hadn't remembered. But since she had already confirmed to her heart that the other party was her brother, there was no need for any pretense. Wow. Calling him brother like that would surely delight Rongbao. By the way, didn't the original have Shu Jinrong wishing for a sister? Good question. It seems there wasn't That doesn't matter, right? Don't you think it's funny to see the female antagonist and the main villain playing poker in a tent? What a bizarre scene. There's nothing peculiar about that scene. It was merely a way to pass the time. As the lights in the shelter completely extinguished, the two tossed their cards aside. Why do I feel like the people in here have a God's eye view of things? Is something going to happen tonight? It was too dark to see anything clearly. Although visibility was poor, the sounds were distinctly audible. Shu Junyue, Shin, and Shu Jinrong were all exceptionally advanced spiritual entities, endowed with formidable mental powers that allowed them to easily perceive the unusual occurrences nearby. Countless entities were crawling closer, and it was evident without thought that they were the willow branches. Shu Junyue drew a dagger from her waist, twirled it in her palm, and forcefully plunged it in the ground. What on earth is this? First, let's rule out zombies. If it were zombies, they would have heard sounds that, if it's not zombies, then this place can only be the willow branches that aren't the willow branches supposed to be dormant at night. Is there a ghost? Shu Junyue chuckled. Goodness, this is completely reckless. The presence of these willow branches made Shu Junyue suspect that the so-called creator of this world had also arrived here. It seemed that in their quest to kill her, that individual had become utterly unconcerned that a scream pierced the air, seemingly marking the beginning of a grim spectacle. as the once calm survivors were suddenly pierced by the willow branches, their blood completely drained without a single drop wasted. We need to go out. He should be nearby. All right. Does this grand villain even remember how formidable he once was? Now, it's as if Xiao Yi says something, and he simply responds with, "Isn't it only natural to listen to one's wife? Who are we looking for?" Haha. Rongbao seems completely out of the loop. Shu Junyue appeared bewildered. Logically, he should know more than his sister, yet it didn't seem that way. The profusion of willow branches nearly obstructed everyone's path. Annoyed, Shu Junyue suggested, "Even if these are mutated branches, they fear fire. Perhaps we should just burn them." Shu Junyue retorted, "Are you planning to incinerate yourself as well?" "I'll take care of it." Shun Yishin smiled confidently, as if he could handle these entities. The others watched as Shun Yishin produced a vial of potion and applied it directly to the willow branches, causing them to wither rapidly before dying slowly. Their once vibrant green now reduced to a grayish hue devoid of life. Shu Junyue clapped his hands. "No wonder you're a professor. Your speed is astounding. How quickly you've dealt with this on the other side." Boss Lu, observing the withering willow branches, let out a disdainful snort. "Continue. Let these things come back to life that if I don't eliminate these few people today, I refuse to believe it." Behind Boss Lu stood a dozen individuals clad in white lab coats. In front of them was a massive control room where someone was following Lu's orders, pressing unknown buttons on a transparent panel. The once dead willow branches began to stir slightly, hinting at a revival. But the very next moment, they wilted back down. The transparent panel displayed several large red characters. "Warning, program cannot run. Boss, it seems the code for the willow branches has been infected by a virus. Repairing it may take some time." "What?" Boss Lu's expression changed drastically as he yanked the nearby researcher wearing black frame glasses, his plump hands forcefully pounding on the transparent keyboard. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This familiar sensation involuntarily reminded Lu of someone, an existence he had always deemed unreachable. No, he clearly remembers nothing. How could he possibly corrupt the code? Lu abandoned hope, his face a mask of distress as he asked the person beside him, "How long will the repairs take?" "Approximately a day. Lu barely managed to regain his composure, turning his gaze toward Chi Mimi at the door, stating, "This world was created by me. I can make you powerful. All you need to do is eliminate those 3 individuals." Chi Mimi raised her head, fixing her gaze on the 3 people on the monitor, her eyes locked on a Shu Junyue. "What I want is for the real Shu Junyue to die as well. Mere virtual data means nothing." Chi Mimi, having collaborated with Lu for some time, could easily see that he merely intended to eliminate these individuals, then erase their memories and replace them with new personas. A living person was a valuable asset to Lu. Lu did not dwell on the matter further, nodding in agreement. "As long as you can kill those 3, I will grant you Shu Junyue's real body." "Deal." With a string of code inputted, Chi Mimi's power surged dramatically, nearly reaching the pinnacle of level 10 as a fully transformed entity. However, the nature of spiritual entities could not be altered, whatever level 1 possessed in reality. The same would apply in this virtual world. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, Shu Junyue's spiritual entity had been sealed. If it hadn't been for Shun Yishin's sudden arrival last time, she would have undoubtedly killed Shu Junyue. Shu Junyue, it seems our grievances must come to a conclusion. Chapter 88. Shu Junyue and Chi Mimi, once the willow branches had withered. Lu Feng, who had been watching from a distance, finally sensed something amiss. As he prepared to flee, a dagger flew through the air, embedding itself directly into his calf. Lu Feng, where do you think you're going? Shu Junyue approached casually, crouching down to forcefully twist the dagger deeper and perform a complete 360-degree rotation. Lu Feng let out a painful cry as Shu Junyue smiled. "Oh, my apologies. I actually meant to pull out. Oh, how wicked. How I adore this." Shun Yishin stepped forward, adjusted his glasses, and coldly inquired, "Where's Lu Neng?" "Lu Neng? What Lu Neng? I don't understand what you're saying." A fleeting look of surprise crossed Lu Feng's eyes, quickly replaced by shock at how Shun Yishin knew that name, which he was supposed to have forgotten. "Lu Neng? Is there such a character in the original story?" "None at all. It's such a common name that even if it existed, I wouldn't remember it. Surely a mere cannon fodder, if he's cannon fodder." How could the grand villain possibly know that name? He must hold some identity. Perhaps he's a byproduct of the plot breaking down. I just did a quick scan, and there is absolutely no character named Lu Neng in the original work. However, interestingly, when I searched on Xinguang, guess what I discovered? I detest those who leave us in suspense. Let me tell you, the owner of the production company behind this drama is named Lu Neng. Perhaps the boss created a character resembling himself? Oh, how brazenly self-indulgent. Lu Neng. So the so-called creator of this world is Lu Neng. Shu Junyue withdrew the dagger and stepped beside Shen Yishan, who extended his hand, prompting Shu Junyue to knowingly pass the dagger to him. Shen Yishan knelt on one knee, his long, clean fingers gripping the dagger still warmed by Shu Junyue's touch, his voice deep and magnetic, drawing excited reactions from the audience. Heavens, I want to see Xiao Ye tackle the grand villain. Surely they are quite blissful together. Xiao Ye, your gaze seems a bit off. Where are you looking? Shu Junyue blinked. Thinking, what? Just admiring the grand villain's backside. She was indeed staring. How captivating. Shen Yishan sensed the intensity of her gaze upon his backside and chuckled helplessly. It mattered little. In this place, pain was divided into 10 levels. But with certain methods, one could amplify their pain infinitely. He presumed she was not loyal enough to endure that. Shen Yishan poured a vial of potion over Lu Feng, then proceeded to slice his skin repeatedly. Ah, the pain, how can it be so excruciating? Despite merely making superficial cuts, Lu Feng felt as if his throat was being slit. Shu Junyue soon grasped that Shen Yishan's potions were akin to bugs, or perhaps a virus within the system. She had previously thought Shen Yishan was engaged in biochemical research. It turned out he was a programmer. She wondered if he was bald in reality. While Shu Junyue's thoughts wandered, Shen Yishan inquired about Lu Neng's whereabouts. You should have said so earlier. We could have avoided this torment. Farewell. Yes, Shen Yishan bid farewell. A smile graced his face, yet his actions were devoid of hesitation or gentleness as he brutally plunged the dagger into Lu Feng's heart. The latter gradually lost his breath, his eyes wide open, and the agony was forcibly brought into the real world. Watch out. Shu Jinrong yanked Shu Junyue aside, just as a bullet struck the ground. Shen Yishan furrowed his brow, anger flickering across his face, a rare display of emotion. Are you all right? Shen Yishan checked Shu Junyue's body with a hint of frustration, to which she shook her head and glanced toward the approaching figure. I slowed down. This person looks somewhat familiar. Like Chi Mimi wearing a mask. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? I'm so confused. Chi Mimi. Shu Jinrong's voice was tinged with uncommon displeasure as he regarded Chi Mimi with disdain. Feeling nauseated at the thought that this individual had been by her side for some time, Chi Mimi stood atop a statue, looking down at the three below, yet her gaze was fixed solely on Shu Junyue. Shu Junyue, before I kill you, I will ensure you experience the pain I once endured. Pain? Shu Jinrong retorted. You truly have a thick skin. Your incompetence is hardly my sister's fault. Chi Mimi was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing. So you've remembered everything. Her gaze fell upon Shu Junyue, who bore a look of confusion. For some reason, hatred surged within her. Why is it that you don't remember? It was you who brought me to the underground matches, ruining my appearance. Shu Junyue, I hate you, I loathe you to death. What is going on? Heisai. In a post-apocalyptic world, is there really Heisai? Family, I sense that something is amiss with this drama. Shu Junyue's pupils widened, as memories surged forth like a deluge. Chi Mimi. She remembered, in reality, she was a student set to graduate from the federal school this year, and Chi Mimi was her roommate. Unlike her, Chi Mimi came from a less fortunate background. In addition to completing her studies and earning credits, she had to dedicate extra hours to work for her living expenses. It was during one of her jobs that Chi Mimi accidentally damaged a mechanical pet belonging to a wealthy girl. The cost of the mechanical pet was beyond Chi Mimi's means to compensate. Shu Junyue originally intended to cover the expenses for Chi Mimi, but the other party graciously declined. Subsequently, Shu Junyue thought of Heisai. She often participated in underground matches, where the earnings were swift and substantial. Of course, for Shu Junyue, money was secondary. The primary allure was that the fights were fierce, allowing her to hone her skills. She took Chi Mimi to the underground arena, specifically seeking a low-level matchmaking interface. But unexpectedly, Chi Mimi was overwhelmed and got scorched on the face by an opponent's volcanic goat. Shu Junyue sighed in exasperation. The latest treatment pods are currently in development, and it will be no trouble to eliminate the scars on your face once they are ready to— I don't need your feigned sympathy. Chi Mimi charged forward, her speed catching Shu Junyue off guard. Shen Yixin discerned that her abilities had been preordained, and so he advised Shu Junyue and Shu Jinrong, hold on a moment. I need to make some adjustments. Understood. Every system possesses its own foundational code, and this vast virtual world was under Lu Nang's control. Since regaining his memories, Shen Yixin's first action was to conceal his presence to prevent the system from discovering that he had regained his memories. Soon after, Shen Yixin began to explore this extensive database, endeavoring to seize control. Chapter 89. A rift emerges currently. Chi Mimi was nearly the strongest entity within this virtual realm, and Shu Junyue and Shu Jinrong found themselves at a disadvantage. This can't be right. Is someone inquiring with the authorities? What is going on? A level 10 aberrant, the supporting female character, and the second male lead stand no chance. They can only evade indefinitely. Yet, shouldn't this sort of thing only emerge towards the end of the narrative? This is entirely out of place. Yeah, Shu Junyue could not evade in time, and was struck on the shoulder by Chi Mimi. Shu Jinrong immediately caught Shu Junyue, and they crashed against the wall, covered in dust. Shen Yixin paused to catch his breath and hasten his actions in another part of the control room, a man wearing black-rimmed glasses addressed Lu Nang. Boss, it seems an unidentified virus is attempting to alter the program. Why are you telling me this? Hurry up and eliminate the virus. Lu Nang snapped as he sank back in his chair, watching the monitor where Chi Mimi held a decisive advantage, grinning with self-satisfaction. Once your data is recovered, I'll arrange new identities for you, perhaps playing the role of cannon fodder, ultimately consumed by zombies. Suits you better. However, Lu Nang's arrogance was short-lived, as the tide of battle appeared to shift. Shu Junyue leaned against Shu Jinrong. Her injuries suddenly healed, while Chi Mimi's advance noticeably slowed. An opportunity presented itself. Shu Jinrong released Shu Junyue and charged forward, delivering a swift kick to Chi Mimi's soft abdomen. Chi Mimi fell to the ground, disbelief etched on her face. What was happening? Why had her level suddenly decreased? Even if her level dropped, her spiritual entities were sealed, leaving only her capable of releasing them. With a cold sneer, Chi Mimi rose, glaring at Shu Jinrong, resentment evident on her face. A massive serpent emerged from Chi Mimi's body, which was no stranger to the barrage of comments. Spiritual entity. Last time this entity inexplicably vanished, but fortune does not always favor the prepared. It seems the supporting female character is in trouble now. I sense something is off. There was no mention of spiritual entities in the original text, nor of Chi Mimi. Initially, Chi Mimi followed the second male lead, but now his attitude towards her has undergone a complete reversal. Openly displaying disgust, IT just feels as though this drama has veered off course, and the official side has remained silent, feigning ignorance. Look, everyone, what is emerging from the supporting female character? Feng Ling by Niao. This is an exceedingly rare, ultra-high-level spiritual entity. I recall that the top graduate of this year's federal school possesses this entity. What was her name again? I believe it's Shu Junyue, with the character for June having a king. Rumor has it she has been missing for months. This is significant news indeed. The comments erupted, and Shu Junyue had no time to observe, as the ultra-high-level spiritual entity exerted overwhelming pressure on the mid-level spiritual entity, causing the great serpent to dissipate entirely. Chi Mimi's mind throbbed painfully, her vision fading to darkness. Impossible. How could this be? How did your spiritual entity manifest? This is inconceivable. The emergence of Feng Ling by Niao seemed to starkly convey to Chi Mimi that, regardless of her efforts, some fated elements were forever beyond her reach. Her roommate was beautiful, powerful, and affluent, while she herself was ordinary in appearance, of the lowest tier in strength, and of humble means, and no matter how hard Chi Mimi tried, she would always remain mediocre. Had she not been Shu Junyue's roommate, she might never have garnered attention in her lifetime. The incident of facial disfigurement due to the underground match merely provided Chi Mimi with an excuse to confront Shu Junyue. Chi Mimi, once we exit, I shall find a way to heal the scars on your face. Thereafter, we shall each walk our separate paths. Why? 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 Shu Junyue scoffed, crouching down, disappointment evident in her gaze directed at Chimimi. Do you think I don't know why I'm here? Graduating from the elite class of the Federal Academy requires completing a task independently as a graduation assessment. At that time, Shu Junyue's brother went missing. During her investigation, she discovered that numerous homeless individuals, orphans, and even citizens of the Federation had vanished. Shu Junyue realized this was no trivial matter and approached her mentor, proposing this issue as her graduation assessment task. Aside from her mentor, only Chimimi was aware of this task. Initially, Shu Junyue successfully pinpointed Lu Neng, but at that moment, Chimimi approached her, claiming that the incident during the underground match was impulsive and expressing a desire to remain friends with Shu Junyue. They then shared a meal together, after which nothing more transpired. Now, upon regaining her memories, Shu Junyue understood that at some point, Chimimi had conspired with Lu Neng, administering a drug in her food, which led to Shu Junyue becoming the vicious female antagonist in this apocalyptic drama. Chimimi, you truly are degrading yourself. Once we exit, you may find yourself imprisoned in a federal penitentiary for life. What do you mean? They're from the Federation? Aren't they AI? Could it be that real people are acting? Are you foolish? Who would directly state such things in a performance? Furthermore, what do you mean by after we exit? Family, I have a premonition that as I watch this show, I may witness something significant. Shu Junyue smiled faintly. Indeed, she was destined to witness certain events. After knocking Chimimi unconscious with a swift strike, Shu Junyue noticed Shun Ishin shutting down the tablet, both standing on a withered willow branch, exchanging silent gazes. That moment, no one knew the extent of Shun Ishin's anxiety. He had once been confident, self-assured in his belief that he could control everything. Yet he was now uncertain regarding how Shu Junyue, who recalled everything, would respond to him. Before Shun Ishin could sort through his tumultuous thoughts, Shu Junyue leaped forward, wrapping herself around him. Shun Ishin instinctively supported Shu Junyue, fearful that she might fall. What were you just thinking? Shu Junyue inquired, her tone playful, seemingly aware of the man's thoughts, yet wishing to tease him. Shun Ishin chuckled softly, burying his head in Shu Junyue's embrace. Shu Junyue's face flushed. She pushed his head away, exasperated as she wriggled out of his grasp. I'm asking you, what was your plan earlier? Since the other party had clearly intended to eliminate them, it was better to confront the issue directly. Shun Ishin grasped Shu Junyue's hand, speaking leisurely. It should be nearly time. Nearly time for what? For those who have undergone the body-altering agent, it should be about time. Shun Ishin needed to align some actions with the original narrative. The agent he had administered appeared to be a body-altering stimulant. But in reality, it was designed to awaken spiritual entities and memories. The failure rate of this agent was high, but what did that matter? Chapter 90. Returning to the real world across various bases. Countless individuals were engaged in their respective tasks when suddenly they all ceased, gazing at each other as spiritual entities in astonishment. You actually possess a spiritual entity? You have one too. Where did yours come from? I am from Yumu City in the Federation. What a coincidence, fellow townsmen. Yumu City, ISNT, that a place in need of poverty alleviation. I've heard there are many homeless or impoverished individuals there. Their spiritual entities are all low level. It's been ages since I've seen such diminutive spiritual entities. Wait a moment. Yumu City, Suicheng, aren't these all real cities? This ISNT a drama, is it? Hey, you all should quickly look over at the supporting female character. Shu Junyue and a few others unleash their spiritual forms, sweeping through the streets, vanquishing the hordes of zombies, only for them to rise again after falling. Shun Ishin adjusted his glasses and said in a solemn tone, these creatures are merely constructs of pure data. They're endless. Please, give me a moment. Shu Junyue kicked Shu Jinrong playfully and laughed. Brother, it's up to you now. Shu Jinrong felt as though he had been relegated to the role of a mere worker, casting a resigned glance at his precious younger sister, his heart brimming with thoughts of this troublesome man. Brother, why aren't you going yet? Fine, I'll go. Shu Jinrong replied through gritted teeth, releasing his spiritual form, which took the shape of a griffin, an exceptionally high-level entity. Shun Yishan swiftly manipulated his tablet, causing the zombies to vanish into thin air. Lu Neng panicked, yet feigned calmness. Boss, this person's power is formidable. It seems he has taken control of the underlying code without us noticing. How is that possible? Boss, it appears most people have regained their memories. Boss, the Star Network is demanding an explanation from us. Boss, silence. Lu Neng was overwhelmed, grappling with the reality that his decades of hard work had been so easily usurped that I said, "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Lu Neng's corpulent fists pounded the table. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and murmured, "Right, I still hold the authority over the body. I must return." Lu Neng opened the panel, intending to exit the virtual world, only to find the logout button unresponsive no matter how he pressed it. "Stop pressing. It's futile," a languid voice chimed in. Lu Neng lifted his gaze to find those around him bound, and he turned his attention to one who awkwardly smiled and said, "Boss, I was just about to say they came in, but you told me to be quiet. Where is this place?" The large screens seemed to be displaying scenes of several protagonists. Why is there even a capital channel? Oh my, there are bullet comments? Lu Neng? Shu Junyue tossed Chi Mimi at the feet of her adversary, coldly remarking, "You have significant connections to the recent large-scale disappearance case and the human trafficking scandal involving the Federation." Shu Junyue realized she still seemed like a student. Shun Yishan could not help but chuckle softly, stepping forward to declare, "Federal Bureau of Investigation Executive Shun Yishan, here to arrest you, Lu Neng, for your involvement in the Federation's large-scale human trafficking case, the abduction case, and the theft of classified federal documents, among other charges." Who would have thought that watching a TV drama would lead to such a revelation? This Lu Neng is audacious, committing crimes right under our noses. So those individuals are not merely AI data. They are real people. I knew it. The current AI development is still somewhat primitive. The AI in this drama was indeed lively and human-like. Who would have thought it was real? This incident quickly trended, prompting an immediate response from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which located Lu Neng's hideout. Shu Junyue observed Shun Yishan manipulating some complex procedures in the control room. Noticing the world around her beginning to fluctuate, to her astonishment, the bullet comments above her head vanished entirely. She understood that she was about to return. Surprisingly, she felt a pang of reluctance towards those comments. Had they existed during her childhood confinement, perhaps she would have had a more pleasant upbringing. Farewell. The conclusion of this drama is truly unexpected. It has crossed into reality. When Shu Junyue opened her eyes, she found herself beneath a silver dome. She reached out to open it, but her limbs felt weak and limp, as if she were submerged in a nutrient solution. This must be a nutrient chamber. Not a nutrient chamber, but a voice laced with amusement emanated from above as the chamber door opened. Shu Junyue beheld a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Shun Yishan. It was undoubtedly him. This fellow was already strikingly handsome in the virtual apocalyptic world, but in reality, he was even more so, clad in a black uniform that exuded an aura of restraint. Shu Junyue was exceedingly familiar with the uniform, for her brother was part of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The executive of the Federal Bureau of Investigation? Wasn't he that the highest-ranking official of the Bureau? Shu Junyue widened her eyes as he pulled her from the nutrient solution. She instinctively recoiled slightly, but Shun Yishan, with a shadowed gaze, grasped her firmly yet cautiously at the waist, drawing her back into his embrace. Shu Junyue looked up in surprise. "I'm covered in nutrient solution. And your clothes look freshly changed." Oh, he was concerned about wetting his attire. Shun Yishan's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile as he whispered, "It's fine." With that, he effortlessly lifted the feeble Shu Junyue into a princess carry. Executive ate that moment. Someone approached, and Shu Junyue quickly buried her face in Shun Yishan's chest, fearing her visage might be seen. The newcomer, also clad in black, yet distinctly different from Shun Yishan's uniform, lost all semblance of composure upon seeing the woman in Shun Yishan's arms. Executives say, this current case of abductions and human trafficking involves. Shu Junyue was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated the scale of the situation to exceed her earlier understanding. Shun Yishan quickly dispatched orders, and then carried Shu Junyue out. Wait, Shu Junyue clung to Shun Yishan's neck, whispering, "Where's my brother?" She recalled her initial quest had been to find him. Shu Jinro. Yes, fine. Just busy with some matters. You need to rest well and not worry about him. Meanwhile, Shu Junyue, overwhelmed by a multitude of tasks, grasped his friend and grumbled, I'm a survivor. I need to rest. Why are you giving me all this? The executive said you can handle these matters once you've rested. The executive? Shu Junyue flopped back down, contemplating the absurdity that his superior was about to become his brother-in-law. Chapter 91. Bringing the lady inside tonight. The Star Network is destined to be bustling. The entire Federation is abuzz with discussions about the technological entertainment sector, as no one could have anticipated that the series they had followed for so long would evolve into this. What a bizarre situation. I said the AI in this tech entertainment was so intelligent. Why not just apply to the Federation instead of making dramas? I initially thought technological entertainment was controlled by the Federation, testing the latest technology through dramas. Who would have thought Luneng would dare to commit crimes right under their noses? I'm quite saddened. I actually enjoyed the drama version and want to get to see this conclusion. I am dying to know what happens to Shu Junyue and the main antagonist. The main antagonist seems to be an executive of the Investigation Bureau. Gossip about high-ranking officials of this caliber is out of reach. But I'm really curious if Shu Junyue and the main antagonist will end up together in the real world. Shu Junyue scrolled through the comments, silently liking one. The situation regarding technological entertainment had yet to settle, and Shun Yishin, as an executive of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, had much to follow up on. However, every evening, Shu Junyue managed to see him, while her brother was truly swamped and rarely visible. Today, Shu Junyue needed to visit the federal school. As she washed up, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, noticing that the resemblance to Lin Wanwan had faded, leaving behind her true self. Normally, the deadline for submitting graduation reports at the federal school had passed, but due to her unique circumstances, after staying up all night to finish, Shu Junyue returned to the school to find her mentor. Come in. Shu Junyue pushed open the door to the shared office, only to find it unoccupied, save for a stranger who appeared to be in his 30s, with familiar facial features. Zhou Su? Zhou Su looked up, scrutinizing Shu Junyue's face with hesitation, and asked, Miss Shu? Shu Junyue blinked. Only her instructor would sit in the office chair. Teacher Zhou, please just call me by my name. Zhou Su chuckled. Speaking of which, you are a major contributor to the recent large-scale disappearance case and human trafficking scandal. Even if you hadn't submitted a report, the school would have passed you. What? Why hadn't she been informed sooner? She had stayed up all night completing the report, even enlisting Shinishin to review it. To learn she could have graduated without it was a bitter pill to swallow. Huh. But since you wrote it, it shouldn't go to waste, right? It's just what I need. Shu Junyue's eyes widened, realizing that the Zhou Su in reality was entirely different from the one in the apocalyptic world. This one seemed rather cunning, clearly intending to borrow her work for his own. Teacher Zhou, that doesn't seem right. Just kidding, haha. Zhou Su took the report from Shu Junyue's hands and placed it on her mentor's desk, casually asking, by the way, Shu, there's a meeting coming up. Will you be attending? What kind of meeting is it? In this apocalyptic world, it is quite a coincidence that Gu Chinin turns out to be an old friend I haven't seen in ages. In a few days, he will come to the capital for some business, and aside from Gu Chinin, there will also be Lin Wanwan and Juke. I am not particularly familiar with the others. The main purpose is to gather and celebrate. Shu Junyue chuckled awkwardly. Guchin, her initial approach was rather harsh, and meeting in reality would undoubtedly be quite awkward. Teacher Zhou, let's not. You needn't mention having met me. I'll leave the report here. I have matters to attend at AS for the graduation certificate. We are now in the age of data. All information is stored in personal electronic files, rendering physical documents entirely unnecessary. Upon exiting the school, Shu Junyue encountered Shu Junyue, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Brother, Shu Junyue leaped down from the railing, beaming as she looked at Shu Junyue, teasingly saying, Brother, you busy man. It has been days since I last saw you. Oh, please, you know why I'm so busy, that guy. Shu Junyue's voice lowered towards the end, as if fearing someone might overhear. Shu Junyue chuckled mischievously, relishing in his plight. Oh dear, but he is your superior. How can you speak ill of him behind his back? Enough, enough. You haven't even married him yet, and you're already turning your elbow outward. By the way, I came to ask you something. Chimimi wants to see you. Chimimi. The smile on Shu Junyue's face faded, Due to childhood events, she was not one to open her heart easily. And Chi was one of the few individuals she once considered a true friend. She never expected their relationship would reach this point. Brother, has the new product from Mom's company been developed yet? Not yet released, but it can be used. Could you sneak some out for me? Shu Junyue raised an eyebrow, affectionately ruffling Shu Junyue's hair, and replied, "Isn't everything from the Shu family yours? Just go and get it openly." "Why sneak? Come on, I'll take you to get it." "Thank you, brother." The federal prison is situated on the outskirts. When Shu Junyue brought Shu Junyue there, a figure stood waiting outside the main gate, seemingly for quite some time. "Professor Shun, what brings you here?" Shun smiled at Shu Junyue, bending down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, his tone soft. "Shall we go in?" "Yes, I have something to take care of." "All right." Shun nodded to the aide beside him. "Take the lady inside." Shu Junyue's face flushed crimson as she placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "Shun-e, don't take advantage of me. I'm not married to you yet." "Exactly," Shu Junyue added quietly from aside. "Brother, I need to discuss something with you." Shun squinted, smiling like a cunning fox. This casual mention of brother did not please Shu Junyue. Instead, it made him uneasy, as if foreboding misfortune was on the horizon. Many may not understand this young executive, but Shu Junyue, who had worked in the investigation bureau for quite some time, was well aware. Shu Junyue's spiritual entity had surpassed the threshold that human instruments could predict in battle. He alone could withstand an entire army. His spiritual entity was formidable, so much so that it was generally believed such individuals would struggle to find a partner, as no one could adapt to their spiritual presence. Shu Junyue watched with some concern as Shu Junyue entered, and once she was out of sight, he solemnly stated, "Whatever Yao Yao likes, I, as her brother, will support unconditionally, but Shun-e, before you and Yao Yao enter a relationship, you both must undergo a spiritual entity compatibility assessment. You should know that a low compatibility level can lead to severe consequences." Chapter 92. I'm sorry you needn't say it. I will go as well that I am a good citizen who abides by federal law. Before marriage, federal citizens must undergo a spiritual entity compatibility assessment, with a minimum requirement of 30% to marry. Hearing this, Shu Junyue rolled his eyes dramatically. Shun-e had committed numerous violations during his years managing the Federal Bureau of Investigation that I came to ask you about Xiao Yao Yao's spiritual entity. Shu Junyue instinctively replied, "It's a super advanced spiritual entity, a promising candidate that is there a problem?" Shu Junyue, the phoenix feather white bird. Should I need to elaborate? Most people only knew this was an exceptionally rare spiritual entity and recognized that the phoenix feather white bird symbolized the pursuit of freedom. Before the Federation, it belonged to the Aoduan Empire, whose national bird was the phoenix feather white bird. However, more in-depth information about the phoenix feather white bird remained largely unknown. Shu Junyue fell into silence and self-reproach. "It's all my fault. When my parents divorced, I stayed with my mother, and my sister went with my father. We lost contact for a long time. I had previously asked my mother how my sister was doing, but she was busy with work and assumed my father would treat his own daughter decently. Yet, it was her own biological father who deeply hurt Yao Yao." Shu Junyue's face was filled with rage. "He is unworthy of being a father. He is a coward." He locked Yao Yao in a cabinet, and whenever he was in a bad mood, he would beat and scold her by the time my mother and I discovered it. It was already too late that in the depths of infinite darkness and confinement. When Shu Junyue was 6 years old, the long-lost phoenix feather white bird's spiritual entity reappeared, and the first person it killed was her biological father. Unable to bear such overwhelming power in her frail body, Shu Junyue remained in a daze for some time. When Shu Junyue and their mother found her, she was blankly smiling beside a decaying corpse. "Shun-e, I tell you this in hopes that you will treat Yao Yao well. There is no need to inform her about this. She remembers nothing, and that is the best outcome." After listening, Shun-e fell silent for a long while. Perhaps Shu Junyue had long recalled everything from her childhood. A wave of pain spread from his heart, unbeknownst to him, enveloping his entire being. Shun-e turned and walked into the prison, suddenly yearning to embrace her. Meanwhile, Shu Junyue met Chi. With a serene smile, she retrieved some food from her spatial bracelet and handed it over. "I remember this milk tea is your favorite." Chi weakly smiled. "You are mistaken. This isn't what I love. Whenever I go out, I never order this cup." When out with Shu Junyue, Mimi always ordered the cheapest one. Shu Junyue pushed the milk tea toward her, then took out grilled squid and takoyaki made with real octopus from her spatial bracelet. Eat up. Once we finish, we should cut ties completely. The two ate in silence. Shu Junyue gazed at the scar on Mimi's face and took out a device. It was I who took you to the underground competition. While I believe that your lack of skill led to your burning, the root cause was still my suggestion that I will remove the scar on your face. Once it's gone, there'll be nothing left to say between us. This device isn't on the market yet, but I have tested it. It can remove scars. Mimi's hand resting on the table trembled uncontrollably. Though she said nothing, her inner turmoil was evident. Did she regret it? She asked herself, perhaps, but how many opportunities for regret does one truly have in life? Fine, as the scar was removed, so too did the last remnants of their friendship vanish. Shu Junyue had always been decisive. After concluding everything, she left without looking back. The moment the iron door closed, Mimi couldn't hold back her sobs, hugging her knees and crying out, "I'm sorry, truly sorry." She had wanted to see Shu Junyue to apologize in person. But it seemed there was no longer a need. She had personally severed the friendship they once shared. After traversing a long corridor, Shu Junyue spotted a familiar figure at the end, smiled faintly, and quickened her pace. Just then, a tendril wrapped around her waist, pulling her directly into someone's embrace. Shun-E held her tightly, and Shu Junyue chuckled. "What are you doing?" "We're already out. I'm sorry. Today is quite amusing. With everyone telling me how sorry they are, making me feel as if I've had a miserable existence." "Hey, speak up. Are you hiding something from me, Professor Shun? Have you done something behind my back that warrants an apology? Otherwise, why would you suddenly apologize? How could that be? I would never hide anything from you." Shun-E lifted Shu Junyue, carrying her away from that place. After all, it wasn't ideal to be affectionate in a prison. He placed Shu Junyue in the passenger seat, and she couldn't resist teasing. "The esteemed executive of the Federal Bureau of Investigation personally drives me around. How fortunate am I?" Shun-E affectionately pinched Shu Junyue's cheek. Lamenting, "I need to fatten you up." Shu Junyue cradled her face. Though it had some plumpness before, a few months of nutritional drinks had caused her to slim down significantly. "No, I look perfectly fine as I am. I refuse to gain weight. By the way, you still haven't told me why you apologized. Don't think you can change the subject." "Oh, it's nothing. I've just been too busy lately, and haven't had the chance to spend quality time with you. Once I finish with the tech entertainment matters, how about I take you out for a day of fun?" "Not interested." Shun-E was momentarily taken aback by her response. Shu Junyue huffed. "I've graduated. I need to look for a job. When will I have time to play?" "Ah, what are your plans for the future?" "Naturally, it involves roaming freely wherever one desires." Shun-E abruptly applied the brakes, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Are you contemplating a career as a mercenary?" "Indeed, when I initially ventured into underground fights, I encountered numerous mercenaries and listened to their tales of life beyond the capital. I resolved then to explore the world someday. That I shall accompany you." Shun-E chuckled softly, resting his hand on Shu Junyue's head, remarking that a phoenix and a white bird could never be confined to a single place. For many years, Shu Junyue had remained in the capital, reluctant to worry her mother. Her mother's tears were scalding, burning the wings of the white bird, who willingly stayed within the vast expanse of the capital. Yet, circumstances have changed. With the presence of an officer from the Investigation Bureau, her mother should finally feel at ease. Chapter 93. The cause of the incident is Lu Nung to be executed? Shu Junyue turned down the volume of the television. Reclining on the soft sofa, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the man emerging from the shower, droplets of water glistening on his exposed abdominal muscles. Almost enticing. Shun-E tossed aside the towel he had been holding, wrapping himself in a bath towel as he sat beside Shu Junyue, still slightly damp. The dim light of the wall lamp illuminated the living room as Shun-E embraced Shu Junyue. His tone lazy. "Yes, he stole something he should not have." "What did he steal?" "The core source code of Xinguang." "Xinguang?" Shu Junyue queried in confusion. "Isn't it just a large network? What's so remarkable about that?" The realm of virtual reality hardly needs further elaboration. It is predominantly applied in gaming, particularly in simplistic games, while larger-scale games struggle to sustain themselves. The most significant challenge lies in artificial intelligence. Creating a perfect NPC has proven elusive. The items Lu Neng pilfered could entirely construct a virtual world, such as the apocalyptic realm he envisioned. However, a complete world requires more than just a rudimentary map. It necessitates inhabitants.O, so he chose the backdrop of an apocalypse because zombies are lifeless entities, easily constructed through data. Zombies, after all, engage in repetitive behaviors without issue, significantly reducing the workload. Indeed, you are quite astute. Xiaoye, Shu Junyue haughtily huffed. No need for you to reiterate. I am well aware. And then come the humans within this apocalyptic world. While the background can be easily established, even the most minor characters necessitate a degree of dynamism, let alone pivotal protagonists. Lu Neng was unable to achieve this, leading him to consider underhanded methods. Initially, he procured individuals from human traffickers, even organizing his own operations. However, the targets of the traffickers were primarily vagrants and orphans from remote cities, whose mental capacities were generally low. While they were easy to control, Lu Neng felt they lacked the necessary agility until your brother came into the picture. This involves my brother. Shu Junyue's curiosity was ignited. Gripping Shen Yi's hand as she eagerly inquired, "Do tell. My brother mentioned he had a task to handle, and I was preoccupied with graduation assignments. Not long after, he vanished. The investigation bureau employed many agents." And initially, Shen Yi was not particularly invested in the matter, delegating the investigation to his deputy. To his surprise, it turned out to be his own brother-in-law. Lu Neng possessed numerous contraband items, which ensnared your brother. Moreover, since your brother is a highly advanced mental entity, once Lu Neng discovered he could seal memories and implant character codes into advanced mental entities, they could perform preordained scripts with remarkable fluidity in the virtual realm. Shu Junyue's eyes widened in realization. So Lu Neng targeted those with intermediate to advanced mental capacities because there were several disappearances, prompting your involvement. No, Shen Yi had little concern for the number of disappearances within the Federation. His true motivation for involvement was the core of Xinguang. Shu Junyue pushed Shen Yi away, waving her hand dismissively. "I flatter you, yet you remain candid. Just Ano, please, enlighten me. Is the core of Xinguang your research?" "Not exactly." Shu Junyue fell into rare silence. Shen Yi smiled lightly, pulling her back into his embrace. "That I merely provided a framework. The research lab's personnel had to undertake the bulk of the work. Once Xinguang fully transformed into a second virtual world for humanity, the entire Federation would enter a new epoch. After resolving Lu Neng's affairs, Shen Yi requested leave from his superiors, as this was momentous news. The Federation's president removed his glasses, scrutinizing a piece of paper in his hand, seemingly doubting his own vision. "You a workaholic, suddenly requesting a year's leave? A year? Is that too brief? Shall I extend it?" As he spoke, Shen Yi extended his right hand, leaning slightly forward, prompting the president to retreat a step in his chair. "Let us discuss this amicably. If you wish to rest, your father shall certainly acquiesce. However, a year seems rather excessive. I could go visit my mother." Shen Yi stood, attempting to snatch the leave application from the president's hand. "Oh not." Shen Jiaoji blocked Shen Yi's hand, teasingly regarding him. "Taking such an extended leave is for that girl. Isn't it that apocalyptic show you and your mother watched? Although some facial adjustments were made, you are our son. How could your mother and I fail to recognize you? TSK, 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 impressive indeed. Bringing home a daughter-in-law while on a mission. You have made progress, resembling your father's former charm. A year's leave? No problem. Consider it done here, that I'll discuss it with your mother." Shen Yi smiled faintly, aware that his father was a quintessential henpecked husband, unafraid of anything except his wife. "Rest assured, I shall not embellish the details when I speak to my mother. You, my son, know how to embellish." He waved Shen Yi away. "Take your year off and venture as far as you can." Upon exiting the presidential office, Shen Yi spotted a girl clad in a trench coat, smiling and waving at him. Unable to resist a smile, he hurried down to her. "What brings you out? It's windy outside. Let us return to the car." Shu Junyue shook her head, diving into Shen Yi's embrace, asking, "Did your leave get approved?" "It did. Is that true?" Shu Junyue regarded him skeptically. Shen Yi was no minor official. He was an officer in the investigation bureau. Answering only to the Federation's president, a year of leave seemed exaggerated, and Shu Junyue initially doubted it could be achieved. Yet here they were. Where do you wish to travel? I shall accompany you. Are you aware of the lost city? 500 years ago, a meteorite carrying an unknown virus struck this planet, resulting in the apocalypse. Humanity spent 2 centuries gradually recovering from this catastrophic event. The lost city suffers from severe pollution, but has birthed an exceptionally rare gemstone known as blood jade. Would you like to see it? Very clever. I have already informed my mother. Initially, she opposed the idea, but when I mentioned that the esteemed officer would accompany me, she had no further objections. Professor Shun, I have already purchased the plane tickets. She revealed 2 tickets. Shu Junyue beamed at him, and Shun, he could only shake his head in exasperation, tapping her forehead playfully. Let us go. Over the course of the year, Shu Junyue traveled to numerous destinations, witnessing the rare blood jade, the glacial oceans at the ends of the planet, the desolate expanse of the desert, the depths of the ocean, and the roof of the world. Chapter 94. Mental Entity Compatibility Assessment after a year of revelry. It was time to consider a wedding, was it not? By the way, have you undergone a mental entity assessment? My mother mentioned that the esteemed officer's mental entity is exceedingly rare and of high rank. She gathered some insider information suggesting that no one in the Federation's database has a compatibility rating exceeding 30% with his mental entity. Ha ha, he has even undergone mental entity matching. Upon hearing this lengthy account, Shu Junyue's attention fixated solely on the latter statement, unable to suppress her laughter at the absurdity of Shun participating in such assessments. A low compatibility rating poses a grave risk during their union, potentially leading to the demise of the lower-ranked individual. Shu's mother, distressed by her daughter's focus on this matter, couldn't help but express her concerns. By the way, during this year, have you and he, which Shu Junyue felt a wave of discomfort, instinctively pretending not to understand. Never mind, never mind. How could young people possibly restrain themselves, since you are still alive? The mental entity assessment must have been successful. Shu's mother assumed their compatibility was around 50%, only to be astounded when the results were revealed. 90%. This marked the first instance in human history where compatibility reached 90%. Shu Junyue was momentarily taken aback. While she anticipated a high compatibility, she had not expected it to be this elevated. The little white bird, fond of those tendrils, shared a penchant for biting, much like Shu Junyue herself. 90%? A handsome middle-aged man suddenly rushed over to glance at the results, exclaiming in excitement to a nearby colleague. Arrange for a trending search immediately. This is a 90% compatibility. Who understands? He had long accepted the notion that his son would remain a bachelor for life. Shu Junyue stared blankly at the middle-aged man before her, who bore a striking resemblance to the president of the Federation on television. Why was he so agitated? Shun, noticing her confusion, leaned in and whispered cautiously, "My father." Shu Junyue's eyes widened, her beautiful gaze accusing Shun, as if to say, "How could you have kept this from me all this time?" "You didn't ask," he retorted. "I didn't ask, but you could have volunteered the information." Shu Junyue raised her foot and stomped down hard on Shun's instep, causing his already pale face to whiten even further. Shun Jiachi observed his son's apparent discomfort and, with concern, patted his shoulder, saying, "Men must take care of their health. You look so pale. Go home and let your mother prepare a good meal for you. How about bringing Shu Junyue along? If you don't take her with you, your mother will nag, right? That little rascal wouldn't he have failed to mention that I'm his father, would he?" "No, I mean he did mention it." Good out in that case, why don't we have dinner together today, and then tomorrow we can meet the in-laws to discuss your marriage." Shu Junyue was taken aback at the thought of getting married so soon after returning. Their wedding was a grand affair, with pristine white blossoms adorning the entire capital and dazzling fireworks lighting up the sky for an entire day. On that day, the entire Federation celebrated with a national holiday. Their trending topic on StarNet remained at the forefront for a full day, with countless comments streaming in. Shu Junyue, having done her nails, quickly scrolled through the screen, accustomed to the barrage of comments from her time in the apocalyptic world. She now frequently checked the public's reactions. "Now, I finally know whose wedding it is today. Oh, to be honest, I'm not very concerned. but anyone who gives me a day off is a good person. Do you remember that apocalyptic drama from a year ago? The vicious female antagonist and the world-ending villain. I knew one was an executive from the Bureau and the other was the top graduate from the Federal Academy. But I never expected this. What is going on? ISNT at the President's son getting married today. What? ISNT at the Bureau's executive getting married. What? ISNT at the heiress of Xingji Corporation getting married. Alright, I get it. These two are perfectly matched, with comparable backgrounds and high compatibility of their spiritual entities. It's practically a story waiting to be written into a novel for us to see. What are you so happy about? Shu Junyue lazily raised her eyes, tossing her phone aside. She turned to Shun Yi, saying, "You arrived just in time. This zipper is so difficult to manage." Shun Yi's gaze darkened as he reached behind her to grasp the zipper, pulling it down slowly, revealing her delicate butterfly bones. He could not help but swallow hard, his spirit entities instinctively rushing out to entwine themselves around Shu Junyue's slender waist. Her breath began to falter slightly as she feigned a higher pitch to mask her own emotions. "Hey, hurry up!" Shun. He pulled the zipper all the way down, and his right hand could not resist caressing her fair back. Shu Junyue leaned into his embrace, and, as Shun Yi's right hand ventured forward, it found its way between her curves. "Take a shower. You reek of alcohol," Shu Junyue complained, yet her head burrowed deeper in his neck. In truth, even after drinking, Shun Yi had a pleasant scent that made her dizzy. So much so that she was unaware of when she had been carried into the bathroom, nor when she found herself leaning against the edge of the bathtub. The hot water flowed, drowning out many of the suggestive sounds. The bathroom filled with steam, obscuring much of the spring scenery. "Hey, did you take your medication today?" Shun Yi bit her ear gently, his voice low. "What nonsense are you spouting? Don T, you want to sleep?" Shun Yi was a man of his word. When he said Shu Junyue wouldn't be able to sleep, she indeed found herself wide awake. Yes, she gazed at the brightening sky outside. She could no longer hold back her tears, pleading, "I'm sorry, just let me go." Almost there. The searing sensation coursed through her body as she lay limply on the soft bed, her fingers and toes feeling weak and powerless. This person before her was simply too much. Shu Junyue pushed him away, sulking as she covered her head with the pillow, signaling her desire for silence. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Remove the pillow. You might suffocate yourself." Shu Junyue lifted the pillow, but still didn't wish to speak. She had come to realize that in the past year, he had not truly exerted himself. "I still have a few days off. Let us take a day to rest. And tomorrow I'll take you to watch the sunset by the sea." Deal. Chapter 95. Conclusion. Latest report. The new StarNet system has been upgraded, heralding humanity's second world. The holographic online game Divine Hunter is recruiting for internal testing, crafting a world of human imagination. The new AI drama Absolute Domain depicts the greatest historical disaster in human history. Currently in the promotional phase, countless large screens atop high-rises displayed the arrival of the virtual world that a little girl, just having received an ice cream, excitedly pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Mommy, is the AI drama similar to Aunt Alice's?" Well, this should be considered the same, but your Aunt Alice is a bit more advanced. She's the brain behind StarNet. Meow Meow understood, just like Daddy's spirit entity being more advanced than Grandpa's. Shu Junyue couldn't help but chuckle, tousling Shun Meow Meow's soft hair as she bent down, speaking with a smile. "You can say that in front of Mommy, but don't let your Grandpa hear it." Meow Meow's chubby little hand covered her mouth, her round black eyes shaking their head. "Grandpa is very prideful." Meow Meow would certainly not reveal it, though she could tell Grandma. Grandma enjoys seeing Grandpa embarrassed. Meow Meow remembered it very clearly. "You little clever one, quickly wipe your mouth. Don't let your daddy see it's fine. Daddy is just like Grandpa, afraid of his wife." "Oh dear." Shun Meow Meow held her head in discontent, pouting as she slowly turned to face the tall man behind her, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and appeared far from benign. "Daddy, you hit my head again. Meow Meow will become stupid. Whether you become stupid or not, I cannot say, but you will definitely have a stomachache tonight." Puffed. Shun Yi glanced at Shu Junyue, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "You'll have a stomachache too." Shu Junyue hid the ice cream behind her back, looking at Shun Yi with a charming smile. "I only had a tiny bit. Really, just a little." Shun-Yi was exasperated with the two of them, after stepping out to handle some matters. When he returned, he found the duo indulging in hot pot paired with watermelon and ice cream, managing to upset their stomachs. It's all right. Having a stomachache can be good. It cleanses the intestines and can even aid weight loss. However, Meow Meow, don't eat anymore. Mommy will eat it for you da. Under Shun Meow Meow's expectant gaze, Shu Junyue directly took the ice cream cone from her tiny hand, about to bring it to her mouth, only for the tip of the cone to be bitten off by Shun. Looking at the now drastically shortened cone, Shu Junyue felt a chill in her heart. Shun-Yi. Quite tasty. Shu Junyue snorted coldly, bending down to scoop up Shun Meow Meow. Come on, Mommy will take you to eat octopus. Suddenly, Shun-Yi found the ice cream in his mouth less appealing. He strode forward, snatching Shun Meow Meow from Shu Junyue's arms with one hand, while the other firmly grasped Shu Junyue's hand. Grilled or fried? How about octopus porridge? I want to eat what the little robot makes. S06's culinary skills were exceptional because, in reality, he was a chef. On the day Shu Junyue and Shun-Yi got married, the main course was entirely arranged by him. In reality, S06 was known by others as Little Six. If someone called him Old Six, he would become irate, though few dared to call him that as he appeared quite young. Mr. Shun. Miss Shu. Shu Junyue looked in surprise at the woman in a red dress beside Little Six. Doll? Ahem. The doll's real name was Min Hong, Shun-Yi's assistant, who appeared youthful due to her round face. Shu Junyue had grown accustomed to calling her Doll and never changed it. Doll turned around, awkwardly smiling at her superior and his wife. Executive, I'm currently on break that I know. What are you so nervous about? Doll clenched her fists and suddenly relaxed. It was rare for him to acknowledge her break. She recalled how he had exploited her labor during her days off. Had it not been for the generous compensation, she would have quit ages ago. Doll also remembered being squeezed for time in the game. First at the train station, then at the southern base, running all over the place, nearly exhausting her. Doll, come join us for a meal, madam. I've already finished eating and will be leaving soon. Little Six scratched his head in confusion. But I just made... Ugh. After stepping away, the child finally felt a sense of relief and departed, leaving Xiao Lu in bewilderment, muttering to herself. Never mind her, Xiao Lu. I crave some seafood porridge. Come share a bowl with me and Meow Meow. And make sure to add plenty of octopus. All right, the private room has been reserved for you. Once Xiao Lu left, Shu Junyue revealed a long-concealed, inquisitive gaze. Hey, you've been giving the child more time off lately. I sense there might be something brewing between those two. Noted. Why, Mama? Is there something wrong with Aunt Wawa at home? Or did her collection of Stitch go missing? Meow Meow only took one and didn't grab more, implicitly suggesting that the other missing items had nothing to do with Meow Meow. That's nothing. You'll understand when you're older that Meow Meow and not grown up yet. Daddy says Meow Meow can sleep alone now, like a little adult. And being a little adult means being able to do many things that children cannot. Shu Junyue rolled her eyes, discreetly extending her foot to step on Shun-Yi's. The two engaged in a mental dialogue. What do you talk about with the kids every day? Nothing much, it's all quite normal. Normal, you say? Shu Junyue knew all too well what this fellow was really pondering. Mama, Meow Meow has come up with a brilliant idea. If you have a little brother or sister for me, I could grow up in an instant. That's a splendid idea. Shun-Yi surprisingly agreed with a smile to Meow Meow's suggestion, prompting Shu Junyue to scoff and apply more pressure with her foot. Mr. Shun, Miss Shu, and little miss, your porridge is ready. Xiao Lu placed the seafood porridge she had personally prepared before them, making sure to add octopus to Shun-Yi's bowl. By the way, Mr. Shun and Miss Shu, you must be aware of the AI drama absolute territory, right? I just saw it on the big screen outside with Meow Meow. That drama was produced by Guchen and Zhou Su. It recreated the scene from our time in the apocalyptic world. They invited us, the original group, to relive those moments, but it was a bit challenging to get in touch with you too, so they reached out to me. The apocalyptic world. Shu Junyue felt a pang of nostalgia deep within her heart. She smiled and nodded in agreement. After all, she wasn't in a position to refuse Shun-Yi's request and need not inquire further. However, I have one condition. I want the barrage of comments floating above my head. She was, after all, the supporting female character in the apocalypse with comments hovering over her head. The end.